Welcome, one and all. It is a stunning morning here in lovely Los Angeles, California, and you are listening to 97.1 The Fan LA. This is Derek and Decker. I'm Cody Decker, along with the one and only legendary D-Fish, Derek Fisher. D-Fish, how was your night, man?
Oh, man.
Oh.
Another great sports night.
Dude, yeah. What a night.
Yes. I love it.
If you would have told me we would have had a game anywhere of the semblance of the Western Conference Finals of Game 1, what we would get in the Eastern Conference Finals last night, my God, we're going to talk about that. Eastern Conference Finals Game 1 last night was a banger. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that. The Los Angeles Dodgers and Padres, man, are battling their asses off against each other. Another one-run victory this time for the Dodgers. We're going to be talking about that. Hey, lots to discuss about the Lakers' futures. Hey, a little bit about Matthew Stafford and his future here in Los Angeles. So much to cover today, but like we just said, D-Fish, we got to talk about this New York Knicks Cleveland Cavaliers game. My God. Like, let's just start with the massive elephant in the room. Was this a biggest amazing comeback for the Knicks, coming back down 22 points in the fourth quarter with 7.5 minutes to go? Or was this the biggest collapse ever, the Cleveland Cavaliers giving up 22 points with 7.5 minutes to go?
I mean, sometimes it can be both. I don't think it's always like a singular thing that a team just absolutely choked and collapsed, because you have to give some credit to the other team and the fact that, Jaylen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Landry Shamet, made so many plays and so many timely shots, down the stretch, in addition to, defensively making things a lot harder. But I feel like the Cavaliers just kind of stalled out. They sometimes, when teams have the lead, they slow the pace down and get a little too intentional in how they're playing offensively, and it disrupts the rhythm that allowed them to get the 22-point lead in the first place. And so I think it can be both, man. I love to see the Garden on fire during the comeback.
Oh, dude!
But
you
it
can feel it too.
Sucks to be the Cavs.
You could feel it.
Yeah.
You could really. You saw Ben Stiller over there doing cartwheels. You saw Tracy Morgan and Timothy Chalamet hugging as if it was the greatest thing ever. By the way, just for the record, that entire celebrity row last night was pretty impressive. Michael J. Fox was there, man.
Yeah, no, that was dope.
You got Marty McFly in town. You can't get Marty McFly to do anything these days, man. He's busy.
Lenny Kravitz with the sunglasses on.
Lenny Kravitz! Dude, hey, Raj, you saw Lenny Kravitz, right?
I saw my stunt double there. Yeah, I know.
Stunt double. You wish your stunt double.
That is comedy.
Dude's got 20 abs at age 60. Looks younger than everybody in this room. Somehow. Unreal. The game was unbelievable, and listen, I'd be remiss not to mention that name, Captain Clutch, Jaylen Brunson. Good Lord. Listen, we were talking about the no timeouts that were called by Kenny at the end of the game.
Right.
When you got Jaylen Brunson going on that run, that ridiculous run, after making 3 buckets, maybe consider it. How about after 6? Reset the team, anything? I was kind of blown away by it. But again, I'm not a former NBA head coach or NBA player. What were your thoughts on how Kenny actually handled that fourth quarter?
I mean, he's not playing.
Fair.
So there's only so much that he can do. I think part of it is understanding your team and whether you truly believe a timeout is really what the situation requires. If you have a veteran group that have played tons of basketball, they have experience, you've been in close games before, you don't necessarily have to call a timeout to help the players reset their minds or you're not calming anybody down in New York City at Madison Square Garden.
No, not in that situation.
So the timeout, I don't know if it really matters. Also, if you need multiple timeouts late sometimes, so when you call them in the fourth quarter, you're kind of trying to guess and have a feel for, I might need 1 or 2 of these in the last 2 minutes. I don't want to burn one with 8 minutes to go in the game or 5 minutes to go in the game. It's tough. I think when you get late, last minute or two, holding on to them sometimes is more about not allowing, especially like the Knicks are a really good defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
So if you call a timeout and you allow them to set their defense, it's going to be harder to score than it is if you make a play without calling the timeout. My guess is that's what he was thinking. With James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, they're better off attacking a defense that isn't set than giving the Knicks a chance to set their defense.
Well, an amazing game in the Garden last night. Who better to actually get their opinion of a game in the Garden than the one and only Reggie Miller? Here's Reggie.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Reggie. Oh, my goodness is correct. I just Brunson was just when he gets in that mode, he just gets into like another level. Like even the layups he was making, they were showing the replays of them, just like how far away from the basket he's making these layups, how high in the glass he's making these layups, dumping them over everyone humanly possible. And then let's also mention the slight elephant in the room. Poor James Harden. I mean, he was wearing them green shoes as if he was a character on The Sims, and they just picked him to be the defensive guy to go up against Brunson. And boy, that felt like a mistake in hindsight.
I was surprised. I don't want to say shocked. I was surprised. Like if you're watching the playoffs, the Lakers played the Thunder in the Western Conference semis. Like there's no way you're beating the Thunder if you allow Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to play one-on-one basketball against anybody in the league. It's not happening. You watch the Spurs then go into Oklahoma City and not allow SGA to play one-on-one against anybody. Mm-hmm. You're sending a second body. You're loading the floor. It almost tilts to like a zone type of look. I was surprised the Cavs left James Harden on that island as many times as they did against Jaylen Brunson. Even if he's not making shots, you can't let him play one-on-one, man. He's too good. He has too many ways of scoring the basketball, whether it's shooting threes off the dribble, getting to the rim. He has great touch, even when he's off balance and not all the way at the basket. James Harden isn't an elite defensive player, but at the same time, you cannot leave and basically one of the most clutch players in the NBA for the last 3 or 4 years. You can't allow him to play one-on-one basketball in the fourth quarter of a close game.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Yeah, and what were other keys to that comeback? Because, it wasn't just the fact that Brunson took over the game. He took over the game, no question, and then, of course, dishing off to Mikal Bridges, who makes his shots, and it was honestly like a thing of beauty, and it was amazing. When it got to 17 points, I was sitting there, and I'm not kidding. I look over at my girlfriend, who this poor girl has to sit there and watch me watch this game on this TV. I got the Dodgers on this TV. I got MLB Big Inning on this TV. I basically got a Buffalo Wild Wings set up at my house in every single spot I go to. Oh, Daddy's got it working in the best possible ways. She's miserable, but I'm good. I just remember watching this going at 17 points, going like, there's just too much time. I look at her, I'm like, this isn't over. She's like, no, this is over. I'm like, no. This isn't over. Because I've seen what Jaylen Brunson does, and he did it. Exactly that.
It wasn't over. It was not over. I checked the score at 1.8368. I step away from the TV. I come back. It's 93-71. Mm-hmm. I step away from the TV. I come back. And it was 94-84, and I was like, "Uh-oh, we got a problem here."
Uh-oh is right.
Yeah, we got a big problem. The other piece of it was the Cavaliers' offense just stalled out, like the ball movement and the player movement that allowed them to take advantage of the Knicks throughout the 3.5 quarters just kind of fell flat. I don't know if that was fatigue. If sometimes when you have a player like James Harden or even Donovan Mitchell who are really good in isolation one-on-one situations, the ball kind of gets stagnant and it doesn't move as much because you trust those guys' ability to just go make a play individually. And the Knicks' defense just became really stifling, 44-11 to finish that game from that last 7.5 minutes or so, into the overtime. regardless of the situation, it's going to be tough to win a game when there's a 44-11 run made by one team. Whether you have if the score is tied and the other team goes on a 44-11 run, you lose by 33.
Yeah.
So it's not just sometimes the other team getting on fire or playing well or Jaylen Brunson getting cooking, but it's also like offensively you stall out and you just don't get it done.
Yeah. How did they stall out the way they did? Because for the first three quarters, well, actually, I want to take that back. Even Shaq and Chuck and all them at halftime. Let's not pretend that the first half was a good game at all. In fact, it was sloppy on both ends. You and I were texting back and forth. I'm like, dude, 7-0 run for Cleveland out the gate. And you're like, that rust is real.
It's real.
You've been
man.
saying it for days, that rust is real.
Yes.
But then Cleveland, I mean, they're just a couple days removed. They didn't look all that good in the first half either. Now, they had the lead, but they had 11 turnovers in the first half, just straight up.
Yeah, so the rest versus rust conversation, again, and everybody's different, right? We're all different teams, players, coaches, but the rest versus rust conversation kind of goes like this. Like the team that just finished the series, right? Like the Cavs had to dig deep, Game 7 in Detroit, come with a great performance, and then 2 days later, they have to travel from Detroit to New York and then prepare for an entirely different opponent in like 36 hours. So then they're going to start the game. Their engines are going to be more revved up and ready to go because they just finished playing basketball 48 hours ago.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what happened last night. They got off to a better start. Their energy is pretty good for the most part throughout the course of the game. But then there's a point where the team that has had the rest, which were the Knicks, they start slow because they're rusty. But then once their engines get revving, now they are kind of going to become the better team over time because the fatigue will set in on the team that didn't get the rest. And it's like you saw Cleveland sliding and sliding and sliding down this hill of like they just didn't have the energy physically or mentally to finish that game off the way they should have last night. They're going to regret not getting that game last night because that's the game to steal in a rust versus rest situation. It's game 1 on the road when the home team has been off for a week. Everybody's been telling them how great they are. Oh, yeah, we're going to the NBA Finals. And then you just walk in and smack them in the first game. They had their chance to do that last night, and they let it go.
If you anyone wants to hear what a dagger sounds like, here you go.
Brunson cross court. Shamet puts it up. Puts it in! A 9-point lead. Timeout Cavs. Bedlam here.
Well, there was the timeout. Oh, they did have them. That's cool. 97.1 The Fan, L.A. Derek and Decker here with you guys for the next 4 hours, all day long. Of course, talking a little Eastern Conference Finals game last night. An absolute banger that went to OT. And I got to ask you about that OT in just a second here. But first, I want to tell everybody, of course, our phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to hear from you guys. We want you guys being a part of this show. This is The Fan, and The Fan is you. It's 855-975-2326. What are your thoughts on last night's game? How do you think this is going to go as the series goes forward? Also, you can join the chat. We are live on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, and the chat is absolutely going live as we currently speak. Make sure you get in that chat. If you got a great comment, we will definitely put it out there. If you got a bad comment, might put it out there too. Why not? Forget the fourth quarter, even though it's going to be impossible to forget it. That was one of the most incredible fourth quarters you could ever see a team have with the New York Knicks. Looking over on the other side, the Cavs, you talk about them kind of running out of a little bit of gas there at the end. What was your assessment of them in OT? Because it was like they weren't even there in OT.
Yeah, I think they were stunned. They I don't think they realized, like, oh man, we actually did allow this game to get into overtime. And sometimes once that, like, momentum in sports is real, as you know, it's almost like it's contagious, where it goes from sometimes the team creates the momentum and the energy in the building, and then the fans react and respond, or sometimes the fans actually create the energy in the arena, in the stadium, and then the players kind of respond, and then it all comes together, and that's what happened in New York last night. I think for the Cavs, too much time went by without making it on purpose that Donovan Mitchell is involved in this game. Mm-hmm. To me, the end of the fourth quarter and the overtime, there wasn't as much effort and energy centered around how do we get number 45 the ball in the situation where he can go make a play. Mm-hmm. Some of that, again, is James Harden's individual greatness and his ability to go do things with the ball. And so you just kind of trust that. But Donovan Mitchell went way too long without consistently touching the ball in a way that would allow him to attack the Knicks defense. And so the Cavs they weren't getting great shots. They got some good looks. Sam Merrill had a couple looks. The one at the end of regulation almost went down.
Man, I thought he was going to have – it looked like it was going down.
Yeah, it went halfway down. They got some decent looks. But to me, James Harden is there to add additional support and playmaking for Donovan Mitchell. But Donovan Mitchell is still the guy that has to kind of get them to the finals and to a title potentially. And so I think, in game 2, you'll maybe see a more concerted effort to just make sure Donovan Mitchell doesn't kind of fall out of, the focal point.
Yeah.
Like that, to me, that hurt them late.
Real quick, Jeets on YouTube says, Knicks in 3.
Okay, that's fair. However you want to use your numbers, it's cool.
All right,
we get it.
How about this one? Aunt Esther says maybe Cleveland will think they need LeBron now. What do you think of that, Derek Fisher?
Good morning, Aunt Esther.
One more.
We'll talk
Jeets,
about
when she
that
says
after
Harden
the season.
shouldn't be allowed back in Cleveland. That's a little harsh.
Ooh, what about that? Hardenstein not allowed back in Cleveland ever again?
I mean, this is how it is, man. It's just this is what happens, right? Like, he's helped the Cleveland Cavaliers get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yep.
Which Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers have not been to prior to James Harden's arrival. So we may not want to put it all on James that they gave up game 1 when they had a chance to actually steal home court advantage.
They had their shot. What can I say? They absolutely had their shot. We also got a game 2 of the Western Conference Finals taking place tonight. We will get into that, of course, as always. But transitioning over here on The Fan LA, the Los Angeles Dodgers. What a banger of a game last night. D-Fish, while I was watching that Eastern Conference game, you better believe I was watching the living hell out of this Dodger game. And it was, I mean this, a banger of a game. And first things first, congratulations, Freddie Freeman. That a baby.
Back. Lefty.
That's how you do it.
Lefty.
0 for 16, no problem. Go down to San Diego, hit a 2-run home run in the first inning, game-tying home run in the 6th inning. Oh, let's hear that beautiful swing in the 6th inning.
Freeman golfs it to deep right field. His second of the game ties the game.
Oh, just beautiful. Just beautiful. And by the way, that from Spectrum TV last night, which I am now a subscriber because I want to watch all them Dodger games. I got to tell you, hearing that crowd, you hear that crowd right there?
I did.
What city was that in?
San Diego?
Crazy, huh? Sounded like a lot of cheering going on in San Diego for that Dodger player. Seems like, listen, I've heard Dodger fans say this in the past. And there were times where it used to not necessarily bother me. It might have bothered me when I played for the Padres, but after that, I kind of thought about it like, guys, come on, knock it off. But I don't know. They always would say, yeah, I'm just going to Dodger Stadium South down there in San Diego. Dodger fans roll up pretty hard in San Diego, man. That's a lot of cheers in a city that hates the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's what winning does. It's when you go on the road, you the history that the Dodgers have, the success. Some of these cities before their teams were even able to be in a big game situation, they were fans of another team because their team sucked for so long.
They did. Keep in mind, the Padres are actually pretty damn good right now. They're now a half game behind the Dodgers. We got the rubber match tonight. Last night's game, we'll get into some more details. But there's just, this rivalry is real. Like, if I had my way, this would be the matchup right away set up for the NLCS to go to the World Series. I want the matchup to be for the pennant. And make no mistake, that's what the Dodgers said 2 years ago when the Dodgers got to the World Series and beat the Yankees. No. They said basically when they beat the Padres, they won the World Series. And I wholly agree with that. The Padres were the best team they played that year in that playoffs, including the Yankees in the World Series. This rivalry injected into my veins. I want it for years to come.
Well, I mean, as we were kicking off the transition, to me, Freddie Freeman coming back, like a lot of it has to do with the environment and the situation. Because now, when you've been to the World Series, 2-3 times in the last 3 or 4 years, and you're a little slow out of the gate, the bat's not going well. When your nervous system starts to feel like, oh, this feels like a World Series game. Yeah. This feels like everything's on the line. We hate these guys. They hate us. Like, you go to a different place. And he was able to come out with the type of performance that allowed them to get this win yesterday against the Padres. But I think the environment had a lot to do with it.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, the Dodgers fan, people always try to also say this about Dodger fans. And this is actually something that's always bothered me as well. On the flip side, Dodger fans are very passionate. It drives me nuts that they think that Dodger fans are fair weather fans. And they always cite this. Look at all the empty seats at Dodger Stadium. Stadium holds like 70,000 people. Like every stadium in Major League Baseball holds 37,000 people. Dodger Stadium holds like double the seats than anyone else. And also, because of those 70,000 seats, there are 4 entrances to get into Chavez Ravine. Also, those 4 entrances in this very commuter town, because there's no real system to get into Dodger Stadium outside of your own automobile. Yeah, we're all in traffic, dude. We'll be there all fully in the 3rd inning. We have to work.
Yeah, 3rd inning, and then probably considering an 8th inning departure.
Possibly. Possibly.
And despite all that, we still lead the league in attendance every freaking year.
By far and that's the other thing. It's not just that we lead the attendance every year. We lead it by, like, astronomical numbers. Like right now, the Los Angeles Dodgers are averaging the most. You know who's actually right behind them, which is really impressive, though? When I say right behind them, there is a distance. We got the Yankees are 2nd, and 3rd, some San Diego Padres down there. I mean, like, to their credit, they show up. Last night was a Tuesday night game in May. No problem. That place was packed for that Dodgers Padre matchup. That is like their World Series down there. And I'm not saying that as if like the Padres don't matter. The Padres matter, but they need to get past LA if they ever want to truly matter the way they think they do.
Yeah, and the Dodgers coming to town multiple times, with it being a divisional opponent, that helps those attendance numbers. You best believe when the Dodgers come to town, that place is packed out. It's sold out. The energy's there. Everybody's talking about it at work, at school. I'm going to the game. I got tickets to the game. And so that the Dodgers help. It's why the entire pro sports system is set up around big market teams when they go out on the road. Like the holiday season ticket packages in basketball are built around specific teams with specific players on them. I'm sure in baseball they have a similar approach to selling season ticket packages.
Oh, do they ever?
When certain teams are coming to town. So
they find a way.
Yeah, the Dodgers are a big part of that system.
Well, guys, you hear what we think. What do you think? 855-97-LA Fan. It's Derek and Decker here on the Fan LA for the next 4 hours. We got basketball, we got baseball, we got football to talk about throughout the entire day, and we want to hear from you. Join the chat and join us. We're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, veteran minimum? Think again. LeBron ain't taking that. We're going to talk about it right after this.
My dad taught me.
Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan, L.A. Derek and Decker, D-Fish, and Cody Decker coming at you. Oh, man. Listen. Went ahead and teased it. Got to go ahead and pay off the tease. But first things first, I want to go ahead and give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. D-Fish, veteran minimum. That's the phrase that's been thrown around a little bit regarding the name of one LeBron James. Veteran minimum. Now,
who's throwing that around?
People. Just people. People, D-Fish. I've heard it on the streets. I'm walking around. I heard it on San Vicente yesterday.
They should continue to just throw it around.
Just walking around, Matu Kai on San Vicente. I'm like, what's up, guys? What do you guys think? He's like, hey, LeBron taking that veteran minimum? I'm like, well, let me tell you what D-Fish thinks. The phrase that has been used is, and I quote, not in the cards. There is no universe that the one and only LeBron James is going to take a veteran minimum, which does bring up a few questions about the Lakers' future. Now, you and I have talked already ad nauseum our first two shows about whether or not the Lakers should go after him. I obviously think they do. I think he ends up back here in Los Angeles, but the question is how does it all work out with the Austin Reeves of it all, getting some extra pieces of it all? You've mentioned DeAndre Ayton of it all, as well as another name that, and Rui. Like there's guys they need to figure out going forward. And obviously a veteran minimum would be a great way to help the team out. If you're LeBron James, what would you do? Is a veteran minimum just beneath you?
I mean, it's not a beneath thing. It's a value proposition.
Yeah.
It's like Shohei Ohtani is younger than LeBron, but his production level would never put him in a situation where he accepts the veteran minimum contract in baseball.
You're not wrong.
Now, if we can defer some compensation, but you're going to pay me at the level that I'm capable of producing at.
Does the NBA allow that the way Major League Baseball does? Because, Major League Baseball doesn't have a salary cap, at least as of right now. And by the way, don't worry. Throughout the baseball season, we'll get into why baseball should never have a salary cap and how the Dodgers are being used to actually implement one. However, with the structure of the NBA, are they allowed to defer money the way that Shohei Ohtani's because Shohei's getting paid $2 million a year right now by the Dodgers. Granted, he's making like $64 million by New Balance a year, and then also he's going to make the rest of his $680 million starting in 8 years. Can you defer contracts like that in the NBA?
Not at that level.
Okay,
but you can defer some of your compensation, just not at that level. But just my point being, like, you wouldn't ask a player to do that. Mm-hmm. That is that capable, that still sells tickets, brings all the parking in, all of the nationally televised games, like that's all related to specific players. And LeBron is still one of those guys that creates that value for franchises and organizations, the home teams and the road teams. Because we just got through talking about when the Dodgers go to San Diego, a big reason why they go is because Freddie Freeman's on the team. Shohei Ohtani's on the team. Mookie Betts is on the team.
Yeah.
Those guys don't take veteran minimum.
No, they don't.
It's the team's responsibility to build out a roster that allows you to compete and win at the highest level. And then the numbers kind of the reason why Shohei, as far as I know, it structured his contract in the way he did is because that would give the team the best chance to put together a World Series winning roster.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they have.
And they've done that. So for LeBron I think the number that he agrees to with anybody is going to be based on, can you put together an NBA team that can win a championship? Mm-hmm. That's how I'm going to base what I signed for. And that's it. And I don't know if any situation will require him to accept veteran minimum.
Yeah, I having trouble getting there too. And I agree with you on this massive fact. It's the fact that you got to pay the value of what the guy's actually worth, and everything you said about LeBron James is still there. Let's forget about just the on play on the court. On play on the court is still what it is. I mean, the guy is still averaging 20.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, 7.2 assists. That is worth more than veteran minimum.
Nobody take the age out of it. Nobody's taking veteran minimum. that just had a season with those numbers.
Yeah, those numbers, and then you mentioned the parking, then you mentioned the jersey sales, then you mentioned what just the cachet that LeBron James brings, and also the fact of how much money this team will make if it's officially announced that it is going to be a retirement tour, quote unquote. Whether it's, listen, do you think, how do I phrase this? I'm not saying that LeBron wants a retirement tour. I do think we're getting one because the NBA wants a retirement tour.
Maybe some version of it.
Yeah.
That they'll talk about and discuss. They want to honor the legacy, that he's, rightfully established for himself. But LeBron's too much in the present. I don't think he makes a decision before the season starts that this is going to be the last year in that way. Because as soon as you start to think that, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. If you go into the year already knowing this is it for you, it's over. You should just stop.
It's kind of tricky, isn't it? and it also leads to these expectations. Because here's the thing. It makes me automatically sad sometimes when we get a retirement tour of that. Because the Lakers are trying to compete. The Lakers are trying to win the NBA Finals. The Lakers are trying to be the Lakers. Whenever you get a retirement tour, it's usually on a team that's not necessarily competing. I'll give an example, like a retirement tour we had not super long ago, like Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter played on the New York Yankees. Derek Jeter went through a retirement tour, and it was weird because the Yankees were not very good that year. So watching a retirement tour around a storied franchise honestly made me sad because I've kept thinking, like, this is a formality, and we're not actually playing for anything. It felt like watching an exhibition or an old-timers game, which is ridiculous. It wasn't one, but that's how it felt watching it.
Yeah, and I mean, pro athletes, every day, all of us, like the people that are watching or listening to us right now are like creatures of habit.
Mm-hmm.
And retirement tours are nothing like your normal routine.
Yeah.
It's like everything's different. It's out of whack. There's way too many photographs and conversations about throwing dust on you when you're gone and we're going to miss you and all these things. And
I mean, we kind of had one last year, by the way. We did kind of have a retirement tour in LA last year with Clayton Kershaw. Like, and here's the thing. It wasn't sad because, one, they won a World Series, and Clayton wasn't the same guy. He was kind of, more in the background a little bit, got a couple innings here and there. But even when he was thrown out there to pitch, it was like, this shouldn't be happening. I think Clayton should have retired 2 years ago.
What did he say that during the season, though? Had the season already started?
Yeah, he made it abundantly clear he was calling it a day. But he didn't necessarily retire then. He did come back and play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic this year. Listen, Clayton but he's one of those guys, though. Like, he's a name that you want a retirement tour, you get a retirement tour.
Yeah, but I think in baseball it's slightly different. In particular, I think if it's a pitcher, I mean, you can tell me, like, if you play a position, outfield, infield, and you're an everyday guy, it's tough to have a retirement tour when, like, you're supposed to be taking ground balls to get ready for the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you got 100 cameras around you talking about what you're going to be doing when you're finished playing.
Mm-hmm.
No thanks. And I don't think LeBron necessarily wants to deal with all of that. Like, the only reason he's still playing is because he knows he can produce at the level he just produced at 41.
Those numbers, man.
So retirement tours take away from that. To your point, sure, the league they'll talk to him, his team, his family. They'll figure out maybe a way to honor him. Maybe it's a big All-Star weekend thing. But then, like, I don't know, man. And maybe certain nights on national TV, but you can't do a 41 game every arena you go to. They want to do a whole thing.
I agree.
That's too much.
I think it's too much too, but I did hear a rumor. This is a Hollywood town, man, and listen, sometimes you rub shoulders with people that work in the business. And I heard a rumor that LeBron's already been filming his version of The Last Dance for like the last year.
I mean, that's fine.
Oh, no, I have no problem with it. I look forward to seeing it, in fact.
I mean, that's behind the scenes. Like, you have to, think about the home videos you wish you had back of you and your son.
Come on. I mean,
think about that. Right?
I can only imagine what that's like to be having a film crew being able to show the alley-oop you threw your son in a playoff game.
Yes. So, like, all of that is fine. Capture all of the moments, but most of the time when they do kind of the behind-the-scenes doc in those ways, a lot of it is light touch for the actual on-screen talent or the player, right? Like, they're filming them, they're following them. You know, maybe they're mic'd up in certain situations, but it's not something that, like, right before the game, they're spending 30 minutes, you know, just talking about, you know, we're going to miss you when you're gone. And, you know, hey, we're presenting you with this set of golf clubs and this rocking chair and the sleep mask that you're going to use because you're going to be sleeping all day.
Although a new set of clubs ain't bad.
No, it's not. But not before I get ready to play, you know, against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
I don't want to be thinking about golf clubs. We're trying to win this game. So it just, those are the things that come to mind for me that I don't necessarily see LeBron wanting to do all season long. But who am I, bro? I don't know.
I mean, you're somebody. I do somewhat value the opinion.
I just don't know. I don't have the answer. This is my opinion, right? So that's what I think.
Well, speaking of opinions, we want your opinions right here on 97.1 The Fan, 855-97-LA-FAN. That is our phone number. Get on the line, 855-975-2326. And also give your opinions on the YouTube channel right now because the chat is absolutely live. And speaking of opinions, Nemo Los Angeles just drops this dime. And I just react. I just want you to react to it. LeBron needs to go. We had a caller yesterday call in, kind of say something similar, saying that LeBron needs to go in this GOAT conversation. Now, we're not having the GOAT conversation right now. I just want to have the conversation of, is there a world where the Lakers could be better without LeBron next year?
Sure. I mean, there's a world that exists where that could happen, yes. I mean, teams have moved on from great players in the past. I don't think that's necessarily the issue. I think it's more when people talk about LeBron needing to go or should go, et cetera, it's like it's coming from a negative place as opposed to, like, there could be some positives, sure, from a salary cap perspective, from a personnel perspective. You know, you could build the team in a different way. All of those things can be true. But let's not try to be in such a rush to make it seem like all the Lakers' problems center around what LeBron does or doesn't do. That's not accurate. That's my only point. Sure, like, a lot of teams can, you know, make decisions and move on from different players. And, you know, at some point you have to turn the page. I mean, you know, we saw it with, you know, Kobe chose to retire in 2016. Like, yeah, you have to move on. We get that. But yeah, all the Lakers issues are not LeBron related. And so the world isn't going to just all of a sudden turn to sunshine and rainbows after LeBron retires or leaves.
Absolutely. And in the chat, Wayne Maholland says, want LeBron to retire as a Laker. And Mitchell Dolphin says, Fish said LeBron going to get 30 team-branded sleep masks.
Yo, you notice all these guys had, like, Nemo, Dolphin.
Yeah.
I like all the fish representation
Absolutely.
out there. I like it.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. And coming up, hey, big athletes need loving too. What are we talking about? We'll find out when we come back. It's time for Top 5 right here on Derek and Decker. That's right.
You got to turn on your mic.
I got to turn on my mic? Apparently, I got to turn on my mic. That's right. We're bringing in our hype man, Raj. It's time for Top 5.
Oh, that's right, guys. And then we got a top 5 today. You know we love the birthdays in the house. And so there's a birthday of an athlete. An athlete by the name of David Wells. So, yeah, Little Plump was David Wells. And so it got me to thinking, gentlemen, as I cue up everything, who are your top 5, let's just say overweight, athletes?
Oh, wait. You got overweight.
Plump, however you want to say it. Hey, yeah, they're fun, and they were always fun. Derek, you okay with this
Derek,
list?
which fat guys did you like?
Hold on.
What?
That fat guy is aggressive.
Okay, fine.
You know,
I said overweight.
Overweight, yeah, overweight, plump.
Listen, as a guy, as a former fat kid,
fluffy.
As a former fat kid, and no, I wasn't fluffy. I was fat.
Okay, you can say that about yourself.
Wait a second.
That's okay.
I think that's fair. It's fair game.
You can't determine whether somebody else is fat. That's them.
Well, I will say, like, David Wells called himself a little bit. You know, he was one of our favorite athletes, okay? I just put
David
overweight.
Wells.
So let's roll with it. Derek, who's your top 5 overweight athlete?
It took me a minute here, but I'm going to start.
Hey, you said just for hey, Derek did say off the air. Derek acting like little, I'm such an angel. He said they did it to themselves. So they're on the list.
Right. That is not
I heard him say it. I heard him say it.
What
Go
I
ahead.
said was, if you can just start to think of names of overweight athletes, like that's a you thing. That's not a us
All
thing.
right, well, then give me a you. Give me the number 5 then, D. What you got?
I'm going to go with the refrigerator.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, I will say he was listed number 4 for me. I'm going to list him at 5. I'm going to change it around so we can stay on the same page.
Okay, the fridge.
I'm going Refrigerator Perry.
So lovable.
Lovable, adorable, a monster of a man who just ran people over.
Yep.
And I will say on the hefty side, sure, fat, probably not.
All right. No, he's big for that time.
He's a
for
big
that time.
guy.
Yeah, number 72. All right, number 4, overweight, lovable athlete for you, Derek Fisher.
I'm going to go old school college basketball. Y'all know if you guys remember this guy, Oliver Miller, the big O.
Yeah, I remember the
University
big
of
O.
Arkansas.
Remember the big O.
Yeah.
I'm going to Google him right now.
Yeah, man. Final Four team at University of Arkansas. Played in the NBA as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, passed away a few years ago.
Big guy.
Rest in peace. But yeah, man, the big O.
I'm loving him in this Kings uni.
All right, the big O number 4. What do you got number 4 for me, Cody? Overweight athletes that we love.
Before everybody gets mad at me for this one, I'm picking 50-year-old version.
Okay.
50-year-old version.
Okay.
Not Rumble in the Jungle version.
Oh.
50-year-old, I'm about to sell you a bunch of grills version. George Foreman. That's by the way, that's a world heavyweight champion at 50 years old and a little heavy.
Yes, beat. Gosh, I forgot who he beat. I was watching that fight, but anyway, yes, that was one of the most lovable big guys. Rest in peace as well, George Foreman, one of the big guys. Okay, good one. What do you got for me at number 3, D?
I'm gonna go with Glenn Big Baby Davis.
Love one. Good one.
Yeah.
Good one.
That's what I'm gonna go
And just
with.
a freed man, just got out of the cell. He just he's free now. He was locked up for a little bit.
The insurance.
Yeah, he was hustling a little bit, hustling a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
But
If you
yeah,
ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah.
I've always said that.
yeah. And didn't KG made him cry? Word on the street was as a teammate. Yeah, it was just really hard on him.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Katie's made me cry multiple times, so I get it.
All right. Big lovable athlete number 3 for you, Mr. Decker.
All right, I want to make this abundantly clear. I wrote this down, but I want to point this out. This guy is jacked right now.
Okay.
Jacked.
All right.
Hall of Famer. CC Sabathia, baby.
Oh,
Love
yeah.
me some CC.
Another left-handed pitcher. This is in honor of David Wells, guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a left-handed Yankee pitcher I might throw in there, too.
As David Wells
And
was,
by the way, again, have you seen CC lately?
Not in the last year or so. I did see him a couple years ago.
CC's,
Yeah.
Okay.
CC's jacked now, dude.
I like it. All right. Number 2 for you, lovable athlete for you there, Fish.
I'm gonna go with Big John Daly, man.
I love it.
Big John
I
Daly.
love it.
PGA,
All right.
I love it.
golfer.
Okay.
He's an Arkansas guy as well.
Oh, look at you showing. Hey, does he know about the bridge?
Raj, why you bringing up old stuff, man? Why are you bringing up?
They have a bridge in Memphis, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows about the bridge.
Okay,
he
all
knows
right.
he shouldn't cross it on certain days.
Oh, wow. All right.
I love
You
John.
got to listen to the podcast, guys. You can always listen to the show in the podcast, but Derek Fisher gave us some knowledge about a bridge between Arkansas and Memphis, apparently.
It really makes Memphis what it is.
Yes.
Also, John Daly, what's more impressive, his size or him just smoking heaters while ripping golf shots?
Yeah,
Just
heaters.
This guy, unreal. All right, number 2. I'm going with the bus.
Yeah.
Jerome
That's a good one.
Bettis. I remember playing on PlayStation 1, game day 97 and 98. I played as the Steelers over and over again, and all I did was hand the ball off to the bus because he was a cheat code. He would just run over everybody.
That's a good
Jerome
one.
Bettis, baby.
That's a great one. That's a classic one. Okay, now we're getting number 1. Guys, it is David Wells' birthday today. Big, lovable guy. So we're getting our favorite overweight athletes. And Derek, before you say Shaq as your number 1, tell us why. Shaq, before he left L.A., go ahead and tell us why you put Shaq as number 1.
Not accurate at all. Shaq,
Yeah,
don't
we
let
want
them
him on
come
the
between us,
We
bro.
want him on the show.
We good
we
over
don't
here.
need that. He's so svelte.
We want Charles Barkley on the show too.
By the way,
Hey,
Jack.
Charles, 41 pounds down, baby.
By the way, we're in Shaq bobblehead night, June 20th at Dodger Stadium.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, all right. Give me your number 1.
I'm gonna go with Andre the Giant.
Wow.
Oh, whose birthday it was yesterday, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that.
I'm gonna go with Andre the Giant. He's literally a giant, but he had some years where the ratio was maybe a little off.
Yeah, it was.
was-
Rest in peace, Andre.
Yes.
Andre the Giant.
Yes.
Okay, Cody Decker, before we talk about Jason Kidd being let go by the Mavs, somewhat surprisingly, some would say, give me your number 1 overweight athlete that we just love.
You know, the first show we had here on The Fan LA, you and I got to speak to a man named Big Game James, the real Big Game James. There was another Big Game James in professional baseball. His name was James Shields. He's not my pick. Why am I mentioning James Shields? Because James Shields gave up the funniest home run in the history of Major League Baseball to my number 1 pick, Bartolo Colon, baby! That jiggly, lovely man who just a beacon of heftiness. Love him to death. If you've never seen the home run that he hit off of James Shields in San Diego, it's hilarious. Can't believe it ever happened.
Was it inside the park?
No, he actually hit this ball over the left field wall, and the look on James Shields' face on the mound, because he knew what he did. He knew what he just let happen.
Oh,
it's the greatest thing that's ever happened.
That was
Bartolo.
amazing. I loved watching Bartolo Colon at bat, by the way. It was amazing. If you kids, if you don't know kids, go get to the YouTube where you can also. What else can they do on YouTube?
Well, you can like, share, and subscribe to this very channel, The Fan LA, and get in the chat right now. Tell us who your favorite hefty athlete was. Of course, we want to hear from you guys. Some really good ones in here. Right away, Nemo Los Angeles yelling at you, Raj. Leave Shaq alone. John Daly is a great answer. Somebody who's really happy about CC Sabathia. Sadly, nobody is happy that we didn't say Big Papi. Probably could have thrown in David Ortiz in there. But hey, what are you going to do? 97-1 The Fan LA. Derek and Decker right here live, rounding out our first hour. And Derek, we had some surprising news yesterday. Very surprising news. Right before the game actually happened at tip-off yesterday, I was watching Inside the NBA, and I got to watch Chuck look a little bewildered getting some breaking news. Do we actually have that sound, Raj?
That again, I'm sorry.
Do we actually have that sound of Chuck's bewilderment?
I sure do. Just give me a second as I feel, as we call it in the business. I feel because I was not prepared. I was socializing.
Well, like, listen, Chuck immediately looks down at his phone, and it was funny. Shaq even kind of says, like, what's going on? You look like something bad. And he just immediately goes, Jason Kidd just got fired. And I will freely admit, after this year-and-a-half whirlwind that has been going on over there in Dallas, that was not necessarily on my bingo card. What would your assessment of this situation over there in Dallas be, specifically for Jason Kidd? And also, is Dallas an attractive job anymore?
I'll start with the first one. As a coach, man, it's so difficult to, pour your soul into the job and try to do the best you can with all the things that you can control, that you've been hired to control. But how many of those things within organizations, the success on the court, et cetera, isn't necessarily in your control? Like Jason Kidd didn't decide to trade Luka, et cetera. Jason Kidd didn't decide, we're going to trade this guy or sign this guy. He didn't decide who was injured and who wasn't.
Yeah.
So to then lose your job, it's part of the business. But Jason Kidd's a good dude, and if he wants to coach again, he will definitely get another job. So definitely sorry this happened, but one door closes, another one opens.
And I got to assume another one's definitely going to open.
Yeah.
But by the way, here's Chuck last night on Inside the NBA as this happened in real time.
It's you.
Oh, my goodness.
There you go.
What, you need a towel for that?
No, Jason Kidd just got fired.
Oh, wow. Well, here you go.
Man, that's a shocker there.
Yes, it is. Breaking news.
Breaking news. It just came on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right there, Jason, and by the way, Jason Kidd, his record over there is exactly 500, funny enough, 205 and 205. But it's also just been a really unique little run there at the end there. You mentioned the things that he doesn't have control of. Listen, we talked about it yesterday. That whole Luka trade, when it happened, was during the Super Bowl, like the Super Bowl week. No one wanted to talk about football at all the week of the Super Bowl. We were talking Luka to the Lakers nonstop, and obviously the endless chance of fire Nico that were taking place all over the entire state of Dallas. Like it was a wild time. Now seeing Jason Kidd let go, especially after signing a 4-year extension. Anything about that 4-year extension that kind of catches your ear? Because it's interesting to see this happen this way.
Yeah, I mean, they just hired a new team president, Masai Ujiri, who was in Toronto for a long time, and sometimes when, the ownership group is also still new for the most part. Mm-hmm. So you have, new ownership, new team president. And oftentimes in those situations, it's not even necessarily personal around the job that you're doing as a coach, Jason Kidd in particular in this case. But it's just time to turn the page and start over and build a fresh approach to things, new eyes, new perspective. And so, again, Jason Kidd will get another opportunity if he wants one. Dallas Mavericks are moving on.
Well, guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, was it a comeback or was it a choke job? We're going to discuss. Derek and Decker right here on 97.1 The Fan LA. Welcome back. 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. It is Derek and Decker live right here in Los Angeles, California. And thank you for joining us on your morning commute here on 97.1 The Fan. Or maybe you're listening to us live on the Odyssey app and taking us wherever you go. Or maybe you're watching our beautiful faces right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And where you can find that? You can find that at The Fan LA. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker coming at you for the next 3 hours, talking all things sports and LA sports. And listen, later on in the show, we got Gwynn Jr. coming on the show to discuss this Padres versus Dodgers rivalry matchup. And tonight, Shohei Ohtani taking the mound against those San Diego Padres down there in Petco Park. Not to mention on top of that, oh my goodness, we got to get back to it because the Eastern Conference Finals matchup last night, Game 1. It was very, dare I say, Dickensian, Derek Fisher. It was a tale of two cities over there in New York City. For the first half, those New York Knicks were nowhere to be found. And to quote my good friend Derek Fisher, the rust is real.
Yeah, the rust is definitely real. We've been talking about that a lot, man, the last few days leading into both the Western Conference Finals and Eastern Conference Finals series. And you saw that kind of early in this game for the Knicks. Cavs got off to a good start. Knicks battled back, but then still couldn't find any consistent timing and rhythm. And all of a sudden, man, it clicked in the fourth quarter with 7:45 or so to go. And the Brunson burner,
dude,
the lefty, dude, just went to work.
It was unreal. Like the pride of Villanova just absolutely showed up, and it was wild to see. In fact, real quick, how often do we see 22-point comebacks with 7.5 minutes left in a playoff game actually come to fruition?
Not often, in particular in a postseason situation. I mean, there's some random nights maybe in a regular season that could sneak up on you, but in a postseason situation, that's a pretty sizable lead to kind of evaporate in 7 minutes.
Yeah, and by the way, if you want to hear what that kind of sounded like, here's a little sound of that 22-point evaporation lead.
Down 22 with 7.5 to go. Knicks take Game 1 behind the brilliance of Jaylen Brunson. Over the last 12 minutes, final 7 minutes of regulation and the 5 minutes of overtime, Knicks outscore the Cavs 44-11.
Entering last night's game, teams leading by 22 or more points in the fourth quarter of an NBA playoff game since 1997-1998 season. Held a combined record of 594 and 1.
Wow. Yeah,
wow. That was not just a comeback. To be the number 2 in that number now, officially being the second time that comeback has actually been allowed in an NBA playoff game in the last 35 years. That is staggering. So I'll just pose the question to you real quick, D-Fish. And you mentioned earlier 2 things could be true at one point. Where would you lean on a little bit more? Is this a massive comeback or was this a massive letdown?
I mean, it was both.
Definitely. No question it was both.
It was both. The Knicks definitely played better, performed better. They wanted to win the game. We talked about this yesterday. Playing in the Garden it's like what in football they have in Seattle they have the 12th man thing.
Yeah.
I think in Texas A&M in college football they have the 12th man. The Garden is like the 6th guy on the court when the Knicks are playing. And so it was a great comeback, but it also was a big time letdown by the Cavaliers. When you have 2 guys as capable as Harden and Donovan Mitchell, losing a game in this way is just tough. You have enough scoring, you have enough talent. It just seems like they either ran out of gas physically or mentally couldn't sustain the focus necessary, the details that it takes to win playoff games, especially on the road. I think they just kind of let up. And a lot of it was honestly just offensively. they got stagnant. They stood around, and they allowed the Knicks to just kind of wrestle control of the game and never let go of it, man.
Mm-hmm. And they really didn't. That last 7 minutes. I mean, you mentioned Jaylen Brunson. What were the other guys on that team that really kind of stood out to you? I will say this. Like I've mentioned to you before, Cat is one of my favorite guys to watch on an NBA court.
Yeah.
When Cat made that, what I thought was a pretty hefty mistake and pulling down the guard for a foul with 2 minutes to go, I thought, there goes all that momentum's done now.
Yeah, I
really thought that was the end of the Knicks right then and there.
I felt bad for Cat on that one because he puts himself in situations in terms of decisions around foul trouble and foul situations that are just sometimes really frustrating to watch. He had 7 turnovers last night. So he didn't necessarily play great, but his rebounding was helpful throughout the course of the game. But to me, the timely shooting as they were making that run late, Landry Shamet and Mikal Bridges made some really important threes. Mikal Bridges made one in the right corner. I think the Knicks were down 99-93.
It was nasty.
Yeah, it was late in the shot clock. James Harden just he was helping a little too much on Jaylen Brunson, and he just threw a nice pass to Bridges in the corner. He knocked down the 3. And so Bridges and Shamet, to me, in the fourth quarter and overtime, they were the ones that got into the scoring in addition to Brunson that got the Knicks over the hump.
Completely. And I'm glad you brought that up. 97.1 The Fan, Derek and Decker right here with you for the next 3 hours. And, of course, we want to hear from you. Phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. What were your thoughts on last night's games? Also, we do have a poll up right now over there on YouTube. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts on this thing? What are you watching tonight? Are you watching Ohtani pitching? Western Conference Finals Game 2? Or both. Give us a vote. We will definitely announce the actual winner of said poll over there on YouTube. On top of that, you got some, Raj?
Just a little reaction that you're talking about from our friends watching on YouTube, as you mentioned. People are responding to the top 5, as usual. Lots of feedback there. One, Nemo Los Angeles has something for Derek Fisher. It says, leave Shaq alone, Derek.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Derek, why are you all over Shaq?
Yeah.
And that, Nemo, all of our voices don't mean we're the same person. Somebody else in here made a reference to Shaq.
Okay.
Not me.
And another one has a Prince Fielder. Should have been on the list.
Prince Fielder would have been a
Him or
good
his daddy
one.
would have worked, right?
You know what's good about Prince, though? He was also in, ESPN The Body issue once.
Yeah,
So, there's some graphic photos out there of Prince.
Okay. And then, little David, we were looking for our favorite overweight athletes. John Daly, great answer. Bartolo Colon and all that, but leave Shaq alone. And then Rikishi, the wrestler. We had some of those votes as well.
So, pretty funny.
But it's a top 5, not top 50.
That is true.
Well, no, they were just honorable mention people, and that's what we like. Just some people that it's their opinion. It's your top 5, it's Cody's top 5, and it's the people's top 5.
For sure.
By the way, also Sports Wag ER1 says, all you bald people sound the same.
So he's watching, not listening. Huh?
Yeah. So
Got
you're
it.
welcome seeing these wonderful, wonderful mugs right now. 97.1 The Fan, 855-97-LA-FAN. We want to hear from you. Have some great callers so far this week. It's been great so far here at The Fan LA, and we definitely want to have you guys being a part of the show. You mentioned that name, my guy, James Harden. We know what the narrative around that guy is. We've heard the narrative for years now. The guy can't get it done. Can't get it done in the playoffs. Can't get it done for the finals. You're not going to win a finals with Jaden Harden. We've heard these things said quite a bit. Didn't really help his case much last night.
I mean, had they won the game, then we wouldn't really be having
no
this
conversation at all.
Right? He didn't shoot the ball well.
More turnovers than buckets again.
But the playoffs, when you're a guy like, James Harden, who is kind of, if you take it out of the context of basketball and you go to football, you're a quarterback in football, and you're playing against the stiffest and most challenging defenses in the league to play against. You may not be as efficient as you are in the regular season, right? Like their defensive coverages, how they're going to design their blitzes to throw you off and force you to do things you're not comfortable doing. Like that's what happens in the NBA playoffs as well. I think the biggest thing for James and really all competitors to some degree. Like winning at the highest level oftentimes requires you to do things you're uncomfortable doing. It requires you to kind of be good at something that maybe you haven't been as good at before, but you're going to have to face it in these moments. And last night it was defense more than offense. Like, yeah, he's going to turn the ball over because he has the ball so much. So I'm not as concerned sometimes with his turnover numbers because he also facilitates and makes so many positive plays with the ball. But the defense is what got highlighted and exploited last night. Can he even do anything about that? Offensively, he can make adjustments and play better, shoot better, not turn it over as much. But the Knicks last night attacked him defensively and made it a point to bring him up to the top of the floor, put him in pick and roll, have him switch on to Jaylen Brunson, and then Brunson just went to work. And so that's the part James Harden is going to have to answer, is the Knicks are not going to go away from that being their formula whenever they want to score.
So what adjustments do you think Kenny Atkinson needs to make going forward in this series?
I think, Max Strus to me is their best perimeter defender. And in almost every scenario that Jaylen Brunson is involved in, Max Strus has to be in his jersey. So unless he's in foul trouble or there's some reason why he can't be in the game, which when you're guarding Jaylen Brunson, you probably will be in foul trouble at times, Max Strus has to be the matchup. But I also think in close games, James Harden's isolation ability sometimes fools you into thinking you don't need to run a little bit more team offense.
Yeah.
So that there's ball movement and player movement. So Donovan Mitchell got just completely lost in the sauce last night as that comeback began. And that can't happen in game two. Donovan Mitchell still has to be a guy that's a focal point guy even when James Harden is on the court.
It was almost like watching an ethereal specter type of situation. It seemed like everybody on the Cavs, Donovan Mitchell, Harden, Strus, it's like they all got swallowed up by the Madison Square Garden. It was like that building came alive. And you hear it all the time. Oh, it's the most famous arena ever. And I did appreciate before the game Shaq sticking up for crypto saying, no, Forum. And then that also means Staples. I don't think that's fair. I don't think you can just say Forum and Staples. But I did appreciate Shaq sticking up for us over here in L.A.
Yeah, Shaq knows what it is, and that, Lakers fans don't always get the same love for being as passionate as the Knicks fans. But, yeah.
Why? Because we win championships here more often? Or at all, I should say?
That is true. That is very true.
73 was their last championship. One appearance in 98-99. I mean, it hasn't been the Yankees, to say the least.
No, it has not. But I think that's where the passion comes from, though.
Yeah, because it's their one lovable loser thing in New York City.
Yeah, I haven't been tormented as long as they have. Like, it's embracing every positive moment with this team, because at some point it ends badly most times, even though right now they're 3 wins away from being in the NBA Finals again. Can they beat the Spurs or the Thunder if they get there? That's a whole that's for other shows in the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, it's going to be tough, that was a great opportunity for the Cavs that they let get away.
Dude, a road win, game 1 at the Garden, you're going to lose sleep over that, my guy.
Yeah, but they have to turn the page. It's one loss. The Knicks are, the 3 seed. Cavs are the 4 seed. They protected home court. How it happened sucks. It hurts. But they're going to have to let it go, move on, and focus on doing more of the positive things they did through 3.5 quarters at least, or 3 1/3 quarters, to give themselves a chance to win in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We will keep you updated on that. Not to mention, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals are taking place tonight. 97.1, The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And, of course, get into the chat over here on YouTube. We got the chat very, very live right now. And we did mention we also have that incredible guy Ohtani on the mound tonight. And quite frankly, Ohtani is doing things this season, dude, that is just never I feel like we say this every single year now. Maybe it's getting lazy. It's getting a tired narrative whenever you hear somebody, Ohtani's doing something no one's ever done before. You can say that every single day at this point about Shohei Ohtani. But as of right now, he is the odds-on favorite for the Cy Young. He is, right now, the best pitcher in Major League Baseball. Oh, and Dodger fans, you guys can all calm down a little because he's raking again. He went another 2 doubles last night, a base on balls, getting the job done. And yes, he's going to take on the San Diego Padres tonight. Now, those of you who are wondering, what is Shohei Ohtani's career numbers against the Padres? Not good. Not good. Not good at all, Bob. To be fair, though, he's only faced the Padres one time. He's only pitched 1 inning. He allowed 2 hits, gave up 1 run. So because of that, he does have a career ERA of a 9 against the Padres. Slightly small sample size. However, everyone else in Major League Baseball, he's absolutely demolishing. He's got a 0.8 ERA, which is the best in baseball, right alongside of last night's leader in ERA, which was Mason Miller, who got the loss for the Padres last night. Say that again, Raj?
ERA and WHIP are the 0.82. That's sick.
Yes, that's insane numbers. And by the way, he's got 51 innings pitched already. He's clearly going for the Cy Young. As at this point, I think he should. I honestly don't. I like this idea of kind of pulling him back, especially right now. And here's my reason, D-Fish. I like the idea of getting out there all in on pitching at the moment because this contract's another 8 years. We're not getting another 8 years of Shohei Ohtani pitching. We're going to maybe get 4 years, 5 years, maybe 6 years. At an elite level, we're going to get Shohei Ohtani hopefully for another 2, maybe 3 years of this elite pitching, if his arm can hold up. And the reason why I say that, he does have 2 Tommy John surgeries. 2 Tommy John surgeries. Not 1, but 2. So that does concern me a tick. So at some point, Shohei Ohtani is not going to be the starting pitcher Shohei Ohtani at some point in this contract. That's fine. I'll take the DH version of Shohei Ohtani because the DH version of Shohei Ohtani has already won an MVP just as a pure DH. So you know what? I think the Dodgers can do just about whatever they want. And you and I have discussed this. They got the right manager at the helm to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers can do whatever they want, you know, because he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to. And you know, I think like players that are as good as he is, like it's not just what they're doing now. Like there's a part of the thinking is about like the entire history of baseball.
It really is.
Right? So you know, watching like Kobe's brain work around like how do I become one of the greatest to ever play this sport? Mm-hmm. Not just make an all-star team, not just lead the team in scoring, but like I want to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, to ever play the sport. Mm-hmm. That brain works differently. And so for Ohtani right now, I think he's in that phase where he's thinking about like the history of the game. And then when we look back on it, you know, where is he going to place in that conversation? And by focusing more on the pitching, it will separate him from so many of the great players in baseball history.
In such a way.
I mean, there are tons of great hitters, great offensive players in the history of the game. And you know the names and the people better than I do. But then when we look back and he puts together 3 or 4 years of Cy Young level pitching to go on top of MVP level offensive performance, now you're talking about GOAT type of conversations in a sport. And that's rarefied air, man.
It really is. And I've said this before, and I know this is like, it's not even hyperbole. If he wins a Cy Young, I honestly think we can just end the GOAT conversation now. Until somebody else shows up doing the exact same thing, I don't see a universe that anyone can. As somebody that is trained not only to be a pro baseball player, but has trained others to do so as well, I don't know how Shohei Ohtani has found the time in the day ever to be able to train to be an offensive player and a pitcher. Those are so specialized. I don't know how anyone has the time of day to do it. I stopped pitching at 13 because I tore my UCL then. How is he doing this? This is not real.
Well, what does Ohtani, and this is a question serious for a baseball player, I get the preps or the reps in the batting cage and doing this. I understand more as a hitter, as you know, I was a good hitter at the street ball back in the day on the sidewalks. But what does a pitcher have to do? Real talk. What does a pitcher have to do to prepare when he's not pitching? I know a bullpen session, but how much does that take? When you say train as a pitcher, what does that mean for Ohtani?
So it's a lot of micro movements. It's a lot of literal weight training. A lot of work in the gym. A lot of scap work.
Flexibility.
A lot of flexibility work. A lot of core work. A lot of you've seen guys throw things on the field like heavy balls. You've seen guys throw footballs on the field. There are so many training regimens that every pitcher needs to go through, not only to prepare for a game, but then recovery post game. After they're out done on the field, they're inside doing so many exercises with either a trainer or multiple trainers kind of going through the recovery program. And that's usually anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours, depending on who you are and what your load management was. It is very specialized. And also in today's day and age, every arm breaks down extremely fast, because those of you that are driving around right now listening to us on 97.1, this is a baseball hotbed city. Southern California, Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego, this whole entire region is chock-filled with outrageous young baseball talent. And if you look throughout all these cities, man, there are so many club baseball teams. There's so many high-end youth baseball teams. Same with basketball in this city as well. It's such a money-making proposition that everybody is trying to throw harder and harder and harder with more spin rate. Everybody's chasing that velocity. I got to hit 100 miles per hour type of mentality. All the arms are breaking down real fast. And we're seeing it both in Major League Baseball, in the minor leagues, in college, and we're seeing it a lot in youth baseball as well.
It's very tricky. The overtraining conversations, how early young athletes are specializing in a particular sport, as you just mentioned, where the, particular bodies or area, body part are taking so much strain. Elbows in baseball, ankles, knees, etc. in basketball, where you start to see that increase in soft tissue injuries by the time they get to the collegiate level or the professional level. So that's definitely part of a larger conversation. I think with Ohtani, I didn't know he had 2 Tommy Johns already.
Oh yeah.
So
yes.
It makes sense why probably really focusing on pitching now,
because his window's only so far that he can do it.
Yeah.
And frankly, that window's got to be right now for Shohei Ohtani. And
Agreed.
That's, like you said, rarefied air, man. Rare air. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, baby, Rams house, more like Matthew Stafford's house, but for how long? We're going to discuss that right after the break here on 97.1 The Fan.
Broadcasting.
Twitter at The Fan LA. You can check us out on YouTube. Get in the comments section. And yeah, the comments have been going absolutely crazy. We just got done talking about Ohtani, and immediately the chat started talking about Ohtani's dog, Decoy, because Decoy is a... Have you heard about Decoy, Ohtani's dog? Oh, dude, they even had a bobblehead night at Dodger Stadium for Decoy.
No way.
Yes, dude. Even Shohei.
That's
this,
good.
This is how I don't get Shohei.
That's good.
This is why Shohei's amazing. Not only does he have time to train to be the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, not only does he have time to train to be a 5-time MVP, he also had time to train his dog Decoy how to throw the first pitch at a Major League Baseball game, of which Shohei Ohtani caught for him.
This is real?
That is real. That happened. He literally went on the mound, grabbed the ball, ran it over to Ohtani, and put it in his glove for the first pitch. Shohei Ohtani taught a dog how to throw the first pitch. There's nothing he can't do.
That's pretty good. I need to check the video on that one. But the fact that like they even did that,
Yeah.
like his actual dog,
Yeah.
threw out
Decoy.
the first pitch.
And I love that his dog's name is Decoy.
Got it.
It's such a great spot. All right, got a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. And, of course, our phone number. Get in those phone lines, everybody. 855-97-LA-FAN. It's 855-975-2326. And, ladies and gentlemen, whose house?
Rams house.
More specifically, Matthew Stafford's house. And it's been Matthew Stafford's house since the moment he got here in Los Angeles. Wins a championship, of course, his first year of that Super Bowl, which was also at SoFi Stadium. And make no mistake, this year's Super Bowl is here in Los Angeles, ladies and gentlemen. And you better believe Matthew Stafford wants to win another title right here. But the question is, how long will Matthew Stafford be here in Los Angeles? And a lot of people were speculating that maybe last year was going to be his last year. Then this next upcoming year was going to be his year. How much more time does Matthew Stafford here? Well, if you believe rumors going around, it might be even longer than we even anticipated. There's rumors that currently Matthew Stafford might be in talks for a longer-term extension, which, by the way, might immediately calm everybody down from the awkwardness of the Ty Simpson draft that happened that night. Boy, oh boy. What was your read on that, D-Fish? Because, listen, you were a GM, you were a head coach, you were a player. Somebody asks you that question and your eyes kind of go big like that and you kind of answer the way you do. What's your takeaway on that?
In terms of the way Matthew Stafford answered?
No, the way that the head coach
Sean McVay.
Sean McVay answered it. Because they asked him and he immediately goes like, no, Matthew's great. Matthew's our guy.
Yeah, no, I think what later ended up coming out was like the whole secrecy around. They didn't even want anybody to know that they were drafting Ty Simpson.
It was wild.
That they had met with them, but they didn't want other teams to know. So I think all of the cloak and dagger was more related to that than any questions around whether Matthew Stafford is their guy. Like the Rams intend on winning the Super Bowl this year. A rookie quarterback is not their focus from that regard. However, Matthew Stafford is 38 years old.
He is.
So there you have a responsibility to be prepared at least
completely agree.
In the next year or two or however long he decides to play. You want to have a guy ready to step in and continue to be able to perform at a level that allows you to make the playoffs and have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Well, let's go through that because you mentioned his age. His age is obviously the glaring thing, 38 years old. But 38, is that really the age it used to be when it comes to the NFL? And hear me out on this. One, we saw Phillip Rivers come back last year. Oh, man, you know what? I messed up, Raj. Should have had Phillip Rivers in my top 5 today because Phillip Rivers last year was quite hefty.
Point. We'll make note of that. That's
Damn
a good one. That's a deep cut, but that's good.
It would have worked.
I don't know.
Well, Phillip Rivers comes back last year, and you know what? Did Phillip look like young man Phillip? No. Did he keep the Colts in every game? Yeah, he did. So right then and there, you know that Matthew Stafford is capable of going play in his 40s. We just watched another quarterback just signed for his year 43 age year over there in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. 38 years old just might not be the number it used to be for an NFL quarterback.
Agreed. Yeah, I think for a lot of, pro athletes, weekend warriors, et cetera, like I don't think age is kind of determining when you should or shouldn't, stop a certain activity or, continue to do what you love to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as long as he continues to have the passion for preparing for every season, taking the hits, taking the bumps and bruises of playing football, I think he'll continue to play. But Matthew Stafford also strikes me as a guy that is not forcing extra years just because.
Fair.
He's not going to play for 5 or 7 more years just because he doesn't see the rest of life as an attractive thing as well.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is a real thing for a lot of us. Like,
yeah.
You and I are fairly lucky when it comes to our post-playing career. You are a Laker legend, so you got a lot for yourself after your playing career. But that's not everybody, Like, I was a guy that got 1 month in Major League Baseball, spent most of my career in AAA. The fact that I've gotten to be in the media sphere the way I have over these last 9 years, it's not lost on me how lucky I am that I've actually gotten to do that. Athletes, you know how it is. A lot of us don't have a clue what to do after we're done playing.
Yeah, no, the transition out is tough. I mean, it's your entire life has been, built around
completely
becoming one of the best in this sport. A lot of your identity as a person is wrapped up in your performance in the sport. And so, I applaud guys and ladies that are able to kind of see, what the rest of life looks like after and have an ability to say, you know what, it's not an age thing. I'm just deciding now is the time.
Mm-hmm.
I want to start this transition. I mean, Aaron Donald, you talk about the Rams.
Oh, yeah.
He's a great example of a guy that, he decided, you know what, I'm playing this many years or to this age. He stuck around for another year or two because the Rams had a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
He got the Super Bowl, and he was like, I'm good, man. There's more to life than just this.
Yeah.
And to me, Matthew Stafford strikes me as a similar guy. Obviously a very different position, very different in terms of preparing for the season and what it feels like to go through a season for Matthew Stafford compared to Aaron Donald. But I really do think Matthew Stafford can play until he's 45 if he wants to.
Probably could, especially if he stays healthy. But
I don't know if he will.
I don't know if he will either. I don't know what kind of cat he is, off the field.
Yeah.
Is he that guy that wants to play and play and
to
play?
Me, man, to me, Matthew Stafford seems like a cool, laid back, chill
like
dude. Like he's gonna get to a point where he's like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, we good.
It's been a couple more years or whatever. Again, the amount of time, nobody's rushing him out. He's the MVP of the league,
reigning MVP.
Nobody's rushing him out.
Is there ever been a guy that's been more under the radar, reigning MVP than Matthew Stafford?
Right. So I think that's how the end of his playing career is going to transition out. Like, it's going to be under the radar. He's not going to try to stick around for an extra couple years and barely hang on. And
I don't think he's that guy.
Yeah, no.
I don't think he's that guy at all. But there is one thing that we've somehow, because I did mention Aaron Rodgers, 43 years old coming into the season, right? Aaron Rodgers, at the age of 43, this season is going to be paid $25 million. This is the reigning MVP that we're talking about at 38 years old. 43-year-old just got $25 million. Matthew Stafford can still make like another $150 million playing quarterback in the NFL if he just sticks it out till he's like 43 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, he can.
The money,
if not more, by the way.
Right. The money, comes with the job. Like, being a quarterback in the NFL that's the A-list position. It's the face of the franchise. It's what brings in the viewership, the money, the tickets, all of it. So that, the guys, they deserve what they're getting from that perspective. I don't know if Stafford will play 5 more years of NFL football. Not because he can't. It'll just be more of a choice of his, and he's earned that right.
That's the other thing, the choice aspect. If his health is there, absolutely, if his health is there, no question. Like, he has that choice. He could go probably as long as he kind of wants to. Into his 40s, it seems that way.
Even though he's understated, which sometimes feels underrated, even though he's the MVP, he's still a fierce competitor.
Completely.
Like, that part of you doesn't turn off, just all of a sudden. So, again, it's just year to year, he's going to decide, based on how he feels, where he is, where his family is, where the team is, and just kind of make that decision. But yeah, if you can continue to play and perform at a high level, and then be rewarded for performing at a high level, just keep going as long as you can go. LeBron's
Absolutely.
doing it. Other guys are going to continue to do it.
Yeah, and by the way, 97.1, The Fan LA. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And in the chat over here on YouTube, Raider Ruben actually asks a very interesting question that I do think has a very good answer. Why would you draft Ty Simpson in the first round if you're going to extend Stafford? That could have been an immediate impact player. That is a very good question, and I'm going to follow it up with a question of my own. Why would you draft Michael Penix Jr. after paying Kirk Cousins $100 million? Kirk Cousins wasn't the quarterback of that team 6 games into that season. I am not saying Ty Simpson is going to usurp the reigning MVP's position this season. I'm just saying I kind of agree with you on setting up a potential future simply because we don't know what that future is. Injuries do happen. We've seen quarterbacks go down in this league more than we ever have. And that's amazing to me, considering the fact that the league is trying their best to protect quarterbacks with the rule changes and how they're hit and how they're taken down. Yet quarterback injuries are happening at a very exponential rate. Getting a young backup quarterback is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, this one is a hard one for me to get my brain wrapped around, why in football it's such a big deal for the other guys on the team to be good.
Yeah, you're right. And by the way, Raider Ruben, you're right. Kirk Cousins was not the reigning MVP. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
But again, he was paid $100 million, which is practically like being the reigning MVP.
Yeah.
Whoops, hang on.
Nailed it, Raj!
I got a lot of buttons up
What's
here,
up,
okay?
Raj?
Oh, you forgot the most important question from Raider Ruben, and this is This is directed at you.
Yeah.
He asked Decker.
Yeah.
Can we get how you guys do that annoying ass?
Raiders!
They really asked for
Ruben.
that, Derek.
Got you, Ruben. Always got you.
It's cool. Have your moment. Have your moment.
I don't get many of them as a Raider fan.
Yeah.
Let me have my moment.
Let's come back to the backup quarterback thing.
Okay. We can't do that. We will do that and so much more. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. And when Raj yells at me for not saying what I was about to say, because coming up, take that, Raj! Take that! Angel fans, you guys had enough yet? Angel fans, seriously, have you had enough yet? Sounds like you might have had enough. We will discuss right here on 97.1 The Fan. It's Derek and Decker.
Big savings.
Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan LA. Derek and Decker with you here for another 2 hours of sports talk. Derek Fisher, I teased this out real quick, and I got a couple of questions for you before. I got to know, have you heard about the thing that is sweeping the baseball nation known as Tarps Off?
No.
Oh, baby. Raj, have you heard about the Tarps Off movement?
No, man, break it down for
Tarps
me.
off movement?
Tarps off.
Okay.
So tarps off is an older phrase that is more. I actually more heard it in hockey growing up, but tarps off is just basically taking off your shirt. Shirts off. Tarps off. So
I love
but
that.
like-
I do this every weekend.
But not everybody, right?
Not everybody, except for significantly large sections of the outfield at multiple, not one, multiple major league games that have been taking place. So this started in St. Louis about 2 weeks ago. There's a big group of fans out in left field that take off their shirts and they're just waving their shirts around like madmen. And then it happens down in Tampa. Then it happens in Boston. Then in Minnesota. And all of a sudden, everyone is starting to go tarps off at Major League Baseball stadiums. Cue in the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, who went tarps off last night, but didn't just go tarps off. They went tarps off with a lovely chant to go with it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sell the Team chants have finally, after so many years of waiting for you Angel fans to wake up and realize that your owner has been slowly drowning you, my God, thank you for starting to chant the very simple chant that the Oakland A's fans gave you years ago when they were begging John Fisher to sell the team. He didn't sell the team. He's moved him to Sacramento, about to move him to Vegas. Artie Moreno, man, you know how bad of an owner you got to be that John Fisher is the second worst owner in your division? That's tough. And the Angel fans, they finally have had enough. And you know what? Good on you, Angel fans. You should have enough of this.
John Fisher's, that's my dad's name, so when you say that, I don't even...
Your John Fisher is better than the Oakland A's John Fisher. I'll take your John Fisher 10 out of 10 times.
I didn't know about the tarps off movement. Everybody's not doing sell the team,
they're not saying sell the team in
Right.
Minnesota, Tampa, or St. Louis.
So it's just a rally thing.
Just a rally thing.
Okay, that's fine.
They also got into an Artie sucks chant at one point of the game. And listen, Angel fans, you guys are proud down there, and you deserve to be proud down there in Orange County. You guys have shoveled a lot of crap these last 10 years, and it's really unfortunate. And it's the most unfortunate aspect of it is you had to have the misfortune of watching Shohei Ohtani be wasted there, winning MVPs being wasted there. You've had to have the misfortune of the outrageous malpractice, and I'm going to say that word again, malpractice, that your front office and ownership didn't trade Shohei Ohtani when they had the chance right before the trade deadline, before you hit a free agency, so you could have rebuilt your entire minor. They would have a playoff team right now. They would have an entire level of the Dodgers minor league farm system right now if they just traded him. Malpractice, didn't do it. They get absolutely nothing for him. And, of course, the biggest crime that I think everybody in Southern California will all agree to, the wasting of the entire career of one Michael Trout. Boy, I have had the luxury and opportunity to play against Mike a lot, hang out with Mike a lot, talk with Mike a decent amount. The nicest guy you could ever meet. All I've ever wanted is to see this guy play in an actual meaningful playoff series. And we simply have not had the opportunity. He's had one playoff series his entire career for a guy that is a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I honestly think this, probably one of the top 5 best players who have ever lived. that good of a ball player.
Wow.
Like when I saw Mike Trout play, before I saw Mike Trout play, I firmly believe there's never going to be anyone that could do like what Ken Griffey Jr. and Barry Bonds could do. Because me growing up in the '90s, those dudes were it. They did everything. There was nothing they couldn't do. Yeah. They played defense at a level. They stole bases. They hit for power, and also. Not for nothing, Ken Griffey Jr. just also happened to be the coolest athlete like alive in the 90s. Like we all wore backwards hats because Ken Griffey Jr. did it. That's the type of level Mike Trout is at. And dear God, Mike Trout has just been wasted for years. And also, I don't feel bad for Mike himself because I firmly believe this. If Mike wants to leave, Mike Trout can leave at any time.
That was going to be my question. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, no, I firmly believe that.
I was
he's got an ironclad no trade thing that he. But if Mike wants to leave, Mike could probably leave tomorrow. If the Angels called me today. Now, by the way, I don't blame their GM Perry Manassian for any of this. He's as hamstrung as can be. He's got an owner that doesn't really open up the wallet for anything. That system is completely bare and dry. Their actual like developmental programs are behind. Like they're just, I don't know how the Angels are going to compete in the next 5 to 10 years, let alone right now. And I'm looking at this team wondering, what are you even doing with Mike Trout? Are you just holding on to him and begging him to stay so you can sell the tickets for them to come see Mike Trout? Because at some point, people aren't going to want to show up just to see Mike anymore.
Yeah, my question it literally is going to be, in terms of Mike Trout, like how many times has he been a free agent or signed an extension and not taking the option to like step away from this situation because it's been as bad as it's been? Mm-hmm. Clearly he loves Anaheim, the community he lives in, maybe the family has roots here in a way that like he hasn't been interested in wanting to go elsewhere for a lot of those reasons. But it doesn't appear as more of a casual baseball fan. I don't know the nuances of like what years he was a free agent or it was an extension year.
It was an extension. So the extension came out to $430 million. One hell of an extension. So don't feel bad for Mike. Mike's fine. Mike's finishing building a golf course right now with Tiger Woods in New Jersey as we speak as well.
Oh, that's right.
Which, by the way, Mike, can I go? Yeah, please, Mike. If you make me a member. No, Raj, I'm making a plea to Mike Trout. Dear Mike Trout, this is your friend Cody Decker. I know it's been a while.
Your friend.
Listen, we do go back.
Right.
Guys, excuse me. I'm talking to my friend Mike Trout. Everybody.
Your friend.
Michael, it's me, your friend Cody Decker. If you let me play at your new golf course in New Jersey just a couple of times, I will give you back that AZL MVP award that I won over you in 2009.
That's right.
I will give you back that award. I will hand it to you. I will literally come to your home and hand you this award that somehow I won over you. And I know you took it very personally because after I won that award over you, you were the greatest player who ever lived from that point on. And I get it. You lose an award to a scrub like me, you got to make a point. But I just want to golf. I'll give you the award, Mike.
I think he already made the point.
Hey, it's not over yet. This is a marathon, not a sprint, D-Fish. I got time to catch up. Just because I won the AZL MVP over him and then he went on to win 3 MVPs in Major League Baseball does not mean, he's a lot better than me. He's so much better than me.
Mike Trout's a Leo, August 7th.
Love that. Love the astrology you're dropping on me right
now.
By the way, we do have a poll going on right now on YouTube. What are you guys watching tonight? Ohtani pitching, Western Conference Finals Game 2, or both? And amazingly, right now at 42%, Los Angeles seemingly thinks that they're only going to watch Ohtani tonight, guy.
Yeah, why'd you steal my line? That was for me to announce.
I'm sorry, I thought you were working.
No, I was talking.
Okay, let me try that over. Cut. We're going back. Hey, Raj, we have a poll going on right now, and the 3 topics are what are you watching tonight? Are you watching Ohtani pitching, Western Conference Finals Game 2, or both? Hey, Raj, what's the poll look like?
Which you already just read. Never mind. You even took my sound. I was supposed to read the whole thing.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
It's a hostile work environment.
I got a sponsor for this.
Yeah?
Yeah, Raj.com. Yes.
Got it. That sponsor.
What a great sponsor. I love our sponsors here on 97.1 The Fan. By the way, get into the chat right now, and please let us know what you think. Right now, interesting statement here from Chris Gamer. San Diego Padres also wasted Tony Gwynn's entire career, and no one is talking about it. Listen, I do think we forget how good the Padres were in the 90s. They were in the playoffs multiple times. They went to a World Series. So Tony Gwynn played in a World Series against the Yankees. Granted, it was not a great World Series, and they got swept by the Yankees. But, I mean, I can see what you're saying, but I'm looking at the career of Mike Trout as just a massive, which is a crazy for a Hall of Famer, but like a what could have been. What could have been if he was, say, on the Phillies? Would the Phillies be finishing out a dynastic run right now if Mike Trout was there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I guess I feel like for me, I played baseball as a kid. I'm not like a super fan, but Tony Gwynn was still
He was so good,
impactful. I remember watching him play. I remember the impact he had on the game of baseball, etc. Mike Trout, to me, if you know baseball, Mike Trout's like
he's crazy
on a short list. But like outside of baseball, do people really know who Mike Trout is?
They do not.
But people know Tony Gwynn.
Yes.
So that's where it's different to me.
It's crazy, isn't it? Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and of course, the hottest play of the game, and of course, Freddie Freeman. We back, baby! It's Derek. Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan, Los Angeles. Derek and Decker. It's Derek Fisher and Cody Decker coming at you here for another 2 hours on your LA morning commute on 97.1, or maybe you're listening to us on the Odyssey app. Take us on the go after you're done with your car, or maybe you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. We've been talking everything under the sun, from the Western Conference Finals to the Eastern Conference Finals to the Lakers' future to the Dodgers getting a huge win last night in a barn burner game against the San Diego Padres. And of course, Game 3 is taking place tonight. Shohei on the mound, baby. And of course, talking about that in the 9 o'clock hour, we got the legendary Gwynn Jr. joining us to talk about all things Dodgers and Padres. Fun fact about him, because he was both a Dodger and Padre, which I love to get his perspective on where this rivalry currently is, where it's going. I'm fired up about that. But we got to talk about the Eastern Conference Final game last night, Knicks and Cleveland. We've discussed on what it could have been. Was it a collapse or was it a comeback? And Derek, your answer was very simply
both.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Both things can be true.
Absolutely.
In these situations, it's not just a collapse by the Cavaliers. One team can collapse, sure.
Yeah.
But the other team also has to make the comeback. They have to make the plays. They have to make the timely shots. Jaylen Brunson's performance wasn't a Cavaliers choke job.
No.
That was a Jaylen Brunson performance.
Dude, it really was.
Right? Like, both of those things can happen. So, the Cavs lost the game, literally. But the Knicks also won the game by the performances offensively. Jaylen Brunson, Mikal Bridges made timely shots. Landry Shamet scored 9 points, but they were like the biggest 9 points I've seen all season almost. Like, just really timely with how they knocked down some of those threes. And 44-11.
Dude, in the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter in overtime, those last, 12 to 14 minutes stretch where from 7.5 in the fourth quarter, the 5-minute overtime, it was 44-11. So again, yeah, that's a collapse, but it's also, man, the Knicks scoring 44 points and holding their opponent to 11. That's pretty darn good as well.
Really, really. Tell me about what that's like. Like, because here's the thing. I feel like basketball is very unique when it comes to this. Because when I play NBA Jam, I hear a guy, you're on fire. It legitimately seems like it can get that way when it comes to the NBA and when a guy really catches fire the way Jaylen does. But how does he just turn it on? That's the thing that I don't get. Because, like, first quarter, it seemed like he was finding his footing. Second quarter, a little more of the same. But when that fourth quarter came around, it's like when that 7.5-minute mark happened, he just became a different dude altogether. He went from Nova Jaylen Brunson to superhero Jaylen Brunson, like in a snap.
Yeah, I think what happens is it looks like a snap externally, but internally it's just kind of all a part of being in a very, kind of relaxed and fully present, where you like getting into kind of a flow state is not with thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like the reason why it's a flow state is because it just flows. Mm-hmm. Without force or strain or pressure. And Jaylen Brunson, and I think a lot of clutch, athletes, players, like their heart rate stays low. They're not overly excitable, emotional guys or girls. And so then when they hit these stretches in a game where like everything starts to align and they kind of hit that flow state where like everything they touch just turns to gold, it's not like he decided in his brain necessarily, now I'm going to be better than I was the first 30 minutes of the game. Mm-hmm. It just kind of everything clicked because he stayed relaxed, confident, composed, and poised. And then, yeah, it looked like he turned it on. but it's kind of because that's who he is, and then he just kind of like increased his level of influence over what was happening out there, man. But yeah, you can the rhythm can get going, but that flow state that he got into last night, man, that's just part of his makeup.
How often did you used to get into that defense? How often do you get into that like kind of flow state where just put the ball in my hands and it's going in? You don't even think about it. It's just happening.
At the NBA level, not a ton, because I played with guys that was their responsibility.
Yeah.
That wasn't my role. I was more of a timely big shot maker, making big plays late, but I didn't have as much volume and opportunity to do what Jaylen Brunson and some of these great clutch guys do. In college and high school and other scenarios, yes, and I embraced it, but a lot of it, again, was because it wasn't a force thing. It was more of it all starts with like the will to win. And so the decision is like, we're not going to lose tonight. I don't want to allow my team to lose tonight. And then your system, your brain starts to figure out, okay, what buttons do I need to push to make sure we win this game tonight? Oh, I have to increase my scoring output tonight. Okay, let me find a way to be effective from a scoring perspective. Oh, I may have to guard the other team's best player tonight. I'm going to focus on, I'm going to be Shohei Ohtani. I'm going to focus on my Cy Young thing tonight. It's not about my offense. It's about my defense.
Yeah.
And so just being able to switch those things on and off. But Jaylen Brunson is the offensive switch.
Like any good Shorzy fan will tell you, man, got to find a way to contribute one way or another.
No doubt.
And you ever? What about those nights where you're just playing bad? And I know that doesn't happen all the time, but it happens. Because in baseball, we're playing every day. That flow state that we can get into. I remember when I would get into it, where all of a sudden I come to the plate and the ball's just so big to me, and I could do no wrong, and I can even say in my mind, you can do no wrong right now. That's like 4 games a month, maybe, that I have that where I'm just like, I'm the greatest in the world. But then there's those nights where I'm like, dude, I think I might be allergic to this game. I don't know what to do. How often would that happen? And how would you find your way to contribute?
Well, in golf, it happens all the time.
It happens all the time. It's going to happen to me today at noon at Penmar.
Happens all the time in golf. In basketball, it happened enough. But I think for me, personally, I wasn't always hung up on like offense and scoring. So playing bad to me wasn't, because I missed 6 shots. It was really more, if I was playing bad, it was because my energy and effort was low. I was a little sluggish. Like I didn't feel like I had enough impact on the game, even more so like defensively than offensively. That's where I kind of felt the most like embarrassed or guilty. Like, damn, I couldn't help us get enough stops tonight to win.
Yeah.
Offensively, there were games I got 4 shots in the game. So I can't be frustrated if I make 1 out of 4. I only got 4 shots.
Yeah.
But it was really more about how much did I contribute to us winning today? Did I rebound? Did I get some steals? Did I make some good passes? Like, did I impact the game? That was rare that I felt like I didn't have impact on the game. Where I felt probably the worst example for me was Game 1 of the NBA Finals in 2001. We had the week of rest between Western Conference Finals and
that
NBA
rust is
Finals,
real.
and the rust was real, man. Like, it was just real. And I was anxious, and we were waiting around all week to play a game, and I had great energy in the first quarter, and then it just dipped the rest of the game. And so, that's the one game we lost in the finals that year.
Was that Pacers?
That was the 76ers.
76ers.
That was the step-over game.
So the step-over game. But the step-over Ty Lue wasn't Ty Lue's fault. Like, that was supposed to be me in that situation, because normally I finished games in the fourth quarter. But because I was so bad, I didn't finish the game in the fourth quarter. And so that, like, to me, it was more about not impacting the game in the ways that I was capable of. That's probably the worst example that comes to mind.
Fascinating, man. Well, listen, last night, Jaylen Brunson did not have a bad game, to say the least. Took over big time. And let's just hear the lovely sound of a dagger, Raj.
Brunson cross court. Shamet puts it up. Puts it in. A 9-point lead. Timeout, Cavs. Bedlam here.
Man, right there, hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. And yeah, that was the hottest play of the game. Just ask Reggie Miller. Reggie!
Oh my goodness!
Thank you, Reggie. Yeah, that was a hell of a game. I don't know what to say other than it was a hell of a game. How would you compare it to the first game of the Western Conference Finals? Because we came in yesterday, I'm like, guys, we just watched an all-timer. We watched an all-timer. Guys, who came in today, we watched an all-timer last night. That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, I would slot the Spurs Thunder game slightly ahead in terms of like the competitiveness and just the grit and like the tanks being emptied was from like possession number 1. If there were 100 possessions in that game, all 100 possessions were like everybody's life was on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's life was on the line. Whereas in that Eastern Conference game, we got like the classic feel of it was like the last 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, where 7:50 in the fourth quarter and then the 5 minutes of overtime. That's when it became an all-timer. To me, Spurs Thunder was an all-timer from the tip. It was like it was absolutely on. And I don't think we're going to be disappointed tonight either, to be honest.
I don't think we are. I really don't think we are. And, of course, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals is tonight. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals is tomorrow night. And I am very thrilled about this right now because I've always complained about the NBA playoffs for being too long and how much time in between. Dude, it hasn't felt like it, this playoffs. This playoffs felt like they've had a grip on us from day one. It feels like we're getting back-to-backs, even though we're not getting back-to-backs right now, but it feels like it. I'm loving this NBA playoffs, man. This is, I'm not kidding. This is maybe some of the best NBA playoffs I feel like I've watched in a couple of years.
That's fair to say. I mean, the competitiveness between the teams, some of the individual players, there's, I think fans can feel a little bit more of that dislike for each other that, sports at the highest level is okay to have.
Yeah, like the right dislike.
Yeah,
like, my team's better than your team sucks dislike.
The way our fans feel.
Yes.
Right? Like Dodgers Padres, like that. It's that the fans, I think, want the players to feel that same sense of like, no, we really don't like you guys, and we're going to do whatever it takes in order to win.
Yeah.
And that feeling, I think, is not necessarily that it left, but transformational players like Victor Wembanyama, like that helps to tell those stories because people see the care and the passion in how he approaches it. And even if you're not a Spurs fan, like you can still watch this guy play basketball and appreciate what he's all about. Obviously, the Lakers had a great year where Luka and LeBron were part of that conversation around how good this team can be. So the Detroit Pistons is also one of those tough, gritty type cities where the Pistons were back, number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. So you just kind of had the Boston Celtics where they were supposed to be punting this year.
Supposed to be a bad year, and then they come out of nowhere with Tatum back.
The 2 seed in the East. So it was like having all of these teams, the Sixers were back in the playoff conversation. And so I think that's helping to create that passion and that feel again that a lot of fans have been looking for and wanting.
Absolutely. Well, Raj, why don't we bring you in real quick? 97.1 The Fan. One, we want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-975-2326. But yes, we are also live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And the YouTube comments are going crazy. Raj, what do you got?
Well, first we got from Bubba Holmberg, 7057. He says, the Padres are just a fly buzzing around in your room while you're trying to sleep. They are not rivals. Get it right.
Ooh,
yes.
Boy.
Barbalicious 310 says, Derek. This is you, Derek Fisher. How deep are we getting into astrology over there? Are we getting deep into astrology?
I'm a Capricorn myself.
I mean, at some point, we probably will. I just happen to note that Cody's not best friend, Mike Trout, was born August 7th.
Excuse me.
My birthday's August 9th, so
we are
I like the
BFFs.
guy already. I don't even know him.
All right. Chris Gamer Bud 21. We're talking about Mike Trout and how the Angels have wasted his career. He says the San Diego Padres also wasted Tony Gwynn's career, and no one's talking about it.
They didn't, though. He was Mr. Padre.
They made it to a World Series. Everyone knew who he was.
Series. They also, this was also a different era of Major League Baseball. Keep in mind, the wild card era didn't start till what, 1996?
Yeah.
This was an age where we were only getting 2 teams in each league into the playoffs for a while there. So Tony went to 4 playoffs and 1 World Series? I think that's more timing than it is anything else.
Yeah, now World Series, he went up against the buzzsaw Yankees too, right?
That Yankees. We're talking that Yankees, like the evil empire Yankees that we all hated. That Yankees. But you know who else? It's the Yankees now. It's our Dodgers, baby, because Freddie Freeman, he back, baby. He back!
Freeman golfs it to deep right field. His second of the game ties the game.
What a feeling that has got to be for Freddie Freeman, because Freddie Freeman went into that game 0 for his previous 16, came into the game hitting .254. Now, by the way, .254 in today's modern day of Major League Baseball is a very respectable batting average these days.
Okay.
It just is. It's not the same game it was back in 1976 where it was like, everybody hit .330 back then. Yeah, great. Everybody threw 88 miles per hour, too. The game's just different now. That being said, this is a cat that always hits at like a .320 clip, so him hitting .254 is very beneath a Freddie Freeman. Comes into this game, especially after the bats being cold on Monday night, comes in with a big 2-run home run in the first inning, and then that home run that we just played in the 6th inning. The Dodgers take it out over the San Diego Padres. They're back in first place by a half game. We got the rubber match tonight. Shohei Ohtani on the mound. Who else in the world would you rather have on that mound, man?
Me?
Yeah.
Not Decoy. We have Shohei. That's who we have.
Yeah, it's gonna be another barn burner. By the way, those are 2 straight 1-run games between the Dodgers and the Padres. Yeah. And I got to disagree with our listener who said in the chat that they are not rivals. Dude, I think it'd be foolish of the Dodgers and the Dodger fans to continue ignoring the Padres. That's all. I'm not saying they're good.
I don't think it's ignoring, though. Like a rival, it has at some point to be a rival, you have to be like on my level.
Mm-hmm.
You're not on my level if you haven't won a playoff series.
That is
true.
One,
against me. And then 2, like in any other world where you're winning multiple playoff series and you've gotten to the World Series and you've gotten to the NLCS. So then if you're not on my level, doesn't mean I'm not aware of you. Doesn't mean I don't respect you, but you're not my rival. Right? It's not like Batman and Joker are rivals. Like Joker's on a genius level, right? Those are rivals. Everybody can't be a rival. They can be a competitor. They can be somebody that you have to fight hard against. But a rival, I don't know. I kind of agree with
well, then let's get into that conversation then.
Yeah.
What is it needs to be a championship caliber team? I will say on paper they haven't done it. I freely agree with you on that. But, we've always looked here in LA that the Giants were our rivals, and there's been so much bad blood for 75 plus years.
Really bad.
Now going back to New York City, back when it was the New York Giants and the Brooklyn Dodgers, like they came out to the West Coast pretty much together at that exact time, and that rivalry continued, and that rivalry has continued through my entire life. So much so that my entire life growing up, I hated the Giants. Oh my God, I hated the Giants. I hated black and orange. I despised the San Francisco Giants. But after their massive run in the 2010s where they won 3 World Series in 5 years, Giants have been relatively quiet since then. And right now, Giants are kind of hanging out in the cellar of the NL West. So with the Giants not really being a team that's going to be taking on the Dodgers this year, all eyes are down there on San Diego.
No, agreed. But the history, though,
of
the Giants and the Dodgers and those years where the Giants were getting the better of the Dodgers because they were the ones winning the World Series.
They were.
So, that's where that rivalry kind of starts, and that passion and that dislike for each other, because we're tired of you beating up on us, and nah, bro, we don't like you. But the Padres haven't consistently done that yet.
Mm-hmm.
So again, be aware, understand how good this team is. Tons of talent. Offensively, they can compete. Defensively, they can compete.
They can.
But I agree. I tend to think we make things rivals just because the battle was good. But if the same team keeps winning all the battles, it's not a rivalry.
You're not wrong, because I'll tell you this. 2 years ago, dude, 2 years ago, I mentioned in the first hour of the show, the Padres blew it. They flat out blew it. The Dodgers, when they won the World Series against the Yankees, I think it was even Dave Roberts that said it, we thought we won the World Series when we played the Padres. Once we beat the Padres, we knew we won the World Series. And you know what? He was damn right. He was absolutely the best team they played in that playoffs was the San Diego Padres. And the Padres should have won that series. Remember, that was the series where there was that catch in left field where the left fielder was talking all his trash to the fan that he pulled it away from. The Padres were up like 2 games in the series. All they had to do was win one more, and the Dodgers just did their Dodger thing and broke their absolute hearts. I thought it was hilarious, but I also thought, my God, San Diego Padres, how do you not get out of your own way in this one? They should have won that World Series. Alas, I got an incredible World Series between the Dodgers and the Yankees that year.
Yeah, I mean, should have, could have, would have. I mean, that's sports.
Too bad.
Yeah, in hindsight, sure. But as of now, there's no titles, there's no rings, there's no league championships to report on. And so, yeah, rivalry, the location sometimes contributes to the rivalry because you're not far apart. But I don't know. I tend to agree.
I got to give some credit over here to one of our listeners right now because this is such a great little comment that they made. Describing the San Diego Padres, they are like what the Brooklyn Dodgers were to the New York Yankees back then. And you know what? That might be the most astute type of description I've ever heard. The reason why is because those Dodgers, the Brooklyn Dodgers, they were known as the Brooklyn Bums. They were known as the team that couldn't win the World Series until they finally got one, and then they moved to Los Angeles to become the dynastic team that they are. Raj, what do you got?
Well, before we hit the break here, we got a new poll up if you guys are checking us out on YouTube, but it's simple and very simple and clear. Do the Padres deserve the title of rivals?
Ooh.
And that's a yes or no. Are they
Very
even
simple.
a rival?
Very, very simple. Go ahead and get in the chat on YouTube. Do the Padres deserve to be considered the Dodgers' rivals? Yes or no? We will let you know the results of that poll. Guys, we're getting ready to take a quick little break right here, Raj. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, whoo! It's D-Fish's favorite time of the day. Is D-Fish going to hit it or quit it? Find out right after this. 97.1, The Fan.
The savings are...
D-Fish's favorite part of the day, and dare I say, it's his favorite part of every day. It's time we play a little game called Hit It or Quit It. Raj!
Yeah, that's right, boys. Hey, starting off in the NFL, they plan to eliminate home game protections for international series. Derek, do you want to hit it or quit it on that one?
I want to quit it on this one. My first instincts are that this is terrible. This is whack.
Whack.
I don't like to just take games away from teams and ownership groups and fan bases, like just because to grow the overall game, sure, but yeah, everybody shouldn't have to go whenever the league decides they should have to go.
Boy, oh boy, game 1 of the season. Just like all us LA fans were hoping, against the Niners in Australia.
Ugh.
I am going to quit this every single day. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I want to see my rivalry games in my stadium, my guy.
I heard that. Hey, Ronda Rousey and Carano, and who else was fighting? Nate Diaz, you know, that MVP MMA UFC thing was on there. Yeah, well, it breaks the UFC viewership record and is now the most watched MMA event of all time in the U.S. Hit it or quit it, D, on that.
I'll hit it. I don't have any way of countering what they just said, and literally it was an MMA event, so there are a lot of hits going on. So I'm gonna hit it.
You know what?
What's up?
I'm going to quit it. And I'm going to tell you why.
Tell me why.
I do think that the world of MMA is a borderline, I'm not going to say a dying sport, but I'm going to say it's taking a step back right now due to certain things that have taken place through, say, contracts with like Paramount Plus and how the inaccessibility of the sport has actually gotten. So I'll give Netflix credit that they made it accessible to a lot of people.
Yeah.
However, a lot of people have been calling into question whether or not that fight that Ronda fought against Gina Carano was a rigged fight. And that is a thing that's being thrown around a lot right now, allegedly.
Yeah, I think it's not just a rumor, too. They might be looking into that a little closer. Hey, guys, you guys like going to the beach?
Yes.
You beach guys?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Specifically, Hermosa is my favorite in Southern California.
Okay, yeah, it's in my neck of the woods there. Well, down in Laguna Beach, they're implementing an umbrellas only rule at beaches. You know what that means? Like, you know the people that come out with those big ass tents and things like that? I even have a nice tent that I can chill inside and, get the shake.
Like a little pergola.
Yeah, no, that would be a $500 fine, my friend. So, umbrellas only at the beach, Derek Fisher, and this is in Laguna Beach. Hit it or quit it?
I quit it.
Okay.
The beach it's located in a particular city or county, but it's still public space.
Yeah.
Like, how do you decide what I can do outside?
Dude.
Well, I think they're trying to, because someone put on the comments of this thing, and I read, okay, it's nothing like having a nice view of the beach, and then all of a sudden a family of 7 comes put a big-ass tent up in front of you.
Wait. I'm going to quit it, too.
Okay.
This is Southern California. You know how deep our beaches are? Like, literally, the depth of our beach.
Maybe they want to be close to the water. Maybe they want to be by the damn parking lot.
Then get there before me in my pergola. I don't got sympathy for you.
All right. Okay. Hey, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, they'll almost certainly have a linked prenup before their summer wedding.
Yeah.
So hit it or quit it to the prenup between the biggest celebrity couple in the world?
Yeah, hit it.
Okay,
they both have a lot going on.
A lot.
He ain't got nearly not as much as she does. Them piggy banks ain't equal.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but she needs to protect hers, and he needs to protect his too. I hit it.
I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna hit it.
Okay.
For Taylor Swift. Good job, Taylor. Smart. I'm going to quit it for Travis. Travis, what are you doing? She makes so much more than you, bro. What do you agree? Well, you gotta stand your ground, bro. No, don't you even love me, Taylor? You got to pull that card.
Like, she does not get my Super Bowl ring. She doesn't get my Super Bowl ring if we break up. That's
Come
what
on,
he put in
man.
there.
What are we doing?
Hey, staying in the NFL, Jackson Smith and Jigba got his NFL Offensive Player of the Year trophy, but guess what? He had to call out the NFL for sending him a Defensive Player of the Year trophy. And there were multiple typos on there. Hit it or quit it for NFL sitting typos on their trophies there, D.
Yeah, I quit it. Right? Somebody's job at the league office was, one, to make sure the Offensive Player of the Year got the Offensive Player of the Year trophy, which I think was mailed out and shipped, which means somebody had to actually put it in the box and ship it to the person. And then also, there was no space between the and year.
Dude.
So it was not only the wrong trophy.
The year. Maybe the space button was broken.
Was Defensive Player of the Year.
Dude, I'm gonna quit this too. What are we doing? You're the NFL. Like, you can't be stooging this out to AI. Get somebody out there with a chisel if you need.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Hey, the TSA has quietly updated its What I Can Bring page on its list. What? And now, hold down your excitement, son.
I know what's going to be said.
Now, medical marijuana is allowed both in carry-on and checked bags. Hit it or quit it on that, Derek Fisher?
I mean, I hit it, man. Whatever it takes for people to calm down in the airport, I'm good.
Hit pass.
Can we also add a smoking section?
In the plane? No, this ain't
not
19.
on the plane. Not on the plane.
No, those places stink.
Bro.
No. Get me outside of the airport. Give me like a little outdoor area.
Oh, you know how the
like a drum circle. I'm saying we should have a drum circle at the southwest gate. Right there at 1 at LAX. What's wrong with that?
You know how much fuel is out there and you want to light something up and someone's going to...
No, not at the gate.
You know what? I'm skipping your turn on this one. Turning your mic off.
Turning the mic
off. All right, we're moving on. Speaking of the marijuana, well, I can assume, Rasheed Rice will spend the next month in jail instead of training with the Chiefs after failing a damn drug test. Well, you just... hit it or quit it on Rasheed Rice spending some time in jail. Like, hit it or quit it like he should be their number one receiver, Derek Fisher.
Yeah, I quit this one.
You can't count on this dude, right? You just can't get right.
Yeah, I quit this one. I mean, I think it was a violation of a probation from a previous situation. I don't know what the situation was. But yeah, when the Chiefs are trying to get back to the Super Bowl.
Hey, Max.
And get everything going. So I quit it that, having a guy have to deal with something like this when something that he can manage and control. I quit it.
Dude, I quit it big time. Here's the deal. I am a big fan of the thing we were talking about. I can't stress that enough. But when I was playing professional baseball, I was drug tested very, very significantly, and marijuana was on, at the time, the banned substance list. So I went 11 years not doing this because I wanted to keep my job. Clearly, some other dudes don't have the same priorities.
I heard that. Okay, another one that one of us might get excited for. Nick Wright over there, he does some stuff over on Fox Sports 1. He says that Stephen A. Smith's constant beefs with athletes, quote, air quotes, makes us all look bad. Hit it or quit it on the beefs with athletes make us all look bad, like Stephen A. Smith's beefs. Yeah. What do you say, Derek?
I
because he's beefing with Jaylen Brown now.
Yeah, but I mean, athletes are not stupid, right? I mean, Jaylen Brown's beef with Stephen A.
Right next to you.
Like his beef is with Stephen A. Which may mean his relationship with ESPN might feel different, but he's not going to feel bad about Nick Wright and Fox Sports because he's beefing with Stephen A.
No.
Like, I don't think it makes everybody look bad when one particular media person or whatever does something. Like, that doesn't represent everybody.
I would agree with that, but I'm gonna actually go ahead and hit it a little bit and agree with Nick on this because Stephen A. and you guys know I really do not like Stephen A.
You love him
even a little. That being said, that I'm gonna take that out of the opinion. If you're gonna sit here and pretend that you're a sports journalist or an insider, I'm sorry, you can't be making threats to the people you're covering, and more importantly, you can't be the story. Stop making yourself the story. You're not the story. I don't care about you. No one cares about you. Shut up. Let Jaylen Brown do his thing. I just simply don't get it. I do not comprehend how much this guy wants to make himself the focal point of all of the games he was not physically capable of doing himself. That being said, I don't think you need to have played to be able to talk about sports. In fact, I sometimes think it's a benefit to have not played, to have an outsider's perspective. But this guy doesn't have an outside perspective anymore. He attempts ad nauseum to make himself the story over the athletes. And I'm sorry, this ain't about you. It's never been about you. Shut up!
All right. I guess there you go. Hey.
By the way, I also don't like Stephen A. Smith. I can't stress that enough.
At least you're not hey, try and get off the fence, okay? Have an opinion one way or the other.
Google
Cody.
it!
Hey, guys, one of the big news stories of the day. With 4 years left on his contract, Jason Kidd has been dismissed by the Mavericks on this choice, on this decision, I should say, Fish. You're going to hit it or quit it?
Nah, I quit it, man. I'm not a fan of coaches being dismissed or, whether it's a mutual decision or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Especially in Jason's situation, like so much of how everything went down as far as Luka, and Anthony Davis was traded, Kyrie Irving blew out his knee, new ownership group coming in, new team president comes in. Like, how can you determine that he needs to be the guy removed from the building? Yeah, I quit it.
Yeah, I quit this all day long. It's a combination. You mentioned the owner, right? And you bring in a new team president. He just signed a 4-year extension. That's like, I mean, good on you, Jason Kidd. The dream is to get paid a lot of money to do absolutely nothing. So great job on that. I hope you enjoy getting paid the next couple of years. But, dude, it's just, I understand a new front office trying to get their quote-unquote hires, but you just signed the guy to a 4-year extension. What are we doing? Apparently, the Mavs ownership has no problem just wasting money.
True.
Yeah. All right, I heard that. All right. Speaking of wasting money or not wasting money, Mr. Decker, what do we got coming up next?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that, because coming up next, we get to have a very good discussion on whether or not LeBron James wants a discount or not, because there are reports out there that a veteran discount ain't coming the Lakers' way. Of course, we want to hear from you guys. 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Also, get in the chat here on YouTube. We want to hear from you guys. The chat has been absolutely wild this entire show. Make sure you check us out at The Fan LA. And also a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. And coming up, veteran discounts just ain't what they used to be. Right after this.
Broadcasting live.
Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan LA. It's Derek and Decker. Derek Fisher and Cody Decker coming at you. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've been talking everything under the sun when it comes to the world of sports here in Los Angeles. The Dodgers getting an amazing win last night against San Diego Padres. Talking about that series and, of course, Game 3 tonight with Shohei on the mound. We got the great Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. Cannot wait to shoot it up with Tony. He is the absolute best. And, of course, we've been talking a little bit about LeBron because the rumor is out there that the idea that we could actually get our hands on LeBron at a veteran minimum is, and I quote, not in the cards. And earlier in the show, D-Fish, you and I were kind of breaking down LeBron's numbers, and you very plainly put it. It's not about age. It's about the production that he's kind of putting forward. And at the end of the day, no matter what, you got to pay for the production.
That's what pro sports is. I mean, Aaron Rodgers just signed a 1-year deal for $25 million.
At 43 years old.
43 years old. So, yeah, we're not asking Aaron Rodgers to take a veteran minimum to play 1 year.
He got a $10 million increase, in fact, from last year.
So, I understand. Like, if he chooses to, that's his choice. Totally fine. But this expectation of, he should in order to help the team, no. That's not how it works. Like, I still perform at a certain level. I still expect to be paid a certain amount.
Yeah.
Period, point blank. And for guys like LeBron, who it's really only about winning championships at this point, like being happy playing basketball, which I think he really is, in particular getting a chance to play with Bronny, I think that's contributing to just like he's in a peaceful place in terms of playing the sport. But then other than that, it's just winning at the highest level. I think he'll consider doing something with more flexibility financially as long as the team can actually build a roster that can win a title.
Yeah.
That, to me, he'll do that. I don't see a veteran minimum conversation being a part of that. I don't think he has to go that far, to be honest.
I completely agree. And I'm also, this is the other thing, we're going to be I have a feeling you and I are going to be dealing with this a lot in the next 6 to 8 months on this air. And it's not because of Dodger fans. I honestly think Dodger fans are some of the most well-educated baseball fans that are out there. But you know how you and I have discussed this multiple times already on this show. We're big fans of players getting paid. I'm a fan of a player getting paid. I think players should get paid. There's a lot of money out there, and they should get paid. But I think we're going to be dealing with an era where, we got a CBA coming up on the Major League Baseball side. We're going to start hearing that narrative about greedy players a lot. And I do think we're going to start hearing it right around the name of LeBron James, of which I don't think anyone should ever use the word greedy and LeBron James in the same paragraph, considering the fact of the numbers he's putting up. I'm sorry, you got to pay for these numbers. He's 41 years old, sure, but 20.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, 7.2 assists at 41 years old. You got to pay top dollar to that of a guy that's 23 years old.
Yeah, as long as we can recognize that it is part of a narrative that starts when there are collective bargaining conversations, and so then there's a lot of talk around player contracts, and it's assumed that the players are striking because they want to get paid more money. When in reality in sports, like, you're locked out by the league and the team ownership groups. It's not a strike. It's you end up getting locked out because they decide they don't want you to come to work because you're not agreeing to the terms that they're setting forth.
That's their power move.
But it's labor union employee-employer negotiations that are not similar in terms of the amount of money, but similar mechanisms, just like teachers, firefighters, and other labor groups. It's very similar in terms of how the process works. And we see people go to the streets when it's our teachers and our waste management folks and folks that have, like, the jobs that make the whole world go.
Yeah.
They go to the streets when people that own the companies and the places where they work, where they feel like, wait a minute, so you're asking me to do LeBron level work for minimum compensation? Nah, we should stop there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's have a conversation about this.
Like,
that's really what it comes down to.
You got to get paid your worth, man. And I know people are like, well, LeBron doesn't need the money. I agree, but you also can't really – I know you guys get mad at this all you want, but you can't really set a new precedent of getting players paid less. You just can't.
No, you cannot. We don't do that in other areas. Like, I'm getting the notification that you're getting right now that the price increase for your subscription of whatever app, it's going up, not down.
Yes.
It's going up, not down.
Every single time.
You have to consider, like, professional athletes in a lot of ways are like, it's the platform that you consume your sports through. So, yeah, you're watching it on NBC or Peacock, or you're watching it on Prime, or you're watching it on ABC, ESPN. But none of that works without the LeBron app.
Absolutely.
The Victor Wembanyama app, the Steph Curry app. Those prices don't go down over time. They go up. And so you can't assume that athletes or LeBron or whoever are supposed to just take less because they're older or whatever. If they're still performing at a certain level, the only conversation you should be having is whether the contract should be 1 year or 2 years, but not less money necessarily unless that athlete chooses.
By the way, you guys could also be watching us live on YouTube as we currently stand. And, of course, that's at The Fan LA. Got to check out the poll. Very simple question. Do the Padres deserve the title of rivals against the Dodgers? It's a yes or no question, and we want to keep you updated on that, of course. So go on to YouTube and make sure you vote on the fan poll. But this is actually an interesting little thing right here that's being said in our chat right now. King Colonel says player inflation is definitely a problem. That's something I firmly disagree with. And players getting paid more money, I firmly do not think is a problem, simply because of this. The leagues, the teams, and the owners are making more money right now than they ever have. And also the teams, leagues, and owners don't really need to open up their books to us, letting us know exactly how much money they're all making. The money is there, being made. I personally think a lot of that money should be allocated to the talent on the court, because the talent on the court and the talent on the fields, their window is only so long that they can actually be in that job, where those owners, those front office guys, they could be there feasibly for 50 plus years, and we'll never know exactly how much money they're making.
Yeah, that's just a narrative around athletes and sports for some reason.
Always.
I really don't always understand it. I can respect the opinion and the perspective, but like Jeff Bezos is one of one, right? Steve Jobs was one of one. Oprah Winfrey, one of one.
Completely.
Like, nobody else in the world could do and design and create the things that they do. We don't limit what they make.
At all.
Right? So when you think about athletes, like the athletes own their proprietary information. They own the tech. They own the back room.
Yes.
They own all of it. You're allowing the league to utilize your proprietary information
100%
to promote and build and sustain a league. It's not the other way around. But we're conditioned to believe that the players are the employees, and so therefore they're lucky to get what they get.
Yes, and that's where I always push back immediately.
That's where it goes wrong.
That's where it goes wrong. The idea that the players are lucky to be here, no. I'd actually argue you're lucky you have these players here. And right there, the King Colonel actually responded, very true to what I said, but the quality for the consumer is getting worse. And I hear that as well.
That's fair.
That is a fair retort, but
sure.
But I would make the argument, I don't think it's the players on the court that's doing that. I would actually say it's those other things that you mentioned. It's the streaming services. I was a big proponent, a big believer in the cord cutting streaming services, because I wanted to make the sports, all of the sports, not just the NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, I wanted it to be more accessible. And I thought accessibility is key to any of these sports, not only financial growth, but just growth in general. And each one of these sports are trying to dip more into international markets and make more money in every way they can. So I was very excited about the streaming aspect of it. And I guess I was very pie in the sky thinking that not all of the conglomerates would absolutely take advantage of the situation and put everything through deeper paywalls and make it more strangely less accessible in a system that should be more accessible. So honestly, I would say the quality of that has gone down more because of that, not because the players are getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, the quality of the accessibility, I guess you could say, but also it's in response to our patterns and our habits as consumers, though. Like we're all more segmented and curated and customized in our experience.
Yeah.
And so, if you're a DoorDash person or a Grubhub person or Uber Eats person, like, it's not as accessible if you're on Uber Eats. DoorDash isn't accessible as much to you. And I think sports leagues are watching, they spend billions of dollars on watching what the fans do. And so then they make decisions around, okay, well, man, so our fans aren't watching and consuming our game in a certain way. So we're going to make an adjustment with how we share it, where we make it available. Everybody's trying to get younger consumers to pay attention to what they're doing. What are younger consumers doing?
Phones.
Consuming it on their streaming platforms and apps. And so it all is part of the larger ecosystem economically of what we have going on. And they're all trying to sell us stuff and put stuff in front of us that make us hungry, make us want to go shopping, make us want to go. Like, it's all entertainment to have our attention to get us to go do other things.
Completely agree. Like, look at Major League Baseball's opening day on Netflix this year. That was a 3.5-hour Netflix ad. Baseball was barely there. It was wild to watch. But I understand. I just doesn't mean I have to like it. I'll give you a follow-up example of where I think this gets kind of murky a little bit. Like, I have the Major League Baseball package, right? I'm trying to get every single game so I can watch all the games. I'm also a YouTube TV subscriber, so I use that as my cable package. But I can't get Dodger games there. I have to use Spectrum to get Dodger games. So in the Major League Baseball app, to watch Dodger games, I had to pay an upcharge of an extra $200 because in Santa Monica, I have to. I want to watch Dodger games, and I can't unless I pay a $200 upcharge to Major League Baseball and to Spectrum. That's where this gets a little tricky to me as a sports consumer and fan.
That's fair. I no argument there. I do think we all should be concerned over, like, at some point, just like other things, like we want a level of equity in young people being able to perform and have access to sports even. Like, we don't want their zip code to limit them from having access to being able to learn how to play baseball or basketball or golf or tennis, right? Same thing. We don't want young people, regardless of their zip code or bank account, to not be able to watch the Dodgers and become inspired in how they play and how they train and how they perform. So that's part of a larger conversation that we all have to play a role in.
Absolutely. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up, Eastern Conference Finals were amazing, but my God, Knicks fans, it's going to cost you a pretty penny if they get to the finals. We're going to talk about it. Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan, Los Angeles. Welcome to Derek and Decker, live here every single day, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. You can check us out here on 97.1 The Fan, or if you're getting out of your car, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app. Check us out there. And, of course, you want to see our handsome faces? Well, that's very easy. Get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. We do have a poll that is still going live right now because we talked a lot about the Dodgers and Padres series already, D-Fish, and we have a very simple question. Do the Padres deserve the title of rivals for the Los Angeles Dodgers? Hey, Raj, where are we at in that poll right now, my guy?
Oh, man, this one's a runaway. It's a resounding no. 68% say, hell no, you are not deserving of the name rival.
Well, you know what? I'm really excited to talk about that with our guest coming up in a little bit, Tony Gwynn Jr., who, of course, is a former San Diego Padre and a former Los Angeles Dodger. And, of course, he does radio down there at our sister station down at The Fan in San Diego. Cannot wait to have him on here because I need his opinion on whether or not they deserve the rivalry moniker as well. But as you just said, 68% of our Los Angeles listeners say absolutely not, D-Fish.
Yeah, they I think there's a lot of reason why
there might be some validity to it, man. There might be.
It's valid.
I'll tell you this. You're only pissing off those guys down in San Diego more, which I think is great.
Totally fine. Totally fine. For the best example that I can give from my lens is like fans of the Sacramento Kings from the early 2000s, when they got close to beating us but didn't really beat us.
Oh, I remember.
So, like, those teams and fans of that era feel like that was a rivalry. Even sometimes it's described when they bring it up on a sports something as a rivalry. But in reality, it wasn't. Like, it didn't happen. You have to win a series. You have to eliminate a team. There has to be a back and forth type of experience in it for it to be a rivalry. Lakers, Celtics, rivalry.
Yeah.
North Carolina, Duke, rivalry. Padres, Dodgers, no.
Yeah. Well, let them know, San Diego. You got to let them down in San Diego know that they are simply not our rivals here in Los Angeles. And Nemo in Los Angeles over here in the Twitter chat, the YouTube chat, I should say. We as LA fans know what real rivalries look like. By the way, Game 3 is tonight.
Nemo.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Game 3 is tonight. Hey, winner of that game retains first place going forward in the National League West. Looking forward to talking about that. Ohtani on the mound, and, of course, Tony Gwynn Jr. later on this hour to discuss it. But we did have ourselves quite the Game 1 last night. And I know we said this last hour, and I want to say it again because I want to reiterate this. We came into the show yesterday screaming, elated. Banger, all-timer. God, we'll never see a game like that again. And then cue roughly 12 hours later, we damn near saw another game exactly like that again. Not double OT, but OT, and pulling off one of the most incredible comebacks in NBA playoff history. 22 points with 7 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. They erased that, making it a staggering history-making thing that in the NBA playoffs, it is now 564-2 in leading at that margin at that time of the game. Wow, Knicks, but also, wow, Cleveland.
Yeah, tough for Cavaliers fans. Thankfully, I guess we're mostly talking to our West Coast fans out here. So.
Yeah, thank God. And I know, and listen, I know there's a lot of Knicks fans that live here in L.A.
Yeah,
This is a
true.
commuter city. We get it. We know you're out here. I know you guys are probably keeping it a little quiet that you're Knicks fans a little bit, walking around amongst
they don't know
slightly upset.
They don't know how to do that. No.
By the way, I was kind of impressed with Celeb Row last night. Pretty good.
Yeah. They turned out for the Knicks. I mean, it's special out there, man. I'm telling you, when it's going good and they're excited about the team, like it's going to be great. Now, the Cavs got to figure out how to bounce back from this epic collapse that they had last night. But Jaylen Brunson and the Knicks, you have to give them credit.
You really do.
We always, it's easier to focus on the team that lost and oh, it's a choke job and negative, negative, negative. Cool. However you feel about that, you can have that feeling. But the Knicks didn't just like stumble upon coming back in that game. Like they actually came back. They defensively clamped down.
Big time.
Jaylen Brunson, was electric offensively. And then Mikal Bridges and Landry Shamet and other guys contributed offensively. OG Anunoby, who was coming back from hamstring injury and been out a couple weeks, he was back and contributed. So, it was a good team win by the Knicks, but Jaylen Brunson is just that dude, man. He finds a way to get it done for his team almost every time.
Completely. And by the way, the reason why I bring up the celeb row last night, which by the way, you had your regulars, you had your Spike Lees there, you had your Ben Stillers, you had your Timothy Chalamets of the world, which by the way, congratulations, whoever sat down Timothy Chalamet and told him to stop man-spreading his legs and blocking Tina Fey's enjoyment of the game. Did you see that last week? Oh, man. He was like doing the splits on the court, like letting both legs out, going diagonally. Poor Tina Fey is all like in a little ball there because Timothy Chalamet just got to spread out. But the reason I bring that up is because Barbalicious 310 on our YouTube chat right now says, D-Fish got me reminiscing about the Kobe and Pau championship years. Dr. Buss, Phil Jackson, and Jack Nicholson courtside. What an L.A. legend. What do you think? New York celebro or L.A. Lakers celebro?
I mean, I'm always going to – anytime, like, people that I was involved with or that I work with or I rock with is involved, I'm choosing them.
My man.
So Lakers celebro, LA celebro,
beat, man.
All day, every day. Like we're regulars, It's not as big a deal because it's regular.
Yes.
Whereas sometimes I feel like the Knicks celebro, they come to a lot of games.
They come to playoff games.
But it's not regular the way it is in LA. So then that's why it's news.
I will tell you this. Jack Nicholson alone is 5 celebrities. That's worth 5 celebrities. So as long as we got Jack still showing up, I know he doesn't show up as much as he used to, obviously, but when we get Jack showing up, that's 5 Timothy Chalamet. That's 5 Timmy Chals. I firmly believe that. I will die on that hill.
I like that ratio.
But I got to say this. You brought this to our attention, and boy, oh boy, D-Fish. Knick fans, I know you guys want a championship real bad over there in New York City. I'm sure you do. I get it. You want to be like us over here in L.A., Laker fans who just swimming in rings. I get it. Are you sure you want it, Knick fans? Are you sure? Because I have a question for you. Do you happen to have just, I don't know, $199,200 lying around? Because apparently that's how much a courtside seat's going to cost if the Knicks get to the goddamn NBA Finals. $199,000 for a courtside seat at Madison Square Garden.
Insane. And then, I mean, some of the other ticket prices,
though, are $6 grand, $4 grand.
That's what I was about to say. Some of the other ticket prices, it's like, $4 grand, $6 grand, $5 grand, $10 grand. Yeah.
Dude, I saw Billy Joel there for like $200, and that was Billy Joel. I ain't paying $6 grand to watch the Knicks. No. Garden ain't that nice.
It'll be sold out. I can tell you that.
Criminal.
It'll be sold out.
That's criminal. What was your favorite, outside of like playing at Staples, what was your favorite spot to go play? Like, even whether you were a home player there or a road player. Like, first, I want to know the city and like the fan bases and the city themselves. Like, what city did you like going to, and what stadium did you like playing at?
Man, that's a good question. I feel like the cities, like the Florida cities were always good to go to because, like, humidity, like, as an athlete, I mean, you played outside, so you probably have an even better, like, relationship to humidity and how it feels to your body and to your joints when it's humid in the city. So for me, like, when we would go to Miami, we'd go to Orlando, in Dallas and San Antonio.
San Antonio, sneaky right there.
Houston, like those places that, it was warm, there's humidity, like you felt different. The sweat was different.
Dude. You ain't lying.
And so I always enjoy going to those cities. I played in the Western Conference my entire career, so I have more relationship to some of the Western Conference cities. Playing at Madison Square Garden obviously is it's a once in a lifetime feeling. Mm-hmm. It's a special place to play. But I think out west, like to me, Phoenix was a place that the depth perception and the sight lines and the lighting and the basket always felt big to me in Phoenix. Like I could make shots in Phoenix consistently. There were a lot of places I felt that way in, but there was something about Phoenix that just felt good. The games were always competitive. Mm-hmm. They had good teams a lot of years, so it was always a fun place
those
to play.
Steve Nash years specifically, yeah.
Those
are classic. All right, guys, 97.1 The Fan, 855-97-LA Fan. We want to hear from you. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get in that chat, which has been going absolutely bonkers since the jump of the show. Of course, we want to hear from you all show long. We want you to be a part of this show. And so much so, there's a rumor going around about the Lakers, by the way, because we've talked about the depth that we think the Lakers need to get. We've mentioned bigs that could be available. There is a rumor, though, because what was the big knock on the Lakers all year long? Can't play defense, can't play defense. This is not a defensive team. And, yeah, there's a lot of validity to that. There's a rumor, however, that we may be getting our hands on an anchor out of the great city of Minneapolis.
Really?
There is a rumor that's being thrown around that perhaps the Wolves would be considering the idea of moving one Rudy Gobert.
Interesting.
Is there let's put ourselves in that world. Let's say the Lakers could get Rudy Gobert. Is he a fit that can put this team maybe not over the OKC hump, but definitely get him closer?
It depends on what the rest of the roster looks like. I think Rudy Gobert is an elite defensive player. You think about the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, like you need somebody specifically that can make his life difficult. And Gobert looked like he had some ability to do that at times in the matchup with the Timberwolves.
It's the only time we've seen Wemby kind of lose it.
Yeah, so I mean that part makes sense to me. What gives me a little pause and hesitation in that conversation is like spacing the floor offensively in the league and the NBA is so difficult to do. And if you have more than one person that is a non-shooter that doesn't really shoot the ball well outside of the paint, it's almost impossible to score offensively unless you're the Houston Rockets and you just dominate the offensive glass. But if you think about LeBron returning, I don't know if LeBron and Rudy Gobert on the floor at the same time provides you with the type of floor spacing you would need in order to score against the Oklahoma City Thunder, against the San Antonio Spurs, against the Houston Rockets. So that's where it would concern me a little bit. But I would understand the taking the risk that we need somebody that can help us stop that dude in San Antonio, because he is going to dominate this league for as long as he chooses to and his body allows him to. And we need somebody that can help us get that accomplished. Somebody like Gobert makes sense in that regard.
Yeah, and listen, if he did come here, I'll forgive him for starting COVID, immediately. I will completely forgive him.
Man.
What? I saw the press conference. I will forgive him. All is water under the bridge, my guy. Over the dam. All the phrases. Let's go to the calls. 855-97 LA Fan. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You are on with Derek and Decker.
I fat fingered him. I hung up. Call back, Oh the Great.
Oh the Great, call back, because Raj is just incredibly unprofessional. By the way, Raj, I've been texted also that you've hung up on another caller as well.
Yeah, I might have, fat fingers. Look, you see all these damn buttons back here? All right, he's calling back. Let me screen this. There you go.
All right, hold on. We're screening. Okay, let's see if Raj can actually get this right. Hold on, he's taking in the call. Okay. And we're ready? All right, let's try this again. Hey, let's go to the calls. 855-97 LA Fan. Oh, the great. You're on with Derek and Decker. Talk to us, Goose.
Deck and Fish, what up, man? How y'all living?
Good, man. Thank you.
All right, good. I'm glad y'all good. I'm not good. Okay, I called yesterday and I said Knicks look like they are on a mission, and damn it, they are. But they just blew me money. Like the Kenny Atkinson and Jamie Harden, and I don't call this man, only James I call in basketball is LeBron, the one that played for y'all. Jamie Harden. So trash, just so trash. Why can't you put a hand up? Y'all played the sound earlier of the dagger when Landry Shaman hit that dagger. Guess who was right in front of him, looking at him? Jamie Harden, not with a hand up. The switches that they put on this man so hard last night. Mitchell Robinson is holding Merrill, so Merrill can't get back on the Brunson. So good, let me just keep cooking Jamie. And guess who couldn't sniff the floor later? Max Strus. Like, why is Max not in the game? Max can actually play defense, Kenny. Oh, yeah, Kenny, guess what? You're blowing a 22-point lead. Here's an idea. Call a freaking timeout.
Oh, I got to tell you, bro, you're on fire. You got D. Fish over here nodding with you all along. You got it.
Good. I'm not even done. You blew. But in the last 7 minutes of the game, what was it? 44 points to 11. They got outscored 44 points to 11, including overtime. I don't understand this. This is classic Jamie Harden. Donovan was nowhere, and Donovan couldn't even get the ball. They didn't even get the ball to Spider. I don't understand it. And then Jared Allen, Mr. Afro, nowhere to be found. Mobley was scared to do something. He hit that 1-3, wouldn't do nothing in the paint. I was so pissed off. I knew they could come in and steal a game because, like you guys been saying, rest versus rust. They were on it, and damn it, they had it and blew it. I'm upset. I'm pissed off. And by the way, alien. What was it? Wemby is an alien. That was ridiculous. That game last night. I meant to say that to you guys, but I was too much on Knicks Cavs. I'm just so upset. It's just so much. I could have made some money last night.
I love it. Oh, I absolutely love it. Love the call. And dude, you're right. I think you're echoing everything we agree with. Listen, Harden got picked on last night. And it was glaring how much they were very much targeting him.
Yeah, on the defensive end, for sure. It was glaring. I mean, even Mike Brown in his post-game press conference, said, look, it's not a secret. I mean, we were looking to attack James Harden. That's smart offensive basketball. Mm-hmm. The offensive part for Harden, I'm not – like, you're playing against great defense. You're, like, playing one-on-one in isolation. He does everything off the dribble. Those are the hardest shots to make at a high percentage level. Mm-hmm. He's never been a high percentage field goal shooter. Yeah. Because he shoots really hard shots that are all off the dribble. So in the playoffs, I don't get caught up in his shooting percentage. It's just more like his body language, his disposition. Does he look engaged? Right, and turning the ball over.
That was the thing. That was the thing I noticed mostly, specifically at the end of the fourth, because it almost seemed like he was now making reckless passes, trying to force the subject at the end there, and it was ugly. It was just turnover after turnover after turnover.
Yeah, no. So that's limiting turnovers in playoff games is super key. But we saw the Spurs. They turned it over 23 times in that game against OKC and still won the game. But Harden defensively, that's where they're going to have to really figure out, how to make some adjustment. How do they support him or anybody trying to guard Jaylen Brunson one-on-one? That's just not.
Wait, who can guard Jaylen Brunson one-on-one?
Very few people can guard.
Because his speed is just.
His speed comes from the change of speed. So some guys are not fast or quick all at once. Mm-hmm. It's Jaylen Brunson has an ability to start, stop, shift, slide, go again, slow down, and that's what makes it feel like it's happening so fast. Is the defensive player's timing is off, and as a smaller player, I think he's just always had to have different ways. You talked about it earlier, some of the finishes that he had off the glass, leaning to the right, slowing down, floaters, pull-up jumpers at the elbow. Those are not the same shot necessarily that he's making, but he has a belief in himself, and he got it done last night. The timeout thing, I get it. Yeah, he probably could have broken up a run by calling the timeout, but as a coach, you still have to try and have some consistency with how you normally do things, even in the playoffs at times. And as a coach, Kenny Atkinson talked about like he likes to have more than just one timeout.
Yeah, he did say
in
that.
his back pocket late in games if it's going to be a close game.
But he held all 4.
Did he hold all 4?
Yeah, I think he held all 4. That was the thing. He just never called timeout.
Yeah, you have to. It's hard to break up runs, in a certain way, but it is a pattern in the NBA now for sure. Like, a team can go on like they can score 2 buckets in a row and coaches are calling timeout.
Yeah, we see it.
Like they just disrupt the team's ability to generate too many offensive points, in a small stretch. But the adjustments will be made between game 1 and game 2, and then we'll go from there. Hopefully you didn't, you didn't lose the rent payment, for next month, because I can see why you'd be pissed off.
Yep.
If that happened.
I'd be pissed off if I had a bet on that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Question here. King Colonels on YouTube just asked, could we compare Brunson to Iverson?
We can in terms of the impact that he has on a team as a smaller guard and his ability to like possession after possession after possession. Like he can literally, every time down the court, the ball is in his hands and he's going to make a play. And yeah, we can compare him in that way. I feel like AI was a little bit more of a straight line driver. In terms of, he maybe hit you with a crossover right to left, left to right. He was always going right for the most part. If he's going left, it was a pull-up jumper every time. Jaylen Brunson's a little more shifty. Allen Iverson was almost an above-the-rim type of player, even as a smaller guy. Jaylen Brunson doesn't have above-the-rim athleticism, but it's just – and he shoots it better than AI. But the comparison – you could see a smaller guard taking his team to the NBA Finals like AI.
We're talking about practice. That's what we're talking about. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Real quick, a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. We're going to take a quick little break. And coming up, is it a rivalry? Is it not a rivalry? Dodgers and Padres. Who better to ask than our next guest? Tony Gwynn Jr. joins the show live right here on Derek and Decker on 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan LA. It is Derek and Decker joining you guys live 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday. Welcome back to the show. And listen, we are very, very excited to be bringing on our next guest, of course. We will be going to him just momentarily. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about the Los Angeles Dodgers and this incredible series against the San Diego Padres. The battle for the NL West is very much underway, and I'm looking forward to this battle continuing as the season goes forward. Dodgers get a big win last night against the San Diego Padres in San Diego. Shohei Ohtani, 2 hits, a couple of doubles, and these were hustle doubles, by the way. Fish, I'm not sure if you saw these doubles. Ball down, first at bat of the game, ball down the left field line, hustles out a double. Later in the game, absolutely steals an extra double. The guy's playing with his hair on fire, throws his helmet out, off, lets the salad go in the wind. Gotta love it when we see that happen. Gotta love it when we see that here in LA. And no, listen, these are honestly, in my opinion, the 2 best teams in Major League Baseball, not just the NL West.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to having Tony on in just a moment so we can get to his thoughts on this series, where it's going to become, what is this going to look like in October. And by the way, these are 2 teams that are always active in the trade deadline. So what these teams look like right now, man, they might not look like it in a couple of months.
Yeah, it's just great that, I love it when instead of people, just kind of cowering to the Dodgers and letting them do whatever they want to do, like the Padres decided we're going to build a team that can win our division and compete with these guys, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they have done it, and in spades. And we're going to go ahead to the phone lines. We are joined by Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are presented by Grainger, with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has got you covered. Click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Tony, what is up, my guy?
What's good, Dick? How are you, my friend?
Dude, I am doing great. It's fantastic to hear your voice. And listen, I want to start with this. This is actually quite wild. We have a poll going on right now on the Fan LA, and we've been talking a lot about this series between the Padres and the Dodgers, and who better to have on than you, a guy who's a former Padre and Dodger. Tony, the question is simply this. We've asked, do the Padres deserve the title of rivals? And I got to say, these Dodger fans up here, 60% have said no. What say you, Tony Gwynn Jr., former Padre and Dodger?
I would expect the fine folks of Los Angeles to say no. I think it's pretty obvious that it's the Dodgers' biggest rival. I know the folks in LA would love to keep the Padres in that little brother kind of category, but there hasn't been a team that has challenged them, I think, more than the Padres have over the last, 4 or 5 years. And so, I respect the fact that it needs to happen maybe a little bit longer, but there's no doubt that in terms of Major League Baseball, there isn't a better rivalry in all of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Tony, how you doing, man? It's Derek Fisher here. Appreciate you jumping on with us this morning and connecting to talk some baseball, man. I want to jump in really quick. Obviously, you are the son of one of the greats, and on the basketball side, we're starting to see an era of like the sons of NBA players like starting to cycle their way through and having a chance to possibly play in the league. Obviously, we're seeing Bronny play with LeBron. In baseball, Ken Griffey Sr., Ken Griffey Jr. You didn't necessarily get a chance to play with Dad, but talk to us about that father-son dynamic in terms of being pro players in the same sport and just what that experience was like, man. There's a lot of we're seeing that in other ways now, so I just wanted to ask you that.
But before I answer that, let me fan out for a second. Salute to you, Fish, man. It was a pleasure being a Laker fan when you were a Laker and watching your career, man. I appreciated watching you to go about the business the way you did and the professionalism in which you did it.
I appreciate you.
That being said, it's a unique experience. I think it was only a matter of time. I mean, this isn't the first generation of sons of former ball players that we've seen. I just think it's happening in more abundance. And I think there's a built-in advantage for those guys. I mean, to be able to grow up in a locker room and kind of have a real life kind of educational, kind of process, I think is unique. And I think it certainly, aside from the talent, it certainly helps. I love it. I think these guys that we see now who are, kind of that next generation of Sons of Ball players, they just keep getting better. I mean, obviously Bonds, Griffey, they kind of set the marker pretty high for most. And we may never see somebody get to those levels again, but I just think when you have that kind of built-in advantage in terms of how you're supposed to conduct yourself, what it's like to be a pro in that realm, I just think it kind of helps you focus on just playing the game itself. And so I really enjoy watching this next generation kind of do their thing.
Talking with Tony Gwynn Jr., of course, incredible broadcaster down in San Diego, and, of course, former San Diego Padre and Los Angeles Dodger. Tony, looking at tonight's game, you got Ohtani on the mound, but you also got Vasquez on the mound. And I know a lot of people, Vasquez might not be the household name that Shohei Ohtani is, but the Padres this year are 8-1 in games that Vasquez has started, and obviously Shohei Ohtani is pitching at an 0.8 ERA clip right now. What are your thoughts on this game and the rubber match tonight for the battle for first place tonight?
I think it'll look a lot like the first game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it'll be 1-0, but I don't expect a ton of runs. Obviously, Ohtani is on another level right now. We seem to be saying that about him every year. This year,
it's crazy.
It's about the pitching side of things. But Vasquez is a guy that you're right. Not a lot of people know, but he's really stepped into his own. He was acquired in that deal that sent Soto to the Yankees, and it's been a 2-year kind of climb from him. Meanwhile, he's been under the tutelage of Yu Darvish, and I think you've kind of seen that rub off on him this year. He came in the spring like with a different mindset. His body was built for it, and he's been off to a great start. He's had maybe one or two, rough ones, but he's even navigated those, and so I'm excited for the match. I mean, anytime the Dodgers and Padres get together, the type of games we saw the last two nights are what you expect.
Yeah.
And so I don't expect it to be very much different tonight.
Tony, talk to us about Tatis Jr.'s production and impact so far with the bat. Obviously, fans in L.A., the Dodger fans, go absolutely bonkers when Freddie Freeman isn't hitting the ball, and Shohei Ohtani's batting average, and Mookie Betts is struggling to hit the ball. How are people feeling about where Tatis Jr. is now? And are Padres fans at least having some patience, knowing that it's a long baseball season and it's only a matter of time before he starts putting the bat on the ball?
Well, what is patience? I don't even know. I don't even know if that exists.
You remember those days, Tony?
I don't think those exist in this day and age of sports. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think across baseball, I try to remind our fan base of this, that, your guy is not the only one struggling. And, everybody who is a fan of a team whose guy is struggling are all freaking out doing the same thing. And I just remind people it's May 20th. This is I know we get so caught up in what's happening now. If we fast forward to August and Toddy is playing at the level that we, expect him to play, are we even who talks about May 20th when the season's over?
Ain't lying.
No one is going to go back to May 20th and be like, man, Tatis was really struggling. Nobody does that. And so I just say, whether it's Ohtani, whether it's Mookie, these dudes are dudes because they've been able to navigate these type of circumstances. And it always feels like it's the worst ever circumstances when you're in it. And so I think the Padre fans are doing very much the same thing. But I can't foresee an ending in which Toddy isn't back playing at the level that we expect him. What does that mean? I don't know. Does he finish with 30? I doubt it. But he's gonna have a significant role in the Padres' success, especially if they want to make some progress and get deeper into the postseason.
Insider Calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call and click Grainger.com or just stop by. And of course, we're talking with Tony Gwynn Jr. right now. Tony, I'm looking at your CV right now, right? So it's one thing to say former Major League Baseball player, play-by-play broadcaster, and radio host down there at San Diego, the Fan. But Emmy Award winner, my guy?
Yes, I snuck one in there.
You're rocking Emmys now? Let's go!
I caught one on the back end, It's like the group project. You like the fourth guy in the group project. You get an A. You're gonna tout that no matter what.
Well, on top of that, I just want to ask your thoughts as a guy that's played for the Dodgers and the Padres. And I know when we were at the Padres, it was a slightly different time. It was before the Brown came back. The vibes were not the vibes they are right now, obviously. But like the way the fan bases are. Can you compare what the LA fan base is in the comparison to what the San Diego fan base is? Because I think there is such I don't know if hatred's the word, but it's close.
Yeah, no, especially between the irony is that the players on the field don't actually hate each other at all. They actually enjoy one another, but the fan bases are on the complete opposite end. And there's two probably makeups of the Padres fan base. There's pre-Chargers leaving fan base and post-Chargers fan base leaving. Yeah. And I think you've seen a more rabid Padre fan base since the Chargers have left because obviously there's only one team in town. And so the focus really concentrates towards the San Diego Padres. And I think for the Dodgers, it's different. That's a historic fan base. That's like a generation passed down to generation type deal. And the Padres have some of that too, but there hasn't been a lot of history behind it. Dodgers have been around forever. The Padres started in the late 60s. And so I just think this is still a maturing fan base, and I think the vibes are so much different now. I don't even know that the generation that were Padre fans before could even relate to what this Padre fan base has got to relate. It's been really, a lot of success here in the last 6 years versus what the Padres had from 68 to 2020. Wasn't a whole lot of things to really hang your hat on outside of my pops and Trevor Hoffman. And
Completely.
So I just think that's kind of the biggest difference between the two fan bases.
Completely agree, man. And I got to ask you this before we let you go. We have a segment here called Top 5, and today we did a Top 5 segment of heaviest favorite athletes. Tony, do you got your favorite?
No, whoa, don't try to sweeten it up because it's Tony on here.
No, I'll go. No.
Overweight,
heavy, fat athletes. It's because it's David Wells' birthday, and we celebrate the way everyone else should, and that's describing who our favorite heavy, fat athletes are. I went with number 1, Bartolo Colon. Tony, what say you?
Wow. Man. What was my man's name for the Suns? Was it Percy Miller?
Was it Percy Miller?
Back in the day.
I'm going to look this up.
Nah. Oliver Miller.
Oliver Miller.
Big O.
He was,
that was on his list. Yeah. Tony, that was on D-Fish's list.
Yeah. R.I.P. to Big O, man.
Oliver Miller, the big guy. Yeah, that's one of my lovable athletes.
Yes,
I like him.
Yes.
Well, Tony, we cannot thank you enough for joining us today, giving us your insight on the Padres and Dodgers. And, dude, obviously, wish you all the success with the play-by-play calling down there with the Padres, obviously your show at The Fan in San Diego, and also get you some more Emmys, will you?
I'll do my best, man. I appreciate you guys having me on, man. It's always a pleasure.
You're the
Thanks,
best.
Tony.
The great Tony Gwynn Jr. Check him out anywhere you can. That was Odyssey MLB Insider Tony Gwynn Jr. brought to you by Grainger. With professional-grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. We're going to take a quick little break, and coming up, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Crosstalk. Yeah, we got there. 97.1, The Fan LA.
Broadcasting live.
Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan LA. Derek and Decker coming to you live, just like we are every day, Monday through Friday, right here on 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you can also take us on the go on the Odyssey app. You can also watch our very, very, very handsome faces on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Where can you find that? Well, that would be The Fan LA. The chat has been absolutely killer. And, of course, we want to thank our earlier guest because he absolutely crushed it with Tony Gwynn Jr. talking all things Dodgers and Padres. Love me some Tony Gwynn Jr., but of course you hear some other voices in here because it's time for our favorite segment of the day. It's Crosstalk time.
Hey!
With Brock and Alex, our next show for mid-mornings. What's up, guys?
I want to hear from an award winner first,
okay.
actually.
D-Fish,
I feel like I should... Well played.
Burn, baby, burn.
Well played. Congratulations, Alex.
Alex.
Gracie Award winner.
Alex is holding an award in front of us.
No, I just placed it right in front of you.
Yes, very specifically. She's like, check out the hardware. You don't have one of these, and I don't.
Dude.
I think it was first on the table.
It was. Just letting you know, I'm not going to say anything. You just let them know. That's what you do. That's the flex. It was really rad, you guys. It was just down the street at the Beverly Wilshire, like 15 minutes from our studio.
And can you tell people what exactly the Gracies are?
So the Gracie Awards are it's an award show that honors women in media, and it's all media. It's actors, it's singers, it's TV, it's radio, it's in front of the camera, it's behind the scenes, and so it's all about storytelling and just celebrating women in media. And it was such, I didn't know what to expect, but it was such a powerful evening.
Yeah.
And such a rad evening. And there was a lot of media attention there. There was a really cool red carpet and just like, I love being in a room of baddie women. So it was just like jaw drop awe watching everyone that came on stage to talk. And then they wrapped it up with Stevie Wonder was there. And yeah, it was really cool.
Awesome.
It was really cool.
Were you starstruck? Did you see anybody that starstruck you? Who was it?
I don't get starstruck.
She's
No,
so
I
cool.
did once. And it's not starstruck. I automatically think we're best friends. And that was Will Ferrell.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And he knew who I was though, because he's a big sports fan. And he was doing, I don't know if you've ever been to the Kings when they were in the playoffs. They do this thing on the Jumbotron where it was Will Ferrell for years. He's like, I need you to lose your mind. Go, Kings, go! Go! And he was taping that before the playoffs in the room that I was at for intermission. And so he walks into the room and he takes off his hat and he hands his hat to me. I'm like, oh, what's up, Will? He's like, hey, Alex. I was like, oh my God, he knows my name. That's great. Love this. I'm just going to like, be cool, Curry, be cool. He's like, how's my hair look? I was like cat hair. He's like, perfect. He's like, I get really nervous before takes. I was like, what? And then like I Googled it and that's actually a thing. Like he like talks about how he gets all nervous before he does anything, which is, I thought just like a cool inside look of like
Will
one
Ferrell's
of the greatest. One of the greatest.
Cody, what's yours?
What's mine? What?
Starstruck.
Starstruck?
Yeah.
Kate Beckinsale. Saw her at a costume shop one time in Los
Didn't
Angeles.
even have to think about it. You see
no,
how quick
you have to understand.
He was answering before I finished the
rad.
question.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
She's so rad.
Like, that was the first time in my life I've been in the same proximity as somebody that is technically the same species as me. That I realized, we are not the same.
We are not the same.
We are not the same species. That's like an angel. And I'm like, oh my
Is that
God.
your celeb crush?
Amazingly, no.
Oh.
No, well, you want that one now too?
Kinda.
Candace Parker.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair.
Candace Parker.
Definitely fair.
No question.
Definitely fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the fact that she could dominate you on the court at all times.
I'm not.
Like, where are we getting?
Wait, are you under the impression I'm going to get offended by this? You
No.
bet your ass she's going to dominate.
No. I'm saying that's a
like,
perk.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that would-
Here?
I'm not saying
would
that's
do something.
I'm not saying that's the reason. It's just a reason.
It's a perk.
It's definitely a perk.
Yeah.
It's definitely a perk.
It's a reason. She would
Dude.
smoke me on the court.
For D-Fish, obviously, because you're surrounded by so many big names. When you first got in the league, was there a guy that you were playing with that you kind of had that like moment, like starstruck, I made it, I'm playing alongside or playing against this person?
It wasn't a starstruck feeling, but it was an awareness. I told Cody about this. Like Michael Jordan's aura is palpable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you just feel
His presence.
the presence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it wasn't like it's not fear. I didn't have to guard him, so maybe
maybe it's someone else.
maybe somebody else it might have been fear. But you just feel every drop of sweat has just competitive juice, just oozing. This dude does not want to lose.
Is there a part of you that thinks he hated you because that's what he did in his head all the time?
No.
Just make up a reason.
Who's this Fisher kid? I hate him.
The odd part was like we're at the free throw line scenario. Like somebody's shooting a free throw. I'm at the free throw line next to him. Similar to the Will Ferrell thing, like where he knows your name.
Yeah, and you're like, what?
He says something like super quick and like positive about, man, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And then, I'm like, damn, Michael Jordan just told me.
That's so cool.
That's you're like,
okay, hold on, let me get back to that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that reminds. I take that back. I got starstruck one time on a baseball field.
Okay.
Manny Ramirez.
Okay.
I was
I
playing in a minor league game in High A in Lake Elsinore. And I'll never forget it. Manny was rehabbing in a game, and Manny gets to first base and multiple times in the game. And I don't say anything to Manny. I'm a huge Manny fan, but I'm not going to say a word to him.
Sweating?
No, I wasn't sweating. I was just like, that's pretty cool. I'm playing a game against Manny Ramirez, and he's at first base. So finally, he gets on base for his third at bat. He walks, and he kind of leans into me. He's like, "Why aren't you guys pitching to me? I'm not swinging the bat today. It's 3 strikeouts. I'm literally just standing here." And I just started laughing. I'm like, oh, "By the way, man, I know this is weird, but I'm a huge fan." And he patted me on the back. He's like, "Thanks, man. I'm a huge fan of you too." Oh my God, Manny Ramirez said that to me.
I also love your call out today, talking about your MVP over Mike Trout.
Yes.
Where was that and what was that? What
You don't know that? There is
No.
for 3 months of all of our lifetimes. Did you know that I was the greatest baseball player who ever lived?
Well, so explain.
This is
Please
factual.
elaborate.
No,
Yeah.
because in 2009, I was drafted by the San Diego Padres, and I had to play in the AZL. And the AZL was the rookie league level. Mm-hmm. I might have broken every record that league had. Yes, I might have been 22 senior sign out of UCLA, and most of the guys were 18 and 19, including a young Mike Trout. Yes, Mike Trout was the runner-up in the MVP that year. Yes, Mike Trout lost an MVP to me. You know how many people in the world can say that? Not a lot. Not a lot.
What was their nickname for you? Because I know it had to be like Grandpa Decker or something like that.
No, I became Pops at the end.
Okay.
At the end, I became Pops. Okay. Before that, it was always like Upper Decker and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, because you hit home runs.
No, it's because I like to use people's toilet bowls incorrectly.
Oh, I thought it was a tobacco thing. I thought like
no, Google what an upper. No, come on, that's a layup.
Guys,
Nobody knows what this is.
I know what you're talking
He
about.
knows what it is.
Unfortunately, I know what you're talking about, but I thought
I'm so gullible, you guys. I have no idea.
you don't want to know.
Google
you don't want to know.
on not your work computer.
Do not Google it. Your cookies will be messed up for years.
Not your work computer. Specifically on not your work computer.
I always thought it was
so
Upper
lost.
Decker because you took the dip and put it
Oh
up
no!
there.
By the way, I used to chew tobacco, and I'm glad I quit that in
Thank God.
2013.
Yes.
I never could do an Upper Decker.
So I thought it was like you hit the ball in the upper deck.
Oh no, I wasn't very good. There are stats to prove that.
So I had you at like top of the list.
No,
here. What each of us
said
thought the
3
upper
months.
decker was.
I was really good for 3 months. I played for 11 years.
Didn't you hit like the most home runs in the minors?
Yeah, that's
an upper decker.
That's being the world's tallest short guy.
It's something.
We are not going to sit here and let you diminish your career.
They came from all far and wide to see your grandpappy in the bush leagues. Like,
that was good though.
Derek, quick question.
Yes.
So we can get away from this. This
Alex.
is me and Derek. This is me and Derek.
My goodness.
Of course, been listening to you all morning, but in the most succinct way possible. I know we don't have 4 hours to elaborate. James Harden, does the noise get to him? I'm rooting for Cleveland, mostly because I don't want the Knicks, but the collapse last night was among the worst. It was probably even worse than that Philadelphia one where he was like 1-16 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's external noise.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an internal thing that still has to be solved.
Mm-hmm.
And for another show, like you said, it's not a weakness though.
Okay.
That's the thing with all these conversations we like to have in our kind of sports bubble sometimes. A thing that's real turns into like soft, weak. He collapsed. He sucks. He can't. And it's like they're still human beings that are still like evolving and figuring out like, how do I get to the best parts of who I am? And I think it's clear that there's something internal that still hasn't quite turned over, and maybe it never does, and maybe it's something that later in his life he looks back on and is like, that's ridiculous that I couldn't just kind of
when I could have just done XYZ, but I was doing ABC.
But that'll be part of his life's journey. And guess what? If he gets into coaching, if he has basketball camps in LA and talks to young kids, like he's going to be able to help still change a lot of people's lives through his experience. But there's definitely something that limits him from just like being the 30 points, 15 assists, 4 steals. We're still wanting that for him, and I hope it comes. I really do.
Pulling for him.
Guys, we've done it again. Another one in the books, and Brock and Alex are just getting started.
Let's go.
That's it for Derek and Decker today. We'll be back tomorrow early. Enjoy some sports. Kick rocks.
Dealing with water damage? Call Public Adjuster Avenue.
on The Fan.
Good morning, LA. Welcome to Brock and Alex. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen on 97.1 The Fan. We appreciate you hanging out with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. Thank you for hanging out with us and tapping in. It's a great day today.
It's a good
Brock.
Wednesday we got going on here.
I know. I was out on a school night last night.
I was just gonna say, so we got our computers, we got our phone, we got some lights, we got our water. But what's that thing?
Woo-hoo, you guys! I won a Gracie Award last night. Yeah!
A well-deserved Gracie Award representing the best in female entertainment and media and journalism. Let us know what you won for.
So
and
I
how's
won
the night?
for Best Weekend Host for my Fox Sports Saturday show.
Yes.
Which was kind of like a nice little full circle button, like the end of one chapter and the beginning of a new, because I got honored for that show on day 2 of this show. And everyone last night was just like, it's so cool. We've been listening to The Fan. You guys are absolutely crushing it.
It's
so
awesome.
It's cool to see that the word is out, but also I had no idea really what to expect last night because the award show was at the Beverly Wilshire, just down the street from us, like 15 minutes.
Very convenient.
We're on Wilshire.
Yeah.
So it is just a room of so many incredible, badass, powerful women because it's honoring women in TV. So you have actors, you have singers, you have artists, you have TV hosts, you have radio hosts, you have podcast hosts, people in front of the camera, people behind the camera. And it's just a celebration of everything that women do in terms of storytelling and elevating media to where we do all belong and we do deserve to have a voice here. So, and it's cool because, you know, there's not many of us women in sports talk radio. So to be recognized and to get an award for it was so rad. And I've never done that where, like, you know, you're on the red carpet with your award. I was like, what do I do with my hands? I don't know. But it was so much fun. Like, I don't usually go out on school nights, so that was worth it, though.
Every now and then there is an occasion to do so, and this is definitely one. A massive congratulations from the team here.
Thank you.
And we're just going to keep adding them for you.
Dude, it's so sick. Also, Stevie Wonder was there last night.
Insane.
Yeah, so he owns a radio station.
Okay.
And so he was there to present the award to the woman who won on his radio station.
How tall is he? Because I always see him sitting down because he's at the piano. How tall is Stevie Wonder?
Man, I'm so
I'm
so
gonna
short.
guess, and then I'm going to search it. I'm going to say 6'1". Let's see.
Yeah, he's definitely, I think, shorter than my husband, who's 6'2". But
6 foot even.
Okay, I was gonna say I was like shorter, but like he's not like a short king,
right? He's definitely not a short king.
God, but the amount of respect that man commands in a room, everyone is just like.
When he's here,
icon.
Everyone shuts up.
Icon. Also, I found out something that he does. You guys, so random but so cool. Because one of the performers grew up in LA, and she goes, I was in the hood, and I was at a funeral, and this is something that Stevie does. He will just show up to random funerals and play and honor the people who passed away. And he doesn't tell anyone he's coming. He just walks into the church and starts playing for different people's funerals, like around the city.
I'm just trying to imagine sitting there at a celebration, but a mourning, and turn around. Like, how long do you think it takes the whole church to say?
So
is
the
that
woman who was
Stevie Wonder?
performing on stage told him, like, you did this in 2019, and my family was there, and it completely. I don't think you understand what it did for us in terms of like the heartful emotion. And now she's nominated for a Grammy. So it was like this full circle rad moment of like, I love when superstars understand the impact of what they have in the community and what they have star power wise in terms of helping other people. And we see that with a lot of our athletes. And I've worked with so many different athletes. So when you see that,
I would say Russell Westbrook. You could be anywhere in LA and bump into Russell Westbrook doing something special for someone. And like the Stevie situation, it's not announced.
No.
There's no cameras. I'm just going to do something and feel good about it.
That's it for me. If I know you're one of those athletes and one of those people, I'm like, you're right up on like my favorite list.
Yeah.
which is so sick. And so rad.
What a special night. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Know. Oh, thank you. I forgot. I was like, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, my Gracie Award. Hey, so it's going to be our little statue on the table today. If
maybe
you
tomorrow.
See it.
Maybe
I
mean, the rest
I'll
of the
keep
week.
It here all week.
Let's go rest of the week.
I'll keep it here. It matches the aesthetic of the studio. But we had a good night last night. Dodgers finally turned things around. We're going to get into that a little later. The NFL also announced more international games.
World travelers is what they want.
Okay, we're going to get into that at one point. We have NFL Network insider Bridget Condon, who's going to talk about the Rams, Chargers, everything that's going on with these national games. We got a lot of fun stuff to get to. Magic Johnson had some choice words about the Dodgers that I don't like disagreeing with our superstars and faces of LA sports, but
I believe
we're gonna have a moment with that a little later.
We are saving it, but I do feel Magic Johnson is not old enough to be treated like great grandpa in the corner at the family reunion, but that's how he seems. Like,
do you follow his social media?
Anything he tweets is like, you sound like a 90-year-old.
I just ate an egg sandwich.
Great game by the Lakers. They scored more points than the Celtics.
No, it's very obvious. Look at my egg sandwich I just had this morning. This is me and my family on our yacht.
On our yacht. It's a private island.
So wild to me. I'm just like, he's just in that he's a billionaire, right? He's got to be. He's in that status and like world where you're like, you don't know how the real world works anymore. And that's okay. Thank you for your service and what you did for us Laker fans, because it was iconic and it created the Showtime Lakers, and we love you forever for that. But he's had some choice words now that he's a part of the Dodgers ownership group, which we'll get into a little later. But let's talk about the Lakers, because every day I feel like there's something new in the news that comes out about what's going down this offseason, right? And the big name that's been floating around this offseason is Giannis. We kind of like... We touched on it a little yesterday, but not in the way where could this actually be a possibility? And if it is a possibility, does it make sense? And I know that there's a lot of people, it's like, get the biggest name. Like, we just got to get as great as we can. Like, if we got to compete with OKC and the Spurs, like we saw in Game 1, where it was just absolute cinema. Game 2 tonight, like, I'm hoping we see that same energy where it was like, your life was on the line every single play. Like, that was the
There's
vibe.
A pterodactyl in a black and silver jersey.
Like, that was the vibe of that entire first game. And that's the vibe that all these teams in the Western Conference, if you want to compete and if you want to be able to eventually beat a Spurs team, a young Spurs team led by a 22-year-old Wemby, or an OKC with the back-to-back MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, if you want to be able to compete with that, you got to build a team that is so deep and so athletic and so young. So when you hear those things and you talk about those things, does a player like Giannis coming to the Lakers actually make sense?
Here's why it's exciting.
Okay.
It's because, one, he's Giannis, MVP, champion, all the accolades, one of the best stories in sports. And offensively, he can provide a ton by being a large athletic body. Defensively, he provides even more because, assuming you have Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, who can be liabilities sometimes defensively, what they can do is just funnel everything inside. You look at how Oklahoma City and San Antonio play defense. There are elite defensive guards on both of those teams, but one way that they're elite is because they can just funnel everything inside to the big guy. If you try to take a shot inside the paint, Chet is swatting it, Vic is swatting it, and that makes any guard's life so much easier. So on paper, the Giannis situation, I understand why it's exciting. I do feel it is important to mention, looking at the Western Conference Finals, and I think it's comfortable to say the winner of that's probably the heavy favorite to win the championship, right?
They should.
Go back to the original Big Three in Boston when you had Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Kevin Garnett. Then when the Big Three moniker became a thing in Miami with the Heatles, with Bosh, Wade, and Bron. But look at the two teams now that we expect to win this. Yes, Victor Wembanyama is unlike anything we've ever seen.
Yeah.
There's no Big Three there.
No.
Stephon Castle won Rookie of the Year last year, but by all means, a lot of people are learning his name for the first time in these past couple of weeks. Look at Oklahoma City. Yes, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins back-to-back MVPs. There's no big three there. Chet's going to be great. He is great. He's on his way. Lou Dort's incredible from a defensive standpoint, but I do feel there is a shift towards depth, like you said, youth, versatility, guys like Caruso who can do multiple things, guard multiple spots against a big three. So that is where the hesitance comes in, is the tide changing of what roster construction looks like.
Definitely. I mean, we're seeing a whole shift in this new kind of NBA era, which is exactly what we needed, because the whole conversation before... That's okay. I'll take the pump up. I was like, oh, what am I saying? Is it really exciting?
Well, no, he just found out that I was sitting next to a Gracie Award winner. And he said, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, baby, let's go. So we're moving away from, because the conversation, I mean, even the last few years, couple years ago, was who is going to take the reins as that new face of the NBA when we don't have like a LeBron James or a Steph Curry going deep into a playoff run, because obviously, once Golden State's dynasty, slowly
petered out,
slowly dwindled out, and LeBron reaching the end of his career and not on a team that was, I don't like saying this because it's our team, sustainably a championship team over multiple years.
Yeah.
Where was the next move that the league was going to go? And there was a couple years where it was like, well, maybe this guy will be the face of the league. Nah, I don't know. Maybe this guy will be the face of the league. Nah, I don't know. And now we've reached a point where we have a very definitive, this is the direction that the NBA is going. And OKC and SGA, whether you love it or you hate it, it's the conversation. Right. He is the back-to-back MVP.
You don't do that by accident.
No, they're the reigning champions. And then you have Wemby and the Spurs finally back. I mean, how long was their drought? Like, were they like a 7+ years since the Spurs have been like a competitive, dominant team?
Yeah, at least.
And it's all led by
an alien
dinosaur,
pterodactyl,
Wemby. It's crazy because we were watching it the other night, and obviously, like, my husband's not like, he's like a casual sports fan, and he's watching Wemby, and he goes, and he can shoot. It's like, yeah, because he watched him do almost a half-court three from the logo, hit the three in
with
OT.
20 seconds left.
And he was like, what? I was like, yeah, I told you. I've been trying to tell you this whole time. He's an alien. Like, you watch him and it's real life Space Jam.
Yes.
You watch Wemby and it's real life Space Jam. It's like, there's no, if he has, it's must watch TV. And that is the future. And that is the direction of the NBA. And it's really exciting. And it should be exciting for every other franchise and organization, because like, now you have something to build towards, right? And it sucks it's not you that's at the top sometimes, but now you have a goal, and now you have like a vision of like, okay, how do we compete with that but be better?
Yes.
So now you have a time to get creative. And so that brings us back to the Giannis situation with the Lakers, and an exec was talking, sharing his thoughts on the whole Lakers situation. And he said, Luka Doncic is 27. He just turned 27. Yes. Austin Reeves is 27. That's what they're looking for. Guys in their early prime who can grow alongside those two. And you get the sense they're tired of constantly cycling the roster, and they're looking for the right role players to emphasize those two guys. And that's not Giannis, who's in his early 30s. He turns 32 in December. And it just doesn't fit the timeline that the Lakers are on right now. So how much weight do you put on that? Like, is that going to be the determining factor?
A lot. I understand the instinct of, you are in the prime of Luka Doncic's career.
Yeah.
You are in the prime of Austin Reeves' career. You need to maximize that prime by getting the best players possible right now.
Yeah.
Giannis turns 32. He will be 32 before next season is over. I believe his birthday is around Christmas or something like that.
Okay.
So kind of in the midseason. And I understand if you say, yes, we're not going to have Giannis for 5 years for some 6-year run, but we need to maximize this. I do believe it is the opposite. I believe it is about consistency, and it is about young talent that gets better. Why is OKC so good? Because they were terrible for a long time, stockpiled draft picks, and now are using those draft picks to draft guys who they don't need right away. Sure, Chet was able to go right away, but for the most part, it's guys who learn, they get a role, and then when the opportunity is provided, they start. That is the formula. Now, the Lakers are not ever drafting early enough because they're kind of in this success purgatory of even when we're not competing for championships, we're making the playoffs because that is the expectation. So you can't do it that way. So you can't do what Oklahoma City did because we're not going to be drafting.
Or the Spurs. They were both in the same situation.
Exactly, because we're not going to be drafting where they drafted. So I am currently of the camp of do not draft Giannis, but there is more evidence to draft him because the
trade for him.
The Lakers, yes, because the Lakers have to find a new way to create depth outside of draft picks, and that's very difficult to do.
Yeah, and if they trade for Giannis, and Luka is very vocal about, hey, I don't want Austin Reeves to be a part of any trade conversation.
Right.
I want him as my number 2. And you have to, if you're trying to build a team around Luka Doncic, if you take away his favorite guy, his number 2, someone who's become his best friend both on and off the court, we've seen the chemistry on the court, but also they're like big brother vibes. If you take that away, don't underestimate the power of a locker room vibe booster. And if he's happy, he's going to be playing better on the court. He's going to be performing better all around. Like that would be such a bitter taste in his mouth if right out of the gates you take away his favorite guy when he specifically asked you as the face of your franchise. And only in the NBA do we see this where star players
more leverage than any other sport.
Get to make the decisions, right? It's only in the NBA that you go to your star player and like, hey, who do you want? What do you want to do? You're not seeing that in baseball. You're not seeing that in the NFL. Absolutely not. But this is the league that it can happen. And if you're saying he is the new face of your franchise and you are building your franchise around him and he specifically asked you, keep my guy Austin Reeves, I don't see how you get a Giannis if you're not able to play an Austin Reeves card. So they're keeping Austin. They're keeping Luka Doncic. They're keeping Austin Reeves. And then they need to get younger. They need to get more athletic, and they need to get deeper. They need like 10 guys deep here. If you're trading for Giannis, I don't know how you're going to get 10 guys deep because you're going to have to give up so many names.
You're not bringing back Rui.
No.
Obviously, if you're Milwaukee, you're not doing
Marcus
this trade.
Smart?
If you're not getting Austin Reeves back, Marcus Smart, you're probably not going to be able to get him back. And you're not rolling out the same team, but you are rolling out the same issues of here is 32-year-old Giannis who he's not as hurt as Milwaukee is making him seem. It was more so, hey, we're shutting you down because we're going to trade you at the
Oh, no, he was pissed
in
about
this
that.
offseason. Yeah,
he was
very upset about that.
vocal about that.
But with his style of play and being banged up over his career, you are not looking at Giannis to be able to play 70 games of the season. Luka Doncic has proven 70 games a season is also not really a thing. So now it's what makes San Antonio so special is when Wemby is not on the court, they are a fluid team. He was on a minutes restriction up until a couple weeks ago, and this team was rolling along just fine. In a scenario where you have a 27-year-old, maybe 2 27-year-olds, and a 32-year-old as your focal point, you are not being built for a lasting playoff run. The season is just too long, and you're asking too much. It would be so exciting. Ticket prices would be even more through the roof than they are now, maybe. But outside of that, the business aspect even isn't even enough to justify you're not winning it. You can convince yourself that you're going to win a championship, and if San Antonio and OKC had to deconstruct this year, maybe, but I still can't comfortably say that this is a winning formula. It's a winning formula. It's not a championship formula.
Yeah, it's like it sounds nice.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it would be a cool thing, but would it actually work? And is it the best thing for your future and the Lakers franchise? I don't know. What do you guys think, LA? Make sure you're following us at The Fan LA, watching us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Get in that comment section. We want to hear from you as well throughout the show. You can also call us at 855-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. because we want you to be a part of this conversation as well. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, you guys, the Dodgers, it's been a roller coaster couple weeks here, but we're on the rise, baby. We're on the rise. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, here with you on 97.1 The Fan. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the iHeart app, the Odyssey app, watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So make sure you're getting in the chats, following us on all socials, at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs.
What you gotta say?
Yeah, let us know what's up. I mean, last segment we were talking about, is Giannis even a good idea for the Lakers? Because that's kind of been the news of the day, because we're getting a little bit of Laker news every day.
Want the splashiest name, and since he's out there,
well, we're LA. Come on,
that's who people want, and I get
Glitz,
it. But
glam, and championships, baby.
Glitz, glam,
yeah.
and
So we broke that down. I don't know if it's a great idea. We want to hear from you, so make sure you get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. But let's switch gears to last night's game and the Dodgers, because that was a hard-fought win.
Yeah.
It was ugly, but those are kind of my favorite.
Ugly wins are the best kind.
Those are my favorite wins,
Yeah.
because you have to fight for every run, and you're winning on those close calls. And it was Alex Call last night. The last, scoring on the sac fly from Andy Pahces versus Mason Miller. The whole situation there was an absolute battle.
It was. And Alex Call, I do want to shout out, because his ability to just get on base.
Yeah.
He gets thrown into the fire. And there's really nothing like being a pinch hitter or a pinch runner in any other sport, where, imagine being a wide receiver and you don't play a single snap. You're not in any of the offensive snaps. You're not even on special teams. And then when the 2-minute drill comes and you're down 3 and you need a touchdown, coach says, hey, you're in.
Yeah, the biggest moment.
He gets thrown into the biggest moment every single time, and he responds every single time.
It's incredible. And don't underestimate how important those positions are.
Yeah.
Coming off the bench, being a pinch hitter, subbing in at the last moment.
Staying hot for 2.5 hours.
You have to be mentally ready
you
for
don't
that.
even know if you're going to get it.
No, and you have to,
he handles it so well.
It's such an emotional roller coaster for the players, because you have to stay ready. You're going to go in, but you still don't know if you're going to go in.
Right.
And it's so wild. But I also got to shout out Freddie Freeman, you guys, because he just took over, snapping his little slump, because he was 0 for 16 heading into that game. And then he had 2 home runs last night, and that was the difference for the Dodgers. And you never know who it's going to be. And that's kind of the best thing about this Dodgers lineup and whole roster, is you have so many superstars. You have MVPs. But then you also have the guys like Alex Call, who you never know who it's going to be each night, when they're going to pull out a win. But it can really be anybody.
Yeah.
And we kind of saw that, too, during their World Series run, which was the craziest ever.
Just a bunch of names that get thrown out there and respond.
Yeah. So this was a good win. A good win to even the series. Because you can't go down to San Diego and face the Padres, a team that you are neck and neck with in the NL West, where every game you guys just keep bouncing back over each other for who's got the lead of the NL West. So now we're at a clean slate. Series is tied, and you got Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight.
What more could you ask for? That atmosphere is going to be nuts. Whoever wins this game sits atop the NL West. And Shohei, as we understand right now, is expected to hit as well, which kind of backtracks on Dave Roberts' strategy from just a week ago.
Yeah. So when Ohtani's hot at the plate, I say ride it.
Yeah.
And if he wants to hit, let the man hit.
Right.
And this was something I was alluding to the other day, was we don't know. Is it Shohei Ohtani saying, hey, I might need to manage myself. Time, what do they call it? In the NBA, where they're load management.
Load management.
Yes. So we don't see that very often in baseball. You play every single day. It's just, it is what it is. It's a different game. We don't see load management like we see it in the NBA. And this feels like the first little bit of load management, but it's for a player that we have never dealt with this situation before in our lifetime in this game. MVP two-way player who, when he was struggling a little bit at the plate, Dave Roberts decided, hey, we're going to give him we're going to give him a couple days off. They also had some other hot bats in the lineup. So
Right.
when he's on the mound, he's still in the game. Like, okay, this is a time to get a couple guys in as DH. So his last few starts, he has not been hitting while he's pitching, which is totally fine, you guys, because he still has a 0.82 ERA.
Filthy.
It's insane. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And, I mean, nothing's ever broke with Ohtani unless he's getting surgery and he's, like, out for a little bit of time. But this man has been managing how he goes about his day-to-day routine life as a two-way player. And we've all just kind of been figuring it out as he goes because there was no playbook for Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
So back to my main question, I'm just curious, is this coming from Shohei Ohtani or is this coming from Dave Roberts, where for the first time, now that he's had a couple seasons with him, he sees what he's capable of, he sees how far he can push him, and has a better idea of maybe when he's mentally needing a break for one or the other, and goes, hey, we're just going to have you focus on pitching today.
Whatever it is, I just hope we stick with that going forward. Whether it's Dave Roberts' call, whether it's Shohei's call, I just feel that an athlete wants consistency more than anything. Change can be good, change can be bad, but more than anything, an athlete wants to be able to envision what the next week looks like, what the next game looks like, what's the rest of the season's going to look like, so they can prepare, especially in a game that's as mental as baseball. What I don't want is, okay, now Shohei is going back to doing both. And then right before first pitch, actually, he's not going to bat today. And then the next time he's up, we're still thinking about it. And then right before the game, okay, Shohei's going to bat. I just want a consistent answer for the remainder, because whether it's Shohei's or Dave's call, it affects the entire team when the best player on the planet, and maybe that has ever played, Freddie Freeman wants to know if Shohei's batting. Mookie wants to know if Shohei's batting.
It
Max
affects the
wants
order.
to know.
It affects the batting
It
order.
affects everything. So for the sake of being able to visualize a game plan, I do hope this is the last of the flip-flop, and whatever it is, we just stick with it for at least a month.
See, I don't care.
Really?
I don't care if it's day of. How are you feeling? Like, is today a day you want to hit? Is today a day you just want to pitch and focus on that? I don't think it has to be necessarily like, this is what we're doing moving forward. I just hope that it's coming from an Ohtani. And he's just realizing, hey, his goal, you guys, he set out this year. And whatever Shohei Ohtani says he's going to do, he always ends up doing.
Yeah.
He says he wants to win a Cy Young. So that means pitching is his focus this year. And he's starting the season incredible. He's got a 0.82 ERA. He's coming to the mound. He's getting the job done. So that is his focus. And right now, that's kind of what the Dodgers need with all the pitching injuries that they have endured, which, you know, it's not going to be the last of we've seen of this
Plenty
whole
more.
like injury waiting room that we have.
The bullpen did shine. It's been basically said constantly by the broadcast team, and rightfully so, because it's true. The Padres not comfortably, but they have the best bullpen in baseball right now. And I love that showing itself in game 1 and then game 2. Emmett Sheehan comes out. He does not have the performance that he wants. 2 bad throws end up turning into 4 runs. But that's the life of a pitcher. But I love the ugly, scrappy, who can give me 1 inning, who can give me 2 innings, and just scratching and clawing and finding a way to win that game. And most importantly, the story of the season, through the slumps at least, has been pitchers showing up and the bats don't.
Yeah.
What I love is really for only the 3rd time this year, the pitching did not show up initially and the bats had their back. And what that's going to do for Sheehan and Yoshi and even guys who are in the zone like Shohei, that weight off their shoulders of,
so
I
you
don't have to
worry.
be perfect. And I know that Emmett Sheehan did not have the performance he wanted, but at least he gets to take away, you know what? We still won the game.
Yeah.
And I don't need to feel that sense of pressure going forward anymore.
Okay, so we asked you, the fans, we did a poll on YouTube. You can still be a part of it if you're following us or watching us live at the Fan LA. And we asked you guys, does Ohtani need load management? Producer Shay, are you giving us the outcome of the polls, or do you want to?
Yeah, so
Okay.
64% said no and 36% said yes.
See,
Okay.
that's why it's like I don't really care.
Yeah.
That it needs to be a set thing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this should be a day of, and that's probably why, like, what last night the plan was to have Ohtani in the lineup. And if he wakes up today, he's like, you know what? I just want to focus on pitching. That's fine, because we got so many other guys that are capable and able to carry this team and help us win this series tonight.
Having a lot of veterans on the team, that does help. Like Freddie Freeman's been there, done that. Mookie Betts, you can't show him anything that he hasn't seen before. But for the guys like Pahces, like Dalton Rushing, Will Smith is a certified veteran, even though he's not technically old. The Alex Calls, the Hassan Kims. If I were a younger player in that dugout, yes, this is Shohei's show because he's Shohei Ohtani, but
Yeah.
I would want some kind of metric of I want to know when I'm batting. I want to know when Shohei is doing both. And again, Shohei's voice is always going to be louder than mine. Dave Roberts' voice, quite honestly, is the only one that kind of matters. I would just prefer as a younger player to know what I'm getting on a week-to-week, day-to-day basis.
Yeah, you're not. Welcome to baseball, baby. Every single day. Like, sometimes you get the lineup early. Sometimes there's a scratch, and you're getting it like an hour to 30 minutes before first pitch. You never know because it changes. It's every day. And the most important thing here, you guys, is that Shohei Ohtani is healthy and he's pitching great because, like I mentioned earlier, the Dodgers have had a lot of injuries, and Blake Snell just underwent surgery yesterday to remove the loose bodies in his left elbow, and it's supposed to potentially cut recovery time in half with hopes of coming back within 2 months. But it's like you can come back in 2 months, but you also have to remember you have to ramp up again. So it's like you're at the beginning of spring training, and that's what I try to remind people, especially with pitchers when they come back from injuries. We spend a month plus playing games in spring training to get everybody in game shape, to get timing down, to get velocity up, to get control of your stuff. And so it's going to take any person, especially coming off a surgery, even if they're saying it's a less invasive nano needle scope, to get those loose bodies.
Whatever
I don't know.
those words mean.
You're getting put under and you're getting sliced somehow. And like something is different. Something like it's just, I don't know. It's
the benefit that the Dodgers do have, at least, is last year they were in a similar circumstance, right? A lot of teams, man, we just spent how much money on Edwin Diaz? He was supposed to hold us down all year. Glasnow's gone. Snell is gone. What the heck are we going to do?
Yeah.
But this is where the Dodgers were at last year.
Yep.
They were just looking for healthy arms, scratching and clawing, and when September comes around, can you roll into October healthy? So even with Blake Snell, apparently his surgery, he's supposed to be on a much faster track, and we're supposed to see him back before Edwin Diaz. Take your time.
Yeah.
All that matter, winning the NL West does not come as a priority when you are trying to three-peat. All that matters is, are you healthy in October? Take all the time you need.
Doesn't
Blake
matter.
Snell. Keep playing Call of Duty or whatever he plays on Twitch. Sometimes I watch him.
Do you? Are you a streamer?
He's very no. I'm not a streamer, but when there's no games on that I care about, that I don't want the audio, I like.
Do you Twitch? Do you have a Twitch?
I do not have a Twitch. Oh, well, to watch, I guess I technically do.
Yeah.
But it's like a podcast. I just like to hear people talking when, say, the Knicks and Cavs game is on.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the game goes. I don't need to hear the broadcast.
Yeah.
But I want to hear someone talking about something I care about, and Blake Snell's funny. Yesterday, he was not on Twitch. He was literally asleep getting needles put in his elbow. But hopefully, he will be back to hold the controller.
Oh, that's so good.
I don't think that affects your elbow too much.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Remember, we want you to be a part of this conversation, so make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. You can be watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. Be a part of this show. You can also call in at 855-97-LA Fan. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do we care, LA? We're going to hit some hot topics around the sports world.
on The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for tuning in, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in those comment sections. You can also call us at 855-97LA-FAN. We want to hear from you, and we're about to play a fun new game, bro.
Ooh, I like games.
We've already kind of like talked about Lakers today, the rumors about potentially going after being an aggressive trade option for Giannis, the Dodgers, Ohtani on the mound tonight. But now we're going to expand. We're going to expand our topics, and we're going to kind of hit all the hot topics around sports.
Okay.
And we're going to see if we care or if we don't. It's called Do We Care, LA? Producer Shay.
Yeah, so there's a lot happening in sports, as Alex kind of said. And yeah, we're an LA-based show, but there is a lot to talk about. And we kind of made a little segment, so we can talk about it. So, Do We Care LA, hosted by producer Shay. This is the beginning of it. Let's do this. Going on to our first ever Do We Care. There's a lot happening in sports, but not all of it deserves LA's attention. But maybe it does when it's bad things about the Celtics. Jaylen Brown and Stephen A. Smith are going back and forth after Stephen A. said Brown needs to be quiet following the Celtics blowing a 3-1 lead in the first round. Brown fired back online and basically told Stephen A. to retire, then called him out again for using clickbait instead of real journalism. Do we care, guys?
We care.
I care.
And
It's drama.
This is why I care, is because Jaylen Brown gets bounced out of the playoffs. 24 hours later, he's on Twitch talking about how this season was his favorite season ever. People thinking he's indirectly hinting that he wants to be traded so he can be the man somewhere.
So, but why was it like?
Because
he was the number one.
Because he was the number one. Jason Tatum was hurt for the majority of the year, also didn't play in the elimination game. So people are saying, why are you on Twitch the day after that game? And why we care is because the LeBron PR battle versus the Lakers PR battle is underway. And this is what we don't want.
No.
It cannot get to this level, so we do care.
Yeah, I care because anytime you have a star player saying their favorite season wasn't the season that they won a championship is just like,
that's insane.
What? There is something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. And that's where my little reporter antenna goes up. And I'm like, ooh, read between the lines. What's happening here? This was your favorite season? Oh, because you got to be the star of the show. I also don't mind players clapping back at media because our entire career is to analyze and break down what you do for a living.
Right.
So if an athlete, has the, especially to go after a man at the top, like in terms of sports talk media people, Stephen A is, he's paid to be at the top. So, opinions like you might not think he is your favorite, and that's totally fine. That's his whole shtick. You love him or you hate him. But in terms of media that we get every single day, sports media, Stephen A is at the top. So I love the clapback. Like, why not? We talk about and break down every single thing that these athletes do every day. Like, literally dissecting the way they catch a ball or the way they react after a play happens. And you know what? If you want to come after us for a take, you have every right.
What else we got, Shay?
Let's go to the YouTube comments first.
Okay.
At Good Karma Sucks, most ESPN is clickbait.
Yeah.
Daniel Areola says ESPN abandoned journalism years ago.
Yeah.
So
well, it's just different. We're in the social media world now. So everything is, how can I grab your attention within the first 2 to 10 seconds of a clip? Are you going to be interested? Otherwise, you're scrolling right past that. And so it is. We live in a clickbait world. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what media is right now. How are we going to get your attention, keep your attention, and hopefully go viral? That's what everyone's trying to do with some sort of hot take like that.
Studio T does care. All right, Shay.
Sweet. So the next scenario, do we care that Jason Kidd is out in Dallas? Jason Kidd is out as the Mavericks head coach after 5 seasons. Even though he still had 4 years and over $40 million left on his deal, Dallas is fully resetting after the Luka trade disaster. Not for us, though. We were happy that happened. Nico Harrison getting fired, Masai taking over, and now Kidd being pushed out too. Do you guys care?
Nope.
No, because
thank you, but nope.
Yeah, no, there's something deeper going on there. Again, read between the lines. Who bought the Mavs, right? They own casinos. What they're trying to do is move the team to a place where they can have a casino. And you can't do that when you are a successful team. I have so many
You can't do that in Texas.
No. What? I think they're trying to move maybe to it's been a minute since I looked and went down that rabbit hole, but they're just trying to get approval and lobby a way to build a new stadium or arena that has a casino around it. So I think this is follow the money situation. So no, I don't care, but there's more to the story than just that. There's a reason. And we benefited from it, LA. So
yes,
thank you.
What else we got?
Yeah, we extremely benefited off of it. And yeah, everyone in the comments is very happy. Rig_14 says, I wanted Kidd in LA before we got JJ. So that would have been interesting.
We made the right choice.
I agree.
Wait, what? Say that again?
So Rig_14 says, I wanted Kidd in LA before we got JJ.
Jason Kidd.
I was like,
you wanted a kid in LA.
What do you mean you wanted a kid?
Rig, you're the only one that can control that.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Get to work.
No, my mom would have a heart attack.
That's why I was like, excuse me, what? If you saw my reaction, if you're watching live, yeah. Wild.
All right, on to the next one, guys.
Okay.
And don't worry, I'm not having a kid anytime soon, Mom. Do we care, LA? The Cavs absolutely collapsed last night versus the Knicks. I don't know who we're going to blame. We might talk about it later, but the Cavs blew a 22-point fourth quarter lead in game 1 against the Knicks, got crushed in overtime, and let the man Jaylen Brunson take over late at MSG. Do you guys care?
I'm going with no, because the Cavs have made it far enough to where they're not going to blow this thing up and maybe send Jared Allen or Evan Mobley over here. And also because the winner is coming out of the West. San Antonio and OKC is the real championship. So I'm going to say no. What about you, Alex?
But also, like, yeah, this is like very predictable. This is what the Knicks did last playoffs.
That's true.
Against the Celtics.
Yeah.
They were the comeback kids.
Yeah.
And then what? Cavs collapsing? Are we surprised? James Harden collapsing? No, absolutely not. That's just like kind of, like you said, like they made it further than expected.
As of right now, I'm going to be a big James Harden defender because he is an LA guy.
Okay,
He is an LA guy.
The beard, go.
And I understand that the Clippers separation wasn't pretty. They were kind of blindsided that he wanted to be traded.
Dude.
He's an LA dude, and I'm going
Wild.
to ride for him, and I'm rooting for James Harden for the rest of the way. Also because I hate the Knicks.
So, okay, so you're rooting for the Cavs. That also, like, remember this goes against your theory that you didn't want the Cavs to be good, so, like, maybe LeBron would go there and that would be a part
already
of his
made it
farewell
far enough.
tour?
Yeah, if this was
So you
an
want
earlier
them to
series,
do well, and then maybe they take LeBron or they don't take LeBron.
I think they've already done too well to where the LeBron swap is a possibility. They've made it far enough to where they can't blow this thing up. So since they've made it past the point of no return, I may as well root for James Harden. Shay,
right.
we got time for another?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, let's do one quick one real quick. Do we care, LA? Jake Paul's MVP MMA on Netflix. So Jake Paul's Most Valuable Promotions made its MMA debut on Netflix at the Intuit Dome in LA, headlined by Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano, and reportedly became the most watched MMA event in U.S. history. Do you guys care?
I think it's cool, but like he knows how to talk about clickbait. This is the man who knows how to make trendy viral videos, and like being a promoter is like exactly what he should be doing.
He's what, 28? There's no way he's 30. Whatever age he is, a perfect summation of the current state of things. Not that it's good or bad, but it is insane.
Yeah.
You can go from Vine to
YouTube
TikTok
star
to YouTube to producing an MMA event.
Well, I mean,
on
fights.
Netflix.
Well, I mean, their fights, like when he was fighting, right? Because it was Jake Paul that fought Tyson.
I think it
Or
was
it
his brother. His brother fighting Nate Robinson is what kicked it off. But recently he fought Tyson.
Who are the two Pauls? Jake Paul and
They both
Shay?
look like twins. They got to be the same
It's
age.
Jake and let me look.
Is
it up.
Jake the one that fights?
They
Jake
both fight.
Logan and Jake Paul. Logan's in
Logan
the WWE, and then he's also has a podcast.
They both
Okay.
fight.
Yeah,
to
so
their
Jake, no,
credit.
but Jake's the actual boxer.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, not. I didn't mean that WWE. You guys are athletes, but in a whole different
Totally
way.
know what you
That
mean.
is that is a theatrical performance
Yes.
that I would argue
Yes.
you have to be an even more insane athlete.
It's like Cirque du Soleil.
to perform in.
You can't watch a show and say those people aren't athletes.
No,
No,
I just it's funny because I had to kind of change my mindset and perspective about WWE because I didn't grow up with it, and then
Right.
once I was like, oh, this is theater.
Yes.
it's performance
Yes.
fighting.
Yes.
that's cool. And then once you go into it like that, and I'm like, oh, this is fake. It's like, no, it ain't fake. It's just performative fighting.
If they branded it that way, I feel like it could be even bigger.
Yeah.
I understand that's not the macho way to brand it, but
No.
if you say if you like Broadway, you would like WWE.
Dude,
if you like Cirque du
like
Soleil, if you like
fighting,
gymnastics,
if you like fighting and sports, but you like performative
Yeah.
art, it is the perfect combo of
insane.
both.
It
And
is.
once you think about it that way, you're like,
all right,
dude.
get some flair and some costumes on you.
Backflips,
you
throwing
know?
your body on the ground. I've never been to WWE. I'm going to
Neither
add
have
that
I.
to a. Okay, so we need to do a team. When are
I
they
think we
here? Are they coming to LA? Is
They
it
do
like
WrestleMania
Raw,
at
like
SoFi
something?
sometimes, I
Yeah,
think.
something's got to be coming to LA soon.
The
Some
next
sort of
WWE event in LA where
Broadcasting live from the Odyssey Wilshire Studios in the heart of the city. This is KNX-FM and KCBS HD2 Los Angeles, 97.1 The Fan.
It's Mike Simpson here with your update from KNX News on 97.1 The Fan. Smoke in the air again today. Air quality issues because of the fires. Hundreds of firefighters still in Simi Valley.
This is getting pretty close to the house, and it came down the hill. We watched it. Took like 2 hours for it to come down the hill. The firefighters took care of it.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex, Hour 2 here on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your day with us, LA, whether you're listening on the radio, on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. We want you to be a part of the conversation. Make sure you're getting in that comment section. What's up, everybody? But we've been having a time today already. We were diving into the whole Lakers situation of, you know, they're always going to be in the rumor conversation when there's a big name on the market, especially when they're trying to figure out. Yeah, we live in LA. We do love shiny things. As I have my trophy, my award out here on the table today, you guys. I won a Gracie Award last night just down the street, and it was so rad, honoring women in media. So it's going to be our little prop here on the table all
Rest
day.
of the week.
And it's heavy, man. You want to give this a...
Let's see.
Give it a hold?
Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, goodbye. Hey. It's nice.
Okay, yeah, this is way heavier than I thought.
I know, everyone. I was like, I held it. I was like, oh, damn, that's what we're dealing with.
That is not hollow.
And you know what? Every trophy should be heavy. Because it shows you the weight it took. The weight on your life it took.
Great metaphor. Can I do the flip side of that?
Okay.
I think medals are too heavy.
Trying to think. My last medal was in college when we won nationals.
Slight flex. Slight flex. I feel like a medal should be light. It should be hollow. It should be dainty.
But I want it to be big.
It can be big, dainty in the sense of I should be able to lift it with like my two pinky fingers.
Have you
super
held
light.
an Olympic medal?
Yeah, fun story.
Yeah?
My brother was on the Patriots. I was on the Bears, so our season was over. But he was in the playoffs, and they were playing, I think it was the Ravens.
Okay.
And Michael Phelps was there because he's a Baltimore guy, I think.
Sick.
And he had...
How many of them?
At least 3 of them. And
Can you imagine wearing all of those?
You know what? In hindsight, it was kind of weird that he had his medals with him because this was like a decade removed. But he let me hold one and wear one. And the first thing I thought was, this is way too heavy.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of a thing, though, right? Like, if you are an Olympic gold medalist and you're going to a game and maybe you're like the celebrity guest there, people want to take photos with your medals.
The first thing someone's going to say is, can I see a medal?
So you bring it, and it's like, if you have it, then you have 3, and then it's like, here, you can take a photo with it.
Now
you can take a photo with it.
I
You
can
can
start
take a photo.
knocking people out, and I can get rid of this.
And you get a medal.
I can finish this quicker. Instead of having one long line, it's 3 lines at one. Okay, you know what? Michael Phelps, I take back everything. He has a figure
Dude, I love how in the mix he is, because he was part of that. Do you remember the coaches? What was it? The owners' meetings in Arizona, whatever the league meetings.
Michael Phelps was there.
Michael Phelps was there.
Why is he?
He was sitting at
bored?
They have like the annual coaches like drunken pool party that Jay Glazer was doing the behind the scenes and showing everybody what was going down.
Yes.
Phelps was there. He was just chilling with all the coaches.
He also showed up. I don't know if anyone watches Netflix Beef season 2.
Yeah.
Second episode, he just pops up. Like, why is Michael? He's everywhere.
Because that took place in Ojai, but it was Montecito. The
Montecito
golf course
Country
was
Club, I
in
think,
Montecito.
right? Yeah.
And casually just betting $10,000 on a game, like sitting off to the side. You guys, Beef was good.
I am halfway through.
Oh, okay. I won't say anything.
Yes.
I won't say anything.
But
I binged it before we started
the
show. I had to get. It's so funny. I had to get a couple things done in terms of my entertainment before we started the show. Because when I get invested, I get obsessed.
Yes.
Which is like why sports are so great, because I get to be obsessed like year round. But when there was like the little in between. I was reading, you guys. I don't read books. I do audiobooks because I like to. It's called habit stacking.
Okay.
Where I get to do things while you're like doing another thing. So you get more done in a day. So you habit stack. So I might go for a walk, walk the dogs, and I'm listening to the audiobook.
Okay.
I might be like doing the dishes, listening to the audiobook. Or I like have, like I would have the game on while you're doing something else. So you're multitasking.
Yeah.
I like to constantly be doing a ton of things.
I like the rebrand of Habit Stack. It sounds so much cooler.
Yeah,
though.
habit stacking.
I like that. Habit Stack.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you're into this fantasy series, but Fourth Wing.
Oh, my wife has read all the books at least twice.
So
She's always holding them.
Finished Onyx Storm, but I like hadn't finished it like before the show started, and like my husband would look at me, he's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I need to finish this before we get the show started."
Is that the black one with the gold letters?
Yes, and the dragon. So this is, and they just announced like I want to say it's Netflix or Prime.
I
HBO.
think Michael B. Jordan's producing it.
Michael B. Jordan is producing it. Academy Award winner Michael B. Jordan. This is going to be sick. You want to talk about fantasy athletes? These Dragon Riders. It's got to be a Game of Thrones meets Harry Potter, but like in this whole different universe. Like I want it to be insane.
Fourth wing.
Dude, don't hate it till you try it, because my husband was like, yeah, I'm not really into these things. Yeah. And we were driving to Mammoth to go snowboarding, and I was like, well, let's just do an audiobook. We end up listening to it on the way there and back. We made it, about 10 hours into the audiobook. Yeah. He finished it the next day on his run. I was like, knew it.
No,
I knew it.
The second my wife finished the series, she started it again. So I know it is for real. And when that series comes out, I'll be watching.
Dude, you should listen to the audiobook.
Yes.
It's a good driver.
You know who we shouldn't listen to?
No. Okay. That's a hard setup. Don't put him down like this. Don't put an LA legend down like this. Let's set the table a little better here, okay? So Lakers have been in the news for a lot of things, and obviously one of the biggest LA icons, Laker legend, Magic Johnson, is now a part of the ownership group of the Dodgers. So we see him behind home plate. We see him. He's had a good amount of Laker games now. He's still. I don't know if the new ownership, if he's still a part. Yeah, because he's a part of the ownership group with the Dodgers. So is he a part of the ownership group with the Lakers, Shay? Can you confirm that?
That was an ugly split with him and the Buss family. Maybe Mark Walter, now that they're buddies on the baseball diamond.
So basically, he has his hand in
everything LA.
Everything LA. Like, Magic Johnson is LA, and he has done such an incredible job of kind of being that, I don't want to say like political figure in sports.
Kind of.
But he is. Like, he was the face of the ownership group for the Dodgers. Like, anytime anything was happening, fundraiser, celebrity-wise, game-wise, Magic Johnson is the one there, and he is the face of the ownership group. By the way, when I got to meet him, I shook his hand. His hand went like almost all the way up my forearm. I was like, wow. Okay, I always knew you were like a tall, large man, but like...
Yeah. And this was coming off of, again, it was an ugly split, but was the face of the Lakers for a while when he was in their front office. Diplomat is the word.
There you go. Okay, so... It came out.
One thing he's not is a tweeter.
No, you guys. Someone, like, you have enough money, hire a social media team. Hire a social media team that's taking all of your content, posting all of your content. Because this man is like, if you gave your phone to your grandparent and just stating the obvious here. And it's like, wow, look at us eating breakfast. Cookie and I eating breakfast on our yacht. Wow, look at this that I just saw. Like, it's we love the man. Like, for what he's done for LA sports.
Can I share what's on my screen? I've pulled up best Magic Johnson tweets.
Let's go.
Let me just get a couple off.
Let's go.
Here's one.
Let's paint the scene.
Take you back to May 25th, 2016.
Okay.
The Cavs' blowout win tonight sent a message to the Raptors that there is no way they can win the series. The problem is the series was not over, and all the Raptors had to do was win 2 more games.
Yeah.
Thank you, Magic. We have another one here. With Steph, this is May 1st, 2016. With Steph Curry on the floor, the Golden State Warriors are a championship team.
Yeah.
Thanks, Magic.
Those aren't as bad, because I'm like, at least he's like talking about the game. I like, it's in a positive way. But what came out recently, when he was talking about the Dodgers, because he is on the ownership team.
Yes.
He said nobody can win all the time. When he was talking about the Dodgers' three-peat chase and parity being good for baseball. And all I gotta say is, come on, Magic. Really? Like, you would have never, those words would have never come out of your mouth during your time on the Showtime Lakers, while you were a player, while you were in the midst of a dynasty, because that's what the Dodgers are in. The Dodgers are in the midst of a dynasty right now. They have won 3 championships since 2020, back to back, on the road to a three-peat. You are part of the ownership group of the Dodgers, and you're saying that nobody can win all the time? Parity is good for the league? No, that is the last thing I want to hear from my ownership group. Absolutely not.
I don't understand either. The only people who should be talking about parity are the faces of, like, the commissioners of the league, the execs of the league, not of a team, of the league. Even teams that lose a ton don't care about parity because they know, well, when we're on top, I don't want it to be parity. I want to dominate. So
it's championship or bust, and that should be the only.
I don't see a single angle where this makes sense.
It
What
makes
is he
zero
talking
sense.
about?
Is he trying to then be a part of the league's front office? Is that what he's trying to do? Is be more of an executive role?
Okay, I didn't
don't
consider
know.
that.
That would be the only situation as to why you're trying to not pump up the team that you own, that are back-to-back champs, that are on the quest for a three-peat. You
Also,
never say you're not going to win them all.
Timing
in the
was
first
terrible.
half of the season.
And we just got over a slip. So he tweeted this, I want to say 2 days ago. So the first Padres game, I don't believe happened, but we had just come off the 31-4 run differential against the Angels. The slump was just over, and now's the time to say, hey guys, winning doesn't really matter. It's about parity. What is he talking?
No, we want to hear from you, LA. So get in our comment section.
He's so
you
funny,
can call
man.
us at 855-97 LA fan, 855-97 LA fan. What do you think? Do you think this was a
I think one of his
Did
kids.
he mean to say this?
One of his kids needs to get his phone, log him out of Twitter.
No, he needs a social media manager.
Because I guarantee he won't be able to log back in. So
He
someone
needs a
just
social
log him out.
You have enough money, get a social media manager. That's what you need. Shay, what's LA saying? Because this feels
something's
it
off,
just
man.
feels like you're not reading the room. It feels tone deaf.
LA's on the same page about Magic, to be quite honest. I mean, these tweets have been something we've been dealing with for a very long time. So if you don't know who Magic is, you're just not an LA sports fan. So yeah, it just everyone's kind of saying Irvin, saying his first name right now.
Yes. They're calling him Irvin right now.
Yeah, it's just Irvin. That's what we're gonna call him from now.
Well, no, when he's acting like this, it's
Irvin.
not Magic. When he's acting like the diplomat and trying to be, I guess, politically correct across all of Major League Baseball instead of being the owner of the Dodgers, you are Irvin. When you are being the face of LA sports,
oh yes,
we'll go back to being Magic.
I like that.
I
We'll go
like
back to
that.
being
I like that
Magic.
rule. Just what did you say the other day when the Lakers win? It's
when Staples, when the game is going great in Staples at Staples. When it's
When
a
they lose,
really
it's
bad
crypto.
game, it's the crypt.
Okay.
Yeah.
I found my favorite Magic Johnson tweet, and I promise this is my last one. Actually, I take back. I might read more.
Yeah.
Here's my favorite one. March 6th, 2014.
Okay.
The only way San Antonio or Miami don't win the championship is if neither team makes the finals. That is my favorite tweet from Magic.
Irvin. Yeah. Facts.
Some people
Facts.
remember where they were when they saw their first Dodgers World Series. I remember where I was when I read
Where
that
were
tweet.
you?
I was sitting on the couch. I was sitting on the couch in Valencia, California. I was in the middle of training, waiting for the NFL draft. And I remember sitting on the couch.
Oh, this was your draft year?
2014, yeah. This would have been a month before the draft, a month and some change. And I remember sitting on my mom and dad's couch, reading that tweet, thinking, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. What is going on with Magic Johnson?
I think he's lost a little, bit of connection to reality.
Yeah.
And this is him trying to be connected to reality.
Oh, so this
this is him being like, hey, no, I'm still one of you. Hey, no, I'm still I'm Magic.
So
I'm the
this
face
is
of LA.
Superman
Yeah.
thinking, what would Clark Kent do in this scenario?
Nate,
He
yeah.
would tweet something like this.
Probably.
I think you're onto something.
Because he's
there.
on his, when he's out enjoying his time, he lives on, he's vacationing on, a yacht that is the size.
On an island that you can't spell.
Yeah, but the yacht itself is a little island.
Yeah,
there is
what
no
would a
concept
regular
of
human
reality.
tweet right now?
I don't know. So that was just.
I love him.
I
love him.
Do you love this though?
I don't love this. I love him. No, it's
because right now we are in the midst of the Dodgers chasing a 3-peat, something we haven't seen since the Yankees in 2000. You have a Dodgers team that is right in the middle of probably the bigger rivalry they have.
Yeah.
I would say the biggest for them in the National League, definitely in the NL West.
Outside of Yankees, Red Sox, because of the recent playoff battles, I would put this as the second biggest matchup in regular season baseball.
When we were talking to Jose Mota, the voice of the Dodgers Spanish broadcast yesterday, he's like, it is absolutely playoff electric like vibes down at Petco Park right now. And it's every single player getting up for the biggest moment. And this all started once they started playing each other in the postseason. And it's gone back and forth. Dodgers have obviously gotten the longer end of the stick and came back to beat them in the playoffs last year to then go on to win their back-to-back World Series. And, you know, I don't know if the Padres will ever get over the Dodgers hump, because to them, I think if they face the Dodgers in the postseason, that's their World Series, as we saw when they did beat the Dodgers. I think that was 2022, and then they
ran out of gas.
That was it. That was their World Series. And I think that's always going to be, you know, when you're playing like an older sibling, or like you're trying to beat your dad in something for the first time. Like let me tell you, I am an insane ping pong player.
Ooh,
I was
runner
up at my high school ping pong tournament. I played Mike Trout. We were neck and neck. He ended up like beating me by 2, refused to ever play me again. And it's almost like those moments where mentally you're like, should I beat this person right now? Can I beat this person right now? And for some reason, my dad is the only person I can never beat at ping pong. And
it's
I don't know. It's a mental thing where I'm like, I know I could,
but I can't.
It's just like I can't.
I could, but I can't.
I could, but I can't. And it's one of those. I don't know. Like the Dodgers got some kind of like mental hold over the Padres. Like,
yes. No.
They're good. They are a great team.
Yes.
Top to bottom. Are they a World Series team?
Probably not.
No.
But that is a World Series atmosphere.
Yeah.
The only time I enjoy watching the Dodgers not play at home is watching them play in San Diego, because there's, as an athlete, you love when your team is rooting for you, but the greatest feeling is having success when 40,000 people there hate you. There's nothing like it. And seeing.
But it's also like Jose said, it felt like a Dodgers, almost like a equal like Dodgers Padres game, because there's so many Dodger fans down south.
Yeah. The animosity, even with it being, we'll say, like a 60-40 split from what I can tell to Padres to Dodgers, even with that much of a Dodger presence, nothing but animosity. Even
so you love the hate.
I love it.
Give me the trash talking.
Yes, and you know who shows it the best is Andy Pahces. If you go back to that duel that him and Mason Miller had, that 9-pitch duel, go back and watch how Pahces is staring through the soul of Mason Miller after every single pitch. Freddie Freeman, who's usually typically laid back, I look at facial... not facial recognition. I'm not an AI computer, but I look at facial giveaways and reactions. There is hatred, even in the nicest, most mild-mannered guys like Mookie and Freddie. When this series comes around, you see the angst in their eyes, man. It's great.
They're wearing the emotions on their face. So, to wrap this one up, Magic.
Log out.
Anytime you're talking about the Dodgers, please make it a positive thing, not like you're not going to win every year. That's not what we want to hear from the ownership group. We want to hear we're doing everything in our power to make sure that we win every single year. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We want you to be a part of the conversation. You can call in at 855-97-LA-FAN. Join the conversation watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, and following us at The Fan LA across socials. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, because it looks like we're getting more NFL international games. How do we feel about that? We'll be right back.
Car buying.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex Midday in LA. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your day with us, whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We appreciate you being here. Oh, that Magic conversation we had last hour. It's funny when you have like the Lakers-Dodgers combination into a human like Magic Johnson. But we're moving to football, you guys here, football fans. We're about to have a lot more international games.
Get those, dust off those passports.
I think if you've been hanging out with us every day, you have a good understanding about how we feel about these international games. This year we have 9. Next year, it just got announced that they approved it to move to 10 games. But the part that really hurts NFL fans is that teams used to be able to protect 2 games, right? So if the league comes to you and goes, hey, we're going to have an international game, you could be like, hey, I don't want this home game to be an international game. Right. Well, now teams cannot protect any games. Owners actually voted to eliminate that rule. So think about the biggest rivalry games, like the Rams and 49ers kicking off their season in Australia, because that's exactly where, you know, they should start the season for the Super Bowl favorite Rams and the biggest rivalry in their division, 49ers. It should definitely be across the world in Australia.
So this season, you have 9 games, 7 countries, 4 continents. And the very first game, of course, the Rams and 49ers are setting it off in Australia. And as you perfectly summed up, from an NFL marketing standpoint, you're thinking, this is a new country, this is new territory, let's package the best game imaginable and send it over there. I feel like as we continue to dive into the international landscape that's going to continue growing for the NFL, more does not always mean better. I feel like there is a massive sacrifice in lifelong fandom when you send the best you have to offer. How many Niners fans became diehard Niners fans because they went to a Niners-Rams game? How many Rams fans became diehard Rams fans because they went to a Rams-Niners game? And how many kids are now not going to have that experience or have it later in their life because you're sending an iconic matchup to the other side of the world? When the international games first started, it was very clear. It wasn't explicitly stated, but it was very clear. We're going to send the games that people aren't going to miss.
Yeah, that don't
and now
have
we're sending the best.
Playoff implications,
Super Bowl implications.
Yeah.
And certainly not the team that is hosting the Super Bowl in their stadium on paper, since the Super Bowl is in SoFi and the Rams are favored. None of this makes sense. And I understand it makes more profit in the short term,
well,
but you are sacrificing long-term fandom.
You nailed it. It's all about the money. Follow the money, because you know what Roger Goodell also said his goal is to get to 16 international games. 16 international. That's almost one game a week. One international game a week. So this is really tough for me. And we actually have a caller right now. Mitch in New Jersey. How are we feeling about the international games?
How we doing, Brock, Alex? Good show.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch.
Good luck. Long careers here. Good. I don't like it at all.
No.
It's ridiculous. What's next? Should they have all the games internationally?
Right.
We think of ourselves. We made this country. My real thing I wanted to say is, out of all the 4 sports, the NFL union must be the weakest, because they can't get a salary cap in baseball. The baseball players won't go for it, and that's that. Can't the players say something? Don't they have a say?
I don't know, Brock, as a former
Mitch,
player,
that is a
tell us.
fantastic question and incredible timing on your part. So, the NFLPA is the union for the players. The NFLPA has to approve any drastic change, like salary cap changes, salary floor changes, percentages of this and that, and especially international games. For those who have not been keeping up, the NFLPA just voted in a new executive director named J.C. Tretter. We would need 4 hours to really dive into the entire story of what happened with the previous people running the show with the NFLPA. The long story short is people are not happy that J.C. Tretter is the executive director.
Okay.
And there is legal proof that J.C. Tretter has been questioned about his loyalty to the NFLPA.
Interesting.
So, Mitch, to answer your question succinctly, there is doubt growing across the NFL that their best interests are not going to be represented. And as the owners vote to increase the number of international games, and as Roger Goodell has made it clear, international games are going to become a norm for all 32 teams, the NFLPA does not right now seem to be doing right by the NFL, and it is an ongoing conversation across locker rooms. Fantastic question, Mitch.
Yeah. Do we still have Mitch? Mitch, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Oh, okay. But I'm looking forward to the season.
We surprised him. Mitch.
With college ball, I'm loving. I think 24 is too much. You got the careers. Then again, pay a lot of money. But I love the transfer, and I love them making money. And thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Mitch. And thanks for calling in. We love hearing from you. And you also had a great question there that I want to kind of dive into next is like, what is this leading to, right?
Yes.
What's next? And I think what's next and what kind of makes it scary because Roger Goodell said the goal is 16 international games. That's one game a week. So instead of sending all these different teams internationally to different places, it kind of feels like we're headed down the path of what team is going to end up moving internationally? Are we going to have a team eventually in London? Are we going to have a team in Mexico City? Like, it feels like there's a couple hubs that could make sense on the East Coast and then West Coast that's close enough because they're making it very obvious that this is a priority for the NFL.
Yes, and I would say a major step was taken in the announcement yesterday. So, Shad Khan, who is the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, I'm not sure if he was born in London, but I know that's where his roots are, and that is why Jacksonville, as long as we've been doing the London games, which was the first international game when this whole started, that's why Jacksonville goes. They go every single year because of those ties. Now,
that makes sense.
Now, there are 9 international games this year. Next year, there will be 10. The 10th is not actually being put on by the NFL.
What?
It will be put on by London. London and Wembley Stadium are doing everything to manage the game, which is basically a tryout.
Yeah.
A tryout to prove that we know how to run NFL events, and Wembley can be the home of the Jaguars going forward. And if it goes off without a hitch, I would say by 2035, the Jacksonville Jaguars are the London Jaguars.
So you're looking at like a 10-year plan here that we're going to see, like maybe in 10 years we're going to get a team over. I see London definitely being probably the first country that we get a team in, which is interesting. But there's also like NFL UK. So like NFL Network has like a branch over in the UK. So it does kind of feel like the natural progression of where a team would go. But my issue here is with a lot of these different places, and especially we've been hammering this home, but with the Rams opening their season in Australia against a division rival, 49ers, the whole point of preseason is to get your mind and body in a routine and ready for the start of the season, ready for a grueling beat-down season. And now you're basically throwing that whole routine out the window by sending your Super Bowl favorites. Should be it's a home game. So this game would have been in SoFi, the place where the Super Bowl is happening.
Where lifetime memories could be made for children seeing the game.
The last time the Rams won the Super Bowl was when the Super Bowl was in LA at SoFi. There's so many good marketing ties that could have come in to that game one, second game of the season. The fact that you are just throwing a wrench and completely messing up their sleeping and workout and routine that should have been you're sleeping in your bed that night after the game. Now you're flying across the world is just insane to me.
If you hear any billionaire sports owner, sometimes they do college tours and interviews and podcast stuff, the first thing that these guys say is invest your money, invest your money, invest your money, meaning don't take the short term, think about the long term. And what is going on in the NFL right now is the exact opposite of right now. They are taking the short-term profit and threatening to lose the long-term fandom. The NFL has die-hard fans because everyone has a tie to being a child at their first game or seeing their first rivalry or seeing their first Super Bowl. And to now take more and more of those opportunities overseas where, yes, you're getting international money, which still spends the same over here once you convert it. But
they're getting more. They're getting a lot of money for these international games, which is why it's happening.
They are. But they are risking their fandom in America.
I don't think they care about that right now because they're making
and
so
that's
much
the problem.
money. They don't care. Because football's king and NFL
but that's
is king.
exactly what
Doesn't
I'm
matter
saying.
what they do, they're still going to have their fans.
They're always going to have their fans, and the problem is they won't see the effects of this for 20 years.
Yeah.
So for 20 years, it's going to be, all right, we have NFL Asia. We got a team in Tokyo.
So where are
we
they
got a
playing
team in
this
Germany.
year? You have the international schedule up. Run through
Melbourne,
the games.
They're playing in Paris. They're playing in Rio de Janeiro. They're playing in Madrid. They're playing in Munich. They're playing Mexico City. And they're playing in London 3 times. 9 games, 7 countries, 4 continents. It also bears mentioning that right now, they deem Asia as having too many complications regarding travel and schedule, but it is on the table, meaning one day we're going to be playing in Asia.
You
it's
guys,
insane.
For one game just doesn't feel right. And to start your season across the world in an international game, there's not one positive thing that I can take away from this Australia game.
No.
For the Rams and 49ers
it bears
starting
mentioning,
this season,
Alex,
at all.
Maybe the most important part of this, most of the players hate these games.
Yeah.
Which also can't be forgotten.
Besides the fact that it's completely throwing your routine out the window.
Yeah.
This is a money grab for the NFL. But it's just mind-blowing to me that you are sending your Super Bowl favorites a key divisional rivalry matchup between the Rams and 49ers, a home game that should have opened the season at SoFi, where the Super Bowl is, where the Super Bowl was the last time that the Rams won the Super Bowl in their home stadium here in LA. There's just so many things that just
remember when you were
world.
talking about Luka and the leverage that NBA players have?
Yeah.
Dak Prescott is making $60 million a year. That's big money in the NBA too. But what he and the NFL don't have is leverage.
Nothing.
If Luka didn't want to play, if Luka, Jason Tatum, Wemby, and Shea didn't want to play overseas, guess what's not happening?
It ain't happening.
They ain't going overseas.
It ain't happening. I mean, Wemby, I'm sure would love to because he's from overseas.
Right.
Basketball
more
is
so just to the point of
an international game.
If a drastic change happens in the NBA, the players have to want to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna keep on this international conversation, you guys, because we are less than a month away from the World Cup being here and kicking off in LA. I am so excited for all of this. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We're going to dive into that when we come back.
Dealing with water damage? Call Public Adjuster Avner Gatt, 818-917-5256.
This Memorial Day, load up the grill without unloading your wallet. Right now at Grocery Outlet, 93% lean grass-fed ground beef is only $5.99 per pound. Perfect for stacking high on burgers, loading into tacos, or serving up your cookout favorites. Big flavor.
97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen on 97.1 The Fan. Thank you for hanging out with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of this show, so get in those comment sections. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We were just talking about the international games and the NFL trying to make football a world game. It's going to be interesting because the king of the sports world when it comes to what is the most world game is soccer. And you guys, 22 days away from the World Cup, 23 days away from USA kicking off at SoFi, a.k.a. the Los Angeles Stadium, USA versus Paraguay. And why is nobody talking about it?
I was just going to say,
why is nobody talking about it
What
more?
percentage of LA locals know that the World Cup starts in 22 days? What do you think?
Say it again.
What percentage of the average LA resident knows that the World Cup starts in 22 days?
Not enough. I'm going to say not enough. And I have been so lucky to cover so many incredible sports and big events, sporting events, championships throughout my career. I've covered Super Bowls. I've covered World Series, Stanley Cups. I got to be a part of the 2019 Women's World Cup run. I was a U.S. embedded reporter for Fox Sports when they won their back-to-back World Cup title. And I have to tell you, nothing compares to a world event. To have the entire stadium, you guys, an entire country coming together, which we need something like that right now for our country. Having everybody come together and chant USA in the stadium. It gives me chills every single time I talk about it. You can like literally feel it. It's like inject that into my veins. Like that is this is why I love sports moment, is watching Team USA take on whoever they're taking on in a World Cup, because it is just a different level of pride, not only for the players, but the fans and our country and everybody coming together. That's what makes sports so special, is an event like the World Cup. So the fact that we're not talking about it more and we have it here in LA in less than a month,
8 games at SoFi. 8.
is wild to me.
So
it's wild to me.
There is at least the acknowledgement that it's not just an LA problem, it is a World Cup problem.
Okay.
What triggered all of the recent chaos of, hey, does anybody know there's a World Cup going on, is the average ticket price for a game at SoFi just dropped below $1,000 for the first time.
Wait, so what was the average ticket price? You guys, I am so jaded.
Thousands of dollars. Yes.
I haven't looked at ticket prices, and you know what? Hate me for it, for years, because obviously, like, I work in sports, so when I'm at a game, I'm either covering it or I'm like going as a guest or like working to be there.
Sure.
And then my husband's a musician, so if I'm going to a show, we're either backstage or going with, you know, someone we know to the festival.
Sure.
I did not realize how expensive it is to go to a sporting event, a music concert these days. That is robbery. Like, I understand, like, how big the moment is, the World Cup and all these countries being on the world stage and it being accessible to people in the United States. I can't imagine tickets any other place in the world where the World Cup has been hosted are this expensive.
And that's why people are not buying them. And so they're plummeting. Hotel rooms are not filled. Hotel branches are panicking, expecting that they were going to be full.
And
but,
sell out.
Yes, but if the barrier to entry is through the roof, if airline fees right now are through the roof, if everything is through the roof, people are not going to go. So the ticket prices are continuing to plummet. For example, I'm seeing a World Cup match, but it makes more financial sense for me to fly to Houston, see a game there with my brother, and then fly back in like an 18-hour span than it was originally for me to get a ticket at SoFi. So that's what I'm doing. So these tickets dropping is great. Now, SoFi is still the most expensive ticket. Levi's Stadium up in San Jose, $225 right now is the average ticket, which is reasonable, but that is
$225.
$225. That is reasonable for a World Cup event.
Yeah, that feels manageable. Because remember, again, if you're driving, parking's going to be $100. If you want to get a couple drinks, some food, that's probably going to be at least $100 a person. So you're already looking at spending at $500 for the whole experience.
The World Cup hype has 20 days to let the world know that tickets are plummeting, because right now those magical moments you're talking about are going to be in front of half full stadiums. Because
no, I can't see that happening. You know what might happen is like the week before, maybe days before, people are like, oh, they're going to have to drop the prices right if they want to sell these, and you're going to get a lot of last minute people going.
You're going to get last minute, but you're not going. So if I live in Germany, if I live in Paraguay, if I live somewhere like, I'm not at the drop of a hat saying, okay, I'm going to get a ticket to America for an international trip and stay in a hotel and do it. Like, I feel that the international travel has like 1 week to go through the roof, or else you're just not going. Like, yes, Americans can fill up the stadiums, but what makes Germany versus Curacao special is that you got thousands of Germans and thousands of people from Curacao. Please forgive me. I don't know what the phrase is for people who live there. But you know what I'm like, the international flavor is, and being surrounded by other cultures is what's going to be missing. A stadium full of Americans just buying tickets for cheap. It'll be fun, but it won't be
it won't
make it special.
World Cup experience. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan, and we're talking about the World Cup being 22 days away from kicking off, 23 days away from USA kicking off here at SoFi, aka the Los Angeles Stadium. And why is no one talking about it? So let's go to producer Shay. Are people talking about it, and do people care?
So considering that this is happening in less than
a month. Yeah.
I think people care, but people just don't know.
Yeah.
That's literally how it feels. And like, none of my friends are talking about it, but we all like soccer. Like, even when we brought it up in our discussion with our pre-show meetings, it was like,
how many days until it is? I mean,
22.
No, I know, but that was a question we were asking each other. There's not a countdown. Way to look it up. There should be some sort of countdown in LA, like billboards, like ads everywhere. Like, where is the hype for all of this?
Yeah, so, I mean, there isn't much hype. Beto and Whittier says, watch out home with all the free parking and less expensive food.
Well,
so I'm right there with them.
That's a huge part of it.
That's the thing, too. You guys, like, what we're seeing right now is, like, crazy, but we're seeing A-list artists, like A-list music artists, canceling entire tours.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Because fans just can't afford to go to shows right now. Right. Like, people just don't have the money to be able to just drop $500 on a night for a couple hours. And instead, like, you're going to be able to, at home, maybe buy the package or watch it for free and get some good beers and get some good food at home and watch it that way, especially in LA, because we all know how gnarly it is getting anywhere on a game day. But imagine now a World Cup game day.
Have you heard of Blue Dot Fever?
No, what's Blue Dot Fever?
Blue Dot Fever is why. So if you go to Ticketmaster, an unsold ticket is a blue dot.
Yeah.
And to your point, which I'm glad that you brought it up, live events are not selling because they're $600 because of resale.
Yeah.
And Blue Dot Fever is artists getting sick because they have to cancel their tour because they're sick and not because people just can't afford or don't want to pony up that expensive fee to go.
That's so crazy.
So you guys asked, does LA care?
Yeah.
I think LA does care,
Yeah.
but if anything, LA might be a little lucky right now if more people don't show up, because this infrastructure is not ready.
No.
One bit.
No.
One bit.
Well, no, it's getting ready for the Olympics. I think that was like what was in mind, is they're getting ready for the 2028 LA Olympics. Because like what? LAX has been under construction for years.
This is what they call gaslighting.
What?
Alex. The LAX People Mover was supposed to be done for the World Cup. The People Mover is
the ramp that they're building, right?
Yes, it is the metro train that goes from the heart of LAX out to the rental cars and all that stuff, right? They promised it would be done by the World Cup. Now they're spinning it to say, well, it's going to be done by the Olympics. Hey, that's cool. The World Cup this is an issue. You get international people, if they do come, who you don't go to a new country to drive there. Uber's going to be a disaster. The airport's going to be a disaster. People drive on the other side of the... Okay, so if you went to London, you're renting a car?
I personally don't.
That's what I'm
saying. We have very different vacation experiences. I'm having drinks on vacation, so I am not getting anywhere near driving.
And do you think people are coming here to the World Cup to party, or are they coming to be responsible
They're coming
to
to
drive?
Party, you guys.
The airport is going to be a nightmare, and I feel for anyone who is landing and immediately nothing ruins a trip than an awful experience at an airport before you can even start your trip, and that's what everyone's going to experience.
Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be chaos. It just makes me sad. Why? And maybe it's like the circle I'm in. Like, is it just the fact that we are so deep in all of the Lakers end of the season stuff and what's happening like with the Rams schedule and the Dodgers and like the Western Conference Finals? Like, is it because like I'm just so focused on that, or is it like is it just not being talked about enough by mainstream media right now?
I don't think it's being talked about, and I feel we kind of represent 3 different groups of friends and areas in LA. We all live in different. Like, if none of us knew when the World Cup even started when we showed up this morning.
Where are watch parties happening? Don't they have crazy watch parties? Shay, are there crazy watch parties happening?
What's that place? Cosm with the big
the
screen?
stadium one. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be playing over there.
I mean, that'll be sold out for sure. But that's like going to a game, and those tickets are really expensive.
Yeah, any bar that calls himself a pub in LA,
okay,
will be playing.
But they have.
It's coming home.
No, but they have like official watch parties.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are there any big official ones around LA that we need to know about?
I have not seen. To your point, I have not seen a single like proper advertisement for something World Cup related, and we are 22 days away.
That's wild.
It's just too expensive.
That's wild to me. Do we think it's really all just the price?
It's a massive part of it, but it's not the only part of it.
I love that you're going to a game. I might be covering a game. I know.
FIFA Fan Fest is a thing.
Okay. But I want a watch party. I don't want a fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fact that you had to look that up.
Yep.
Right.
And that's not what should be. You're listening to Brock and Alex at 97.1 The Fan. We'll be right back with some more What Are the Lakers Gonna Do this offseason?
Broadcasting live from the... Subscribe at Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for hanging out with us for your middays in LA, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. We appreciate you tapping in and being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So get in that comment section. Make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs, you guys. We're talking to you, and we're talking about all of it. We were just talking about, you guys, can you believe the World Cup is 22 days away? What? 23 days for USA kicking off at SoFi, and not enough people are talking about it. Where are the watch parties? Can you guys hit us up at The Fan LA?
I want to go to a watch party.
Where is everybody watching? That's my favorite thing, being like in the middle of all the fans and everything going crazy.
Trying foods that you would never try.
Yeah.
That's special.
If I'm not working the game, which for a majority of my career up until this moment, I was on the sidelines working the games, it's the first time I'm able to be a fan again, which is so crazy because that's why we fell in love with sports and how we got into sports is we were fans. You grew up being I grew up at Dodger Stadium, so I grew up such a huge fan of the game. And then my first job out of college is working in baseball, and then games became work. And then there was a couple years in between where you had to kind of reset, and you're like, oh no, it's not work. I actually get to go to the games for fun again. What was that like as a player, right? So when you're playing in the games, did it take you a moment before you could go back and enjoy watching the games as a fan and not as a player in the league?
It took a while. My brother won his Super Bowl ring while we were both playing at the same time.
Okay.
My regular season ended.
Year?
This was 2014.
Okay.
My regular season ended, and going to his playoff games was really weird because I wasn't watching it as a fan. I was so far from watching it as a fan. I was watching him. I was breaking down what I anticipated them doing. I was seeing what went wrong on that play, what went right. I would say when it flipped was 2020. So it took me 3.5 years to genuinely watch the game as a fan.
After you stopped playing.
After I stopped playing to watch the game as a fan. And I know that was the game because it was University of Minnesota, where I went to college.
Yeah.
They beat Auburn in a bowl game on January 1st. You get the big New Year's slate. And I was watching the game at home, and I was on my feet clapping and screaming, and I was like, oh my God.
I'm a fan again.
A fan. I wasn't analyzing anything.
It's so fun.
And so I know the exact
bit.
game where it finally released itself from me.
Yeah, no, mine was a couple years ago. Dodgers home opener. It was the first home opener that I hadn't worked in over a decade. But I took a little 2-year break of going to games because everyone's like, "Do you want to go to a game?" I was like, "No, that's work."
That's work. Yeah.
I literally I was more than 162. I was at spring training. I was at every game. It's just a different thing when that becomes work. So we were talking about that with the whole World Cup being here in LA in 23 days, 22 days for USA, and I want to be watching it with all you crazy LA fans and USA fans. Where are we watching the game?
Who's got a plate for me?
Hit us up at The Fan LA. Tell us the hot spots of where we need to be watching this because that's what I want to do. I want to be immersed. I love crazy fanatics.
Yes.
Which is going to be absolutely insane. And what we need to do is we need to get those crazy fans in the chat talking about the Lakers, okay? Because they have a lot to do this offseason, you guys, and we've been talking about it every day. And there's been little bits of information that are kind of coming out every day. And the latest one was the conversation of, are they going to go after the biggest names that are going to be available either via trade or free agency this offseason? And the latest one, not the latest because he's the most flashy name that's going to be available, so we think, is Giannis. And do the Lakers go after a guy like Giannis to help get them back to championship level? Because right now we're watching the Western Conference Final between OKC and the Spurs, and that's the standard. You are trying to build a team to be able to compete with OKC and the Spurs in a 7-game playoff series. Okay, you can win 1 game, 2 games during the regular season, but as a whole, can you put a roster together, put a team together that is deep enough, young enough, and athletic enough to compete and end up winning? Because that's the goal. You want to compete, but you want to beat these two teams in a 7-game series. And if you do get to that point, does it make sense to throw him into the conversation as a possible trade option for the Lakers?
To answer that, you go back to the Oklahoma City series versus the Lakers when they swept them. One thing that drove me crazy, and it happened all 4 games.
Yeah.
One thing that drove me crazy is when OKC would sub in Jared McKain as their 8th man, and he would just nail a 3 from anywhere and get buckets. And you're just sitting there watching, man, it must be nice to have an 8th man off the bench that can get a bucket
guaranteed
at any moment. And he would enter with fresh legs, typically in the second quarter, but especially late fourth quarter. And the Lakers are gassed. And here's Jared McKain, who has only played 12 minutes that game and is going to finish with 15 points. Bringing in Giannis does not bring in any youth, as he will be 32 years old before next season is over. And you are sitting here in the prime of Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, who we are assuming will remain a Laker. Now, yes, there is star power. And 5 years ago, I would say there would be no question. There would already be AI photos of Giannis in a Lakers jersey with his arm around Luka and Reeves. But you look at the Spurs and the Thunder. One of them is going to win the NBA championship. They're not big threes. Yes, Wemby is star power. Yes, Chet and Shea are star power, but it's about depth. It is about numbers. It is about quantity mattering as much as quality now, whereas before it was which team has the 3 best players because they're going to win. That's not the case anymore.
So basically we're seeing a shift in what the NBA is going to look like in the future. And you know what? We needed something like this because the old way wasn't working. It worked with the stars that were the face of the league. Not 5 years ago, but even just a couple years ago.
Sure.
With I'm never going to say LeBron James is not a face of the league. He is a face of the league. But when he was the face of the league.
Right.
And Steph Curry was a face of the league. And you had teams that were constructed around them, and you had big threes, like you just mentioned. That was the trend. That's what was winning championships. That what was creating dynasties. And there was a big conversation of what are we going to do when these guys aren't in the playoffs anymore? Are we going to be able to keep an audience? Is it going to generate as much conversation and revenue and viewership and ad dollars and sponsorships and everything that goes into the broadcast and the production of a postseason?
Yeah.
And there was kind of a little in between last year. People were like, OKC, whatever. It's just OKC. And now I think that we've seen that the recipe works. Absolutely dominated as defending champions this last year. But then now you have the Spurs with a very similar, not the same, but a similar kind of structuring of the team where you're building around these young stars. But it's not just 1, 2, or 3 guys. They have 10 guys that you can go to. They are so deep on the bench, and they are young, and they are athletic. And I mean, it helps when you have a real-life Space Jam character, an alien in Wemby, because there's just how you have to try to compete with that. And how do you compete with that? And I don't know if Giannis is that answer for the Lakers. We had exec come out and say that Luka Doncic is 27. He just turned 27. Austin Reeves is 27. That's what they're looking for. Guys in their early prime who can grow alongside these two. So you get a sense that they're tired of constantly cycling the roster, and they're looking for the right role players to emphasize those guys. And that ain't Giannis, who's in his early 30s. He turns 32 in December. It's just not the timeline. And Giannis has also been injured. Now, it's been a very dramatic situation towards the end of the season of, is he injured enough? And that was the reason the Bucks were sitting him, or were they actually sitting him because he didn't want him to get injured so they could actually trade him? And that was part. And he came out and was publicly talking about that. But he's also spent his entire career with the Bucks. He's been the face of the Bucks. So now you're getting another face of a franchise coming to another, like, he's a superstar. And is this superstar going to fit in as not the face of a new franchise? And that's another, like, kind of direction and thing you have to try to understand, because Luka Doncic is the face of the Lakers. They made it very clear they are building this team around Luka Doncic. And when he came, LeBron was the face of this franchise. And we saw how excited LeBron was to get Luka. Like you said, all those AI photos of them together hugging in the same jersey. And LeBron was very open and honest about how Luka was one of his favorite young players in the league. And we all thought this was going to be an incredible partnership, one of the greatest of all time, with one of the great young rising stars, top 5 players in the league in Luka Doncic. Like, that was a steal. Laker fans were like, that was a steal. That was the craziest trade I think we've seen in our lifetime. And it just wasn't working out of the gates. And it took even a year. At the year point this year, we all kind of looked around, was like, is it just not going to work? What we thought could be great and what we thought could be the next dynasty, the Lakers dynasty and championship run, and getting back to that championship level of LeBron James and Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, didn't turn into that. It switched. It kind of went like, boop, we're knocking you, LeBron, back to the line. We're bumping up Luka Doncic. Austin Reeves now the number 2, and now you are popped down to number 3. And I don't really see how Giannis is going to, I don't know, fit into that. Is he going to be okay being
Giannis,
the second or third fiddle on a team?
Giannis, I feel, even before you get to the on-court fit, the off-court fit, I feel, is a bigger deal. Giannis is a superstar because he's very good at basketball. He is not a superstar because he craves the camera, right? The whole thing of Giannis, when he started getting better and better and you're realizing, okay, this guy's an MVP caliber player and they're going to win a championship, was that he was a quiet guy. He was kind of geeky. He was dorky. He grew up in a really humble lifestyle in Greece, and all he cared about was his family. He was drinking smoothies for the first time.
Did you watch his Disney movie that he produced that was based off his life?
I did not, but I heard it was great.
It's so good.
I will make sure I watch that. But to that point, why a lot of guys want to come be a Laker is because they want the lights and the fame and everything that comes with being the man in LA. Giannis has not shown that he wants any of those things. He loves Milwaukee. He loves a quiet life. He loves Greece. And there's quite a few rumblings that he's mentioned. Like, I don't want to be further from Greece. Like, Milwaukee's already far enough. If I move, I want to go to Miami. I want to go somewhere that's closer to Europe. And what the Lakers, if they wanted Giannis, what they would have to sell him on, because it would be a trade and sign. They're not going to trade him just for one more year on his contract. They would have to convince him to be here, and it's going to strictly be a basketball conversation. Really, for the first time in a long time, LA being LA is not even a bargaining chip in this situation. He has not shown to care about any of that stuff.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership. We're talking about what the Lakers need to do this offseason to get back to being the championship Lakers that we have all come accustomed to as LA fans, and what we saw when they first brought LeBron James over. But now we're in this new era of Lakers, and we're in a new Luka Doncic face of the team, face of the franchise era. We have no idea what LeBron's going to do next season, right? We've heard from Rob Pelinka during his after season press conference when he was talking about LeBron James, and he made it very clear that they're just letting him figure out, spend time with his family, and then he's going to tell us what he's looking to do. But the Lakers, their number one priority this offseason is probably signing Austin Reeves to a max contract. And that is because that's what their face of the franchise in Luka Doncic wants them to do. And you have to ask yourself, is upsetting your face of your franchise, who you're building this team around, worth it to try to go out and build a team that you think would be better without Austin Reeves? Because we've been talking about this throughout the show. The NBA is the only team where stars dictate what happens within the team, within trades, within signing and keeping guys. Because, like, you're never going to hear anything like this in football and baseball with the GM going front office, going to the star player. He's like, hey, who do you want? Who do you want to keep? Who should we go get? It's like, absolutely not.
LeBron's
like
nickname
what you're
was
gonna fit into
the GM for a reason.
Yeah, but I mean, he also helped get JJ Redick the head coaching job, and I think that was a great get. So a lot of things worked out for LeBron James and the Lakers. They won a championship, okay?
Right.
Like, don't forget that. Like, what he set out to do was bring the Lakers back to relevancy, because after the Kobe era and before LeBron got there was a 2-year, even like a little bit towards the end of the Kobe era, there was a chunk of time where the Lakers weren't very good. Like, the only thing we were talking about was like the baller brand connection to the Lakers. And that's not what we want to be talking about. We want to be talking about superstars, and we want to be talking about winning championships.
Right.
So how do we get back to winning championships?
Depth.
And how do they do that, though?
Depth is the key. Well, you look at the $52.6 million that LeBron made this year, and you
How
say...
much was it?
I want to say it was $52.6 million.
Okay, and what is, like, what... Oh, my gosh. Okay, so it would almost be half for him to come back, because when we were talking to Jovan Buha yesterday, I think the 20-plus mil is what was getting floated around.
And quite honestly, it needs to be less.
No.
Yeah. It has to be because... It has to be because depth is the key. And not only do you have to add more depth, you have to retain what minimal depth that you have. Marcus Smart had his struggles during the season, and then he got a little banged up. But when he returned, he was undeniably made it clear why his presence was there. He was the veteran presence when LeBron wasn't on the court, and he elevated the play of everyone around him. You have to pay him. Rui Hachimura, now the greatest three-point shooter by percentage in playoff basketball, his price went up as well. So the price went up on keeping both of those guys. Also, you're going to end up keeping Jackson Hayes because him and Luka are second best friends behind him and Austin Reeves. Jackson Hayes is, I believe he's a Slovenian citizen.
Oh.
Because of Luka.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jackson Hayes and Luka
Homies.
are like this. Shay, please double check that. I'm pretty sure Jackson Hayes filed for citizenship in Slovenia so that he can play with Luka in Olympics and other international FIBA tournaments. Yeah, I'm 99% sure on this. So him and Austin Reeves are best buds.
If you're hitting on that.
But him and Jackson Hayes are very close as well. All these guys' prices did go up, and you need to add at least 3 pieces. You have to get a new center because DeAndre Ayton is out of the door.
You need a big man. But you need like a star big man.
So Jackson Hayes has received a Slovenian passport.
Wow.
Okay.
After a team practice, Hayes confirmed with reporters that he received his Slovenian passport. This makes him eligible to play for the Slovenian men's national basketball team together with Doncic.
How fun is that?
So
yeah.
does he have any Slovenian, like...
No, I think he's from like Kansas or something.
He, quote, "We got my Slovenian passport. It really came through. Luka's been calling me my Slovenian brother. He says it all the time."
Yeah, so him and Luka are extremely close, which is why Jackson Hayes, granted, he's not making $50 million next year, but you have to earmark that Jackson Hayes is coming back too.
I didn't even think, like, that's, yeah.
So
Luka's putting together
like $20 million spent right there.
His band of homies.
Yeah.
Like, he needs Austin Reeves, he needs Jackson Hayes, but then, like, what we saw in this postseason run, end of the season, like, Marcus Smart was like such a key player and key role. Like, the way he put his body on the line was like, excuse me, what? Where was this? It like awoken something in him, like being on the Lakers, which I absolutely love. And then Rui, like, as you mentioned, the postseason clutch threes were just absolutely insane. But can you actually keep all these pieces and add more? Because, like, this current Lakers roster, as we saw, I'm not sure is a championship team. I mean, again, we didn't get to see a fully healthy Lakers roster in the playoffs with Luka Doncic, and Austin Reeves was, we got a percentage of Austin Reeves because he was coming off an oblique injury, and as much as you want to say he was back, like, you ain't back.
He didn't have his sea legs yet.
You ain't in game shape, especially coming into a playoff situation. So I don't know. We want to hear from you, the fans. You guys, get in the chat. Do you think the Lakers should go after Giannis? Would he be a good fit? So get in the comment section on YouTube, tweet at us. Tweet at us at the fan LA. We want to hear from you. Shay, are the fans getting passionate? Do they believe that we need to go after a guy like Giannis?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously everyone wants Giannis. It would be crazy to say we don't want him, but does he fit? So everyone's kind of going in and saying, Giannis will be happy if he's out here, or LeBron has too much of an ego to take less money, and that's from Tony Moscow. It's kind of like it's not happening.
No,
and
it's not
that's
happening.
the vibe.
But also, LeBron taking a 50% pay cut. And this is it's not about the money, you guys. It's an ego thing at this point. He's a billionaire. He doesn't necessarily need that extra whatever he's getting for his farewell tour. This is all a ceremonial, exit from the game farewell tour. That's what this is about, okay?
I do think the Lakers have the leverage here because, LeBron does not want his farewell tour to be in a uniform he's wearing for the first time or not for a contender. As much as LeBron cares about his legacy, he is a winner. And more than anything, he wants to be known as a winner. And those final years cannot be not competing for championships. They can't be not playing playoff basketball. The only contenders that can legitimately make a way for him are the Lakers, are the Cavs, are the Knicks, teams that are still pursuing a championship and may say, hey, we're all set. But these teams financially can't even pay him as much as the Lakers can pay him. So
they can't pay him 20, would you say 20 mil?
The Cavs, no way, not with Donovan Mitchell and Harden and Mobley and now
that's just such an insane pay cut.
Golden State, absolutely not. And again, I would be shocked if LeBron wanted to spend his final moments there. And the Knicks, absolutely not with Brunson's due soon-ish, Karl Anthony. So not only does he have to take a pay cut, I feel the Lakers, they're not going to lowball him, but they do get to offer with the knowledge of you want to be on a contender, and we can pay you the most amount of money among the contenders. And I feel the sooner that LeBron internalizes that, maybe ego can be, as much as possible, can be removed from the equation.
No, that's what it's going to be. It's what's the magic number that he is going to be okay taking to have a farewell tour and to be able to also do that with his son if it's in LA. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Giannis thing's gonna happen. It's a fun little fairy tale to think about. I don't see the fit
I think
in the right way.
It's more of a thought experiment of do we want a star or do we want depth? And you look at the two teams in the West, one of them will likely be winning the championship, and neither of those teams, they're star driven, but they're made up with depth. There's not a big three, there's not a Mount Rushmore. No, it's just I got my guy up top and then a bunch of guys who can contribute.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, and we're all on LeBron watch all off season. We're gonna take a break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, we have NFL Network reporter and host Bridget Condon to break down what's going on in the NFL, the international games, the Rams, everything. I am so excited. Don't go anywhere.
Subscribe at Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're bringing our guest in right now. I am so excited, you guys. NFL Network reporter and host, and one of my mama homies, Bridget Condon, joining us from the studio. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, I love the introduction, but I think Mama Homies is the best title that I can have.
Right? My mama, there's like a handful of us that like help each other out and cheer each other on in the industry, and it's one of my favorite things. All right, Bridget, I know you work a lot of the NFL international games, and we got some news yesterday that we are moving from 9 games to 10 games next year. You have the Rams kicking off their season. The Super Bowl favorites are kicking off their season in Australia. The way this is going, do you like how much the NFL is expanding the international games?
I love it. And I think if fans are not, you don't love it?
No.
Okay, I think it's great. I think that you just have to think about it from a business standpoint. Would you ever want to grow a business and say, let's not expand to Europe and other parts of the world? I think I understand, but if you look at like London, for example, obviously going to Australia is a little different, but the team does have time off after it. They're playing on a Wednesday or a Thursday, so they're going to have time off. If you look at London, like from the East Coast to London, that's 6 hours. That's the same as if a West Coast and East Coast team are playing. It's the same distance. I think the way it grows the game and just being there on site at those international games, it feels like a mini Super Bowl every week. You have fans that are getting to witness their favorite players, their favorite teams for the first time ever. And that's why we love sports, right? It's those stories, the excitement, the emotion, and you're getting to see that week in and week out. And their fans are just growing and growing. It has been so fun to witness the NFL emerge into what it's becoming overseas. I love it. I hope they one day play a game a week overseas.
I think that's where it's going.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be great, and it gives you an excuse to take a vacation. What's wrong with that?
Bridget, when you are talking with these fans and watching them watch the game, has it gone yet from a spectacle of, hey, this is my first NFL game, to, hey, I actually know these players and these coaches and the ins and outs of the season?
Absolutely. I think they know more about the players sometimes than I do, because they're so, like, think about it. If this is some brand new TV show to them, right, or like brand new thing, you are absorbing as much as you can. And I think with social media, being able to, the teams are so big in promoting their players on social media, and anybody, no matter where you are in the world, you can consume that content. And I think that's made a big difference in the fandom. And it's not just, I think that's the biggest misconception. People think that fans in Europe and other parts of the world are just thinking, oh, this is so fun, I have no idea what's going on. No, they want to learn, and being able to see it in person helps. Obviously, you guys know watching a game on TV versus in person is drastically different. So it just creates this interest and this want to keep learning and understanding more about the game and the players. But they are very much in tune with what's going on. Don't get them twisted. Like, they know the players, they know the drama, they're all for it.
So I knew you would be passionate about it this way. And don't get me wrong, like I think the London games make sense, right? Because like you said, the distance isn't as far, but to send the Super Bowl favorites across the world for their first game just feels like you're throwing everything that you work towards routine-wise and getting on track during the preseason out the window.
Okay, that's one way to look at it, but think about it.
Okay.
Think about it from the other perspective. First of all, it's week 1. You're not like mid-season. You've already been on the road 6 weeks. Like, this is the most well-rested you're going to be week 1, right? Like, in terms of travel and like fatigue. You also are getting this bonding experience with your teammates. You're on a plane all together. That never happens. Like when you get to different cities, players go out with their families and they go do their own thing, but you are bonded together on this plane and in this, having this experience that's only going to bring you closer. And again, it's week 1. It's not week 18. It's not week 15 when, the games are that much more important. People are injured and people are really tired. And it's on a Thursday. So you have then 10 days to get ready for your next game.
Bridget, you mentioned earlier that you hope for a future where there's an international game every single week. Roger Goodell has made it pretty clear that's a goal of his as well. But how far away are we realistically from the Jacksonville Jaguars just representing London and having Wembley Stadium be their permanent home?
Hey, man, if the gas prices keep going up over here, I think they're like, everything's cheaper in London. Let me just stay there versus coming back and forth every year. No, I think, look, obviously Shad Khan has like a very deep desire to play in London, and that's the one thing. There are so many Jags fans in London. I used to do the Monday night show for Channel 5 over there in the UK with MJD, Maurice Jones-Drew. He is, guys, a celebrity, like a A-lister in London. They love him. So I think it's interesting to see, how much, and I know that like now that they can have 10 games of overseas or international, that doesn't include the one Jags home game. So it'll really be 11 games. And I think just seeing the partnership with the Jags and the way that they're received, I mean, it's kind of cool to be that one team, right? And like it's their thing. And I love it. And I don't know that they'd ever be over there full time, but I don't think it's totally out of the question that in our lifetime we won't see an NFL team in London.
Yeah, no, I feel like in like a 10-year span, we might see something like that. But let's get to our LA teams here, because I know you've spent a lot of time around the Chargers and the Rams. Between both these teams, which LA team has a tougher path this year?
I think anytime you're looking at a team in the NFC West, especially with a defending Super Bowl champion in that division, and you have to play them twice. I'm talking about the Seahawks here, but then it's, you also have the 49ers that are going to be much healthier than they were last season. A very, very well-coached team. We know Kyle Shanahan has Sean McVay's number, except for here recently in the postseason. So I think just looking on paper, the Rams have a harder path because you can't just it's going to be almost harder to win the division, right? Yeah. And then we might have a situation where it's the NFC Championship again between the Seahawks and the Rams. And we know that was the Super Bowl, right? Like those were the two best teams at the end of the season last year. So even if you are one of the two best teams, you might not even make it to the Super Bowl, which when I look at the Chargers, yes, they play in a difficult division in the AFC West, but you have Bo Nix coming back from injury. You have Patrick Mahomes coming back from injury, and then you have Fernando Mendoza and the Raiders that we have no idea what they're going to look like. I do think the Raiders are going to be better than what people are expecting.
Same.
But when you look at just the divisions, which you're playing each of those teams twice, right? So that matters. And winning the division, I think the Chargers have a better chance to win the AFC West than the Rams have to win the NFC West. I'm not saying the Rams won't, but I think very, very much so they will, but it's going to be a harder path to do so. And again, talking about December, January football, when those games, last game of the season, week 18, it's usually rivalry games.
Love it.
That is what's going to be the Seahawks-Rams are the last game on the schedule for the Rams.
Yeah.
They did that very intentionally, right? Because it's probably going to be for the division.
Yeah.
So you're playing a playoff game a week before everybody else.
And Bridget, last one for you. And we're an LA show, so it's only right to talk about the Chargers here as well. Every team enters the season with the Super Bowl being the goal, but only one team wins it. So what is a realistic, successful season look like for the Chargers?
They've got to win a playoff game. Justin Herbert is in the conversation.
No hesitation.
It's true. Justin Herbert has been in the conversation for top quarterbacks, right? People talk about him along with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. He has not won a playoff game, you guys.
Yeah.
And it just feels This is why they went out and got Mike McDaniel, right? To make the offense sparky and flashy and help them get over the hump. How many years have I covered the Chargers? I think this is going to be my 6th year where I look on paper and I say, this is the team. They have all the pieces. And whatever happens, injury or weird play, timeout call, whatever, something always happens where they don't live up to the expectation that all of us and themselves have. So it's kind of like, you brought in Jim Harbaugh to win playoff games. He is a proven winner everywhere he's coached. You got to do it this season. You can't just make the playoffs. That is not good enough. You need to win a playoff game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Bridget, we appreciate you so much for coming on. That's Bridget Condon from NFL Network. We love you. Have a great night. She's about to go live. So go talk on that
Aaron
TV.
Rodgers.
Tell us
some news today.
What do we got?
Oh, did you hear?
No, what?
Oh, he announced that this is his last season.
All right, the farewell tour.
Yep.
You heard it from Bridget.
Yeah, I love that breaking news. All right, have a great show today, Bridge. Okay, so like we said, we're in the summer of LeBron James. Is he going to have a farewell tour? We compared it to Aaron Rodgers yesterday.
You were on it.
Feels very Aaron Rodgers-esque that these two guys are going to decide when they're on their way out. And we knew. I think we all knew this was going to be the farewell tour for Aaron Rodgers. He's what, 41? No, 3? He's, I think, 43, 44?
42?
Yeah. Okay.
Born in December, so he'll be 43 before the season's over.
Yeah. So that's, you know what? Good for him. He deserves a farewell tour.
Yes, he does.
And he's doing it with a team where he just had some success with last season.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
I don't know. I think this is we're gonna have a similar conversation pretty soon about LeBron James. We just don't know when or where that conversation is gonna come up.
But it will be a conversation.
It's gonna be a conversation because this is the summer of LeBron James, and what are the Lakers gonna do? We were already talking about the Giannis situation, and is he a real trade piece conversation for the Lakers? And I don't think so. I think the bigger conversation is signing Austin Reeves, and how do you convince LeBron James to come back at a massive pay cut,
and
like a 50% pay cut?
And if he says no and moves on, how many pieces can you acquire to recreate his efficiency while also adding more? Because just having LeBron wasn't enough. It is a tough task for Rob Pelinka. This could be a legacy-defining offseason for GM Rob Pelinka.
Yeah, he could be working for his job right now, right? Because he was a part of the Genie Bus family ownership group, and now it's under new ownership. And this is a big, hey, show us how you can get us back to a championship team. Because if you can,
and if
cement your spot here.
If you're Rob Pelinka, your biggest gripe over the past couple of years has been LeBron's show. And that's what you agreed to when you signed him. Everywhere he is, he's kind of the pseudo GM. But Mark Walter says, okay, well, you have officially taken the reins of this thing. You've let LeBron know behind closed doors. This is your show now. Here's your tryout, Rob. Let's see what you got. I'm the big man in town. I'm willing to spend money, but I want to make sure the GM is the right guy before I really start cashing people out.
Yeah, I love that. So we've officially moved from Aaron Rodgers watch to now LeBron James watch this offseason. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We want to give a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support, and we appreciate all you fans tuning in and hanging out with us. We'll be right back with more Dodgers talk. Should Shohei Ohtani be doing both on start days? We'll be right back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening to us on the radio or the Odyssey app or the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So get in that comment section. What are our fans naming themselves in the comment section, Shay? I think it was the Circle of Truth is what they were calling themselves yesterday. So I'm into
they're
that,
not,
you guys.
They're not the biggest fans of that. We're going to put a poll out soon.
Okay.
What I was thinking is we can brainstorm a couple names. We'll
Okay.
put a poll out, and then they can decide what they want to be called, because they weren't very happy with the Circle of Trust. So
They
I love a
came up with
democracy.
it, though,
Exactly.
right? They came up with it.
Leave it up to the
Someone
voters.
came up with it. I can't remember it,
Someone
but there
came
were a
up with
lot
it.
of people that weren't about it. So
Okay.
we want to make our fans happy here.
Yeah.
So I think
Okay.
we'll brainstorm this a little bit, and then
That's fair.
next
I'm
week,
into that.
Friday, we can maybe do a poll or something, make it a fun thing, or a Twitter thing.
Okay, so you're giving us a week to come up with a cool name for
Yes,
our fans,
yes,
basically.
yeah,
Also,
like
if
that.
you have a cool name, send them to us
Share it.
at the Fan LA on socials. You can also tweet us at Alex_Curry. Brock, what's yours?
At Brock Vereen.
You
there
don't
might
know?
there,
Oh
there,
my
there might be a
God.
dot in there. It might be Brock
Is that
dot.
Are you
what
for
they
real?
tell
Actually
you
not
about
sure.
Brock and social media?
It's
It
at-
is hilarious to me.
It's at Brock Vereen.
Hilarious.
Okay, it's at Brock
I'm
Vereen.
telling you, I know my name.
And
I
then
know,
the other
I know
one-
my handle.
And then one of them, I think Instagram is at Brock.Vereen. So very, very tricky. I got to keep you on your toes.
Okay.
Yes.
You know who else is keeping you on your toes?
Who's that?
Shohei Ohtani,
Yes,
you
he
guys.
is.
He is on the mound tonight for the Dodgers, trying to take this series. We saw finally a good. I don't want to say finally, because again, 162 roller coaster of a season. Dodgers had a great series against the Angels, and then once they got down to San Diego, this is the real test, right?
Yeah.
These series with the Padres feel like postseason baseball, because this is where the real rivalry for the Dodgers and in the NL West is right now, between LA and San Diego. And it's because of all the time that they have recently faced in the postseason. You also have Manny Machado, who used to be a Dodger, on the Padres. You have Fernando Tatis Jr., who is just so spicy in the best way.
Really quick on Manny.
Yeah.
Am I not being a good Dodger fan if I just 1% of me liked his home run yesterday?
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was kind of happy for him.
I root for, like, Cody Bellinger.
I'll
Like,
always root for Bellinger.
Like,
yeah,
always
yeah.
love Belly. Seager.
Yes.
Like, there's a couple Dodgers that
I
have
like
just
Gavin
gone.
Lux. I think he's in Cincinnati
who have
right
just
now.
gone to other teams
Yeah.
that, like, when I see them do good things, I'm like, way to go, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Way
Okay.
to go,
Good.
buddy.
Because at first
It's
I
a
felt
little
guilty,
different,
but
though, with Manny, just also because he's on the rival team now, and he's been very vocal about his feelings towards the Dodgers.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Okay.
Like, if
okay.
you like the bad boy,
Yeah.
like, that's like, do you, Brock?
Okay. I mean,
That's
I
fair.
don't love how you phrase that, but it is true. So
No. So yesterday we saw some good baseball, because Dodgers won, but it wasn't a pretty win. They had to fight for a lot every run there. I will say Freddie Freeman made it look easy.
welcome back, Freddie.
After having an 0-for-16 slump at the plate heading into yesterday's game, gets 2 home runs and gave the Dodgers the cushion they needed to be able to have that 9th inning against Mason Miller. Just Andy Pahces absolutely in a battle.
Yeah.
Gets a sac fly and sends Alex Call home.
Anyone who has someone in their life who still has the tried take of baseball is boring or baseball can't compete with playoff basketball, from the moment that Max Muncy gets walked, a great strike challenge by him, by the way, and Alex Call comes in, that Andy Pahces at bat, 9 pitches against the best closer in baseball in Mason Miller. Go back and watch that entire 3.5-minute sequence. That is what baseball is about. That is the chess match that is pitcher and batter personified. He fouled off 6 different pitches, tiring Mason Miller out. He waited for his pitch, waited. That is what baseball is.
Yeah.
And I was at the edge of my seat through that entire sequence.
Yeah, sack fly wins the game.
Oh,
like
it was
that.
beautiful.
That's all you need sometimes. But it's almost like a mental warfare too, because it's like, what are they going to do? What am I going to do? I love a good long at-bat battle, especially with Miller, who, you know, as we saw in game 1, kind of came out like, ooh, this is good for us.
Yeah.
This is great for Dodger fans. He's throwing heat, but it is nowhere near the strike zone. Like, he hit every spot except the strike zone his first, 11 pitches. I
would argue going into this game, if we see him, no player on the field for either team has more to prove than him. These 2 performances have not been ideal for him.
Well, so this is what happens when you play kind of the rival, the big game moment. Like when we talked to Jose Mota the other day, he was telling us these feel like postseason baseball games. Not only just the passion between these 2 teams, but between the fan bases too, and how wild and loud it gets in the crowd. And there's a lot of blue down in San Diego. He's like, I don't want to say 50-50, but what did he also say? He said because there were so many Dodger fans, Padres actually put an area code limit on buying tickets. So the Padres blocked out Dodger fans from buying tickets at Petco Park. And that's when you know you're in someone's head.
That's when you know. Same thing that the 76ers always have to do when they get matched up against the Knicks, because it's a quick drive or a quick train ride. And it's kind of a badge of honor when a team has to do that against you.
It's
I
like,
will take that merit.
Scared of us because we travel that well, and our fans are going to be louder and better than your fans. I love that so much when Jose told us that, because I've heard that in the NFL and NBA.
Yes.
But to hear that in baseball, these are big stadiums.
It's like how,
and there's a lot of games.
Yes, it's like how when the Buffalo Bills play on the road, a lot of the Home Depots and Lowe's, you have to show that you have a local ID, because if you have a New York ID, you're just going to buy a table and break it. So that's also something that gets implemented against the Buffalo Bills fans. You cannot buy one of those. I call them a beer pong table. I'm sure there's a proper word.
No, it's a beer pong table.
For playoff games especially, but when Buffalo's on the road, you cannot have a New York ID and buy one of those in a lot of places.
Dude, I love that so much.
Shout out to the Bills fans.
Yeah, I also shout out to Dodger fans who are trying to get tickets in different area codes down at Petco. What do? Just open up your computer in a different part of town, drive down to San Diego, open up your computer there. That's what you got to do.
Any means necessary.
Are the Dodgers going to win it tonight? We'll see Shohei Ohtani on the mound. You're listening to Brock and Alex. We'll be right back.
97.1 The Fan.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to the Power Hour, Hour 4 of Brock and Alex here on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock, Vereen. However you're tapping in, whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching us, get in the comment section. If you're following us at The Fan LA, slide into those DMs. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. I want to kick off the Power Hour by giving a cheers.
It's only right.
To Brock, because it's coffee time,
It
baby.
is time for coffee, and it's a little too hot right now, but we got like 45 more seconds. We can have our first sip.
That's so wild. Yeah. If you're a part of the show, we're trying to think of a good name for our fans here. But yeah, Brock doesn't drink coffee until 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So the moment the clock hits 1, coffee in hand, and we are cheersing to the Power Hour, which I am so excited about, you guys. It's been a fun show. I won a Gracie Award last night.
Yeah, she did.
So it's been out here on the desk with us all day, celebrating women in media.
It might be here all week. Who knows?
Should I keep it here all week? It's heavy, you guys.
It might be here all week.
It's a good grab, though. Like, I never really thought of like what an award like show would be like, and like I should have prepared. This is what I do for a living. I talk for a living. I prepare, kind of like have an idea of what I'm going to say. But being on the red carpet, I'm not great about talking about myself. So I've never really been one to pump myself up. And when they're asking questions about yourself, you're like, I deflect and like put it on to other people. Like my job is a professional talker and a professional question asker, but it's never about me. It's always about someone else and something else. So once it becomes about you, you're like,
your instinct is to talk about what the athletes are doing. So when it comes time for you to talk about you, it's like,
Weird.
I don't
Really
have
fun.
game tape to go off of.
No, it was such an honor. I'm gonna pull a page out of Rob Pelinka's book. It was such an honor to be in a room with so many powerful, batty women. It was great.
Was there anyone there that, other than Stevie Wonder?
Yeah.
Since that was the wrap up, was there anyone there that was on your bucket list of people that maybe you didn't necessarily meet, but any moments of, oh my God, that is so and so, and they are sitting right there, or they are in line for a drink, or anything like that?
I don't really get starstruck that way. It was funny when Kelly Knowles was there, and she was talking Chrissy Teigen. There's a lot of like people I follow on social media that I'm like, oh yeah, cool, what's up, homie? I thought that was you when we were like all in like the hangout area down there. But no, it was a really rad night.
Awesome.
It was just down the street, right here in LA. It was a very LA night to go from doing our 4-hour show, going downstairs to glam to get my hair and makeup done, then to racing down to the Beverly Wilshire and going like right into like award vibes. So like that was so LA. And I'm okay being that, because I'm like born and raised in LA, but I'm a beach girl. So when I come up to LA, I'm like, oh, that was so LA. But let's keep talking LA, you guys, because tonight Shohei Ohtani is on the mound for the rubber match down in San Diego. And last night we saw some good Dodgers. And when I say good Dodgers, it was a battle for them to get that win. An ugly win, but I love those ugly wins, because that means you're down in the trenches and you're doing whatever it takes to make sure you're winning this game. And it was a close call. And it was Alex Call at the plate. The whole situation there. Thank you. Let's go. In the 9th inning with Andy Pahces, who's been one of the most consistent hitters for the Dodgers right now, going up against one of the greatest closers right now in the game in Mason Miller. And it was a
theater
battle.
It was theater.
Absolute battle. Yeah. And ends up winning the battle. And it's a sac fly to bring in Alex Call, and they end up winning the game on that. But it's also Freddie Freeman, who you got to hand it to Freddie, because he came in 0 for 16 at the plate, and he turned it around, and he got 2 home runs yesterday, and that was like the bulk of the Dodgers' being able to the runs, being able to win this game. So we're starting to see some good for the Dodgers in San Diego. We saw great when they were in Anaheim playing the Angels, but again, it was the Angels. Pains my heart to say that.
Yeah.
And this is where the real test is, down in San Diego. Now you have Shohei on the mound tonight. It was, I don't want to say announced, but Dave Roberts said that he is expecting Shohei Ohtani to be in the lineup tonight. So he will be pitching and he will be hitting, which hasn't necessarily been the norm this season. We've been seeing more of what we see in the NBA for Shohei Ohtani, and that's load management. So before this year, it didn't matter what was going on. If Shohei Ohtani was pitching, he was also hitting, and he was leading off. And we started to see this year that his focus, I mean, he made it very clear. He came into this season saying, I want to win a Cy Young. And when Shohei Ohtani says something, that's what's going to happen. You believe the man. So that has been the focus, and it has been a great focus. He has a 0.82 ERA, a sub-1 ERA. Okay, he is absolutely dominating, and he was great at the plate last night. He went 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and a walk. So he's feeling good. He was in a bit of a slump, which is why he also got a couple days of rest out of the lineup. Even when he pitched last, he wasn't in the lineup. So it's going to be interesting because we're not getting the lineups yet. It's an earlier first pitch. I think we're in the 5 range opposed to the 6:30 range. So are we going to see now moving forward, because this has been the question, should Ohtani not hit when he's pitching? Should he be under load management, or just like let the man go?
Yeah, I go back to when Dave Roberts initially announced before a game, hey, after this game, Shohei's going to sit down for a little bit and rest up and clear his mind and just hit the reset button. And then he was dynamite as a hitter. And you ask yourself, okay, so was it the release of knowing after this game I get to kind of take a bit of a rest that allowed him to get through that slump, or were they completely unrelated whatsoever? In baseball, which is such a mental game, you have to factor in every possibility. So because you can have the paralysis of choice of what is the perfect thing to say to Shohei, what is the right thing to do for Shohei, at the end of the day, it's just, how is Shohei feeling?
Yeah.
And does he fully support my decision? If this was Shohei's choice, then so be it. But if this was Dave Roberts' choice, it's a trust thing. And Shohei has proven that he has full faith in Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts, of course, as a Hall of Fame manager now, has made it clear when I make a decision, it may be controversial, but more often than not, I'm right. I have 2 World Series rings to show for it, and as we go for the 3rd, I may make an unpopular decision, but I've earned the right to make said decision. So as a fan, you trust that, but more importantly, as long as him and Shohei are on the same page, everything is fine.
So yeah, that was kind of my take in conversation throughout the week when we did not see Shohei Ohtani hitting while he was pitching. And we're never going to know, you guys. So since Shohei Ohtani came in the league, he has dictated his workload, his work schedule, because we have never seen anything, anyone close to his caliber, what he's doing as a two-way player. We've never had an MVP batter and a Cy Young caliber pitcher. So this is the first year that we are seeing load management, and the first time we're seeing him pitch and not hit. And my question was, is this Shohei Ohtani's decision, or is it Dave Roberts' decision? And we will never know, because Ohtani, out of respect for Dave Roberts, will never say, oh, this is not something I want to do, but I'm going to do it because my manager, Dave Roberts, is telling me to do this. This is going to be, and I hope it is, a mutual decision between the two of them, deciding that, hey, you know what? If this is going to be too much right now, since our goal is for you to have an ace-style Cy Young season, we're going to give you a little bit of rest. I know it's not something you're used to. And again, this is going to be new for everybody. I know it's not something you're used to, but bats have been struggling a bit. And we have some other guys that would be great to slot into that DH role. Dalton Rushing, who has done great in, like when he's in and out of the lineup. I'm not mad about it, and I'm also not mad if it changes every single start. Like, if today's the day that he's feeling like he wants to do both, do both. Like, go off, King. Like, he is the unicorn.
Yeah.
And if he's feeling like he wants to do that, do it. And if he needs some rest, give the man some rest, okay? He deserves it.
One thing that's going to massively help, and you saw the relief on Emmett Sheehan's face. They flashed him in the dugout late in the 9th inning of the bats being alive and how much that alleviates the stress from every single pitcher. So many times Yoshi and Shohei have gone out there and dealt, but because the bats are not going, you put up a performance as a starting pitcher that should lead to a win, but you look to your left, you look to your right, and everyone else is cold, and you get the L. So the most important thing that happened yesterday, I feel, was having those 2 runs in the first inning. Now, the Padres matched those 2 runs, and Emmett Sheehan didn't have the day that he wanted to have, but at the same time, it was, okay, the bats are here. This is not all on me. And even though Shohei has proven he can carry that weight of this has to be entirely on me, he has a sub-1 ERA for a reason, I feel the confidence of the bats were hot yesterday, and I'm up on the mound. I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
This is this 20-pound backpack of I can't give up a single run. I can take it off. I can relax, and I get to decide whether I want to be part of those hot bats or if I can just appreciate them and watch them do their thing. So them being able to put up some solid runs yesterday, I feel is gonna make an easier decision for Shohei going forward.
Brock, that was a good visual. The pressure backpack.
Ooh.
How heavy is the pressure backpack for them going in? You were like, they could take that pressure backpack off, and I could see it. And I was like, are there bricks in there today? Are there books in there today? Do we have just a couple, snacks and games going on? It's a light pressure.
Early in the season, it was just sand. It was just full of beach sand.
Yeah.
And slowly we taking it out
Yeah,
slowly.
sand's heavy.
Yeah.
Sandbags.
Sand's very heavy.
That's what they, yeah. So I like this. I might use this. How heavy is the pressure backpack?
I like
that. That might be a new level of measuring.
How heavy is the pressure backpack?
Pressure situations. But I want to talk about one of the Dodgers owners in the ownership group, Magic Johnson, because
Big Irv.
Yeah, he's been. This is an Irvin. This is an Irvin conversation. Okay, this is not a Magic conversation. We are looking at you, Irvin, and we are talking directly to you because he had a comment that kind of made me go, excuse me, what? Come on. You're an LA legend. You know better than this. You're not only an LA legend during your playing career, but you were also an LA legend after. And you're part of the ownership group of the championship dynasty Dodger run right now. Okay. So he came out and he said, the Dodgers aren't going to win all the time. And we need parity. No. That is the last thing that I want to hear from my ownership group. What I want to hear is we are in the midst of a dynasty. We are back-to-back champs. We are on the road to a three-peat, and we are going to do whatever it takes to make sure we get there. That is what I want to hear from Magic Johnson. This was an Irvin comment. Irvin, we don't say the Dodgers aren't going to win all the time. We aren't going to say we need parity. It's good for the league. I want to hear from my owner. We are going for the 3-peat, and we're going to do whatever it takes to get there. That's all I want to hear.
And then we're getting the 4-peat and the 5-peat and the 6-peat. No, it's you've heard a lot of conversations about parity. It's kind of the hot buzzword for commissioners of leagues.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to say that because they're running a business. It doesn't have to be a fair business, but it has to at least look like a fair business. Every single fan base has to start a new season fully believing they can outperform their expectation. That is what makes league special. That is what makes fandom special. But Magic's loyalty is to the Dodgers, not to the MLB. Yes,
no.
There are a lot of conversations regarding the Dodgers being the villains and parody, and we're about to have a lockout, and Magic does not need to concern himself with commissioner talking points. He only needs to care about Dodger talking points, and Dodger talking points right now are the slump. We had a slump. We got out the slump. We had an ugly performance against San Diego, but now we're back. and we need to get this win. That's the only thing he needs to talk about.
And we're going to be just fine.
That's the only thing he needs to talk about.
We're going to be just fine. We're going to win this rubber match, and we're going to be back exactly where we need to be. Could you ever imagine, okay? Can you ever imagine Magic Johnson during the Showtime Lakers run ever saying, oh, the Lakers aren't going to win every year. We need parity in the league.
If I had a Pop Warner football coach.
Absolutely not.
If I had a Pop Warner
Absolutely
football
not.
coach tell a bunch of 8-year-olds you're not going to win every game, I'd have a problem with that.
Yeah.
We're here to win. What are you talking about?
No, the standard is, especially when you're in the midst of a dynasty, which the Dodgers are, is championship or bust. Like, Magic, we know better here. Come on. Come on, really. This is, Irvin, we're not doing that.
I would ask him to clean it up and maybe have a second go at what he was trying to say, but the last thing he needs to do is be tweeting, so I think we all just move on.
Do you want to give one of your faves?
There's just so many.
There's so many.
Hi, Mike Sullivan, LA
Oh, my
Car
God.
Guy. You know that LACarGuy.com is the fastest way to...
Magic has the magical ability to say the funniest thing with the least amount of effort. He's never.
He doesn't know. He's not trying.
Exactly.
To be funny.
He's never tried to be funny.
Yeah.
Maybe in his entire life, but he is so effortlessly hysterical. Everyone has an uncle or a grandpa who talks like Magic tweets, and all you can do is you don't make fun of them because of how much they've done for you.
Are you okay?
You just smile and nod and you say, you know what, Gramps, you're right.
Look
You're
at you
absolutely
trying to
right.
fit in.
You
Look at you trying to be one of us.
You do have to score more runs to win the game, Grandpa. You're right. Thanks for sharing that. Can I get you a beer? Like you just gotta smile and roll along with it. That's all you can do with Irvin.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I want to give a big thank you to a few of our day one supporters like Kalshi and Rudahiro. We appreciate your partnership and we appreciate you, the fans, being a part of this conversation. I want to know what you think. Are you on Magic's side? Are you defending Magic till the very end? Because, that's just what you do when you're an LA sports fan. Because
Or do we need to log him out and change his password so that he can only tweet with the permission of a social media manager?
Was this a tweet that he put out? The Dodgers aren't going to win all the games, or we need parity? Okay.
I believe it was.
All right. I don't know. I don't agree with you.
Honestly, everything he does, I look through the realm of tweets. Whether he tweeted it, whether he said it. I think it was him that tweeted it, and then another part of the Dodgers ownership. I think it was Mark Walter, actually. So Magic tweeted it. Mark Walter said it. I don't know what the hell is going on. I thought we were here to win games.
We are here to win games, and that's what we need to do tonight with Shohei Ohtani on the mound. What do we think? I also want to hear from you, the fans. Do you think that Shohei Ohtani, should the Dodgers be having this conversation every time he's on the mound about load management, right? Make sure you're watching us, following us at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Should the Dodgers be managing Ohtani like this, load management? It's not happening tonight. So last night after the game, Dave Roberts said that he is going to be hitting. He hasn't, I think it's 3 of his starts. He's been out of
Correct.
the lineup while he's on the mound. But again, he's doing just fine either way, you guys. He's a sub-1 ERA, 0.82 ERA. He went 2 for 3 at the plate last night, 2 doubles and a walk. So he's seeing the ball well.
Mm-hmm.
And when that's happening, I think you got to ride it. You got to just keep going with it.
The amount of bats that are behind him So early on in the season, Shohei was cold, and you relied on Dalton rushing. Alex Call would get in there, and a bunch of guys who normally would probably have an off. They say, hey, can you just DH for us because Shohei's not pitching for those 3 games?
Yeah.
Totally fine. Dalton rushing has cooled off a little bit. Alex Call has really been a super reliable guy. His ability to get on base is what makes him special, not necessarily the amount of power that he has. And so I bring that up because those bats are cooling off. Shohei's is heating up. So that's the argument for why Shohei should absolutely be doing both. But I ask you now, say he struggles today. Not from the mound.
Ohtani?
Shohei. Not from the mound, because clearly that's not an issue.
No.
But say he goes cold again, and then to start of the next series, he's cold again. Is it just a season of back and forth with Dave Roberts of, hey, he's on, he's not on, he's on, he's not on?
I think it's up to him. And I don't mind if it changes every start. I think it has to come from Shohei Ohtani because he has dictated his entire career in Major League Baseball, being the first two-way player that we've ever had. He has dictated his schedule, his training situation, what he can and cannot do. So I'm hoping these decisions are a mutual conversation and a mutual decision. But Shay, I want to hear from the fans. What are they thinking about Ohtani continuing to hit while he's pitching?
So, yeah, I mean, obviously the fans want to see Ohtani as much as they can, and I don't blame them. Everyone does. So, yeah, it's Bacon says bacon with a bunch of N's. I got to add that. Roberts would be stupid not to let him hit right now. He's just starting a hot streak. I completely agree with the man. There's a lot going on in the sense of if we don't see him, what are we going to do in October? What's the point?
What do you mean? He's going to be fine.
No, in a sense of if we're not going to play him now, are we not going to play him in October? What are we doing?
Oh, is he going to do come in as a two-way?
Exactly.
He's going to be hitting
exactly.
He's going to be just fine because the thing with Shohei Ohtani, he shows up in the biggest moments, and this is why he is a unicorn. Do you not remember the greatest single game of all time?
The greatest single athletic performance.
Yeah, when
probably.
he basically won the entire game
after Usain Bolt.
Yeah, 100%. And Tiger, you put that up there
on his own. No, what was it? 10 strikeouts and 3 home runs.
It was
that Ohtani
so
hit.
ridiculous.
I know it was right around there, but I don't want to butcher that. They're having a bobblehead night for that.
Let Shohei cook.
Let Shohei cook.
Something with the fans, by the way.
Yeah.
So I want to let everyone know if you want to have a say in the name, we have a poll up. The 4 names are the Fanny Pack, which is my personal favorite.
Oh my God.
The Fans, which is obviously 97.1 The Fan.
Yeah.
The Circle of Trust, La Fanatics, and that's it.
I like Fanny Pack.
I love Fanny Pack.
Love Fanatics got me kind of hooked.
Ooh, okay. So think
about because I love Fanny Packs though. Yeah. I'm a big Fanny Pack girl, and
we can make branded Fanny Packs.
We are the Fan, and this is the pack of fans all together. Think about it. It's the Fanny Pack. It makes so much sense. That's good. Did you come up with that?
Someone came up. I'll give them credit for it, but someone else came up with it.
I rock a fanny pack when I go on a run sometimes.
Oh, good for you.
But I really would like to implement it to my daily life because sometimes pockets aren't enough. Sometimes pockets just aren't big enough.
Yeah, I have fancy fannies.
So Bubba Holmberg,
what word is that?
Fancy fannies.
Bubba Holmberg 7057. The fanny pack was my favorite suggestion yesterday. So someone suggested it yesterday.
Oh.
So yeah, whoever suggested it yesterday, shout out to them.
Oh, I'm here for it. I think that's new. That's going to be our fan.
Let's rewind for a second. What words do you say? A fancy fanny? What?
Yeah. So I breathe a lot.
Okay.
So a fancy fanny pack. So a fancy fanny.
That went so far over my head. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
No. They're just leather.
Yeah.
Leather, I have shout out to Hammett. It's this rad LA based bag brand.
Okay.
And I know the owner, and I've.
Is that the clear one? They do the clear bags?
They do the clear ones.
Yeah. I know about
they have
them.
really rad studs on them everywhere.
They're great.
Big fan of Hammett. But they brought the fancy fannies back, which are so rad. The fancy fanny packs. A lot of people wear them as crossbodies.
Yeah.
But you can also wear them as fanny packs.
For the men though, it's so good because
the crossbody.
Yeah. But, and especially for women also because when you go to a stadium, you can't just carry a bag. It needs to be a clear bag.
Clear.
A lot of the clear bags out there are the ugliest things in the world.
I know.
So no, you bringing this up, it's a big deal for people out there. They want to look good when they're at the stadium.
No, it's great. Let me tell you, if you need a good stadium bag. Check out Hammett, you guys. Hammett has the best. They have the crossbody.
Can you spell
they have
it?
The fanny. Hammit.
Hammett. Okay.
T? 1 T or 2 T's?
Shout out Hammett.
Yeah. No, we love Hammett, but they're
2
crossbody.
T's.
They have a backpack. Yeah. HAMMITT.
Okay.
Yeah. Hammett. They have the crossbody clear. They have that's a fanny pack clear. They have a backpack clear, and they have a little tote clear. It's great.
Who says you can't be fancy?
You know what? If you want a good gift for your partner, anybody out there, or a good birthday gift, take them to a game and get them a good game bag. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We're going back to the NFL, you guys, and we're going back overseas in the international games, because we had a conversation with NFL host and reporter Bridget Condon, who brought up a good new perspective to all these international games. And did she sway me in any way? I don't know. That's next on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the iHeart app, the Odyssey app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show, so get in that comment section. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. So, we've been talking a lot about the NFL's expansion of the international games, and mainly because our Rams, you guys, are kicking off the season. It is a home game. There's so many things to get to here. It is supposed to be a Rams home game. Mind you, the Super Bowl is at SoFi this year. The Rams are the Super Bowl favorites, and they are playing a division rival in the San Francisco 49ers. And the NFL decided it was a great idea to send them across the world. Might be the furthest destination. Is it the furthest? Is Australia the furthest destination from LA? They are playing the first game of the NFL season in Australia. And why I have such an issue with this is because you spend the whole point of preseason is to get everybody ready physically, mentally, everything for the start of the season. So that means that you are spending weeks getting to a place where you are ready, prepared, your body, your mind, everything is ready to start the season. And then they're sending you across the world for one game to kick things off. And that is just going to throw the entire routine, especially when it was supposed to be a home game. And you could have been sleeping in your own bed that night after the game, out the window. Like your whole routine, everything that you just worked towards to get to, out the window. Yep. And I have a hard time with that.
I'm right there with you. And the fact of the matter is expansion is going to continue to ramp up, whether the players, the teams, the fans, the domestic fans, like it or not. So this season, 9 international games. That is a record. Well, all of these are records. 9 international games across 7 countries, across 4 different continents. Melbourne, of course, is the Rams and Niners, but there's also 3 games in London, a game in Paris, a game in Rio de Janeiro, a game in Madrid, a game in Munich, and a game in Mexico City. It was also voted just yesterday that next season they have approval to make it 10 games.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you something right now, the way that business works, they are never going to have fewer games than what they have, right? They're only going to continue increasing until Roger Goodell gets his wish, which is an international game for 16 weeks. And so every week we'll have an international.
The goal is 16 international games.
And every single week we'll have an international game, and then the final regular season week will be all domestic as you ramp into the playoffs. That's his utopia.
Yeah, I think the part that really hurts NFL fans is that teams used to be able to protect 2 games, meaning that they would say, hey, we don't want these 2 games to be international games. Like, we want to keep these and make sure these are home games. Probably the big rivalry games. That would be my imagine. That's like what I would imagine. But now teams cannot protect any games, and owners voted to eliminate that rule, which is probably why we're seeing the Rams kicking off the season against the 49ers in Australia, because that is a huge rivalry game with playoff implications. If we're going to get a season anything close to that we got last year between the Seahawks, who finished on top, Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers, where it came down to the last 2 games of the season of who won the division.
Right. And that's what frustrates me most is when this whole thing first kicked off, it was we are going to send the games that probably have the lowest ratings across CBS and Fox. You know, your Bills, your Jaguars, your Bengals, the Vikings were struggling at the time, and a lot of them were playing overseas because a lot of the European fans, of course the games first started in London, just wanted to see an NFL game. But now we are seeing games with high stakes, and the NFC West will come down to the final week. The Niners have Super Bowl aspirations, and if they remain healthy, that can be a possibility. And the Rams, as the favorite, obviously have Super Bowl aspirations, and the Seahawks just won the Super Bowl. This will come down to the final week, and it's never just one week, which means what happens week 1 overseas in Australia can directly impact who is in the Super Bowl, and that is insane to me.
Yeah, we got a lot of interesting conversations and topics going on with sports in LA here, right? Like, the Rams are starting the season in Australia. What are the Lakers going to be doing this offseason? Are they going to be able to keep Austin Reeves, LeBron James? Do they go after Giannis? And what's the future of this Lakers team going to look like? And we actually have a caller in right now, Mike in Redlands. How we doing and how we feeling?
Pretty good. Can't complain.
Love that. What's going on?
Nothing much. I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on the chances of the Lakers possibly acquiring or even going after or Anthony Davis in the offseason and bringing him back to L.A.
Running it back.
Okay, Mike.
I didn't even have that as a possibility.
Yes.
Because it was such an insane blockbuster trade that went down for Luka. And you got to think, mentally, would that be something he would want to come back to? Because what worked was Anthony Davis and LeBron James. And LeBron James is right now, we don't know if he is going to be a Laker next season. We don't know. Again, yes, we do. Deep down, we know that he is going to play another season in the NBA. We are going to have a farewell season. But it was the 1-2 punch of LeBron and AD. So if LeBron isn't there, I don't see how you bring Anthony Davis to a team to play with a guy that he got traded for. I don't see it working, Anthony Davis playing alongside Luka Doncic, only because of the emotional feeling of nah, this is the reason I'm gone, is this guy. Now you want me to play with him?
It would be... Well, the biggest issue that Anthony Davis had and why he was traded was because he didn't want to play center. It was very clear that the Lakers were at their best when Anthony Davis was a willing participant in playing center. But along the way, although him and LeBron had won a championship and everything, things clearly weren't as successful as they were. And Anthony Davis sat down with the brass and said, I want to be a stretch 4.
Yeah.
I want to be maybe even a 3 in some situations, but I am not going to play center. And Rob Pelinka said, what's that, Dallas? You'll trade us Luka? Hey, Anthony Davis, you're going to Dallas now. I say that because what the Lakers need is a center.
Yeah, they do.
And Anthony Davis coming back to a place he was shipped out of very unceremoniously, very emotionally, to now play the position that he initially didn't want to play. We talk about LeBron having to humble himself to making a vet minimum.
Oh, man.
Anthony Davis is really going to have to humble himself. But, Mike, I love the question because all this attention is naturally on Giannis. There needs to be a backup plan, and Anthony Davis is far down that list of backup plans, but he may be on there in a panic situation. However,
0% chance.
If you want to get Giannis, you are looking at a player who is younger and healthier than Anthony Davis. So the level of desperation that it would take for Anthony Davis to come back, it would be a favor to LeBron, and I think LeBron has run out of favors.
No, we're not in the LeBron favor business anymore now under new ownership. Mike, thank you for this question. That was awesome and started a whole new conversation here. I just don't see how this could ever work, especially because we've heard from an exec talking about what the Lakers are looking for. He said Luka Doncic is 27. He just turned 27. Austin Reeves is 27. That's what they're looking for. Guys in their early prime who can grow alongside those two. And you get a sense they're tired of constantly cycling the roster and looking for the right role players to emphasize those guys. So that would be another cycling the roster. Been there, done that. Absolutely no way that you can bring back an AD to play with the guy that he got traded for. That would be so messy.
And I believe AD is making, if not $60 million, something very close to it. So now it goes to how do we build out depth around one of the most injury-prone guys?
Yeah, we can't do that anymore. We need
in the history of the NBA.
We need healthy, we need athletic, we need a deep bench, and that would be going in the complete opposite.
My
direction.
ideal situation is LeBron coming back for $20 million at the most, and all that leftover money to be a legitimate 4 or 5 guys. Obviously not household names because all these guys are going to be on some pretty meager contracts by NBA standards. But I would trade in depth. I would trade in the star power for depth any day of the week from this point forward. The NBA is about depth. You look at San Antonio, you look at Oklahoma City. San Antonio has a superstar. Oklahoma City has 1.5 superstars. It is about depth. It is about role players. It is not about $60 million contracts. It is about how many guys on $20 million deals can you acquire.
I mean, he made $52.6 million.
This is AD?
Oh, no. I'm talking about LeBron James.
Oh, LeBron last year. Okay,
yeah. Like, I don't see how you keep talking about LeBron needing to take, and everyone's talking about what he's going to need to take in order to make that happen. I already moved on from the AD thing mentally. I was like, yeah, that's not happening. So it's like, I don't even need to think about that.
I'm not saying it's an easy decision for LeBron to make. I'm saying it would be in the Lakers' best interest, and LeBron has to decide how much do his interests align with the Lakers' best interest?
I mean, he's making what, $80 to $100 million on off court.
That might be a conservative estimate.
His endorsements, he's making like $100 million a year. Like, it's got to be close to that. So that's what everyone also needs to understand. The number that LeBron is going to come back to pay for is it's not the moneymaker. It is the respect. It's what's a respectable magic number where I don't feel like I'm being taken for granted and disrespected as one of the greatest players of all time and one of the greatest players in the game, still a top 25 player at 41 years old, brought a team a championship, brought 3 different franchises championships, and one of the few players that can elevate all the players around him to that next level. Because that's the other rare part, too, is how you see him elevate everyone around him. All right, Producer Shay, what are the fans saying in the chat right now?
Yeah, I mean, we'll start with the AD stuff.
Okay.
At Bacon with a bunch of N's.
Yep.
No in all caps.
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But the Crimson Ghost said something pretty interesting because in today's NBA, you can't say no to anything. If Gretzky can go to the Kings and Luka to the Lakers, anything is possible. And I almost agree with him.
No, but he was already on the Lakers, and you want him to come back to the team and play with the guy he got traded for? No, that's why it won't work. He ain't coming back to play alongside as a below the man that he got traded for.
I do respect Crimson Ghosts, and that sounds like an assassin or something like that. That's such an intimidating name. Thanks for being part of the show. I do understand the sense of Luka Doncic being a Laker seemed unfathomable until we all picked up our phones and read that it happened. And this offseason, this is Anthony Davis put aside. This is just the aspect of, I think the NBA is in a place where anyone can be traded anywhere. I think the Timberwolves are going to shake some things up and land a massive name this year. Mm-hmm. Kyrie Irving and Anthony Edwards have made it clear that they want to find a way to play together. I do feel there will be 2 or 3 trades where we just sit here and think, I didn't even know that was possible. So Crimson Ghost, I do not see Anthony Davis becoming a Laker, but I do see a major shakeup now that the Lakers and Luka Doncic have made it clear, hey, anyone can go anywhere. And anything can happen.
I'm going to give you the last reason why it won't happen. Because
with who?
With Anthony Davis back to the Lakers. Because this was supposed to be Anthony Davis's team. It was supposed to be a passing of the torch from LeBron James to Anthony Davis. There was a lot of injuries. We did not see that superstar power takeover of the franchise while they were both together. And then he got traded for the new face of the franchise. There was no way that a guy who was supposed to be the face of the franchise then got traded away is going to come back and then play alongside the new face of the franchise. I don't see that working at all.
For Anthony Davis, if he just wants a final successful chapter, he has to accept that teams want him to play center. I think that's the biggest hurdle he has to get over.
Yeah. All right. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I want to give a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support, and we appreciate you, the fans, tuning in and listening to Brock and Alex every day. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we got D-Mac and Reiter joining the show right here at 97.1 The Fan.
My favorite.
weekday in LA. Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan, and we got a full table for Crosstalk. We got D-Mac and Reiter coming up next, joining us.
Hey, Bill.
Uh-oh.
D-Mac, Bill. Do you notice something on the table that typically isn't here?
Congratulations.
A well-earned award.
Well-deserved.
You guys, I'll
Unbelievable.
I'll take it.
Radio
I'll
host.
take it. I love this. Yeah,
Awesome
that was
stuff.
for my Fox Sports Saturday. I won Best Weekend Host.
That's
On the
amazing.
radio.
That's
So,
amazing.
It was so rad. It was just a room full of the most, badass, powerful women in media, from TV to actors to singers to radio to podcasts,
cool.
in front of the camera, behind the scenes. Great meal, too. I got to say,
The food was
shout
good.
out to the Beverly Wilshire.
Nice.
Because this was the first... when you're at a award show or banquet, it's
The
like
food
the
is
set
usually
meals.
terrible.
It's okay. Oh
It's like
my
wedding
God.
food. Wow.
No. This was a dual dish of braised short rib and Chilean sea bass.
Whoa.
Those are my two of my favorite things. It was so good.
That's how you knew
Such
you're going to
a
win.
fan.
They had your favorite So much food. food home.
Dude. No, we finished it.
Get a little to-go
We
plate.
literally finished everything. My husband and I finished before everyone else. We're like, because I didn't eat. I don't eat
Did you go from here to the award thing?
I went here to glam downstairs for an hour and then straight to the award show.
So Bill
Wow.
just tapped on something that proves how much he is a veteran and been doing this for decades. A lot of people don't realize when you go to these galas and award shows,
Yeah.
there are to-go boxes.
Yeah.
You just have to ask.
Oh, yeah.
And you can walk out of there with two trays because
Yep.
they're just going to throw away 100 pounds of food anyway. Always ask for a to-go
what?
box. Whether it's
Never
the
even heard of
bartender
that.
I'm not
that you
afraid of the
tip,
free food. No shame.
or
Do it.
just be really nice and say, hey, can I get a couple to-go boxes? You will absolutely get them.
I never even thought about it. It's funny
Yeah.
because I was doing my post in between the dinner break, so I wasn't rude when people were talking. So I didn't eat my meal right away. And the guy kept coming over, like, can I take it? I was like, no, I'm not done.
Don't touch my food.
Don't touch it. I just need to finish this before we start talking again so I'm not rude. It's just wild. Also, you said gala? Are you guys a gala or a gala?
Oh, I thought it was.
I don't even. It's tomato. Yeah. Gala gala.
Gala.
Both work.
See,
I'm more of the
gala.
gala.
Yeah.
But
See, that's
gala works to
Met
me. I'm gonna go
Gala.
gala. I'm gonna go
Reese's
gala.
Bias.
Yeah,
It's
that's
gala.
right. That's
No.
right.
Gala.
I'm gonna
Don't
go
let the
gala.
Met Gala.
Yeah.
What's it called when you lie and you trick someone to think that they're the ones lying? There's a word for it
I don't know.
that Gen Z loves using.
Yeah.
In toxic
Gaslighting.
relations. Gaslight. Don't
Gaslighting. There we go.
Gaslight
I was
you.
like, I know it.
Yeah.
I see it. I got it. We went blazer again. D-Mac.
The people have spoken. They wanted to see me. It's a different blazer,
Oh,
different
did
shade of
you?
blue.
Your
badge. What's up?
We're gonna
Wait,
learn.
not only that,
You guys, we're gonna learn.
I actually think this. So this is my phone. I
Why do
think
you have
I think
multiple phones?
I
What
think
is
that's
going
Andrew's
on
phone
right now?
that I took from his desk
Oh,
on accident. That's my phone.
Oh,
Is that your phone? No. I took some
It's-
phone.
if
Why
it's-
do you have my phone?
This guy. That's your phone,
This is my phone.
dude. Wait, was your phone in there? Dude, so I really am sorry. This is not the first time I've stolen. I did headphones last week. I actually took another phone. My charger. Yeah. Until I put these chargers in, I would look down at all my stuff and have
that's
no
a fun
battery.
fact.
Oh, sorry, bro. I forgot my charger. I'm not going to steal your award, though. I will not steal your award.
I mean, it's here. You want to feel it?
I actually do, yeah. So
Yeah,
you
it's
did
heavy.
you did say you did say on Monday you have whoa.
Yeah.
This is so much heavier Is it heavy? than I thought it was gonna be. Like this is substantial. This
Yeah.
is substantial. Can you turn? I haven't seen the front.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that is and it's got the
awesome.
engraving already.
Yeah.
This is serious. This is
Thank
so
you.
well deserved. This is incredible. You
Rad.
did say that you didn't bring anything for this yet. Maybe you leave it here. I don't know. Are you considering it? Or where are you gonna keep it? How about that?
I have my husband and I have been very lucky to win a good amount of awards throughout our careers.
Okay.
I have about, I think, 6 or 7 tellies.
Wow.
And my husband also
Tele.
has some as well.
Sorry. Tele. I love it.
Yeah, I think for the Kings Championship run, I have some for an Angels game, like a bunch of different
So you've got an
shows.
awards spot. You got all kinds of stuff.
Yes,
It's a
we
daily
have,
gala at
no,
your house.
No. But I have to say, this is the first one that I've won for my show. The other awards have been broadcasts and
Right.
events I've been a
Part
part
of a big team.
Yeah, part of a big team. This one is really special and rad because it was my show.
That's really cool. And you always get really hyped. What was your reaction? Was it hype? Was it surprise? I mean, it couldn't be surprise because we know you're probably the odds-on favorite to win this. But what was the reaction?
I'm going to say this is a different kind of award show. Only the winners go.
Oh.
So we all knew. We
those
all
losers,
knew.
second place people, didn't get to
we
show
all
up?
knew that we were getting the awards, and it's actually
I think much more efficient.
Yeah, I think Shams reported in the morning too, like well before, because he spoils that kind of stuff.
I
Yeah.
have some Shams stories when we all get to know each other. Who else was there? Any name drop?
Yeah, so Stevie Wonder was
Whoa!
there.
Wow.
So he
heard that this
sat. He
morning.
was at the table right next to us.
That's cool.
And I was kind of like walking. My husband's.
You said
like,
he's tall.
My husband's like elbowing me. I was like, "What?" He's like pointing. I was like, "What?" And it's dark, so I can't really tell who it is. But then I could see once he turned. I saw the big glasses, and I saw people helping him on both sides, and I saw the hair. And I've been to a couple of Stevie Wonder's, like his pre-Grammy parties that he has, and I was like, oh, and there was a piano on stage and a guitar on stage. So we knew there was going to be a musical performance, but I just didn't know if that's what it was. And he came and sat literally right next to us. Our former boss, or my and Shay's former boss, Scott Shapiro, came in late. Yeah. So he came in because he was coming from his son's baseball game. So he came in late,
Scott's great.
sat down, didn't realize he was back to back with Stevie. He turns around, and then I see him turn back around, his face towards us. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly who you think it is. And it was just so cool. He owns a radio station. So Stevie Wonder owns a radio station. So he was there to present the award to the woman who won the award on his radio station.
That's
wow.
How classy of him just to be there, make the time.
It was so
That's
rad.
awesome.
And do you remember She's So Raven? Like the back in the day, was it on Disney?
Oh,
something like
that's
that?
So Raven.
With Raven Simone.
Yeah, so
Kids
Raven
watch
was
that.
one of the guest hosts, and so she was introducing Stevie on stage, and the way everyone just fans
How
out
cool is that?
in a way of like, she's like, it's Stevie Wonder. Like everybody has the same reaction, like it's Stevie Wonder. It was an awesome night, just celebrating women in media, and I was proud to be a representation of women in sports and women in sports talk radio.
I'm going to
There's not
hand
a
this
lot of
back
it.
to you because as he already stole something of
Yeah.
mine, I don't want him to steal.
Get that.
That's not even his suitcase.
That is
somebody
substantial.
else's.
Yeah, this is.
He was that might be a little dangerous.
That is substantial, though. I think the Academy Award's like 8.5 pounds,
Can I
like
see it?
13.5
Right.
inches. Like that's.
Oh yeah.
I don't want. Is that?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who hears what D-Max says. Why
does
do
he
you
say?
know the exact dimensions of the Academy Award?
Oh, I used to be a Hollywood tour guide, Universal Studios, so that's why. But that's my reference point. And that, first of all, that's more important than any Academy Award, by the way. I will point that out, and I think it looks better too.
Thank you.
And yeah, just unbelievable stuff. But yeah, that's why I know Hollywood tour guides. All that stuff sticks with me. And 13.5 inches is, I believe, right, 8.5 pounds. Something like that.
Dude,
yeah.
these are some random facts. So when you say you were a Hollywood tour guide,
Yeah.
so what are you doing? Are you on like those
So
buses
yeah,
that
or
go
no,
by,
back
like
well,
the
Warner
half-
Brothers and
like
Universal.
half-decker?
Oh, those, yeah, more like we're in like the studio lots. You know, you go into sound
Got it.
stages.
The walking tours.
Yeah, you get a lot of like interactions with celebs, people like Bill Reiter. You know, you never know. You
so
know,
they got in there,
big
yeah.
time
Yeah, Bill
famous
Reiter.
guys.
I'm actually in the corner
Yeah.
looking for the free food.
Yeah, he's still
you
waiting
got
for
the
his
publicity
callback for the
with it?
James Bond, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
audition.
right.
Congrats on
Yeah.
the callback.
Congrats.
Thank you. No,
Yeah.
it's exciting.
Yeah.
They mistook me for somebody else. He dropped one of our first days we worked together. Do you want? I don't
What's this
see
going?
It. The Matthew McConaughey. So, it could be the best.
So
I don't
people,
see it. That's the
you guys
nicest
don't
thing
see
anyone's
Matthew
ever said to
McConaughey.
me.
Little Timu
I
McConaughey.
like that
The profile,
It's not,
yes.
I know it's not true.
You
but
see
thank
it.
you.
Yeah.
You see it.
This is how you know every compliment he
No.
gives
Timu.
you. Take it
I-
with
I
a
slipped
grain
that
of
in there.
salt.
I feel bad.
No.
Take it with a grain of salt.
Here's why you don't see it. At first, I was going to laugh and
So I
make
have
fun
a
of you,
mirror?
but then you looked straight, and I saw you from the angle that he always sees you at. You have the profile.
Okay,
So-
imagine
You do.
him in a burnt
No.
leather, like
I'm
brown
with that.
jacket.
I don't see
No.
it.
You
I
know,
don't see it.
all right, all right,
Because
all
you're not at the right
right.
angle.
True.
You're not at the right angle.
Alex,
It's like
come on,
those,
just stare at him. Just uncomfortably
She
stare at him for
has
3
been.
seconds.
She
Laser
knows
beam.
what I look like.
I see it.
You're
I don't
so
see
full
it.
of it, dude.
It is
Return
the
the
side
compliment,
profile. I'm with
return
you.
No,
the
there was.
jacket.
How about producers? Come on, Matthew McConaughey. You see it?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not.
But you do look like Tom Cruise. So that
Yeah.
was it.
Well, I get
That's
Tom
fine.
And Leo.
Cruise. No, I usually get Will Smith, the catcher.
I do see
People
that.
say Will Smith. I've gotten Bobby Flay in the past.
Okay, I do
Uh,
see Bobby Flay.
Yeah,
actually.
I've seen. It's weird. I know. I had someone who was really upset with Bobby Flay. Like they told me that. You guys get any You guys are celebrities, so you just look like yourselves. So that's your. You guys are your own
This is
celebrity
4
lookalikes.
hours is coming up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Hours to
I'm
follow.
like, here we go. No, I don't like comparing.
Yeah.
I think comparison is the thief of joy, and I've been really big, especially being like a woman in this
Yeah,
space.
for sure.
People tell me I do look like certain like actresses all the time. I get
Mm.
Mila Kunis
Ah.
a couple times.
Okay.
I've gotten
I'm so bad with celebrity names, and this is why when you asked me like who was there last night, I was like, I know the characters that were there. I don't.
Hey,
know
Stevie
their
Wonder's all that
names.
matters.
Just
and
call
you.
them by their
And you.
characters. They love
Yeah.
their-
I'm like
they
the
love
mom.
when you call
it was
them by
like
their
one of the
character.
'90s stars. I was in like every single movie ever. Like I know the like characters, but I don't know
Yeah.
the actual names. So don't come at me. I'm so sorry. I just like everybody. It was so funny. We were taking a photo, and like someone I follow on social media like kind of bumps into us. I'm like, oh my god, photobomb, come on in. This is so fun. Let us gingerly touch our
awesome.
tips of our awards. Like we just had such a fun moment, and my husband was like, "Do you know her?" I was like, "No, not at all." So like I follow her, and I think she's really rad.
10 out of 10 vibes there. You got to roll with it.
You called me. Yeah. No, it was so great.
Congratulations. It's very cool.
Congrats again.
Thank
One
you.
more time.
Standing O. Standing O.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hour standing?
Oh, okay. I'll take it.
Unbelievable.
Thank you guys. Too kind. Thank you guys. Before we transition into D-Mac and Reiter. Oh,
do it.
never mind. We are transitioning right now. You guys, thank
sure
you
to
so
stick
much
around.
for hanging out with us. Brock and Alex, D-Mac and Reiter are coming up next.
Let's go.
McKain, and Bill Reiter. Real sports talk, real LA. Right now, it's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
Good afternoon, day 3 of D-Mac and Reiter. And the universe has reverted to where it needs to be, which you will know if you are watching us on the stream on YouTube, on X, on Twitch, at the Fan LA. D-Mac, you're looking sharp again.
The streets wanted me to wear the suit again. It's not really a suit, just a little blazer. I'm wearing jeans with this, kind of cash.
It looks good, though.
Let's go, all blue.
With the hat,
I will say it's a different suit, so you guys don't say I'm just wearing the same thing.
It's darker.
It's still darker. A little darker shade. You look crispy, too. You look great as well, as always.
Little sweater, you know?
Yeah.
None of that hoodie action that you got me on Monday.
That hoodie was fun. All the Barca fans were loving it, man.
By the way, we have a phone number. We want you to call in. We're going to get to those calls. Bear with us as we get this station, this show off the ground. So give us a holler. 855-97-LA-FAN. 855-97-LA-FAN. Ryan Bershinger, the incredible executive producer, is going to screen those calls. We'll get you on the air. A lot of stuff to get to. A lot of Dodgers talk. It will be celebratory. It will be magical. It will be wonderful. Great game. Felt like an October game. It was really fun. Victory against the Padres. We'll start with that in just a second. We will do the Rooter Hero of the Day. So every day we do that toward the end of the first hour. We'll throw some nominees at Bersh and at Sam, and they'll narrow them down to 4. And then you, wherever you're listening, whether it's on the FM dial, it's on the stream here on 97.1 The Fan LA, you will select a winner at the end of the show. So Doug's got some heroes. I'm trying to figure out how to get someone from Doug's family nominated like I have the last 2 days. Yeah, that's my thing now.
Clean it up, yeah?
It's my move. It's harder today.
Okay.
But send us some nominees at the Fan LA, on all the socials. Drop them in the comments. Get in the mentions, whatever you want to do. We will also assess J.J. Redick and what we feel, where we're at with him as a Lakers head coach. And there is some perspective out there from former NBA players that throws some serious praise to Redick and gives him credit, which will make a part of that conversation for how successfully so far, it's one game, but the Spurs have handled Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the, I think, deserved back-to-back MVP. We have a really big Matt Stafford conversation coming up. It involves Ty Simpson. D-Mac's got a great, I love this, can't wait to do it, next hour, theory on Stafford and why he may play a lot longer than some people think. The motivations for why he could be around for a while. And if he is, if D-Mac's right, what does that mean for Ty Simpson? Aaron Rodgers is on his final year in the National Football League. Do you promise, Aaron? No, he is. That's what he says. Incredible Knicks-Cavs game last night. The Knicks were heroes. The Cavs utterly and totally choked that game away. We will talk about that. We'll preview Dodgers Game 3, final game of this road trip against the Padres, or at least in San Diego in the final hour. We'll get into Manny Machado being Manny Machado. We've got a little bit of information about a Dodger who may not retire if the magic for this team continues. There's so many things. So please give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. There's a lot going on in the control room, but we're gonna get to those calls. We want to hear from you. We know that some of you called in, and I didn't get you on the air. My bad. I will do that. It's on me, and we will fix that. So keep calling, 855-97-LA-FAN. What a game! What a game last night! What a! Am I getting carried away? It felt like, so my wife, do you pull this move with my wife? Lori comes in and she'll, last night I think it was Henry needs help with his homework, and I pulled I really want to, but I have to watch the Dodgers for work. But actually I did. I mean, it was such a great game.
Yeah, I was in a similar situation. Kira wanted me to read her a book, and I was like, how about you do this a little later so she ended up going late. I did read her the book later, but yeah.
Later bedtime.
It was a little bit later bedtime. And look, like I said, if you ask my daughter who's her husband, she'll say Shohei Ohtani. We've trained her to say that.
That's good.
I got some video to show you for that. But
okay.
yeah, I have in my notes where I said it feels like October in May, as you just said, because you could feel the atmosphere. You could feel the electricity, the Dodgers fans, the Padres fans. And that is the baseball that I love. That is Dodger baseball that you feel like, hey, this is a team that can beat you in a lot of different ways, but they can beat you in a close game. And the Padres have been really good at one-run games this season, and a lot of that is because you have a great closer. And the Dodgers, they made Mason Miller look mortal yesterday.
So here's what happened. It was 4-4. Max Muncy utilized the challenge system, which I kind of hated before, but I like it now.
I love it.
I like that.
I'm
you're right.
all in on it.
Chess game within the chess game. Successfully challenged. Drew a walk as part of that at bat. Alex Call, who's such a baller, was a pinch runner. And Mason Miller, who's, you notice, has been utterly unstoppable. He's the best closer in baseball. He's got ferocious stuff. Threw the ball to first base, and he had Call picked off. He had him dead to rights, and he threw it, I think it was 383 miles per hour. Whether it was his fault or the first baseman's fault, ball gets away. Alex Call makes it all the way to third base, and then Andy Pahces comes up. And we're going to get into Pahces a little bit later in a more in-depth way and just talk about, give that guy his flowers for a good 10 minutes at about 2:30. But he has this monster at bat. He fouls off 4 two-strike pitches with obviously the go-ahead runner at third base. You got to get the ball at least out of the infield. And after this monster at bat, after battling toe-to-toe with the best closer in baseball, going at Miller again and again and again, this happened.
Pahces slams one to right center field. Tatis back, makes the catch. Here comes Call. Here's the throw. Relay to the plate. Not in time. Dodgers take the lead.
And it was so close. And then Will Klein comes in for the save, and I got to send you a text that I'm inclined to believe he's going to get it done. You know, I'm trying to keep up with your pun play.
The Padres win got declined.
We'll get to that's even better. Do we have a cheers drop? 855-97 LA fan is the phone number. DMAC and Reiter. And I know we're going to get to Freddie Freeman, who had a really good game and broke out of a slump, and you've got some information on that. But what a at bat by Pahces, and what a win by a Dodgers team that found a way to support a pitcher this time who didn't have the outing that we'd hoped for, but was pitching on shorter rest than he's accustomed to.
Yeah, the bullpen, they put up zeros. They were dominant. We'll talk about that. But you mentioned right there, Max Muncy in the ABS. The first thing that came to mind for me was a year ago, the Dodgers probably lose that game because you can't reverse that call, and that gives you your second out. And the odds of you win that game are a lot less with Mason Miller on the mound. I love the challenge system, and I love the fact that Max Muncy makes that challenge, and then ultimately you have Alex Call on first base. And my first question, if I'm Mason Miller, is, are the Dodgers in his head?
I think there is a little bit of that.
I think there was carryover from the night before when Mason Miller had walked 2 batters, and it was kind of a tightrope back. He was able to escape. But Alex Call is a base runner that is active, right? That's going to be a little bit in the mind of the pitcher there. And yes, would he have been out? 100%. But why is Mason Miller, who had his first throwing error of his career, why was he rifling it over there at 1 trillion miles per hour? It lets Alex Call get all the way to third base and to get to that Andy Pahces at bat. I mean, I think
God, dude.
We're going to look back and say this is one of the at-bats of the year, and it didn't lead to a home run. It was a sacrifice fly, and what impressed me, if you go back and watch that at-bat, there is a moment after the 8th pitch where Mason Miller tries to hit him with a slider down and away. Andy Pahces essentially looks up at it, and he's like, I got this. Like, I'm going to be fine. Like, I understand what the pitcher is doing right now, and he's able to get the sac fly. He reacts the way that he did, and this has been All-Star Andy all season, MV Pahces, whatever you want to call him. It's one of the great stories this season that they have developed a homegrown talent that's going to be an All-Star, and he comes through in a big spot. So that was massive. Pahces at bat after the game. Freddie Freeman, who, mind you, is going into the Hall of Fame, hopefully as a Dodger one day, who is hopefully going to get 3,000 hits one day, who's put together some of the most incredible at-bats we've ever seen. He said that was one of the best at-bats he's ever seen. So to hear that from Freddie Freeman, to hear Dave Roberts talk about him just kind of spitting on those pitches and just staying in there and staying tough, that's one of those at-bats, if I'm a batting coach down at the AAA level or the Little League level, the high school level, college level, that you want to show your hitters because of how poised he was, how confident he was, and the fact that he wasn't trying to do too much on those swings. So very impressed with Andy Pahces. The coming out party this year continues.
DMAC and Reiter here, 97.1 The Fan LA. By the way, we are going to give Pahces all the... In fact, Dave Roberts gave him flowers. Freddie Freeman gave him flowers. You referenced that. We're going to hear from those guys in the next segment. We're going to dive deep into Pahces and what he's done, not just in yesterday's game, but maybe that game, that at-bat of the year, as DMAC said, perhaps being the sort of exclamation point behind what has been the most important offensive player for the Dodgers so far this season. There's a lot of good things to choose from here. It's good to see Shohei get a few more hits. Freddie Freeman, which we're going to talk about, had 2 home runs, was swinging a really good bat. You noted that the bullpen picked up a starter who was in on, I mean, it's 4 days rest. It's not the end of the world, but obviously the Dodgers give their guys a lot of time. Let me just throw a negative out there, and then you shoot it down or you put it in the right context. I want to address it. Griffin Canning, pitcher for the Padres, not exactly Shohei Ohtani. Not exactly having an incredible year. And he went 5 innings. He did hold the Dodgers to 4 hits. So is the takeaway, is the proper perspective, the Dodgers offense, those bats because Mookie wasn't great, Tucker wasn't great yesterday. Mookie continues to struggle coming back from that injury. Is the right takeaway there's still inconsistency here at the Dodgers, and this could be a problem until it's not? Or is it, this pitcher that we thought maybe we'd get to early was successful, but the Dodgers got runs, and they got the runs they needed, and that's all that matters?
Yeah, Canning is a guy that came into this game not having a good season. He leaves that start with a 9 ERA, which is not good at all.
Checks notes. It's bad.
yeah, bad, okay. Numbers, high, not good.
Numbers.
But that's what the Dodgers have tended to do when they go through these laws offensively. They make bad pitchers look like they're Cy Young contenders. They make good pitchers look bad when the offense is right. I think that you look at the positives from the offense, and yes, this is an offense that has been inconsistent at times this season, but when this offense is at their very best, it's when the big dogs are eating. And last night, the big dogs ate. Freddie Freeman, who was riding an over 18 slump, he was sick. He was dealing with a fever for the last couple of days. His dad, Freddie Sr., drove him to the game, and Freddie joked after the game that, hey, my dad took me to work, right? Anytime he's around, it just feels like something positive happens for Freddie Freeman.
They kept showing the broadcast. I loved it.
And he kept high-fiving him.
That was cool.
They kept doing the little high five.
Oh, doing one?
Pretend I'm Freddie's dad,
On
you're
the
Freddie.
stream?
Yeah. You keep seeing that, like, I'm Freddie's dad, you're Freddie, because you hit the home run. But just to have him there, and it shows you how fickle baseball can be, right? Just something different. My dad's here. He drove me to the game. I was sick. And Freddie hits not one, but 2 home runs. And the second one was absolutely critical to the game because that was the one that tied at 4 there in the 6th inning. So
after my guy Kim sort of had a...
Yeah, you texted me. You're like, that was Kim's fault.
Wasn't an error, but it was an error in judgment.
It wasn't a good throw, and he's got to step into that. Kim doesn't have the best arm.
He rushed it. So for those of you who don't know, there were 2 outs. There was a ball in the hole to Kim. He made a pretty nice play. He's got a nice glove, but he, and correct me if I'm remembering this wrong, he rushed the throw and one-hopped it when he didn't really have to. And it was just a really weak throw. And maybe, and I think this is what, I think Orel Hershiser is so good at his job, by the way, on the broadcast. And I haven't talked to Orel in 10 years, so this isn't, I'm never going to see the guy again probably. But he made the point, just take your time and put a little more mustard on it. And that non-error in judgment gave the Padres an extra swing, and they obviously were able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and the play you're talking about there in the top of the bottom of the 3rd inning where Fernando Tatis Jr., he hits it to Ha-Seong Kim. Kind of with the shift, he's really basically at the shallow part of center field. He had an extra second or 2 to step into that throw. He bounced it, and it wasn't a good play.
His fault. Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, no,
and they love him.
And the thing about Kim is he's a guy that really has to hang his hat on elite defense potentially.
He looked like he knew it. I mean, did you see them cut to him?
He did know it. He knew he made a mistake.
This is what I have to. I can't not do this right.
And it hurts you because what happened, right? That's the thing about we talk about Yamamoto, right? He has given up some home runs lately. But usually there's not a walk before that. There's not a single before that, so they don't lead to 2-3-run home runs or grand slams. That ends up with a Andujar 2-run shot, couple pitches later, and then you're down 4-2. So you have to eliminate those mistakes, and that is kind of what adds up against a good team like the Padres. But kind of get back to your original question, though, Freddie's hitting. Shohei Ohtani is still staying hot. Mookie still is not. And I think, too, it's time that the pressure gets put onto Kyle Tucker.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan, L.A. It is day 3 of this station, your home, Southern California, for fans, for sports talk, not just this show. Derek and Decker, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Check those guys out. They're great. Brock and Alex, middays in L.A., outstanding show. We just hung out and chopped it up with them a little bit. Alex just won a Gracie Award, which is amazing. And obviously we are here, D-Mac and Reiter, 2 to 6. We're also live every single day until 9 p.m. as well. Text us, call us, 855-97-LA fan. In fact, Birch is looking at the call screen right now. So if you're at the phone lines, if you're there, if you're hanging out, we will get to you. We'll get on those calls. If you don't want to wait in line, we want you to. But if you don't want to, you can text us at 855-97-LA fan. You can also, if you're streaming us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X at the Fan LA, you can just drop your comments in the chat or on Twitch or YouTube, or you can give us a mention on X, and we'll get to it. Can I all right, here's something I thought about yesterday, and one of the things, D-Mac, that I love about baseball is, and it really pertains to the Dodgers, is the way in which a 162-game season is one thing, and then trying to win multiple series where the margins get really narrow, and there's, I mean, you can call it luck, you can call it statistical variance, but there is a whole other reality trying to win a playoff series, multiple playoff series, a World Series. Different things are required. And maybe one of the things, and push back on this if you think this is wrong, that I wondered about the Dodgers as they won their 2 World Series was whether they could manufacture runs when the long ball wasn't coming. And you brought this up on the show here on D-Mac and Reiter, that the Dodgers need to hit home runs in order to win games. And they hit a couple yesterday. I mean, Freddie Freeman was awesome. To see in the 9th inning against the best closer in baseball, against a team that is, as you tweeted out at DMAC_LA, absolutely a rival of the Dodgers. Look at the reaction from the Dodgers dugout when things went well, when they won that game. To win that game by drawing a walk, by using the system now to challenge a miscalled strike that was actually a ball, to have Alex Call come on, as you said, create some Alex Call chaos. I'm trying to do chaos as a pun, but I screwed it up. A little chaos and get to third. To have Pahces go up there and have a monstrously impressive at-bat. But it was an unearned run. They manufactured a run. I know it's one game, but I just like the vibe of the Dodgers and what feels like a high-leverage game because there's a context of who they're playing, even though it's May, to manufacture the winning run in the 9th inning against the best closer in baseball. That felt very good for what it can mean going forward, too.
Absolutely. And that's what they need to do, right? Because you're not going to be able to outslug every opponent because when you get into the postseason, what does that mean? It means you're playing good teams, which means they have better players, which means they have better pitchers. That's why offense goes down in the postseason. So how do you counteract that? You put together competitive at-bats. And those were some of the grittiest at-bats I've seen all season. Muncy. And then Pahces, it was just a testament to his growth as a hitter. I'll tell you this time last year, Andy Pahces is not doing that. And I'll tell you this, entering this season, they have something really amazing in the Dodgers facility. It's called a traject machine. And this traject machine, it can simulate any pitcher, any velocity, any pitch spin.
That's cool.
And Andy Pahces is a guy that leading into this year, he was obsessed with the traject machine. And you know what he was doing?
So how does it work?
So basically, it's a machine where you can program it. Like think of like a typical BP machine, right?
Yep.
Where you've got just typical, the baseball's coming at you and the jugs and everything. Well, the difference here is you can program this machine to an exact pitcher in Major League Baseball from a velocity standpoint, from a pitch standpoint. And Andy Pahces, the word during spring training is he was having this set on all the elite pitchers around the league. The Mason Millers, the Scoobles, the best pitchers. So he was simulating at-bats like this in the offseason, at the beginning of the season, and you could see there was a moment. If you go rewatch yesterday's at-bat, kind of gives me goosebumps because I'm a nerd about this kind of stuff. When Andy Pahces saw that slider away, he just shook his head. He shook his head, and on the very next pitch, he gets that sac fly like he almost had figured him out. And that's really the first time I saw Andy Pahces just figure out an elite pitcher in the regular season like that. We've seen him have some big moments in the postseason in the regular season, but that moment was special. And to your point, in the regular season, you kind of need games like this. Like, think about this. You mentioned how long a season is, right? 162 games, 6 months long. How many games do we remember last year, right? The 3,000 strikeout game for Kershaw when Shohei Ohtani pimped the home run against the Diamondbacks with Gurriel. There's examples, but last night's one of those games that we'll still remember towards the end of the year just because it was so intense and they got that big win.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA. If I can brag on my partner here, that insight, I'm being serious, dude, that insight about Pahces. And that, when you said that machine, I thought of the Aaron Eckhart movie where he's Ben Affleck, where he like creates where you can see the newspaper in the future. But that he was able to go, oh, this can simulate different guys. If I just go with the most difficult pitchers in baseball, I'm going to be able to be at least more prepared in those moments. And at least in what the bat we saw yesterday, I'm not sure there's a more difficult at bat. There's a more difficult person you have to face than Mason Miller. By the way, a little breaking news here on D-Mac and Reiter. Because we have an earlier game tonight. First pitch is, 5:40 tonight? Is that right? Lineup's out.
Lineup's out.
So Shohei,
I love you do this.
In his victory over Dave Roberts, that I will continue to celebrate, and telling Dave Roberts politely, I'm going to hit all the time, you're going to deal with it. He probably didn't say it that way. Shohei's going to lead off. He also pitches, of course. Mookie, I'm struggling bets, and we're going to get into that through the show and going forward, is in the 2-hole. Freddie, obviously, just had a great game, is in that third spot again. Kyle Tucker is in cleanup. Will Smith, also known as a guy lucky enough to look like Doug McKain, is in that 5 spot. Max, draw those walks. Muncy, Andy, best hitter, maybe for the Dodgers. Pahces, Hernandez, Kim, and then Shohei. And by the way, Kim gets back in.
Yeah.
My guy.
He'll get more opportunities, and I think that,
Don't botch another play, though. Don't box them and play in the field.
I feel like you like unique, you like different, you like guys with personality.
That's why I love you, man.
Hey,
automatic best friends.
What can I say? You have great taste. But and vice versa, by the way, right back at you. But I will say this, Bill. I want you to feel the same way about Kim and Roki, about you with Andy Pahces. I want to read you something that Pahces said after the game. It was translated by Dodgers PR Juan Dorado. And he said about the at-bat with Mason Miller, he said, quote, "I'm confident he's just a pitcher that throws hard. That's all. Once I figured it out, I knew I could hit him." I like that comment. I feel like you like that.
I saw the interview. Yeah. Okay, so full disclosure, I love Barcelona, and I know your friends keep bringing up that we have a bet coming up in the show, and I refuse to do the thing in the bet that your friends want me to do. I'm not wearing a Real Madrid jersey. I get mad when I think about it. But anyway, I love this.
How about a tattoo, maybe? Huh?
I mean, hell to the no. I've been to Barcelona a lot. I've tried very hard to speak Spanish. I'm working on it. I'm terrible at it. It is getting worse every time I go there. My best friend in L.A., Spanish is his first language. He tries to speak Spanish to me, so I don't speak Spanish. So I watched that interview, right? I don't speak Spanish. I want to. Watching, but I do speak swagger. I can see that. Pahces was talking in a language I didn't understand, and all I took from it was this guy walks around like a quarterback has to going into a huddle. Because you usually don't see that when these guys are playing. It was even another language. I know what it sounds like when a guy says, "I have no fear."
You felt that. I mean, his nickname's the Big Dog.
He is the Big Dog.
Woof, woof, woof.
In fact, we're going to dive in a lot of depth to Pahces' at bat, and we're going to give him his flowers. And we're not alone in this. Dave Roberts has some things to say about that at bat and about how Pahces got here, his character. You brought up Freddie Freeman. We're going to hear from Freddie Freeman, who was one of the heroes of the day, the secondary hero of the 2 home runs and got that bat swing. And he had huge words of praise for Andy Pahces. So we're going to get into that, and we want to hear from you. Do you think what Pahces is doing is sustainable? Do you think he's the best hitter, not career-wise, but this year for the Dodgers? Do you believe that this is a spark that carries this team until the big bats, the big money contract guys get it going? Or is what Pahces is doing and that swagger and some of the things you're going to hear from his manager and his teammates, is it going to be lasting? We want to hear from you. Tell us, 855-97-LA fan. We will answer those phones. I will get you on the air. I will do that today. I'm sorry. We're figuring it out. My bad. 855-97-LA fan. Or you can text us at that number. Or you can get in the comments on YouTube, on Twitch, on X, and you can let us know. Is Pahces really this guy? We're going to answer it. We're going to hear from the people around him. And we're going to hear from you as we give a Dodger hero his flowers next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
Mike Simpson.
just don't cover the scene. They live in it. This is LA's pregame.
Welcome back into the show. He is Doug McKain. I am Bill Reiter. This is D-Mac and Reiter. 97.1 The Fan LA. If you want to call us, if you want to text us, we love that you're listening. We appreciate all the support we're hearing about and getting from folks. For us, for Derek and Decker, for Brock and Alex, call us. 855-97-LA-FAN. I'll say it slower. I talk fast. 855-97-LA-FAN. Let's go to Carson. Joe is listening on the radio on the only FM sports talk radio station in Southern California. Joe, appreciate you, brother. You're on D-Mac and Reiter.
Hey, what's up, guys? Congrats on the new show.
Thanks, man.
I'm loving it. I just wanted to touch on the idea that Pahces is that guy, and he proved it in that series with the Padres, where the Padres manager was like, "Who's this guy?" Well, he proved that he is that guy then, and he's still doing it now. Also, he's got the highest risk in the league, runners in scoring position percentage in the league for a reason. He understands that if there's guys on base, you don't need to be the hero. Put the ball in play and keep the line moving. He understands that. He knows that if there's guys and runners in scoring position, you got to get them home. And that's what Tommy used to talk about back in the day. If there's guys on base, you got to get them home. Bring the guys home. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on.
Joe, that is such a great call, dude. And that is such a great stat for a Dodgers team, D-Mac, that hasn't been great with runners in scoring position. It's the reason that Pahces leads the team in runs driven in with 42, and the next closest guy is 25. And he's, you know all the stats, he's third in slugging, he's first in RBI. By the way, I won't say RBIs is fine with me. The whole RBI thing.
Another Freddie and his dad clap. I'm big on that too.
He has he's number one in RBI. He has 32 RBIs.
I'm still an RBIs guy, but first
too.
of all, I was
number one in hits.
Number one in hits, and as you point out, first in the league in runners in scoring position production, and it's not even close.
That was Joe's shout.
That was a great. That guy's gonna have his own show one day, man. Great
Get in here,
call.
Joe.
We love calls like that. Appreciate the love. Here's the thing: he's in 409 with the runners in scoring position this year. He's 18 for 44, 409. I mean, you look at the guy.
Ted Williams, baby.
He's just so good, and he's someone that really understands situations like that. And I love that he brought up one of my favorite moments last year, and it was another moment in this rivalry.
I did because
I like because you forget some things throughout the course of seasons, right? It's a long season. There's a lot that goes on. But last year there was a June game with the Dodgers and the Padres, and there was a moment where Padres manager at the time, Mike Schilt, you could read his lips. You don't have to be John Boy to read those lips. And it said, "Who the bleep do you think you are?" to Andy Pahces. And that was when there was a confrontation where Pahces was staring down Dylan Cease, and that's how they gave him the nickname the Big Dog, right? Because Machado said that he's not one of their big dogs. So that's how he got that nickname, because he was like, "Oh, he's not one of their big dogs. Why is he doing this?" So I love that he points that out, because he is morphing into that. And I think where he's at too is he realized that Pahces, he has a lot of great talent on this team, but that kind of talent is important because you're developing it. He's on a cheap, affordable deal, right? And so he's going to be a part of this team for a long, long time.
To your point about a D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan LA, he's Doug McKain, the number one Dodgers voice in LA. I'm Bill Reiter, his partner. We love being here. We're here 2 to 6 every weekday. Thank you so much for chilling. It was such a good call. Speaking of the nickname those guys gave him and the way they've embraced him and these big names with big paychecks, seeing this guy as a peer, right, as a person who's contributing. They gave him his flowers yesterday, and we want you to hear a little bit of this. You saw the at-bat. You saw him go toe-to-toe with Mason Miller. What was it, 4 times he was at 2 strikes, and he was able to stay alive. And by the way, Miller was throwing. He was pitching. It wasn't the day before where Miller didn't pitch well the first sort of 9 pitches out of the bat and walked 2 Dodgers and locked in. Mason Miller was still pitching pretty well. That Pahces earned that sac fly. It wasn't given. It wasn't a mistake like Yamamoto made a couple days ago. And so his manager and his teammates, they were giving him the flowers that Joe and Carson and D-Mac just gave, that we're giving here on D-Mac and Reiter. And Dave Roberts he was great yesterday, post-game after the Dodgers 5-4 win, on just talking about that Pahces battle against the best closer in baseball.
I think the work, that he's put in, I think kind of showed itself right there. But I think at the end of the day, it was just fight. It was just will, determination, and, that's why, for me, it's just kind of the compete and not worrying about mechanics and,
this and that. It's just me versus you. And it was him versus Mason Miller, and he wasn't going to lose that battle. And Mason's the best in the game right now. And, Andy he willed himself to do something productive in that at bat.
And that productivity is what got the Dodgers that hard-earned, very thrilling victory in San Diego against the Padres. And then Freddie Freeman, who, as we've talked about, as you walked us through, D-Mac, Freddie Freeman had himself a game. Freddie Freeman swung a hot bat. Freddie Freeman hit a couple home runs. They were obviously critical to keeping the Dodgers in the game as the Padres kept pulling ahead. And after the game, the veteran had huge praise, big words for Andy Pahces.
I told Kirsten it was one of the greatest at-bats I've ever seen in person, and I've been playing a long time. That at-bat was incredible. Told Kirsten on the field to hit 95 is hard. To hit 100 is even harder. To hit 102 is even probably the hardest thing to do. And to foul off 102s back-to-back, sliders at 87, 88, one of the best at-bats I've ever seen.
Arj, this is where we need your insight here, because I love watching Freddie Freeman play. I don't know Freddie Freeman. You know Freddie Freeman. When he says something like that, is he getting caught up in hyperbole, or does he mean that's a big statement?
That is, and it's a big statement. He wouldn't say that if he didn't mean it. And one thing that's so impressive about him is his recall, right? He can go pitch for pitch. Like, he just processed that in real time. And as he was pointing out, velocity, right? You saw the pitch that he hit, right? Where was that pitch? That was out of the zone. You don't have the ability to take pitches when the guy's throwing 102. And Dave mentioned after the game, when he did not try to swing it off at that 1-2 slider, that locked him in. He fouled off 3 straight pitches, and then he gets the ball in the air, and it was just an incredible at bat. I mean, look, I know it's kind of wild, Bill. We're talking so much about a sac fly, right?
But it was such a sac fly.
It was such a sac fly. And look, they already got their homers earlier in the game, then that usually is what helps lead them to a win. But let me give you one more reason why that at bat was so important, and why it's going to bleed over to today's game at 5:40. And we're going to do the preview here on 97.1 The Fan.
Uh-oh, inside jokes day 3.
No.
It's like I've known you for 10 years, dude.
So 9 pitches.
What? I'm sorry, what station?
97.1 The Fan. D-Mac and Reiter. But no, how he forced him with those 9 pitches. That got Mason Miller up to 22 pitches for that appearance. The day before he threw 22 pitches. Guess what? That means you're trying to get a series win. And now Mason Miller is not going to be available, presumably, for that game. So that's another reason why it was such a great at-bat, because it takes out the best closer in baseball. I will say this, too, that with that at-bat and just the confidence, this is something that, let's say the Padres and the Dodgers face each other later on this season, if they're battling or in the postseason, you're going to remember situations like this, because Mason Miller has not been one of those guys that's performed in the bright lights. Will Klein got the save for the Dodgers yesterday. I've never seen Mason Miller go 4 innings on the biggest stage like Will Klein did. He got out-pitched by Will Klein. So I think Mason Meltdown Miller is starting to, I don't know. I'm losing confidence in him against the Dodgers.
I love it.
Yeah.
D-Mac and Reiter throwing some shade, well-deserved here on 97.1 The Fan LA. By the way, call us, text us. We want to hear from you. Joe and Carson crushed it, so you got a high bar to live up to, but we believe in you. 855-97 LA Fan. This year, Pahces has been, and we've talked about it, miraculous. He's hitting 294. He's got 10 home runs. He scored 27 runs. He's got those 42 RBIs. I'm not going RBI.
Yeah, I respect that.
I can't do it, man.
Yeah.
Number 2 in home runs on the team, number 3 in slugging, number 1 in RBIs, number 1 in hits. The guy's been amazing. He was a hero yesterday. This is about a guy, and D-Mac talked to us about this, who has a confidence and a swagger and has impressed this team and this clubhouse. And Dave Roberts sort of went to 10,000 feet after the game, after the win yesterday on Pahces too, and talked about this player's fortitude and character.
It's fight or flight. It really is. And that's the beautiful thing about, when you can kind of step back and watch an at bat right there. And it's a fight. And he's a tough kid. And he's hungry. And so, I think that's what, when you get all your guys to feel that at bat is the most important thing in your life at that moment, that's what happens. And, that was his only focus, that at bat. And it was just, again, just desire. He willed himself, in that at bat.
I mean, for a pretty chill guy like Dave Roberts to use words like hunger and desire and willed himself, that's the love language of respect from a baseball guy, from a baseball lifer like Dave Roberts. It's also just a reminder, and I know you have some insight on this. Pahces is not Mookie Betts in terms of contract. He has not been paid a bunch of money yet. He has not proven himself, at least in the sense of what his contract is. I'm not saying the sense on the field. it sure feels like the Dodgers really like what they have in this dude.
They absolutely do. And he was asked a couple months ago by my guy, Fabian Ardai of The Athletic, if there had been contract talks and extension talks, and the answer then was no. And now I look at this production, I look at the year that he's having, how he's one of the most complete players offensively and defensively. He's been the 7th most valuable defender in any position.
That's a great call
this year.
Hit that yet, yeah.
And the offense has been great. I think if you're looking at long term, you look at the arbitration years, a couple left after this season, I think now is the time to begin some extension talks with Andy Pahces. I would look to lock him up. He's athletic, the swing, the defense, the production. I think, too, this guy's an absolute workhorse. And I think now would be the time to really kind of start discussing what it would take to get a deal done. Because typically, Bill, the Dodgers have not done that kind of stuff with some of their talent, right? The first time we really saw this was Will Smith when they gave him a 10-year, $140 million extension. Typically, they let guys walk into free agency. Guys like Corey Seager, Trey Turner,
right?
The Walker Buehler we thought might have stayed around. He ends up getting injured, and Cody Bellinger ends up getting non-tendered. So typically these deals don't get done, but I think Andy Pahces, it looks like he's just a surefire, productive player that's going to be the center fielder for the foreseeable future for the Dodgers.
And this is such and you made this point, I mean, just for all of the people out there who hate on the Dodgers for spending money, a reminder, and you're going to hear this a lot on DMAC and Reiter. Yeah, they have money. Cool. They do. Obviously, we have a lot of money. They spend a lot of money. They are better at baseball than everybody else. And this is one, Pahces is one of many reminders about that, DMAC.
They're good at this thing. And I want to laugh. I want to laugh at the rest of baseball fans for other teams that are saying that the Dodgers are ruining baseball. That just because you gave Kyle Tucker $60 million this offseason, you have Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts to big contracts. Yes, that is the biggest reason why they are successful. But I always say this, the Dodgers are built. They're not bought. And without moves like Andy Pahces, without bringing in guys like Miguel Rojas and Kike Hernandez and developing guys, that they're not the team that everyone thinks they are. And the production in the World Series and the parades and all that stuff. Also, not only want to laugh at the fans that are saying that, because here's the thing. Their best player is Shohei Ohtani, and Max Muncy has performed well. They discovered and developed Max Muncy. They got Andy Pahces for $300,000 out of Cuba, and he's turned into an all-star. So they've done a great job at developing, and I think he deserves a look at an extension. And I will say, hey, the Dodgers aren't ruining baseball. They're built, not bought.
Best hitter by just production for the Dodgers so far this season. Best co-host you could hope to have, DMAC, on DMAC and Reiter. Best sports talk radio station in Los Angeles. This one, the Fan LA, the only one on the FM dial. And if you want to call in, we got the best callers too, as Joe and Carson just demonstrated. If you want to hit us up, you want to give Pahces his flowers, you want to get in line to give that man his praise, you want to talk about anything, you want to ask DMAC where he's getting his suits from, or me why I don't dress well. It's cool. 855-97-LA fan. 855-97 LA fan. Also, remember, for everybody streaming, everybody at work, right when the boss walks by. By the way, don't worry about the boss. He's streaming it too on X or on YouTube or on Twitch at the Fan LA. You can drop your comments in there. We are going to get the Rooter Hero of the Day. A little spoiler: Andy Pahces will probably be nominated, but we've got some other surprises for you. You can weigh in if you want. We will get into those LA sports figures who deserve some respect and some praise today. Next on DMAC and Reiter.
It's Mike Simpson here. If you are tired of waiting for the market to get better, last month was...
Fan LA. Give us a holler, 855-97 LA Fan. Let me shout out Greg and Encino, by the way. Greg called in, a little bit of a cell phone reception thing, which, by the way, it happens sometimes. LA's a big, beautiful, sprawling place. Greg, we love you. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for listening. We appreciate you. Looking forward to having you on the show very soon. A big thank you to Greg, and a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters, like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. In fact, speaking of Rooter Hero, it's time for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero, rooterhero.com. The way this segment works, and this is going to be what we call in the radio business appointment listening. Every single day at about 2:45, we are going to get Doug and I are going to sell Sam and Birch on the other side of the glass here at DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan on who should be the 4 finalists for the Hero of the Day, for the Rooter Hero of the Day. And then you, the fan, on 97.1 The Fan LA, are going to vote and decide. You can do it on X, you can do it on YouTube, The Fan LA, on all the socials. All right. I've got a few. But you want to go first?
I'll bat lead off if you want.
Yeah.
This will be easy.
You Shohei this thing.
I will Shohei this thing, yeah. I'm going with Freddie Freeman's dad. Anytime he shows up,
so good.
It feels like something good happens. And he was there in San Diego, right by the Dodgers dugout, and his son goes on to hit multiple home runs. I don't know if you know this, but the story with Freddie Freeman and his dad, he said when he was a kid that all he wanted was Freddie to have friends. That's how he got into baseball. Little did he know that not only would he get a lot of friends
and money,
and a lot of money,
and hits,
he'd be a future Hall of Famer. So shout out to Freddie Freeman's dad, getting his son to baseball, being at the game. He's my first hero.
Man, far be it for me, DMAC, here on DMAC and Reiter 97.1 The Fan LA, to pit a father against a son. To create a situation when LeBron goes to Cleveland or something, he has to face Bronny. Because, Bronny will play a lot for the Lakers when LeBron's gone, so that's a really good comp. That'll be a bummer. I'm going to go Freddie Freeman, full stop. The guy that has lots of friends and money and friends and all the good stuff because of dad. So I'm going to just Freddie was the hero of the game yesterday if Pahces hadn't sort of stepped up and had that amazing at bat in the ninth. So Freddie Freeman, couple home runs. There's an old Dan Jenkins book, you got to play hurt. He's been doing that, you said, recently, not feeling great. Dad came to the game. So now it's Freddie Freeman against his dad so far for 2 of the nominees.
Love that one. It's a great pool. Next one, Can I go with multiple people, like a collection of people?
You want them all to be a group together?
Yeah, big group.
Sure.
Yeah. Dodgers Nation, Dodgers fans, this fan base showing out last night in Dodger Stadium South. Every time the Dodgers made something good happen, it was loud. There was so much Dodger blue in the stands. And look, this is the best fan base in all of baseball when it comes to traveling and supporting their team. It felt and looked atmospherically like a Dodgers home game. So I love when it's Dodger Stadium South down in Petco. We take over. And guess what, San Diego? You can't eliminate Dodgers fans with the area code manipulation like they were doing a couple years ago in the playoffs. So we took over once again.
All right, Dodgers fans taking over down in San Diego. It's beautiful. By the way, a lot of you are joining on the YouTube stream. Thank you. If you're thinking about it, while you're looking at Doug's amazing sports coat, I like the sweater. My sweater look, I don't know what Doug's going to do, so I'm trying to get in the middle. Hit the like button and hit the little bell button so that you know when we're doing our thing. I'm going to go... Look, I'm just going to get him out there. I have a bunch, but I'm going to go Andy Pahces. Obviously, the guy was amazing, was incredible. It's an obvious one. We've talked a lot about it, but he's a nominee.
That's a good one. I like that. Now, my next one, it's going to be not L.A. related. Is that okay?
I think it's great because I have a few non-L.A. guys.
Okay, so I don't know if you saw this, but there was a fan yesterday that was sitting in the nosebleed section in the Red Sox-Royals game all by himself, and he had this. It says, "I stink at fantasy football." And they had to stay there the entire game.
Great.
Sitting there, I stink at fantasy football.
Great.
I love me a fantasy football bet. I've been a part of one. You got to go to IHOP or Denny's for 24 hours and eat pancakes. I mean, there's all kinds of really good fantasy.
Have you done that one?
Yeah, that one's not one I'm a fan of. I'm a big fantasy football lifer.
Wow.
Being from LA, that was kind of my team. Hey, I got to have my fantasy football guy. So I've been on the good side, the bad side of some fantasy football bets.
So
Real Madrid bet coming soon.
We have a bet coming later. I know your friends are pushing for it.
My friends
Fantasy
are.
guy.
They are.
I'm going to put Jaylen Brunson out there. We're going to hit this later in the show. We're going to give him his little celebration. But if you missed this, the Cavs were up 22 points with basically 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes left, and Jaylen Brunson went on a tear. I think it was 8 of 10 in the remainder of regulation and overtime, and pulled one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the NBA playoffs. And so Jaylen Brunson nominated.
That's a nice poll. We going more?
I got one more. Do you have more?
You got one more? For my next one, I'm looking at Shohei Ohtani's helmet. I'm going Shohei Ohtani's helmet. Here. Did you see? That was peak mankind. Shohei Ohtani hits that double, and he's rounding first base. He flips off his helmet, and you see his luxurious hair. It is so unfair that a guy that good at baseball looks like a movie star, looks like a model, and I'm going the helmet, going flipping off in Shohei's hair. It's my hero.
I'm not going to nominate.
That's my hero.
I'm not going to. So good.
Sorry.
No, I liked it. I'm not going to nominate you because I've done it twice in a row, but your glazing of the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani is top.
Oh, I'm tier 1.
It's so good.
It's just reserved for him, though.
It is, and Dodgers fans.
Dodgers fans.
I like it.
But those are the only two, though.
I'm going to do one that's mean-spirited. So you're going to glaze, and I'm just going to be mean.
I know we could do that. We do zeros, too.
Cap, as the kids say. I'm gonna nominate James Harden. James Harden yesterday turned into a pumpkin in front of all of our eyes. In that collapse, he was one of 6, I believe, in the remainder of regulation overtime. And we'll get the stats later. We'll break it down. They went at James Harden again and again and again when he was on defense. I use defense very, very loosely. He was one of the worst versions of himself I've ever seen in the playoffs, and that's saying something because he is very, very bad in the playoffs. That is the thing I've been saying for many years. Many of the NBA writers that I think are wonderful people and terrible about sort of telling the truth or at least being candid have pushed back on that against me publicly. That's fine. You like victory laps. I like victory laps. I'm going to nominate the Beard for making me so right in a way that's very, very rare.
Yeah, I love that. I saw the streets are calling him Brick Ross. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Brick
It's
Ross.
So good.
With
that makes me happy.
That was incredible.
And he's such a nice guy. By the way, Harden, I know I've met him. He's a nice guy. He just sucks when it matters most. So there you go.
He really. Sorry. I mean, he's just one of the worst playoff diminishers. He doesn't rise. He falls in. He was terrible, and they were hunting him. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, that's a good pull.
4:30. We're gonna get after him.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of nominees, and this is not Bursch. Do you feel like you have this honor to choose, you and Sam, but now you have a response. Now it's a challenge. That's a lot of people you're going to have to decide between now and the next segment.
It's tough. It's tough because these are all very worthy nominees. I want to throw out one more who I think is a deserving
pool.
But this makes the finalist list.
Yeah.
I think Aaron Rodgers should be nominated because finally, we're not going to have to debate as to whether or not he's going to come back at some point, if this is going to be it. Finally, he's answered one more year, and we're finally done with this guy.
Do we believe
thank
him?
you.
Do we believe him?
That's a good point.
I'll say this. Vegas has, Aaron Rodgers decide not to retire during the season at plus 550. Now, the problem with those odds, is that it's during the regular season. I just don't trust. Here's a shocker. I don't trust the guy that lies sometimes about stuff. I'm not a big Aaron Rodgers guy. Are you an Aaron Rodgers guy?
Definitely not. I mean, I wasn't when he was
prime.
He
lied about the COVID shot. I don't want to get into the whole COVID shot thing, but whatever. You don't want to do the shot, do the shot. Just say, I'm not into it.
I don't think that he's ever going to straight up say, yes, this is my last season before like he has now. This has got to be it, though. I mean, then he'll go into his darkness retreat, and then
I once got invited on a ayahuasca journey.
Did you really?
By an actress.
Wow.
At a party. Right.
Clearly you went on it.
No, my wife hit me really hard on the table. But I had a little bit too much to drink. And I said, yeah, sounds great. And I got hit really hard on my kneecap.
That's See, that would have been the time I could have snuck a Real Madrid jersey on you, maybe. Like that would have been like a perfect opportunity for that.
That would have been part of on the darkness retreat. You could have, but I would have felt it burn my skin.
Yeah, we'll see.
You are into this Real Madrid. They're evil. They're awful.
Hey, man.
I'm not gonna.
They are though. Absolutely. They're as bad as the Giants, as bad as the Padres, as bad as.
I'm not going to make you wear a Russia jersey during the World Cup or something. Like, what are we doing here?
Okay, I'm going to find my way. But honestly, we'll see what Aaron Rodgers does. I think that there's a lot of Aaron Rodgers A-Rod fatigue, and will he unretire and then go to the Vikings like Brett Favre? I mean, who knows?
He's so Favre-like.
But I think the big thing here, too, is just how bad the quarterback play is around the league, where the Steelers are saying, we got Drew Aller, we got Will Howard, we got Justin Fields. We got 4 quarterbacks, and we're going with Aaron Rodgers. So really, other quarterbacks in this next generation, the drop-off has been pretty significant. The bar has been lowered for quarterback play in the National Football League.
We will get into that in 1 hour on T-Mac and Ryder. Well, 97 on the Fan LA. This Real Madrid thing is ridiculous. I'm not doing it. Maybe I will. Jaylen Brunson, James Harden, Andy Pahces, Freddie Freeman, Freddie Freeman's dad, Dodgers fans who took over Petco Park, the fantasy guy. Was it Kansas City?
Yeah.
What's the way to go, Kansas City guy? Shohei's helmet because of his beautiful locks, and Aaron Rodgers from Birch because we think he has done us the mercy of finally, eventually, after the season, not having to think about him or talk about him. Those are the nominees. Birch and Sam will narrow them down, and we will keep it rolling here, and you'll help us vote. We have a Stafford conversation for the ages, and Doug's got some real insight on why Stafford may play so long the Ty Simpson thing becomes even more baffling. We'll explain. We'll get into it next here on DMAC and Reiter.
From the streets to the seats. It's time to lock into LA's pregame with Doug McKain, and Bill Reiter. Real sports talk, real LA. Right now, it's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
All right, welcome into the show, Hour 2, D-Mac and Reiter. Phone number 855-97-LA Fan, 855-975-2326. Stream us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. You make me laugh, bro. At the Fan LA. He's Doug McKain. I'm Bill Reiter. It is awesome to be here. If you're streaming us, by the way, and if you're doing it on YouTube, please like that page as you're watching and push the little bell button notification when D-Mac and I do our thing, and everyone else here on the network. Derek and Decker crushing it in the morning, Brock and Alex crushing it middays. And if you're on X, if you're on Twitter, also at the Fan LA, just follow the account. We're also live on there. Somebody really smart yesterday. So everything worked out for the Dodgers, right? We're going to do the Stafford thing, and we're going to also talk. We have an NFL report coming up at the end of the hour. You and I are going to do some We're going to predict the Rams schedule, and we're going to have a bet on whoever is the least accurate. It ain't Real Madrid yet, my guy. We're going to go deep in an hour and assess J.J. Redick, and there's something that happened in the last series against the Thunder that the Spurs have taken that really speaks maybe to J.J.'s excellence in a way some idiots, me, this guy, doubted at the beginning of his tenure. We'll celebrate the Knicks, and we'll get on the Cavs for that collapse, and we have a lot of Dodgers talk coming throughout the show. Yesterday, remember this moment, kind of forgotten because the Dodgers won, when Shohei got on base and was in scoring position, and then they couldn't get him in, right? The Dodgers couldn't even get him across the plate. And somebody that's really brilliant sent me a note. I'm going to read it to you. Somebody like I'm a big fan of. Wrote, LMAO, Shohei looked like he was thinking these bleeping bums are worthless. Shohei looked frustrated. I'm just saying, like a guy that I like sent that to me. I think it's fair, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's a fair point.
Interesting.
It's a fair point.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, might as well just screen share. We have a screen share of our text, texting chats. I feel seen here.
I'm not selling out
Yeah.
sources.
Why did Kira grab my phone and start texting things? And look, she loves her Shohei. That's her husband.
Why
right?
did it say LMAO, my husband Shohei, looked like
There
he
you
was
go.
thinking?
That's the part that you omitted there. That was so
I
important
did.
there. But look, he knows, he understands, and look, there's a lot of talent on this team for sure. And it was a team effort last night. It was a team effort, a team win yesterday.
It was.
Yeah.
And he's pitching tonight, so maybe he can carry the team.
Shohei bump day, baby.
I'm not saying
yes.
whose text it was. I'm just saying someone I respect and like a lot sent it to me and made me laugh out loud. And I may have put it in a document that I totally forgot I have that I just looked at because I'm a good partner. D-Mac and Reiter. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA. You've got a tip. So you do a great Daily Rams podcast. You are extraordinarily connected on the Rams on top of everything else in LA and the Dodgers. And you have a tip on Stafford, and it leads to kind of a theory and a possibility that's really interesting for the Rams, for maybe what the window is versus what we all think it is. We'll make this into a Ty Simpson conversation toward the end of the segment here, and if you want to weigh in on Stafford and Ty Simpson and the things that D-Mac's going to walk us through, please call us or text us, 855-97-LA Fan, or drop the comments at the Fan LA and the socials. This kind of blew my mind a little bit. I think it's interesting. What do you know, D-Mac, that maybe potentially changes the timeline and our understanding of the Rams Stafford window?
So with Matthew Stafford, we know he's coming off an MVP season. The Rams were a game short of getting back to the Super Bowl. We know that he's still playing at an all-pro level. And the NFL in the quarterback play is quickly becoming an older man's game. With the rules that are in place, protecting quarterbacks, you're not seeing those hits under the waist like we saw Joe Theismann back in the day, Steve Young, and all those concussions. Yes, still, it's a dangerous sport. It always is going to be. But we've seen so many examples at this point of quarterbacks that are still successful into their 40s. And I think it's a fitting topic today because we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, who's still a quarterback now in the league that teams still want at age 43. Matthew Stafford's 38, coming off an MVP season. Everyone's trying to retire this guy and say, oh, if he comes back and the Rams win the Super Bowl, he's going to ride off into the sunset and go into the Hall of Fame, and that'll be that.
Right, that's the general perception out there. You're right. No, I'm just it is, all right, they got a year, this maybe or two, and they gotta win while they can. You say that's not so.
Because the way I look at this, Bill,
and
is...
Can I just think it's, What you have this insight on what he wants to do that kind of applies here,
and
too.
we're getting there. We're getting
We
there.
are. Got it.
So I look at where Stafford is and in his career, who has kind of been someone that he's looked up to. There were those reports last year that he was hanging out with Tom Brady and that they were at his ranch and things like that. Well, he looks up to Tom Brady. And Tom Brady, if you remember, there was that flag football game that he had here in L.A. a couple weeks ago. And in that, Tom Brady said at age 48 that he still feels like he could be a starting quarterback in this league. But what does Tom Brady do? He's an owner, right? And he's not going to come back. He kind of said that jokingly, but I think a part of him meant he could still play the quarterback position in this league. So Stafford has made a ton of money in his career, but if he were to play a couple more seasons and then maybe even 4 more seasons, we're talking about an extra $200 million potentially. That could put him in a position to, like a Tom Brady, look to get an ownership stake in a team. What if he played his college ball in Georgia? Could it maybe the Falcons, or could there be another team there that he could invest in? And I've heard that that's something that Matthew Stafford might want to pursue.
Speculation. This is a tip you got that maybe that's his interest level, and it could motivate him to play football for 4 or 5 more years. I don't say it's news because the aggregators will. You know what? I'd be a bad teammate if I got the aggregators to get you. Then we could bond over it.
It's
interesting.
Well, here's the thing about Stafford too: is he's still just great. And I don't think that's a motivating factor as much as it is the guy loves to play football. And the fact too is he's not one of those quarterbacks that's going to overly rely on his athleticism. He's not one of those quarterbacks that needs to throw the deep ball. His biggest strength, his superpower as a quarterback, is he knows how to manipulate defenses from 10 to 20 yards, right? And find open spots and throw receivers open, no-look passes. He's not a guy that needs to run outside the pocket and get his yards.
He's not Cam Newton.
He doesn't need to be Cam Newton, and he's not Cam Newton. But that is the kind of trait that's going to age well. I've called him the NFL's version of fine wine because he truly has gotten better with age. He saved his best football. Here's another thing, too. I think he looks back at that time in Detroit and says, there was all those wasted seasons where I should have been all-pro and Pro Bowl and maybe the MVP. I had Megatron. I had all this talent. We didn't win anything there. Now he's gotten a taste of what it's like to be on a perennial Super Bowl contender, and now we're seeing someone that says, maybe I want to make up and win a couple more Super Bowls. I want to cement my gold jacket in Canton. And the thing, too, the dude just loves to ball.
To make it a little bit about me, because that's what everyone's looking for, and to be a little cheesy here, and about you, too, maybe not. I love radio. Love it. I love it. I love Los Angeles. And doing this show, D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA, is on paper a dream job, right? But I've done radio in LA. Didn't love it. I've done radio places I didn't love. And I'm not Matt Stafford, but I can kind of relate to what you just said. When you get to a great culture, and I was telling one of the bosses here, Jeff Fetterman, right, that like the minute you and I walked in here, the culture's amazing. They hired an amazing producer in Bursch. You are the best. You're the best partner I've ever worked with in sort of radio audio space. Wow. I'm truly, dude. Like, really, this doesn't feel like coming to work. It's work, but this is so much fun, like it's supposed to be. And I've kind of reconnected with this thing that I love and the city I love more than any place in the world. And so I can kind of relate to what you're saying. If you're Stafford and you love football, but you realize, man, I spent a lot of years doing this thing that's a blessing, but it was miserable because I was in a miserable place and I wasn't put in a good position, or I wasn't. And then you get to a place where like, wow, Sean McVay's pretty good at his job, and this offensive line's pretty good at his job, and it does change things. It does. And so I'm with you on the potential for longevity for both what you walked us through there and the money to be an owner. How long can he be great? Because you brought up Aaron Rodgers, and I will gently suggest Aaron Rodgers isn't very good. Yes, there's a dearth of great quarterbacks or even good quarterbacks in the National Football League, but if we did a random ranking right now, Aaron Rodgers, the 17th best quarterback in the NFL? I don't even know. I haven't thought about it. But he's not the 4th. He's not the 6th. Tom Brady was obviously good enough to be one of the best until his last year in Tampa Bay. How long can Stafford be good enough that if McVay's the coach and Snead is the GM, and we'll put the Ty Simpson thing aside for a second, and they're well run, that he can be good enough to win, compete for Super Bowls? 4 more years?
Easily. 100%.
Easily.
Matthew Stafford is at the table for one of the best arm talents that's ever played that game. He's in there with the Dan Marinos. Like, that is where he's at. The John Elway, some of the best pure throwers of the football. And I always say this about Matthew Stafford. He's your favorite quarterback's favorite quarterback, right?
That's great.
Patrick Mahomes, he studies Matthew Stafford. He gives him a lot of love. And here's the thing, too. We didn't have this conversation with Tom Brady when he was coming back with the Buccaneers. We didn't have this conversation with Aaron Rodgers, even though we have been trying to nudge him out of the door.
You nudge,
guess what?
I push.
Well, you push, but guess what? There's still a job for him. Like, this is kind of how it works in all sports, and mainly the NFL, because it's such a physical game. Most cases, teams, they retire from the player. It's not the player that retires from the sport. And Matthew Stafford does not show any signs of slowing down. The dude just won an MVP, and I think, too, he's got the best coach in the sport in Sean McVay. You've got an organization, Stan Kroenke.
But people make these mistakes. Though.
Yeah.
You're right, but I mean, Bill Belichick's entire post-Brady career it began with not understanding what Tom Brady could still do. The Vikings are taking a flyer on Kyler Murray because they didn't understand what Sam Darnold could do. I mean, this is way back in the Niners made the right call on Joe Montana because they knew that they had Steve Young behind him. So the Rams are still going to have to be cutthroat enough. You don't want to move on from the quarterback a season too late. And so there's still, maybe it's 3 years from now, but there's going to come a point where they're going to have to make the right call. Maybe it's 5 years from now.
But Matthew Stafford is more talented as far as just overall raw talent, as far as the ability to make throws and hit guys in tough windows and tight windows and just make great throws.
Not than Joe Montana.
I would say he is.
Oh, man.
I would say arm strength-wise,
his arm's great. But
and I'm not one of those guys
know,
who, I hate to kind of compare generations like
Justin
that.
Herbert's got a great arm.
He does,
there's more to it.
But there's the finesse, there's the feel for the position that Matthew Stafford has.
You think Stafford's a more talented quarterback than Joe Montana?
I think
that's crazy.
Overall, just raw arm talent. If they went throw for throw, right? Throw for throw, hey, I'm fitting this into this tight window. I am layering this throw. I'm throwing a catchable ball, spiral, velocity, all that stuff. Matthew Stafford's that guy. Matthew Stafford is a more talented quarterback than Tom Brady. And
I mean, that one I'll give it because Tom Brady, a lot of that was work and study and anger and angst.
But my point here, though, is nobody was trying to retire Tampa Tom when he was 43 years old and he won a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers.
Well, the Patriots tried to retire him. I mean, they just made a mistake.
Well, they did make a mistake, but there were teams lined up to get Tom Brady's services. He could have gotten multiple teams in his 40s. Show me one reason why Matthew Stafford would want to retire.
I'm not arguing for Stafford for them to move on from Stafford. I'm just saying there will come a point. If Stafford decides to play till he's 50, there will come a point where he doesn't get to play till he's 50. And you're saying that point's not coming even remotely for 4 years, minimum. If he tries to push past whatever boundary Father Time actually places down, you think that conversation can't even begin for 4 years. That's a long window for the Rams, dude.
So I think once you have one of these quarterbacks, once you have one, and yes, you won with Sam Darnold last year, and you're the Seattle Seahawks, so it's kind of proven, hey, you can win without the Patrick Mahomes of the world, and Jalen Hurts won. He's not someone I would consider an elite talent as a quarterback.
Jalen Hurts he's an elite athlete. He's just not an elite leader.
Yeah, and just he's not one of those guys that you would have as a top-tier all-pro quarterback. But the truth is...
But you might have 2 years ago.
But then you got to have great talent around him, right? You got to have great defense. You got to have great skilled position guys. But just look at a team like the Dolphins, right? You had 26 quarterbacks since Dan Marino, okay? Once you have one of these guys that you know is an elite quarterback from a physical standpoint, from a mental standpoint that you won with, and you have a head coach where how many teams out there?
We're in total agreement. If you have a great quarterback and you have a great coach, it works. But no quarterback is a great quarterback forever.
They're not, but I think if you're the Rams, you're willing to live with that because you have the equity and knowing, hey, we've won championships. We have gone deep in the postseason. We have gotten close to multiple Super Bowls. We've been to multiple Super Bowls. So why would you move off from someone that's still productive, that's still executing, that's still getting you there? And if I'm the Rams, I would much rather have the decline of Matthew Stafford on my watch versus the decline of Matthew Stafford on another watch.
D-Mac and Ryder. Sean McVay is a cutthroat dude. The minute he thinks Stafford has declined, he will not want Stafford on that team. That guy's obsessed with football in a way that is
He's very cutthroat.
unhealthy.
He is very cutthroat. And
the minute Stafford is not good enough for that team to win a Super Bowl, The minute Sean McVay thinks that Stafford is not good enough, but that, again, that's not today. I'm just curious when that comes.
But
it sounds like a long time.
But that's why it comes back to all the points that I mentioned. Why I think Matthew Stafford's going to age so well is because of all these things: the physical traits, the tools that he has, the brain processing power, also the talent that they have around him too. Puka Nacua,
you think he's
all-pro
hungry?
level. I think that he is trying to make up for all that lost time that he had with Detroit. And I think that this is the perfect situation to say, yes, I'm not going to sign a 4-year deal, but I am going to go year to year with the confidence that as long as I stay healthy, as long as we're pursuing championships, that I'm going to do that. A couple years ago, he could have taken more money to go to the Raiders, to go to the Giants, but he wanted to stay in L.A. to pursue another title, and they got very close to it, and I think that is top of mind for him. And I think, too, he's made $408 million in his career. If you get $600 million, could go out maybe another Super Bowl and get yourself an NFL team. I think that's something that is swirling around in his psyche.
It's D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. Call us, text us, comment in the chat if you're on YouTube or Twitch or X. Those socials are The Fan LA, The Fan LA. The phone number, text line is 855-97 LA Fan, your home for sports talk in Los Angeles, the only sports talk radio station on the FM dial. Thank you so much for hanging with us. And by the way, a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support very, very much. So your perspective, your insight, your tip, D-Mac, here on the show, here on D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA, that Stafford's hungry, and he can do it for a long time. And it'd be nice to collect some money to be an NFL owner. Oh, and by the way, like, he's in the perfect situation, and he knows it, and he didn't have that in Detroit, so he appreciates it. Begs the sort of general question that's going to boomerang all season long. Why then in the hell would you draft Ty Simpson? There was a question of drafting Ty Simpson even when it felt like maybe Stafford's got a year or two. If he's got 4 or 5, it's doubly infuriating and frustrating. And Sean McVay was on a podcast and was praising Ty Simpson, all the other things I like, and hear all the good things. But at the end of that conversation, was it Buzzing with the Boys? I'm Buzzing with the Boys. He, I think, you tell me, kind of let it slip again that his mind is still maybe a little bit on what they could have had instead.
Was it an easy decision? No, because, like, how are we always balancing? And I said this before, like, if you told me that we could ensure that if we took a player at 13, let's just say it's a Mekhi Lemon, a Kenyon Sadiq, players that we really had a lot of appreciation for, or even a defensive player, Bain still on the board at the time. If you told me that drafting that guy would have ensured that we're going to show up at SoFi on February 14th next year and get a chance to play for a world title, I say, sign me up. We're taking that guy.
Yeah. I got to tell you, if Lori was doing an interview publicly and they said, "Are you really glad that you married your husband, Bill?" And she said, "Yeah, Bill's great and he can cook a little bit. And he's got a great radio partner so I can listen to that show now. And everything's really good in the house. And he's a pretty good dad." But, I got to tell you, like, had I gone with Eric, I might have had a boat. And had I gone with Steve, the guy with the really good hair who actually did look like Matthew McConaughey, maybe I could have lived in a little bit bigger house. If she just started naming the dude she could have had, I would not feel great about where she was at in her decision-making process. Sean McVay does not sound like someone who is like, "Oh, thank God I got Ty Simpson." And hearing you talk about the fact that Stafford could play for 4 or 5 more years, yeah, I kind of get it.
So that's why I've always been against this pick. I know you're big on your Gen Z terms, right? You love your.
Well, I'm trying.
Your
I'm connect with my kids,
Yeah. So
Cap.
On my Rams show, before I started this dream job here, 97 with the Fan,
Sure.
D-Mac and Ryder.
Oh, you got big hands.
Yeah, big hands. Before I started this dream job here,
Dream job.
I did what the Gen Zer calls crashing out.
Oh, yeah.
I crashed out.
You did.
When the Rams drafted Ty Simpson, and it's for the exact reason is you brought in a guy that, one, you don't know how good he is. You don't know when he's going to play. And then also you have someone, well, that's the thing too. So there was a relationship that Les Snead had with Ty Simpson's dad. And you mentioned, let's start at the top with this Sean McVay and what he had to say. And just kind of his tone there, right? Every single time he's bringing up Ty Simpson, it's almost like he's almost recalling what he's supposed to say. And the fact that he already brings up those names.
Every time.
I mean, he's like, usually when they took Ty Simpson, one of the things I said was, I've seen Sean McVay more excited at a 7th round draft picks selection than I did a quarterback of the future. And I think there's a lot of revisionist history with this, and they're trying to say, okay, it's better. But when you see Sean McVay, you say, "Hey, Gary, yeah, it's me, not we. The Rams, we like Ty Simpson. We can bring him to this team. He can learn under Matty Stafford, and he's going to be – we heard none of that, right? The first thing out of his mind when he's asked about Ty Simpson, a couple sentences about Ty Simpson, but then he gets into Mekhi Lemon, Ruben Bain. He gets into the guys they could have had.
He gets into the people he wanted.
And that's the thing. I mean, I do think that the disappointment for me, is we heard all off season.
Thank you, Ryan.
I heard it. It was good. It was good. It was great. Like it always is.
That reinforcement, Ryan Pershinger.
But
I got a clap. Thanks, buddy.
There you go. I got a clap. Yay. The Rams told us all off season that they were all in on the 2026 Rams. And now it turns out they're all in on Ty Simpson when we might never see him. So it's kind of one of those things where you get the insurance, but nothing happens. So can you get that money back? No. You might never actually see him. The fact that the Rams with their top pick, and yes, you got Trent McDuffie. You already took care of your biggest need. And if you took Ty Simpson at 29, maybe you feel a little better about it, but you filled your biggest need. But the truth is that you picked a player where for him to be in a game for you to help you win in 2026 would be the worst possible outcome.
Dude, we're aligned. And by the way, 50% of marriages in this country end in divorce, and a higher percentage of head coach head coach GM relationships end in divorce. And one of the easiest ways for your relationship to go south is to be on a different timeline on what matters. When should we retire? When should we have kids? For Les Snead and Sean McVay to be on a different timeline of Matt Stafford, which is what it sounds like. It sounds like Sean McVay is 100% aligned with you. Matt Stafford can be the quarterback that I need for a long time. And clearly, because Les Snead, let's say this for the record, Les Snead is great at his job. He is an outstanding general manager. It doesn't mean he's right on Ty Simpson, but clearly, if you take a quarterback in the first round, part of it is you think that quarterback is going to be exceptional or should be and can be, but part of it is you think your current quarterback isn't going to play for 4 years. So Les Snead and Sean McVay are clearly not on the same page as it relates to the timeline of the quarterback that literally just won the MVP.
And that's absolutely 100% spot on because you're in a position where, maybe Mekhi Lemon is going to catch 11 passes, right? But guess what? Those 11 catches are going to be more than anything that Ty Simpson did for you. Let's say Ruben Bain gets a couple sacks, and he's a depth piece behind Byron Young and Jared Verse. Guess what? Those 2 sacks are more than anything that Ty Simpson could have done for you. And I think the thing that really makes me frustrated about this is I just don't think that Ty Simpson has the chance to be an elite quarterback in this league. Maybe top 15 would be best case scenario for him. To me, the Rams, I think, need a bigger superstar in this town, and we've seen that model work with Sean McVay.
D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA, 855-97 LA Fan if you want to plant your flag on either Simpson or Stafford or Snead or McVay in this love triangle that could be an absolute hot mess. 855-97 LA Fan. You can also text us on that line if you're watching us on the stream at The Fan LA. The Fan LA on X, on YouTube, on Twitch. You can drop your comments in there. We'll get those on the show as well. The NFL talk continues. NFL report, including a deep dive on us, on our part, from us, on Aaron Rodgers saying, pretending, promising, telling the truth, question mark, on the fact that this is going to be his last year. Next on D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. phone number, text line. You can also stream us and get in the chat on the socials at the Fan LA, the Fan LA. He's Doug McKain, D-Mac, the Dodgers expert in the world. I'm Bill Reiter. I can't tell time. I mean, that's just like the clock is messing with me, Ryan Bershinger. So we're going to do a bet here. I can't do the Real Madrid bet yet. I will have to work to that. I sort of emotionally prepare for that as a Barcelona fan. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through this Rams schedule, and we're each going to sort of we'll go pick by pick and sort of figure out what we think is going to happen. And I can walk you through the lines, too, if you want the same information. And then, Bersh, how do you want to do this? I guess whoever is closest to the correct record, and if we have the same record, we'll just go whoever got the most games right, and that's the winner. 10 months from now, let's do that. So what's the bet going to be? What about just like you have to do the show in a robe for a week if you lose, and the other guy can wear whatever he wants?
With the shirt?
I'm not doing the Real Madrid thing yet.
I'm saying the robe with an undershirt, or just the robe and you see the Bursch chest meat. Yeah.
I mean, I think. Do you want to do no undershirt?
I think that's the only way. I mean,
that's the way that it works.
I think that's the only way that I think that it would be like kind of a higher stakes,
worth paying off.
Yeah.
We want to do a day or a week. Want to do a day, and we'll do every schedule. We'll do the Raiders and we'll do the Chargers, and we can just like have 3 days that ride on this.
I like it. I mean, robes are comfortable. Like I don't have a problem wearing a robe, but it's more like the competitiveness. I don't want to lose a bet.
Okay, so can you wear pants? Shorts only.
You can rock some shorts,
but no pants.
No denim or no slacks or suit pants.
Shorts or boxers.
Yeah.
If HR doesn't get involved here on 97.1 The Fan LA. All right. I love it. So I'll start and I'll be controversial. I actually think going to Australia is a huge sort of scrambler of what we know. I think it is. This is the first game for the Rams. We're doing the Rams schedule here on D-Mac and Ryder. I think it's garbage. It's just bad luck that it's a Rams home game. The Rams still have to go to the Niners later in the year. I'm going to take the Niners to win that game because I think so. The line is minus. The Rams are 2.5-point favorites, which is I don't like the vibe. I just don't like the vibe in Australia, and I think weird things happen. I think worse team. I like to bet on bad teams abroad. The Niners are not a bad team. They're a really good team. I think the Rams are markedly better. I'll go Niners win.
That would.
And are you going to write these down, Bersh? Yeah.
You go Niners win. I'm going the Rams. I mean, I think that it's going to be like a 27-30 type of game. I think the benefits that the Rams do have is that the 49ers are working a new defensive coordinator in Raheem Morris, but they do get healthy. You got Nick Bosa, you got Fred Warner back. You're not going to have George Kittle, though. I got to go the Rams. And here's the thing, too. What I've heard about how they're going to play it is the Rams are going to treat that like it's a weekender. Like they're going to go up there, fly there, be there for 1 or 2 days and leave, whereas the 49ers plan to get there early, stay there, and adjust.
Huge mistake. That time zone thing is real, man.
It is real. And it is going to be a factor in that one. But
we're no longer aligned.
They got sleep experts. I mean, what do you think about that? Taking a weekender to Australia is kind of wild.
Yeah. I'll take the Niners in our bet.
Give me the Ramley.
I'm going to put some money on the Niners on the money line based on that when the time comes. Giants. Do either of us have to even talk about this? I will take the Rams over the Giants. Week 2, 8.5-point favorites. The game is here in LA.
Yeah. Give me the Rams. Give me the Rams.
Week 3 at Denver. Denver are 2.5-point dogs. Rams are 2.5-point favorites at Denver.
Denver's a really good team. I mean, you got a strong defense. You got a team that feels like they're on national TV. We can maybe contend. And I got to go with the Rams. You have 3-0 start.
So
where am I going to pick my losses? You don't worry. I got losses.
You're not. No,
they're not going 72 Dolphins here. They're not going 07.
I'm going to win this bet.
Oh, I'm going to win this bet.
So I actually think that the Denver. So this is. I will say whatever I think if I think it's true, and people call it a hot take. I think Sean Payton is one of the most overrated coaches in the history of the National Football League. I think winning one Super Bowl with Drew Brees is a travesty. And some of that was officiating bad luck and bad bounces and a drop from Alshon Jeffrey. But whatever. I'll believe when I see it in the collapse last year. And then there's an injury to the quarterback, so it's hard to sort of assess. I don't believe in the Broncos. So this isn't hard for me. Easy Rams victory for me. I have the Rams 2-1.
Fair enough.
Week 4 at Philly. Philly's a hot mess, man. The Rams are 1.5-point favorites in this game. It is the second sort of lowest spread from the Rams' perspective, tied for second, other than being a dog against Seattle later, and we'll get to that, and the game at the Niners, where they're also favored. You don't like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts and the head coach don't like each other. Coordinators come and go. It is a talented roster.
So the difference between this year and last year, though, is the Rams secondary has improved. So you're feeling better about that going up against
Kansas City.
Will A.J. Brown be on the Rams or will he be on the Eagles?
Yeah,
that's another
fair.
factor,
that's
too.
That's right. That's true.
I do think, though, the Eagles take that one. That's a game you circle. I got Philly winning.
So the problem is I also have the Philly winning. So like we're pretty close so far.
Philly.
The Phillies win.
Philly.
Baseball.
Yeah. Eagles.
Baseball.
Go Birds go.
I'm gonna take Buffalo in Week 5. I don't think they're going 4-1 in the first 5 games. I'm gonna take Buffalo. Buffalo 3-point dogs. I'll take Buffalo with the upset at SoFi.
I'm going Buffalo too. I think
really?
Buffalo, they're trying to avenge the loss they had against the Rams. Really one of the highest scoring games in the National Football League last year. Josh Allen trying to make a statement. I think Buffalo takes that one.
The Arizona Cardinals are the worst team in terms of total points on the point spread, sort of the total of it over the course of the year, according to Vegas. Arizona next up. The game is at SoFi. I mean, it's a 13.5-point spread. I will take the Rams.
Rams winning that one, and it's another division game. The interesting thing there's Mike LaFleur is the new head coach of the Cardinals. He was with the Rams last year, so some familiarity there. I think some of that will help them, but Rams get the win big. I think a 40-20 type win, 4-2 at that point for me.
So what am I at right now?
I'm at 4-2.
I'm at 4-2 as well, aren't I? Bursch? I think I'm close. We don't have Bursch on the air. It's okay.
Wrong, Mike. Hey,
there you go.
3-3 is what I have. I have
that makes more sense.
You have Niners,
right.
Eagles, Bills.
Yeah.
Then,
Raiders in Vegas, and the Rams are still 7.5-point favorites. Maybe the only interesting thing about this game, other than you poor Raiders fans who are going to have to deal with it as we talk about it here on D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan in Week 7, is at this point, presuming Kirk Cousins is the starter, how many weeks has Mendoza been starting at this point? 3?
Maybe
Game
not.
3?
I mean, he could come later in this because they don't have a lot of pieces. Maybe they don't have him in the.
You think they're patient?
I think they'd be very patient for Fernando
them to
Mendoza because I think what they're looking at is they're favored to win around 6 games, right? If I am the Raiders, do you look for the development, or I think if you look for the losses to get another piece, a high pick to put around him? I got the Rams getting a big revenge win, going somewhere in the 40s, just destroying that Raiders team.
I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
Easy Rams victory. The next game's interesting. It's a home game against the Chargers, who obviously also play at SoFi. 3.5 points. I'm so conflicted on the Chargers this year because Harbaugh's a winner, and I think Herbert's not. And I know you love his arm talent. I'm not a Herbert guy. I will take the Rams pretty comfortably. I think the Rams cover against the Chargers in Week 8, and I think they win, obviously.
I'm going with the Bolts.
I've
gotten DMs. I've gotten texts. I've gotten people on social media saying, D-Mac, I love the new show, but why are you so hard on our Chargers?
You hurt your friends' feelings.
I hurt my friends' feelings. Yeah. I'm going to take a Chargers team that I think is going to be a lot better with Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert. I think they win that game. Rams fall to 5-3 on the year.
All right, so this is D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA, and we are putting together a bet, but not a Real Madrid shirt one because for some reason I'm just crazy. I can't. Well, that'll have to be more serious. I don't know what to bet you that is the equivalent. You would have to get like on your shoulder or your arm where people can see it, a tattoo that says "I love Manny Machado forever." Like that's the emotional equivalent.
So you're telling me that permanent ink will be the equivalent of a jersey?
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
I don't think so. It's how my heart bleeds. It's how my heart feels.
I love Bill Reiter forever would be the equivalent. Yeah, that would tear me to pieces.
But that's true though, right?
Yeah.
So like
that's a fact.
Real ink is okay. Yeah. Week 9 at the Commanders -4.5. Again, Rams are big favorites. I mean, Jaylen Daniels, if he's healthy, if everything's cooking, he's so good. All that said, I'm taking the Rams. I mean, I think the Rams are amazing.
Taking the Rams. I mean, I think an advantage that the Rams have in that game is they have Cliff Kingsbury who helped develop Jaylen Daniels, and
Is it an advantage?
Because I think there's some game planning there that he's going to help them with, and also Sean McVay always does well against his old team where he came from. Give me the Rams in that one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Are you a Cliff Kingsbury guy?
I'm not. I'm not a Cliff
either.
Kingsbury
Okay.
guy. Not a Cliff Kingsbury guy at all.
He looks like he has a Matthew McConaughey vibe going on.
He looks like he'd be hired to play a head coach in a movie about a head coach.
He was with
Central
the Cardinals.
casting.
He was just an actor.
He was just acting.
Yeah.
He got the best seats in the house.
At Arizona, we're both taking the Rams week 9.
Rams again.
10.5 points.
7-3 at that point.
Then there's the bye week.
Who got bye?
Then they host Then they host the Green Bay Packers -3.5. And then they have Kansas City the week after, by the way.
Yeah. So this is the interesting stretch where you get more of those primetime games, those standalone games. The last time that we saw this Packers team coming to SoFi last year, they won that game. So I got the Rams winning. I'm not the biggest Packers believer. Micah Parsons should be back to full strength at that point, but still, I think that the Rams coming off the bye, which they're not going to get a big advantage from that bye because the Packers are having one as well, but I got the Rams win that one. Something 33-24, something in that range. 8-3.
When I saw the schedule come out, D-Mac and Reiter here in 97.1 The Fan LA. I'm Bill Reiter. He's Doug McKain. I'm going to take either the Packers or the Chiefs to win one of those two games. The Rams won't lose both. So I'm going to go they beat the Packers and they lose to the Chiefs at home in week 13 minus 3.5. Mahomes will obviously be playing by then, and whatever rust is going to be gone, and maybe Rashee Rice won't be in jail. That's, it's too soon. Is that too?
Definitely not.
It's not too soon. Yeah. And maybe that's where he belongs. I don't know. We'll see. So I'll go Rams win against the Packers, lose against the Chiefs in week 13 in a really good football game.
So you got an L against the Chiefs on TNF?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking a win for the Rams there. We don't know what version we're getting of Patrick Mahomes when he comes back. Will he be as mobile? That team from a roster standpoint has fallen off. We have a lot of their good players now with Trent McDuffie
right, the McDuffie
and Jalen
thing
Watson.
Is such a gift.
Yeah, so I got the Rams winning that one, and they improved to 9-3.
I will go. So next game is at the San Francisco 49ers. Again, the Rams are favored by 1.5, which is saying something. I will go. I've already got the Niners winning in Australia, so I will hedge my Australian bets and go Rams win in San Francisco. Get a little bit of justice for their home game being. I don't even know how many miles away Melbourne is. 3,000?
It's
5,000?
Far. Yeah,
80,000. The
Something
moon.
Like Melbourne. Rise Up Lights.
Have you been to Australia?
I have not. I have a good friend, though. My college roommate, Matt Birch, though.
Matt, I don't want to go. Matt Birch. They got scorpions. They got sharks.
They got the animals.
All the stuff will kill you.
Snakes coming out of places. Tarantulas.
Toilets.
It definitely scares me. But, I got the 49ers. I say this reluctantly. It's tough to see the Rams taking both of those games. Kyle Shanahan and Matthew Stafford and Brock Purdy and Sean McVay, kind of these pairings that they have. So I got the Rams losing and dropping that one.
They host the Dallas Cowboys next week.
I got the Cowboys losing that one. I think the Cowboys are going to lose. We don't know what version we're going to get of the Cowboys. I think that part of the season, they'll probably be done, and you're probably not going to be making a playoff game. So I got the Rams.
Dak Prescott is not someone I count on very often, so I will also go with the Rams.
Remember this? It's a star. It's a rating, not a logo on their helmet. 1-star franchise.
That's really funny. I will take the Seahawks the next week. The only game the Rams are dogs in, but they're only dogs by 1.5, which in a neutral field they'd be a favorite. But that's a really tough place to go. It's a really good football team. I'll take Seattle.
That could be the matchup of the year. I mean, that's going to be a division race down the stretch. I still think Seattle's going to be a really good team. I got the Rams losing that one. I think that's a tough one on Christmas Day, late, prime time. All eyes on that game. I'm going Seahawks.
Poor Bursch. We've gone so long. I'll go fast, Bursch. I'm just going to whip through it. I'll go at Tampa Bay, minus 3.5. Rams win, and I'll have them beat Seattle at home in a great final game of the year.
I'll copy that. I got Rams beating the Bucks and Rams winning the season finale at home against the Seahawks.
Bursch, we have the exact same record.
Everything.
Okay. Yeah, there's like addition involved. You know what? We'll tell you on the other side what this looks like, and we will get into the actual NFL report. I'm good at stuff. I'm good at all the stuff. Aaron Rodgers. I screwed up the tease last time. I apologize, LA. I took away Doug Shine on Monday, and we made it right yesterday. I took away the Aaron Rodgers talk in this segment. We make it right next. Aaron Rodgers says this is his last year. Do we believe him? We'll tell you next year on D-Mac and Ryder.
Next Gen.
horses. They have the pulse, and they're the only ones keeping it local. D-Mac and Ryder, your all-access pass to the action.
Welcome back into the show here on 97.1 The Fan LA. D-Mac and Ryder, Doug McKain, Bill Reiter. Thank you for listening. Brand new station, your home for sports talk in Los Angeles. The only station, sports talk radio station on the FM dial. Derek and Decker in the morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Have you heard, we played a clip of it yesterday. Hit It or Quit It is so funny. You got to tune in. It's very good. It's a daily segment. All the stuff they're doing is great. Brock and Alex, middays in LA. Great show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And us, D-Mac and Ryder, 2 to 6. It is time, without further ado, what does it do mean? For the NFL report. Ryan Bershinger is the executive producer. Everybody.
Oh, thank you, guys.
How's the sandwich?
Fantastic. Shout out Mendocino Farms. That was great.
Thank you, Mendocino Farms.
This is the NFL report. We're going to take a look at some other headlines going around the NFL. You guys have been talking Rams heavy here. We're going to start off with one more Rams topic. According to NFL Network insider Mike Garafolo, when he was on the Rich Eisen show, the Rams were really close to trading for A.J. Brown this offseason. He said, quote, "That was really close," in reference to Brown to the Rams. "It was closer than it got with the Patriots. That was really close. There was one point where overnight it sort of died. It was like late one night, this could be going down by the next morning. You know what? There's too many moving parts here."
I mean, but there's also time to make it work. Let's get him in. Talent's talent.
It was close. I've heard it was close. We heard rumblings all off season. I think it tells you that they don't feel great about just Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and wide receiver 3. I think they want to upgrade that position. I would not be surprised to see them revisit this. And, hey, maybe A.J. Brown, because of his talent, change of scenery, the Rams culture, they can get the most out of it. Remember, OBJ was considered a cast-off. He was huge for the Rams in that Super Bowl.
Other wide receiver news going on here. Rashee Rice, who has had quite a couple years now.
What a
he's
mess.
Going to be going to jail for 30 days. He violated his probation after testing positive for THC. He also did happen to have a surgery on his right knee to remove some loose debris and is now expected to sideline him 2 months. Of course, one of those months, I guess, will be served in jail.
I mean, look, at a certain point, get your stuff together or hire someone who will help you. I mean, what are you doing, man? This is how probation works. You pee in a bottle sometimes.
If the dude just showed up for work, he'd be looking at a nice extension. And instead, he's just making stupid mistakes. And I hate to call guys stupid. This is stupid. He's making bad life decisions, and it's costing him.
He may be smart. His decisions are stupid. Good news, Andy Reid, I like Andy. Andy Reid is happy to look the other way about 11 times if you're talented.
And, of course, the big news in the NFL today, Aaron Rodgers did confirm that 2026 will be his final season. When asked about it in his press conference, he said, yeah, this is it. He was also mentioned that when Mike Tomlin left the team, he was feeling sort of hazy as to whether or not he was going to come back. But then the addition of Mike McCarthy is what got him to come back for one more year.
You didn't see this because they had Birch up on the stream. I just injured myself rolling my eyes. Yeah, because Aaron's about other people. Because Aaron Rodgers. Does he live in LA in the offseason? What's up, A-Rod?
He's got to have something here.
He's got charisma, by the way. I hung out with him at a CA party once.
Really?
Yeah. I stood 3 feet from him while he talked to other people. Is that hanging out?
It counts.
Look, you already brought this up. I know that there's not an option. He's not that good, and he's not successful, and it's not going to work. And I can't wait till the mediocre circus is over.
I think everyone gets mad at him when he makes a statement. And people are mad at him for making a statement that he's going to potentially retire. I think that, look, I know everyone wants him to retire. Hey, I think that we should celebrate one of the greatest quarterbacks ever in the final year of his career. For some reason, he has been maligned. I understand it for a lot of different reasons.
I wonder if we can find him. Only there's the internet to look at.
He's one of the best quarterbacks ever. He's given us some great moments. I still think that he can fix things towards the end. Hasn't been the greatest quarterback as far as the optics of some decisions he's made and things in stringing franchises along. But, hey, I'm with you, A-Rod. Everyone's hating on you. I think we should celebrate your final season.
Look, there are people that are going to love this guy, like the Packers, people that are in the throw other people under the bus club. Like, they'll be a big fan of Aaron Rodgers. I'm not mad at him for saying he's going to retire. I'm mad at him for being the center of attention forever on purpose strategically and then pretending that he's put out when we pay the attention to him that he's been begging for. You know what? You know your darkness retreat? We don't need to know about that. But if you don't want us to talk about it, don't tell us.
Yeah.
Ayahuasca journey? Cool, man.
Yeah,
thanks for sharing. Of course we're going to talk about it.
There's that stuff, but here's the thing, too. We always get mad at athletes for being not interesting and not having anything to say and all that stuff. I mean, he goes with the Jets, has that darkness retreat. Jets fans have been in darkness retreat for how many years?
I get mad at anybody in my life for being not interesting, but that doesn't mean I want them to be the worst person in my life. Like, be interesting in a different way. Like, hey, I like The Great Gatsby, and there's an interesting part about a Green Lantern. I'll take that.
You remember that. I respect
I did.
that.
That's interesting.
Hey, we talk about Matthew Stafford. We talk about Aaron Rodgers. Hey, they drafted Jordan Love when he probably should have got another title, too. So he's one of the best quarterbacks ever. I know that hasn't always been free.
He's got one ring. He's one of the most talented quarterbacks ever.
I think he's the Clayton Kershaw of NFL quarterbacks.
No, oh my God.
Only
difference being that
I have a way to back that up.
Yeah, but there's no way to back up the fact that in baseball you have to, your team, you cannot single-handedly do it. I mean, he only pitches every several days. When you're a quarterback, it's a huge factor, and he was 1-4 in NFC Championship games. I mean, and several times he had the ball in his hand and he didn't do the thing that you're supposed to do. He is the most disappointing quarterback talent in the history of the sport, in my opinion. He's had the organization, the opportunity. There's no way he's a top 5 QB of all time.
He won a Super Bowl. He has the best QBR of all time. You look at Clayton Kershaw, he has the lowest ERA of all time for qualified.
Baseball and QBs are different, dude. Pitcher QB is totally different.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the postseason drop-off has been there. But arm talent-wise, we talk about Matthew Stafford.
Ryan Leaf had a good arm. Like, arm talent is not everything.
No,
you're so on the arm talent.
You are confusing arm strength with arm talent.
No, I'm
They're
not.
very different.
You're confusing arm talent with actually using it to win Super Bowls.
Jamarcus Russell had a strong arm. It doesn't mean he had arm talent.
I mean, this guy has great arm talent. He's terrible every time in the fourth quarter, and they never win anything, but he's the best quarterback of all time. Hell no, dude.
Look at the MVPs.
No.
He has a Super Bowl.
He's really good. He's like 12. He should have been 2. He should have been 2. He should have been
He's
Mahomes.
a top 5 quarterback all time. The numbers bear it out.
D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan LA. It's our first disagreement, and it's nice to know that I was right. Just kidding. I don't know who was right. We'll keep it rolling, assessing J.J. Redick next year on D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA.
From the street.
Welcome into the show, hour 3 here on D-Mac and Ryder. We just continued our argument from last hour about Aaron Rodgers into this hour. We're gonna shelve it for now, but we're gonna revisit it a lot. D-Mac is very passionate. He's got facts about why he thinks Aaron Rodgers is better than I do. I had the same thing, so that'll be something we'll just sort of tuck away. It's not for a rainy day, but for another day. Dodgers have an earlier first pitch today. Dodgers-Padres, Game 3 is at 5:40 first pitch. Shohei Ohtani taking the bump. And so we're going to do an entire preview hour next hour about the Dodgers for you. We're going to get into all the machinations, what to expect, what it means. We're also going to let Manny Machado, as the kids say, tell on himself. He's going to tell on himself, and we'll reveal the Roto Hero of the Day at the end of the show. If you haven't voted already on the Bursch, we never got to this. Who are the nominees? Who are the 4 nominees for the Rooter Hero of the Day? Where we get to on that? Bursch isn't sure. We're still figuring it out. Still making it happen. Still making the magic work.
It's a good comment here from SoCal Red. Can we get a thumb wrestling match to determine who is right about A-Rod?
I'm pretty good at thumb wrestling.
Are you pretty good?
Well, yeah.
That could be something.
But you look, you know what? You know what you look like? You look like a thumb wrestling shark.
I'm so it's not. I'm slippery with it. I can have it slip out.
I know I'm
pretty
a
well.
Yeah,
I can fight pretty well.
I think you could run some. Instead of pool halls, if they had thumb wrestling halls, you would run game like The Color Money. You'd be like Paul Newman.
That's the thing
like,
too.
Oh shucks! Oh,
we need a referee. We need someone to like. Yeah.
Make it work.
I'm trying to think about it. Should we do it?
No, we shouldn't. 97 on the Fan LA. I think I'll lose. Bursch, we do have nominees on the Rotor, the Rooter Hero of the Day.
Yes. So we combined Freddie Freeman and his father into one. We had so many nominations.
Capitulating?
Wow.
Yeah, I said it.
Listen, they both did the hard work of making sure Freddie had 2 home runs, so I think they both deserve equal credit here. Andy Pahces, of course, is a nomination for his performance last night. Dodger Nation for showing out in San Diego like they always have. It's awesome. They are a very worthy nominee. And the fantasy football loser.
Okay.
He cracked the top 4 here for sure.
That's a bit of an upset. Your guy,
that's what I want to see.
Your top athlete in the history of all sports, American and otherwise, Aaron Rodgers didn't make the list.
A-Rod.
I mean, I will say this: he was 1-4 in NFC Championship games, and I should give him more respect for that. Right? Like, almost got there.
He's got more Super Bowl MVPs than Dan Marino.
I know. Okay, I'm not riding for Dan Marino. D-Mac and Ryder, that's a low bar. D-Mac and Ryder, 97 won the Fan. LA, call us or text us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. If you're streaming us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X at the Fan LA, the Fan LA, you can drop your comments there as well. Remember, Derek and Decker take care of you every single morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We've got Brock and Alex middays in LA, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and we're here 2 to 6 every day. So we'll do a lot of sort of Lakers coverage and conversations between now and free agency. There's a lot of decisions to be made. We've talked a lot of LeBron. We'll get into Austin Reeves. What do you do with Luka? There's lots of things going on. JJ Redick is a guy who I think has proven himself, and I think you're aligned here with me, to be a pretty good steward of that organization. I was very skeptical when, it was LeBron's podcast buddy, right? Let's be fair. But he's been really, really great. There were some comments that came out that are pretty interesting on maybe in the weeds here why J.J. Redick's even better than perhaps we've recognized. And as we watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander struggle, at least in Game 1, against the Spurs in that absolute instant classic, and Game 2 is tonight, one of the reasons perhaps that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was inefficient and was hassled and wasn't able to impact the game the way Wembanyama was, maybe it was because of J.J. Redick. And this is something a few people hit, including Jeff Teague on the Club 520 podcast, talking about Redick's excellence and how it's impacting what is now the Western Conference Finals.
Obviously, the Lakers. Shout out to J.J. Redick. J.J.'s a good coach.
Facts.
People are taking his blueprint with how to stop SGA and applying it.
Yes.
Great coaches learn from other coaches, but shout out to J.J. Redick. He usually changed the whole way of guard OKC.
And Brandon Jennings, and it's not just Teague, on the arena also had some praise for the Lakers head coach.
I think the Lakers, they set the blueprint for how they were playing against SGA, and Spurs came over and they just did it to a T. They had better guards for sure, but it was from JJ Redick to me. That's how I feel like, SGA is getting exposed a little bit.
And D-Mac, this is the back-to-back MVP, and what Redick did with the Lakers, and it didn't work because they didn't have the firepower, obviously, but was to basically double Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and take away his driving lanes. And that becomes even easier to do when someone else gives you the blueprint, when you're the Spurs and you take the blueprint from Redick. And, I've got this Victor Wembanyama guy back here who, if he gets through the lane, is going to be even more perfect, advanced, excellent, dominating at making things difficult for SGA. That's a lot of love for JJ Redick, and it feels well deserved.
Yeah, and coming from a former player, I think that definitely validates JJ. And look, the reason why the Lakers lost to the Thunder wasn't because of the game plan, wasn't because of the schematics. As you pointed out, they put SGA in a tough spot. They just didn't have the personnel to execute it, and they didn't have the talent to win that series. But I think the interesting thing was you can watch the Spurs and the Thunder and almost see some of those designs. You put SGA in spots where either he's forced to reset with SGA off the ball or makes him take a tough contested shot where he's doubled. So is that the blueprint? That's really interesting that it's linked back to JJ because, hey, there's a copycat league and we're seeing that.
The thing about JJ Redick that I think is really interesting, and let's just do real talk here, and if JJ Redick's listening or his family's listening, people are complicated, and people that can be one way at work and a different way at home. It's D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA. I have, back in the day when I was on the air in LA, I had a, war of words with Doc Rivers and Chris Paul. And I always made the point, and I'm making this now about JJ Redick, that when I criticize people for not being likable or not being great to be around, I'm talking about them in a professional sense. I'm making no judgments about their sort of morality, what they're like as parents with their friends. JJ Redick is not likable in a professional sense. JJ Redick is taking shots at people in a professional sense. JJ Redick grew his brand going on a TV show where they yelled at each other on ESPN and then would complain to be holier than thou about people yelling at each other on the show, that's what they do over on ESPN. JJ Redick can be incredibly condescending to media members and other people, which I take personally, having been one of those people in those scrums, and you've done that. You've done that too. All of that probably made me more inclined to think that JJ Redick wasn't going to be very successful when LeBron James picked the guy that he thought would be his buddy, and I would argue LeBron could control. Me not liking JJ Redick has nothing to do with JJ Redick being good at his job. Austin Reeves, whether we want him signed or not, we'll get into all that, has become pretty extraordinary. He's going to get a bag under JJ Redick. Luka Doncic, LeBron James, and Austin Reeves had the second best basketball team in March after the Thunder when JJ Redick did the thing that's hardest to do on earth, tell LeBron James what he doesn't want to hear. And so you sort of look at the X's and O's the players are talking about. You look at the way he managed LeBron. You look at the actual product of basketball before the injuries took down Reeves. He obviously came back for the playoffs. And Luka, the resume for JJ Redick, 250-win seasons, by the way, as well in his first 2 years, it's really impressive, whether you like him or don't, or you like Dookies or you don't. The guy's done on every level a really good job, I think, with what he's been handed.
He absolutely has, and I think that he's never had a healthy roster in the playoffs with a complete roster, right? So I think that we can't fully judge J.J. Redick until after Rob Pelinka is ultimately gone, if that ends up being the case.
Yeah,
so
man.
I think that you take the positives from J.J., and also I think the decision to keep him without LeBron. I know that he's LeBron's podcast guy, and there's a lot of mutual respect there, but I think there's got to be a part of J.J. that kind of wants to see what life is like as a Lakers coach without LeBron.
So I'm going to say something that's going to sound like a put-down of J.J. Redick, and it's not. And I respect this in people, especially in sports. J.J. Redick is cutthroat and ambitious in a way that can come off as fairly disloyal. Was J.J. Redick loyal to some of the people at ESPN who put him on the biggest show they have in the way that he interacted with them and went at their brands? He wasn't. It was good TV, but he didn't really kiss the ring the way you're supposed to because he was ambitious. Has J.J. Redick been loyal to LeBron James? I mean, he hasn't. He's been loyal to the Lakers. That's the job. I have seen pretty great coaches, and I've covered LeBron a lot. I've had very candid conversations with guys that have coached LeBron about the sort of the hellacious difficulties of doing that and the blessing of it at the same time, right? Coaching LeBron is like dating when you're single and don't want to be married, the most beautiful woman on earth who's difficult to deal with. You know it's great. It's also awful. J.J. Redick's done it better than coaches who have had a lot more experience than him. The fact that he wasn't loyal to LeBron is a good sign for the Lakers, but he wasn't loyal. I mean, LeBron got him the job. LeBron doesn't want to be the number 3. LeBron didn't want to have to acquiesce to Luka Doncic. There is a world where a Ty Lue, and I want to get into that in a little bit, or I don't think Eric Spoelstra, but some of the guys, David Blatt, nobody even remembers that guy. There are former LeBron coaches who would have taken Luka and said, hey, man, we're going to make this about LeBron for the next year or two, but you're going to be a partner, but LeBron's LeBron. JJ figured out that wasn't the right basketball call, and he alienated his buddy, his podcast partner, to do its best. It's not loyal. I find it really impressive, and if you're a Lakers fan who cares about that team and not LeBron James, it gives me confidence. If I'm a Lakers fan, all right, I want JJ Redick, as you just said, D-Mac. I want him post LeBron. I want him post Pelinka. This guy's got some Pat Riley in him, which is to say he will win at the cost of friendships or likability, and I want that.
And I think that he wants to be great. I think that he's willing to put in the work. He doesn't come off as one of these head coaches that, hey, I am a former NBA player. I have tons of money in the bank. He knows that now his legacy is not tied to what he did as a player. It's, hey, did I have success as the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, where most head coaches here end up winning a trophy, winning a championship? I think the questions I have for JJ are, how well does he develop young talent? Because that was what the Lakers wanted when they were going to bring in Dan Hurley, someone who is building more of a program here. But you get Luka, you are going to get Austin Reeves back most likely. LeBron James probably comes back most likely. The question I have, what would J.J. Redick look like if he had a competent center? Because he just hasn't had that. He hasn't had big man.
I mean, so this is the other thing. D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan LA. This is the other thing that you hit on. I love this. Why has he not had the center that he needs? Because he doesn't have the general manager that he needs. And we'll hit this in more thoroughly over the course of the summer, of course. And it's ironic because on the one hand, Pelinka hired him. On the other hand, and I'm being 50% facetious and 50% genuine, Pelinka didn't make the decision. LeBron James made the decision. And LeBron had and probably has access to Jeannie, great relationship. Jeannie's not going to be the decision maker going forward. And the thing about LeBron James teams that I think is really interesting, and that I've had to learn through my own mistakes having covered LeBron, is post Spoelstra, I can tell you unequivocally that LeBron wouldn't listen to coaches at times, that LeBron was very difficult with coaches when he was put out. Not every day, aggregators, and every day of the week, but LeBron would throw his weight around when he was in a bad mood or didn't feel like they were doing the right thing. And I doubted that Ty Lue was a good coach. And I was wrong on this. And there's a huge swing and a miss. But for years when I covered the NBA, I thought Ty Lue's probably not a great coach because he's not really coaching LeBron, which was somewhat true at a lot of sources in Cleveland. And once Ty Lue got away, D-Mac, from LeBron, that's when he actually got to fully exert his authority and therefore whatever basketball excellence he did or didn't have. And Ty Lue, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Once you were out from under, because you're going to win with LeBron in his prime. I could win with LeBron in his prime. If I'm able to memorize the words, great call, LeBron, then I can be coach of the year. Ty Lue is one of the best coaches in the NBA who's had his own issues because of injuries. Not his problem, but not his fault, his problem. I am really excited to see J.J. Redick post LeBron. Not because I hate LeBron James, but because the great coaches out there who coach LeBron really get to show what they're about after LeBron. In part because LeBron is so talented that it covers up for a multitude of sins if you're not a good coach, David Blatt. And in part because LeBron is so difficult or control, but all stars are, right? If you go Tom Cruise or whoever it is, they're going to assert themselves. Once LeBron's gone, JJ is going to get to do whatever the hell he wants. And to whatever degree JJ still manages LeBron, and it's less than most guys because he made him the number 3, once there's no LeBron there, I'm really optimistic about what JJ Redick can do as a coach because it will be his world and his authority, I think, post LeBron entirely.
But that's going to be when? After next season?
Well, we've talked
2
about
seasons?
this. I don't want LeBron. I'm okay. Yeah, I didn't want LeBron to come back, and D-Mac talking sports with you nonstop for the last 3 weeks and doing it, I guess, the last 3 days live here on 97.1 The Fan LA as we've launched D-Mac and Reiter and the other shows on the station. I've gone from I don't want LeBron back to I'm okay with LeBron not being back. I've gone from get him out of here, start the new era to, all right, if he takes the mid-level exception, veterans mid-level, which he's reporting that he won't, and maybe that's not true, but if he does that and it's affordable and you still have Reeves and you can kind of roll it back and he'll be the number 3, maybe. I think it could be next season, and I think it absolutely is the season after that. He's not staying for 2 years, I don't think. I'm just guessing, aggregators.
I don't think so either. But, I mean, if you're the Lakers and you're hoping to see something from a head coach early that maybe could transcend multiple iterations of your roster construction, JJ's young. He's got charisma. He understands the pressure. Like you mentioned, he's a Dookie. He played in the NBA. look, the dude is temperamental. He runs hot. I think that's an advantage because I think that that's something this organization needs. With Darvin Ham, it just wasn't there, right? And typically, if you're going to run...
Darvin Ham, yes. Acquiescer extreme. Here's something you'll learn about me, LA, and D-Mac, you'll learn about me. I can hate someone, or more to the point, have someone hate me and respect the hell out of him. I had an experience with Chris Paul years ago where I've never been treated so disrespectfully by another human being in my entire life than I have Chris Paul. And about 4 weeks later, I put him at 3 on my MVP ballot because this is the journalist in me. How I feel about you doesn't change what I see in you, and it's why I can criticize people that I like and I can praise people that I can't stand. I don't know JJ Redick, and so my read on him may be totally off. And by the way, seeing the video of his kids being like, "Daddy, we're so proud of you," when he won that 100th game and led to LeBron storming out, it was a humanizing moment because I've got kids, you've got kids, right? I've had those videos when I've traveled. I don't like JJ Redick. I don't know you, JJ, so I may be totally wrong. And if you're listening, let's get coffee. And I'm sorry, I don't know you. But from a distance, I don't like the guy. But I've come around on him as a coach, and I think the Lakers got really lucky that LeBron picked his buddy, and that buddy turned out to be a very good basketball coach, irrespective of whether LeBron's around.
That's interesting because it's like JJ fell into the Lakers' lap because of LeBron. Would JJ have taken that job if LeBron James wasn't a Laker? I think that thought of, hey, the Lakers are still such a marquee franchise, they could lure in a coach like a JJ Redick. But he was an unknown, and he was an unknown that won 50 games in his first 2 seasons with an incomplete roster, dealing with one of the biggest trades of all time. He dealt with the fires, all kinds of off the court stuff. So, he's shown a lot, I think, to the city, to this franchise. And if they did hit on JJ Redick and you're looking at that kind of stability from the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, then I think it's about finding the right GM, finding the right roster, finding the right center. I still say that I'm like 80% there with JJ Redick as, will he be the guy that wins multiple titles for the Lakers? Because every Lakers head coach.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, no, you're right.
I mean, every Lakers head coach won a title in their first year. I don't think that's a thing. That's just more of a statistical anomaly. But every year that goes by, we know if you don't win a championship here, it's going to be considered a failure. But it almost feels like next year is the year where you really start to hope that there's a roster where they can at least be not a contender, but maybe win another round. You won one round, contend the second round. I mean, just realistically, you got to see progress.
It is going to be, as we discussed yesterday here on DMAC and Reiter, it is going to be a daunting challenge, even if the Lakers maximize their opportunities to improve the roster. Even if they do that, and I'm skeptical if it's Pelinka doing it, it's going to be daunting to get past the Spurs and or the Thunder. But I do think they have the right guy in JJ Redick, and I didn't think that before. And I think they have the right guy in Luka Doncic. And the fact that basketball people around the country are watching Spurs Thunder, and they're seeing JJ Redick's hand in SGA's struggles is really encouraging tactically. And as much as I doubt that the Lakers have the firepower, the ability to, because you can't get Giannis if you have Austin Reeves, right? And so it's Luka and it's Austin, and maybe you run it back to a degree, or you just have to start over with Luka and Austin, or it's just there's not good options to be sure you have the firepower to compete with the Spurs and the Thunder. But I think I have underestimated unfairly how good JJ is at his job and the tactical advantage it'll give you if you can get some good pieces in there. It's a big if.
It is, and I think he's almost kind of benefited from the fact that, hey, this hasn't been a complete roster, but I still outperformed what I should have been able to do.
The Rocket Series is such a great example.
Series, I mean, the 13th biggest upset in the NBA playoffs. If he had a fully stacked roster and they failed, I think there'd be a little more pressure on him. He kind of got to ease into this job in a little way just because of the fact that there was a big transition, 80 to Luka, you had the injuries, you had everything surrounding it. So now I think he's in prime position to know that, hey, tactically I'm in a good spot. He's getting love for that. Now just, hey, I don't want to go to war with butter knives anymore, right? Give me a roster I can actually compete with.
Bronny's the butter knife. Bronny, you know what? I don't want to.
He's the plastic Taco Bell one.
I don't want to make Alex mad at me from Brock and Alex Midday in L.A. Bronny's a spork. He shouldn't even be there. That's weird. By the way, can I call? I'm going to go at you a little bit. You ready?
Let's do it.
Can my friend be here? I don't believe you like sporks.
I love sporks.
I don't believe it.
I'm the biggest sport guy.
You're a sport guy.
I love sporks.
Bronny's a spork. You shouldn't even be here. No. You don't belong in the. You don't even belong in the. In the kitchen. Get away from my utensils. I got real utensils. I don't need a spork.
Yeah, I mean, look, the We Want Bronny, the We Want Bronny is basically what the We Want Tacos used to be. It's basically a victory cigar.
The sporks are terrible. We talked about it yesterday.
Sporks are great. You combine the scooping power. It's a perfect utensil.
It creeps me out when I see it.
It's great, and the fact that there's ones that are better quality, I'm getting those quick.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna tuck it away. I'm gonna check back in 6 months or a year, and you're not gonna have a spork, and you're never gonna have used a spork. And you're
it's
just
very well known. I love sporks.
It is now.
Yeah.
97.1 The Fan with spork and no sporks. I mean, D-Mac and Reiter here on the show. We are a local sports talk radio station. We're going to do a lot of local talk. We're going to do an entire hour of Dodgers preview coming up at 5 o'clock as we get ready for Dodgers Padres. But we're not going to ignore what's going on around the country. That Knicks-Cavs game was either one of the greatest things you've ever seen or one of the most horrific real-life horror shows in sports history, depending on where you're from and who you're rooting from and really what you bet on one of the greatest collapses / comebacks in history, and why James Harden stood up into the world, shouted, "Never trust me again." That's next on D-Mac and Reiter. 97.1 The Fan, LA. You can, of course, stream us live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X at The Fan LA. And please also listen to us live in the car, on the radio. FM dial, 97.1. That's why it's called 97.1 The Fan LA. I put it together. That's where it is. There you go. That's how it works.
Let's go.
That's how the technology works.
Technology.
Let's get it. A big thank you, by the way, to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. Speaking of Rooter Hero, the Rooter Hero Hero of the Day poll is up. It's live. It needs you to help select today's Hero of the Day. You can do that over on YouTube or on X, as we told you, at The Fan LA, at The Fan LA. What a game for Knicks Cavs. Can I admit something to you, though? I have two TVs, and pretty early on I moved the Dodgers game to the big TV and then I just sort of stopped paying attention to the Knicks Cavs game because with 7 minutes and 52 seconds left, the Cavs, shockingly, were up 22 points at the Garden in their Eastern Conference Finals series opener. And I was watching the Dodgers game, and I looked down, and it was 4 or 5 points, and I go, uh-oh, I have to go back and watch this later. What a incredible comeback. And I can I take a victory lap too? We like victory laps? I think James Harden's terrible. I think he subtracts from the sum of all human excellence when it comes to winning basketball games in the playoffs. The Knicks went on a 44-11 run with 7 minutes and 52 seconds left, with the Cavs up 22 points, with both Donovan Mitchell to a lesser extent, but a real extent, and James Harden certainly having questions, legitimate questions, about their ability to be consistent and excellent and impose their will, especially offensively in big, stressful playoff moments. The Knicks went on a 44-11 run. The Cavs were 4 of 18 over that stretch. Harden and Donovan Mitchell, for the last 8 minutes of regulation and overtime, combined to go 2 of 13, 1 of 7 for Harden, 1 of 6 for Donovan Mitchell. All while the Knicks went 15 of 20, and Jaylen Brunson, maybe the most clutch player in the NBA, was 8 of 10. And Brunson and the entire Knicks team attacked Harden again and again and again and again and again. This was one of the worst collapses in NBA history, and I would argue, D-Mac, for James Harden, one of the worst individual performances in the history of a big playoff moment, both from how he disappeared offensively and the ways in which they attacked him again and again and again. And last thought, James Harden now has more turnovers than points in something like 40 playoff games. Like, he is just... There's this consistent through line in his career where he utterly vanishes, disappears, and costs his team opportunities.
He was atrocious. You mentioned Jaylen Brunson. He was struggling at one point. He was 0 for 5 from beyond the arc, and that's their best offensive player. You need to get him going. And then all of a sudden, he's cooking James Harden. You're 22 points down in the fourth quarter, and James Harden is the biggest reason why the Cavs lost. That was an epic choke job. That was a pathetic performance. That was ones that we're never going to forget. And then think that if you're James Harden, the allegations, you are never going to beat them. That you are a playoff choker, that you do not come through when they need you to come through. And I think if you're the Cavs in this situation, it's going to be tough to recover from. This is a massive blow. And I just don't see how, even though, what's crazy about this, Bill, is the Cavs were the better team for what? 3+ quarters? It looks like they were going to steal game one. And then James Harden, the real James Harden, stood up. And he was who he's been his entire career, a guy that is going to let up and let the other team get in there.
And there's so many sort of permutations of this because, by the way, you made a great point, D-Mac. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA. There are certain moments in games that can break individuals and break teams. This feels like the kind of collapse that is, we'll see, right? It's a long series. I think it ends the Cavs' chances. They had a chance to steal a game. I think it permanently breaks James Harden. He's already broken, but it just reaffirms and reconfirms what we knew about him in the playoffs. I wonder what Derek Fisher would think if he heard me. Is he a Harden guy? I don't know. I haven't heard that part of the show. And Donovan Mitchell, I think it's a huge confidence problem. There's also an impact for the Lakers here because about 2 days ago, a report came out, a credible one, that the Cavs were interested in extending James Harden. He's got a $42 and change million player option for the next year. The expectation was that he was going to opt out of it because he's much older, he's in his late 30s. and that Kobe Altman, who I know and I like, and the GM of the Cavs, was going to give him this extension. And I was watching the game last night when they were up 22 points, and I stopped watching and fully focused on the Dodgers and lost sight of the comeback, where I thought, all right, Kobe Altman, the GM of the Cavs, was wrong, or was right, and we were all wrong. He got so much flack from a bunch of people, me included, when he traded for James Harden, when he made that move with the Clippers, when he gave away Darius Garland. I thought, okay, Kobe Altman was right, and Harden's going to get paid. Well, if this continues, if the Cavs get swept or lose in 5, if Harden doesn't show up, it may make Kobe Altman and the Cavs rethink giving him a bunch of money. Giving him a bunch of money was going to make it harder to bring in LeBron. But if all of a sudden the worm turns on James Harden in Cleveland and the fans are not happy with him, D-Mac, there might be a little more money, a little more room for one LeBron James.
That's an interesting spin on this. I think that yesterday we saw what James Harden has been throughout his career, and I think that he goes down as the biggest playoff shrinker ever, right? But
like the Aaron Rodgers of
Aaron Rodgers has
the
the Super
NBA.
Bowl.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Look,
I forgot.
Harden went 15-4-3, 5 fouls, 5 turnovers, 1 for 8 from beyond the arc, 5 for 16. But I do want to talk about another player on the Cavs, and does this distract from the fact that looked like Donovan Mitchell kind of running from the ball, not taking enough shots? You had James Harden taking more shots in the fourth quarter and in overtime than Donovan Mitchell. I mean, also, too, Kenny Atkinson, you're under 8 minutes. You have 4 timeouts. You use one of those timeouts.
Yeah.
Why do you set him up to get cooked like that again and again and again? And if you're the Cavs overall, this has got to be one of the dumbest things you could ever do. If you think you are close to a title, you bring in a turnover machine, bad at setting screens, playoff choker, flopper. I just don't get it. Like we said, they call him Brick Ross in the streets.
If James Harden or Donovan Mitchell, both players that have – look, they're both really talented basketball players. And but I brought James Harden into that team? No. But I see the logic. Donovan Mitchell deciding to stay in Cleveland was a huge boon for that organization. The fact that they were 1 of 6 from Harden in the fourth quarter and 1 of 4 from Donovan Mitchell. So I'm good at math, 2 of 10. They make one more shot. They just combined to shoot 30% from the field instead of 20% from the field. And the Cavs win that game. And the thing is, I think Jaylen Brunson, and I'd be curious your take on this. I was talking about this earlier today with a buddy. I think Jaylen Brunson's a top 5 player in the NBA, even if we don't consider him that way, because he doesn't put the stats up for that over the regular season. He's so good in the playoffs. And I think his culture and what he brings to the table. But there's so much pressure for the Knicks. It's been a long time since they made an NBA Finals. It's been a generation. The Garden is a cathedral to basketball. There's a rabid, insane, stupid fan base sometimes in New York that's irrational. If the Cavs find a way to steal that game, if Harden or Donovan Mitchell make one more shot in the fourth quarter and they win that game, the pressure of being a Knick and blowing it, maybe there's enough momentum that the Cavs just keep on keeping on. I know it's one game. I try not to overreact. I think the Cavs cost themselves a finals berth by that fourth quarter in overtime.
I think so, too. I mean, it definitely was a team loss, and they had more turnovers, 6 in field goals, 4. They went 2 for 7 inside the arc. They went 2 for 11 from three-point range towards the end of the game. So, really, they just couldn't get anything going. I think, too, you got to give credit to that Knicks defense. They held up, and they were making plays. So you had Towns block Mitchell, that floater. You had really Towns just kind of doing it all. Mitchell well, too. But I think that as far as the Jaylen Brunson thing, and is he a top 5 player? I wouldn't necessarily go that far.
I don't know, really?
I think he's inside. I still think, would you put him ahead of Curry right now at this stage of their careers?
Yeah, I would. I love to.
Yeah.
8 of 10. From the moment they were down 22, he individually went 8 of 10. He couldn't miss. And the thing is, in the sort of old NBA national coverage day I did a year ago, and then for many years before that, and I was wrong on Brunson too. Those guys love him. And this isn't to take a shot at LeBron. Guys don't rally around LeBron the same way. They believe in LeBron because he's so good. Brunson creates this sort of familial culture, and they all want to be together, and they're all friends, and they're all boys, and it just becomes contagious. So he goes 8 of 10, and the rest of the team 15 of 20. I mean, they were on fire. But if I can correct my stat earlier, well, I was right. James Harden has 46 career playoff games, where he's recorded as many turnovers or more as made field goals. Excuse me, not. That is crazy, dude. So here's to answer your question. I would go, and not in this order necessarily. I would go Luka, Wemby, Shea. I mean, it's not Embiid anymore. It's not LeBron anymore.
Luka is the best player in the NBA?
As top 5.
Okay.
I'm not doing. It's not in the order.
Gotcha.
I would put Luka in my top 5. I would put Wemby in my top 5. I would put Shea in my top 5. I don't know if I put Giannis. I mean, Giannis probably when he's healthy. Oh, Jokic. I think I'd rather have Jaylen Brunson on my team than Giannis. And this is because the thing is about winning championships, not putting up stats. Giannis spent the whole year setting his own organization on fire and having a fight with the front office. Giannis is like public. What LeBron does privately, Giannis did publicly, and as good as Giannis is, he's not as good as LeBron was at his prime. I might get Brunson in there.
That's a tough call because he's the opposite of James Harden, right? He doesn't disappear in the playoffs. He's at his best. He's such a tough guy to guard because he's always on balance. He can get in there. He's so not afraid to take the bet. Exactly. Yeah. He's not afraid to take the big shot. And Baron Davis, he called him the modern-day Allen Iverson. I even think that he's better than Allen Iverson.
That's a great call.
I think Allen Iverson had that stretch a couple years. It was an MVP. But Jaylen Brunson consistently in the playoffs can be efficient. And also, too, he bounces back from slow starts in games. I still think, though, I mean, we'll see what happens in this version of the series against the Cavs and potentially against the Thunder, the Spurs. You got Luka, you got Anthony Edwards, you got Wemby, you got Giannis. I mean, you would have him over Giannis?
I just said that, yeah.
That to me is a little wild.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You think that
for all the reasons I just said, I think Giannis is. I like Giannis as a person. He's a really good dude. I've interviewed him a bunch, whatever.
You just can't. But you can't coach size and athleticism.
Yeah, I want wins, man. I want victories. I want
Giannis won a championship.
He won a championship 4 years ago. I also think LeBron was the best player in the world 6 years ago. But time moves on, and I think I have Giannis in a 6 to 7 or 8 place. But again, the fact that he set his own organization on fire and was public with his frustrations and his disagreements and made it toxic. Are you an Unbreakable fan? This is a deep cut of a movie. Are you an Unbreakable fan with Samuel Jackson?
Yeah, I've seen it once.
I've seen it. Oh, I saw a bunch. I never saw the other ones. So Samuel Jackson's a character who breaks all the time. So he does evil things to find the character who never breaks. It's Bruce Willis, and they find each other because they're exact opposites in how they're constructed, and they're good and they're evil. James Harden is the evil version of a basketball player, talented and amazing, but can't do it in the playoffs, athletic. And Jaylen Brunson is the good version. Not as impressive when you first look at him, but totally unbreakable and never misses. Yeah, I would put, 5 or 6, whatever, I would put him in my top 5.
And he's only going to get better. And I think that last night he proved to a lot of people what we've seen from in his career, that like he's a guy that if the game's on the line, you have the ball in his hands. And James Harden is the opposite. But, I mean, do you in some ways, and yes, I'm not defending James Harden. I think he's the worst playoff shrinker ever. Like, Atkinson cannot survive this. I mean, he's one of the worst point of attack defenders ever, and you throw him on.
You have to have him on the. You have to have him on the floor, though.
But is he? Can you prevent getting him attacked like that every single play?
I mean, yeah, there certainly should have been some adjustments. Every coach that's coached James Harden gets blamed, or GM. If someone gets blamed, for me, it's Kobe Altman, the GM, who brought him in. D-Mac and Ryder, 97.1 The Fan LA. Phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN. You can also stream us live if you're away from the FM dial on YouTube, on Twitch, on X at The Fan LA. The Fan LA. It's the NBA hour. Next hour is the Dodgers preview hour. This is the NBA hour. We've got hardwood headlines from our guy Bursch next on D-Mac and Ryder.
Timmons